secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Through the ball, he tries to knock it away. Inside, a swing pass. Washington to Hardy. Corner three. Hardy party is on. 1 point game.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is how we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
You do not sound good.
Yeah.
What happened? Airplane? You were sitting next to each other.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I didn't get my flu shot. Could have been it. Don't want to start a text war. But this is like the third time now. It's ridiculous. It's just, maybe it's 2:20 wake up. I don't know. Maybe my wife is not keeping the house as clean as it needs to be.
Oh, some allergies, huh?
I don't know. I have no idea.
That's zero res. They'll get those allergies cleaned up for you.
I need to order some new air filters.
When was the last time you changed it?
It's been a while. I went to the garage. I went and got the air filters, but it was the wrong size. So that, when it just is like flimsy in there, like not totally closing. I'm like, could this still work as long as it's just like something new? I don't know.
Yeah. If you don't
2025-4, that might be my size.
2025-4. It's the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's supposed to last, several months. Yeah, I mean, you could do 3, some last 6.
No, they definitely should have been changed, but I just haven't overnighted them. So
yeah,
that's what's happening. Yeah. That is what is happening. Jaden Hardy was happening last night. A nice spark. I think he really got the Mavs going. This was a very disjointed, kind of sloppy game throughout. I don't think it was a lack of effort or anything. It was just, some new guys not playing together. And then Jaden Hardy hits a couple of threes. Luca gets going after having the chin busted open. And the Dallas Mavericks have continued with a nice little winning streak by beating the Washington Wizards at the AAC 112-104.
Yeah, and it was, I don't think if you drew that up, you would think that, okay, their fourth quarter, they're going to play PJ basically the entire quarter. Hardaway will barely get any run in the fourth. And
he was awful to start the game.
He was awful, period. Yeah. Just a terrible night. And that's probably why. That was probably a rotation thing, in the course of the game. They're like, all right, take a seat there, pal. But, PJ wasn't that, he didn't have a great game. He had a really good he had a nice little fourth quarter, though. So that was a little bit of a spark. But, yeah, this is like a disjointed game. I was trying to think of the words to use, but disjointed is the right way to say it. There's no reason the Wizards should ever be up 11 points in the fourth quarter on you.
I did not realize they had 9 wins on the season. They're 9-44.
That's not a 9. I mean, last night they weren't a 9-win team.
Yeah.
They were a 9-win fourth quarter. But that
guy, Avdija, he was unstoppable. He was arguably the best player on the floor. 25 points to tie a career high. Kuzma had 23. They started Avdija in the second half. I was like, dude, just give him the ball every time down. He was making stuff happen.
I had never really heard of him.
No.
And this goes to show you the NBA draft. That was a top 10 pick.
Oh.
He was a top 10 pick in 2020. It was in the COVID year. So maybe we were just not paying attention because it was COVID. We were just like, all right, whatever. Everything else in the world's going on. But I had never heard of that cat before. And he he was pretty good last night, man. He got physical. He was able to play underneath, able to stretch the floor a little bit. He's not a bad little player.
And Daniel Gafford was the man again. 16 points, matched a career high 17 rebounds, and had 5 blocks as well. I mean, this is looking like an absolute steal. I went back just to look at the draft compensation for him, and I was like, why didn't more teams go after this dude? Are you kidding me? He's like 70% from the free throw line. He's almost averaging kind of a softer, weaker double-double. Now, the Mavericks did give up a first-round pick. They did give up a first-round pick, but why was he not more sought after for teams that need size? 16, 17, 5 blocks. He's energetic. He is active. He's totally fine not getting post touches. He's a trash man. We'll talk about it later with Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, at 8 o'clock. But here's Gafford. He's the gem of the deal compared to P.J. Washington.
Oh, yeah, it's not even close. Yeah, it's him. I wonder if it's that he doesn't stretch the floor, and that's just the way that they want their bigs now. They want them to be able to stretch the floor. And maybe the Mavs are zigging when a lot of the league is going the opposite way. They did it kind of with Lively, who we thought didn't have much of an offensive game coming out of college. And Gafford is like, he is going to get, as Kuzma said, he's just going to get these easy underneath baskets because everybody's going to be doubling Luca, and he's got the best job in the world. He really does. He's got a great job right now. It's get some rebounds, block some shots, play some defense, and we're not going to run plays for you, but you're going to get a ton of point-blank shots.
Jason Kidd afterwards on what sparked the Mavs in the fourth quarter to get this much-needed W.
I think just the energy picked up. I thought Hardy was great for us. He gave us a spark by getting to the basket and knocking down a three. I think we didn't shoot the three well tonight, but it just shows the versatility of this group is that we can get to the paint. We dominated the paint, and then, again, we had rebounds, second opportunities. When you look at what Gafford did for us tonight, we're going to need that as we go forward.
The Mavericks, to me, and again, all I wanted was some excitement and a reason to watch the second half of the season, and I have it. Otherwise, I'm like, okay, I'll check in with the first half against the Wizards. Mavericks will be winning, or they'll have a disappointing loss, and I'll check out. Not with this. I'm staying up till 10 o'clock. I mean, it's happening. I'm staying up till 10 o'clock, and they just seem and feel a lot more athletic to me. Once you get Grant Williams out of here, your athleticism is going to go up. P.J. Washington is more athletic than Grant Williams. Gafford is athletic. We know Kyrie. We know Luca. You can put him aside, make your jokes. Jones is athletic. Green has young legs. Hardy has young legs. They just feel a lot more athletic and able to get up and down out there on the floor. And Lively providing some color commentary last night as he hopped on the microphone for about a half a quarter. So he has been out, and now you're going to have, all of a sudden, you feel different in terms of paint protection, size, rebounding, defense, all these things that have been plaguing the Mavericks. Once you get Lively and Gafford together, they both seem like extremely cool dudes. Derek, I don't think is going to have any issue sharing some of that spotlight. He seems like a perfect young man. So the Mavs get the W, 112-104 over the sorry Wizards. That would have been a very, very bad loss. Truckwreck.com text line is open. We're live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. 877-881-1053. The Mavericks have the longest winning streak in the NBA. Not the Western Conference, the NBA. Celtics at 4 in a row. Mavs now at 5 in a row. They are the 8th seed in the Western Conference, just right there with Sacramento.
And getting, obviously, you want to stay out of the play-in. They might, if you go back and you look at the standings, I mean, there is, just like last year, the West was a jumbled mess. And, I mean, they're like a game out of the 4. Or, I'm sorry, a game out of the 5. That's so wild, like how the Western Conference. Now there's such a gap between 4 and 5, but I mean they're better than the Pelicans. I don't know how New Orleans is doing this.
Well, they got a lot of talent. They got Ingram. They got Zion. They got McCollum.
I was waiting for Zion's foot to fall off.
Yes, Victor Wembanyama's foot has not fallen off. This guy put up the first 10-block triple-double in 3 years. 27.
That's it? It's only been 3 years since the last one?
With the blocks.
Yeah, I'm thinking like I would have guessed.
You just said no one blocks shots anymore. They went all big shooting threes.
No, my guess was that a 10-block game, a 10-block triple-double hasn't happened in 50 years.
Oh, longer.
Yeah. I would have guessed that was a wilt stat. That was one of those stupid wilt stats that he was playing against guys 5'9".
Says giving him the NBA's first triple-double with block shots as one of the categories in more than 3 years. Wow. So he had 27, 14, 10 blocks, 5 assists in 29 minutes? 29 minutes. First player with 10 blocks and 5 assists in under 30 minutes played, according to ESPN stats and info. So Wemby getting it done last night. And, we haven't talked about him a ton during the course of the season. Someone who Woj said was the best prospect ever and going to outshine LeBron. What do you think his numbers are? Don't even look.
I've already looked. I was going to figure out, all right, I was guessing they were probably around 16 a night. That was my initial guess.
2010, I guess I'm surprised with the field goal percentage being 47%. But he's one of these new school perimeter players as a big. 47%, 20 and 10. Very nice rookie season.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what to think. He did the old sham god a couple of weeks back, the crossover. It was just, I didn't know what to think coming in. The he's got something, obviously. Like, there's no reason.
Height.
Yeah, he's got height.
Stilts.
He does have moves, though. Like, for somebody who's his size, like, he can move. And that's huge. But, like, the best prospect ever, that was always going to be, like, a bit much.
A huge announcement with big news yesterday. Why you're going to be seeing the ugly faces of 105.3 The Fan all over your Rangers television. The awesome news to announce and celebrate on the radio home of the Rangers next.
Coming up in the next G.
Tuesday on your home of the World Series champs. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, and a special shout out if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch. You are appreciated. Yesterday, a big station announcement as the news came out that Mike Bassick and Jared Sandler will be joining the Texas Rangers Bally TV broadcasts in some capacity for select games. That capacity will be calling them. Sandler will fill in for Dave Raymond with some play-by-play, and it looks like Mikey B is going to get a very hefty workload filling in for CJ Nikowski. Wow.
Man, it's very cool for both. And, for Bassick, I do hope that he is forced to call a game during the Mavs in the NBA Finals. That would be... Because he has been one to tell you that, back in his playing days, Mavs went at the 06 Finals, he's in the bullpen like, hey, I got to watch the game. Be interesting. But, no, it should be fun because they've obviously worked together, so they got a relationship.
I don't know if it's going to be those two together. I don't know.
I mean, but yeah, that's true. I read it as that, but I guess you're right that it doesn't have to be those two together.
Do we know how many games, Pepe? Did you hear the announcement? How many games for Mike?
I don't think so. All I know is Mike will be taking a Comrex on the road with him for Ranger games, so he'll still do the show. He'll still be on KNC, but then he'll do select games. And there will be some times that Jared is the play-by-play guy and Mike is the color when Dave is gone. So Jared will fill in for Dave Raymond sometimes.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a lot of work for Mike. I told Mike, I said, now look, man, you got to be conservative with this. Bassick is fantastic. I want to say all this before he hopefully wakes up because I don't want to feel a big-ass bald head. But I told him, I said, the only thing you got to worry about is when the emotions of, an Astros beaning takes place. Someone gets hit in the head. Someone runs over someone at home plate. Don't lose it in that moment. Don't say like you would on the radio, I would try to end his career right here. I would try to behead him.
I would try to end his career.
I would try to make him permanently blind in one eye by hitting him and making him talk to his kids with a pirate patch on. That's what you have to avoid, Mike, in the moment, because otherwise, just like reacting in studio, I wish that, all these studio analysts for Bally would be able to, be cut loose. This is not the way it is today. But live Mike during a game, I was like, just be careful. Be careful. And, of course, Sandman, ultimate professional. So that is very, very exciting news. 105.3 The Fan taking over your Ranger televisions for a lot of broadcasts this year. Unfortunately, it's going to still be on Bally, as it was announced that the Rangers games are going to be broadcasted by Bally Southwest next season. So I was 100% in with cutting the cord. Wait, cutting the cord?
Yeah, I'd be cutting the cord.
Cutting the cord and getting YouTube TV or some other streaming service, and now I'm afraid to do it with DirecTV. 676 for my Rangers, my Mavericks, and my Stars.
I still got the stream on the DirecTV. We thought about it. We will eventually. But we're not paying a crazy amount. What are you paying?
Shoot. With internet, it might be like 180, 170, something like that.
Yeah.
With internet?
I think we're at like 130. It's not terrible. The stream is not terrible.
Who's your internet?
It's the same. It's
same.
Yeah.
AT&T?
Yeah, it's a bundle. Yeah. So it's not that bad. It's like the 1,000 Mbps or whatever. It's like the really good fast one. But
so what's the downside of having the DirecTV stream?
None. It's better than the DirecTV because you don't ever have satellite issues. I guess the issue is that, and I haven't figured out how, but when you record a game, right? If you hit record and you go to catch up, you can't catch up live. You have to wait till the recording's over. So like if you start a Cowboy game an hour late or whatever, you can't catch up with it during the game.
Did you set up your cable and internet at the new house yet?
I hope so.
Yep, only took about 3 or 4 days, but I finally just said, because it got so bad where I had to FaceTime, someone from AT&T, and they were telling me to walk me through this stuff, and then finally they said, we're just gonna send someone out there. So there's some bad issues. So they got someone out there. It turned out I just needed the Wi-Fi box upstairs instead of downstairs. So we're all fixed, but I have DirecTV stream.
You have the same thing as RJ.
Yes, yeah. So I was able to watch the Mavs game live, Stars and Rangers, everything. But we have live TV now.
So with YouTube TV, how would that be different from Direct TV stream? Do I get Bally on YouTube TV? I don't think so, because I think Bobby has to have multiple different things in order to watch the local games?
Yeah, that's why my family had switched to DirecTV Stream, was because we didn't get Bally on YouTube TV. Now, whether YouTube TV will get Bally eventually, I don't know yet, but that was the thing. And it was only going to cost a few extra bucks a month to get DirecTV Stream, but you get Bally.
So Bally carrying the Ranger games for another season, and congrats to Jared Sandler and Mike Bassick. The Super Bowl ratings are in, and they are all time.
Yeah, they are. They're big, man. These Super Bowl ratings are quite high. More record viewership for CBS. It averaged 123.5 million viewers across CBS, Univision, Nickelodeon, Paramount Plus, and the NFL app. 120 million of that coming via the main feed of CBS, most in Super Bowl history. The previous record was Chiefs Eagles at 115 million on NBC. So it's a 7% increase. It was so massive, it challenged the moon landing. Derek Holland, it happened in 1969, which got an audience of an estimated 125 to 150 million. Obviously, they weren't as good with their numbers back then. But also, if you break it down even further, they say that according to the CBS Sports PR, more than 200 million viewers watched at some point this game, tuned in at some point. Now, I don't know who tuned in and then tuned out. I don't know that happened. Now, maybe they just tuned in for the halftime show.
Yeah.
Could be it. But, yeah, so there you go. Most streamed Super Bowl in history, led by a record-setting audience on Paramount Plus.
And I agree with Bobby. They figure out some way opposite of radio to like make the numbers go up, like cook the numbers a little bit. That's what it seems like in television. Everything is the highest this, the highest that. Whereas in the NBA, they used to tell us when the numbers went down, well, that's because we have 5 different ways to view it. So it takes away from the TV numbers. But somehow with the National Football League, it all gets combined together and the numbers are all-time and record-setting.
Yeah, that's a newer thing. In 2020, Nielsen, which does the rating system, they began figuring out a way to tabulate out-of-home ratings for their immediate overnights, right? So, like, the overnights are always lower or different, I should say, than the actual ratings, which come out a few days later. But the overnights, they didn't have a way to tabulate sports bars and stuff. Well, now they've tried to figure out a way to cook that in. I don't know how they do parties. I don't know how to do Super Bowl parties, but...
And I feel like a ton of people took off work yesterday. We were looking out here on 75, and we're like, it's light out. Mm-hmm. It is light out here on the roads.
Yeah, and I know a lot of my neighbors took it off. Yep, we're just going to take the personal day, sick day. And as studies will show, it is the largest call-in sick day of the year. Wake up the next morning, can't make it to work today.
And then the betting was out of control. Was that record-setting as well?
Betting was nuts for this game. There were 42 million wagers. All right, 42 million, almost 43 million wagers on this game, and billions of $23 billion. So 20% of the male 43 million is about 20% of the total, like, male population. And about 20% of the males are below gambling age. And you add another 40 or so percent that aren't even sports fans. And we were talking about basically every sports fan had a wager on this game. If you break it down even further. It's 40 million.
Wow.
40 million bets placed in the U.S. on the Super Bowl. It's insane.
Sorry, Rex Ryan. The Mike Zimmer deal is officially done. And a Cowboy insider is laughing like the rest of us, basically, when it comes to Jerry Jones going all in. That's next, how the Mike Zimmer deal got done, and a piece of audio that may have you worried that it's not going to work, despite most of us wanting this hire to take place. That's a little Inside the Star next.
powered by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Props to Brian Broaddus for his reporting throughout the entire Mike Zimmer story, as yesterday he got the text message from Zim that the deal is done. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Bobby, you were not buying Rex Ryan at all, even though, excuse me, Adam Schefter said yesterday that the Cowboys reached out to Rex Ryan Sunday morning. On set while doing that show, Super Bowl prep and pregame, they freaking reached out to Rex Ryan Sunday morning when we thought, leaving Vegas, on Friday, that this thing was it Friday?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, was this a leverage play? Is this trying to get Mike Zimmer to, calm down on his dollar amount? Either way, it is official.
Yeah, this is an opportunity to publicly broadcast your leverage and just talk to Rex Ryan and let Rex, he knows,
he won't keep his mouth shut.
He knows that he's not going to keep his mouth shut. They know that Mike Zimmer's sitting there and he'll hear it and go, oh, okay, maybe I need to take a little bit of a lesser deal, whatever else. This was, if they played around with this was going to be an all-time flub from them. Not necessarily in the sense of...
Why not just go get Rex?
Well, so I said this on Twitter. I said that it'd be an all-time flub, and people were like, you don't know that Rex will be better than Zim. I feel pretty confident that Zimmer will be better than Rex, but that's not what I mean by that. What I mean is that they would be willing to play games and sacrifice their first choice in the name of games. That's an all-time Cowboys move, to do some silly stuff like that. So I'm glad they fixed it, because they would have had a really tough time coming away from this explaining, why didn't you just get this done with somebody that you had a previous 13-year relationship with and allegedly were really close with? How did you let this fall through? So the reporting came out immediately after and was like, oh, look, it was always going to get done. Joneses were back from the Super Bowl. Look, they were busy. That's what this is about more than anything else. But ultimately, I'm glad they didn't screw around with this too much.
Mike Zimmer to Ed Werder, quote, I'm excited and honored to be back with a great organization. I'm thrilled to work with Mike McCarthy, for whom I have had a ton of respect in our NFC North days, and to do anything I can to help the Joneses and the Cowboys. So I was watching NFL Live as this broke, and Marcus Spears was just unmoved. And he played for Zimmer. He said, this does nothing for me in terms of the Dallas Cowboys and the Super Bowl. And to me, I feel completely opposite. Like, if there's going to be something, like the biggest move this offseason, I'm hoping is this. From an attitude, from a defensive standpoint, from an accountability standpoint. Now, maybe they end up going all in. Michael Gelkin will touch on that here in just a second. Maybe they're going to go all in. As none of us in DFW believe that. But I'm hoping this right here is the biggest move that they make. But Marcus Spears was very pessimistic, talked about the 4-3 system, and Dan Orlovsky brought up an interesting point. He said that, number one, you have to get two really good inside linebackers for this scheme. Okay? That's point number one. But point number two, should we be a little concerned about Trayvon Diggs? Because Orlovsky said this is not a ton of man. And Trayvon Diggs is a specialist when it comes to man playing the ball, interceptions. What type of zone corner will Trayvon Diggs be in Mike Zimmer's system if he keeps it the same way? That was Dano on ESPN.
Well, this is once again why Dan Orlovsky flamed out in the NFL and doesn't know what the F he's talking about. So, you've got, first
Mark
off,
Schlereth said he was his favorite announcer.
Yeah, and I mean, you also heard Schlereth say, like, who cares about math, you nerds? I'll drive you into the ground and give you a noogie. I love Schlereth. He was great, but Orlovsky sucks. So here's the thing. Zimmer is a lot of man-to-man and zone. He mixes both. He uses both. He disguises. He does a lot of different things that are very multiple. The other thing is that I would assume Dan would understand that when you play zone, like Diggs does, Diggs gets a lot of interceptions off zone because zone allows you to just kind of play off of the quarterback, read the quarterback. You're playing your zone, you get to read, you get to jump, you get to do whatever. Man, you're more playing directly across from the receiver. You don't get to jump nearly as much. So, I mean, I think that there's benefits that Diggs has in both. They have played a ton of man, but I mean, it's not like even last year with Quinn playing as much man as he did, I think they were the highest rate in the NFL. He was still, I think, under 50%. Like, they played man like 45% of the time.
Yeah, and Zim has got a history of just molding to the talent. I mean, he did it here when he coached everywhere, the 3-4. Yeah. You know, like, he was not a 3-4 guy. That's what Bill wanted to run. And quite frankly, they didn't even have the personnel to do it when they first switched.
No, they had 2 5'10" linebackers.
Yeah, they didn't really have it, but they made it work. I mean, so I think that from that standpoint, it'll be okay. My concern with this, not even a concern, it's just the hesitancy is nobody was banging down his door to get him. From what I've heard, right? From what we've heard, we've not heard his name thrown about that, but that doesn't mean anything. It could have been he just didn't want to coach. He was only going to coach if the right person called. But that's it. I mean, other than that, Mike Zimmer's a fine defensive coordinator. Nobody should be upset or think that this just doesn't make sense.
So initially, I think when he lost the Vikings job, I think he wanted another head coaching job. And so I can understand people not wanting to bang down his door to be a head coach. But if he's just changed in recent, like in the last year and said, I just want to get back into coaching, I'll be a defensive coordinator, I think that does change things. I think teams do value that. We've seen Wade Phillips has been a hot commodity as a defensive coordinator and not as a head coach. So I think it's probably similar.
From 2014 to 2019, these were the Mike Zimmer defensive rankings in Minnesota. 2014 to 2019, points per game, second. Yards per play, second. Efficiency, first. 2020, 2021, those numbers went to 27, 29, and 25. So an absolute complete plummet. Points per game went from second to 27. Yards per play, second to 29th. Efficiency, first to 25th.
That's all really exciting. And the fact that he disguises things, that's going to be
except for the end.
I mean, that's not. But I'm just saying, in general, like when you look through his history, it's nice to see his performance. I think what the bigger thing is here is that if you've complained before about Quinn just has everything static, Quinn just shows you what he's going to do, and they play it and they execute it, that's not going to be Zimmer. Zimmer's going to disguise a lot. Now, if you're concerned about, Brian brought this up last night when we were recording Love the Start. If you have concerns about they have struggled teams with motion because they get confused and they have trouble communicating. Well, they're going to have to communicate a whole hell of a lot more now because this is a lot of disguise and a lot more pressure on their plate on the defensive side of the ball. But I think the biggest thing here, more than scheme or anything else that I'm excited about, is I think this team had outgrown the arm around the shoulder approach. This defense doesn't need the hey buddy, why you down? You want to talk about this? They've moved past that. What they need now is somebody's going to come in here and go no, get your ass in gear. This needs to be right. And Darren Woodson had told them, we played the clip, told G-Bag last week. He's like, this is not a guy that I was buddies with when I was playing. He was a hard ass. And he's like, but I respected him. And I have a really deep friendship with him now. And I think, again, as I brought up last week, the biggest example I can give of this is the kind of the guy that can reach anybody is that the two different personality types of Darren Woodson and Deion Sanders both love him the same sort of way.
That brings up my little worry now, because I'm going to give props to Tolo Frankie J. He was watching
shifted higher than the ceiling.
Hey, is that Frankie J?
That's Frankie J, yeah.
If this clip rings true, maybe this is going to blow up in our face a little bit. He was watching G-Bag with Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. And they asked the two Cowboys, really specifically Gilmore, and Cooks played for Belichick, right?
He was
1 year.
Absolutely.
Asked them both, how stunned are you that Belichick is not coaching? And just listen to their answer with the New Age National Football League and how that may apply to Mike Zimmer's coaching.
I'm so surprised just because, I was with him for 5 years, and he's one of the smartest coaches I ever been around, the smartest coach, especially defensively. I wouldn't be the player I am today without, him teaching me, him changing schemes, him telling me how to play a certain receiver. And, I'm very surprised, but I just think he's just too real sometimes. And sometimes
new era.
Yeah,
new era.
Can't take it.
The players today can't take that? Is that a problem for the new guys?
They can't take it.
It's gonna be tough. The more and more this NIL stuff is going on, and which I love for the guys. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, but it's gonna be tough because when I grew up you don't talk back.
Well, you're
right?
Stockton, California.
You talk back. You know what I mean? So That's what it's all about, blue-collar workers. And
Right.
it's going to be tough, I feel like, for all these coaches to kind of navigate that water.
You think? It would not surprise me if the future of the NFL, that these players negotiate one-year contracts only just to be able to move around because they don't like their coach. It's not going to happen, but it wouldn't stun me if that's what they wanted, because that's what the NIL does. And they want to be able to just move around and be fluid and, hey, you're not going to play me the way I want to. I'm not going to be stuck in this contract. I'm going to get out. They can get out now as it is. They don't really need that, so take the security. But, like, seriously, man, like, this is the new NFL. It's not the new NFL. It's the new sports.
Yeah. I've heard the term new generation more in this offseason than I ever have before. Micah said it in his podcast. Someone was talking about someone being a hard ass or something. He's like, nah, new generation. And that worries me a little bit about Mike Zimmer cracking heads.
It happens in every job now. Like the new thing is, no, we refuse to. We're not going to sit and wait. We are not going to sit and wait for our turn, and that's the way the younger generation acts. I mean, God bless them. I wish I could do that. I wish I had the balls to do that when I was 22.
But is it really different? Like, our parents would have said that about us in our generation.
Of course,
we're
absolutely.
soft and we don't work as hard and we come up with excuses. And do we all just say it, or is it like this actually like here? Like, that's why Jay Glazer told us this. He said you can't coach that way anymore. It doesn't work. These guys aren't going to deal with it. They're not going to put up with it.
Yeah, I think that obviously it's tough to put everybody in a specific box. Like you can't tell me that like Trayvon Diggs, I think, would respond to this well. I think Trayvon Diggs likes that challenge, and I mean he different. He played for Saban, right? Whereas I don't know. We still have to see. How does Micah respond to that? Does Micah respond to the skull cracking, like you just mentioned there? Him saying like new age and everything else. I think that it's a good way to winnow out some of the issues on your defense that have caused you to collapse at the end. Like, I think it's a good way to figure out, like, okay, what kind of a player are you? What can you take? And I understand, like, what Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore sound like they're concerned about is just like, yeah, okay, that works with some of us as veterans and other things, guys who come from a different age, but the more that these young players come in and replace, and they're used to having $1 million checks as college football players and be able to transfer and jump around, that's going to be a lot harder to enforce. And I think that's also a bigger reason why you need to make sure that your scouting staff is on top of things and understanding what kind of people these players are.
Yeah, and like, part of the thing with you mentioned Diggs with Saban, maybe he is, and I'm not just using him, like anybody who played for him, like, yeah, they've gone through that ringer, but now that they're pros, they may not want to deal with it. It's like, all right, I've already done that. I've already put up with that. I'm not doing that again. And now there are some guys who just be like, look, this is what I need. This is what I want for the rest of my career. And those are the players that will be able to deal with this much better.
Oak State 345, one of our top Tolos, wrote, Saban said it best when he said everyone wants to be great, but there's no shortcut to it. You don't get freedom if you want greatness. Eat, sleep, and breathe it. This generation is different. Is a cop-out for complacency. So that's Oak State talking about this next generation, new generation. That's all I keep hearing. But Brandon Cooks and Gilmore just said it. Belichick's too real. This is a new era. These guys can't take it. And then they threw in NIL as well.
Yeah, and like you had mentioned when Glazer said that basically, like, newer school guys don't feel like, oh, he wants the best for me. It's like, he doesn't like me. He's coming after me. He must not like me very much. I think that Zimmer has shown pretty consistently, even over the last few years. Great example here that I use. Everson Griffin, who could not last 3 months here in Dallas. Things fell apart really quickly here. Mike Zimmer did a good job maintaining Everson Griffin for 7 years. I think that when you look at the way that he takes a guy like Danielle Hunter was considered all ceiling, really low floor, coming from what some people consider an entitled program in LSU. He got the most out of him, brought it out, turned him into a pro. I think he's got such a long history of there's nobody more entitled than the 90s Cowboys. Like, when you look over that he was part of that group, those White House Cowboys, and those guys all respect him. And I understand, again, it is a little bit of a different generation, but he was dealing with a lot of entitlement. He was dealing with Dion.
A former Dallas Maverick who they wanted back puts all of us in a body bag while the Mavs with their new look team win their 5th straight game. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Luca has a triple-double. There's rebound number 10 to go with 12 dimes and 19 points. Double on Luca. Cleva for three. Cleva from Cleva. The Mavericks have climbed the mountain. They lead the game.
Follow up with the call on Bally. I never thought they were going to lose. I never thought they were going to lose against Washington. I didn't realize Washington only had 9 wins, but the Mavericks just too much good mojo in their favor with the new lineup starting PJ Washington and starting Gafford, and they beat the Wizards by 8 at the AAC. That's 5 straight wins for the Mavs. They scored 34 points in the fourth quarter. Luca with a triple-double. Jaden Hardy provided that spark, and Gafford. Are you serious? This guy was 16, 17, and 5 blocks. How did more teams not go after him? I realize it was a first-round pick, but now, Bobby, you were the most optimistic, to give you props, when this news broke at the Super Bowl, saying that they now have a chance to win a first-round matchup. I think it was a 0 to a 3 you put them on a scale of 10.
For championship, 0 to 3 championship. Higher than that for a first-round victory. Yes,
Championship.
We can roll it back. We can roll back the tape.
Convenient move. I like the way you softened it there. You're not sounding very likable with your brag. Had you seen Gafford play before, or you just went and looked at the numbers?
No, I've just only seen him play in passing. Like, it's not like a big, I did a big deep dive. I mean, Ruben got me excited about him because Ruben was all like, I've been studying guys that I wanted the Thunder to go trade for, and he was the guy that I was most excited about his size. But I think just in general, like, when you watch their lack of any legitimate big man, especially when Lively's out, like their inability to defend when Lively goes out, their inability to get rebounds consistently when Lively's out, I think it was like, okay, give me somebody who's a consistent contributor, somebody who can test shots and can actually, box out and collect boards. Like, I'm all in on that. And to me, it was always going to be like, what are you talking about as a first round pick? Pick 18? Like, who are we? We're talking about Shane Larkin or whoever you're missing. If you sit there and take that pick.
Could have had Giannis in that draft.
Yeah.
The Shane Larkin draft.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah, that was what they chose.
What has he done?
That was the one where they were like, according to Donnie, he wanted Giannis, and they overruled.
Did Giannis go after Larkin?
Yeah, he went like 22 or something.
Oh my God!
So I will say that one of the things that I'm really loving, that's starting to slowly build a little bit. You're starting to see the chatter build. Is that Luca is now becoming defensive stopper? That's the word that everybody's jumping on now. Everybody's starting to jump on board the trade of Luca can play defense now. In fact, somebody tweeted out numbers yesterday. In terms of points per possession, Luca in league-wide ranks in the NBA this year, number 1 in post defense, number 10 in ISO defense, number 5 in spot-up defense.
My big observation from him yesterday was just a lot less complaining. It felt like he didn't try to force too much yesterday, and I did not notice him crying and whining as much to the refs. Now, maybe they were facing sorry Washington, and he wasn't going to get as worked up over it. But I was like, oh my gosh, this is so nice. This is so peaceful that Luca isn't going crazy. And
I'm happy here.
Yeah, I'm happy here. Luca did sit down with JJ Redick for JJ's pod and was asked about his much talked about defense.
I saw some stats. One of my friends texted me.
Some defensive stats?
Yeah. I don't remember really what it was, but in isolations against me, I was in good percentage. I don't remember how much, but I saw it.
Is that because you're taking more pride and trying more? Or is that is it a concerted effort for you this year?
Yeah. I think it's way more effort.
Way more effort. He admitted that. So there you go.
Which I think you see, right? Like you do see that
Basic's been talking about this for a year. He's like, if you just insult Luca's defense, you're not watching him. If you watch him on individual possessions, he does a nice job of sticking with his man and trying to challenge. That's as of late, and there's Luca admitting it to JJ.
Yeah, he's not just like, oh, okay, here, come into the paint. You can go ahead. Like, yes. I mean, there's some times where, there's some athletic limitations. Like to be honest, like that's part of it. But I will say that it's nice to see that the effort's there, and when you talk about that there was less complaining, I think it's also just he seems genuinely happy, not just with the results so far. He seems genuinely happy with the moves they made. Like, I think he likes these players.
It's the sleeveless right sleeve. Kids are rocking that all over the place now in town.
Yeah. Bassick is on fire on my phone. Gafford wasn't a first. PJ was a 2027 first. Giannis before Larkin. Mavs had the pick and traded down. Traded 13 to 17. Giannis, I think, was 15. So Mike is up, and he's just going. He is going after getting that Rangers TV news. Thank you.
The Mavs moved
Mike.
away from it. They moved down. There was a money issue that they didn't want to pay a certain number, and they moved down. It was just a nightmare. Nightmare.
There you go. That sounded better, I think. All right, let's talk about the former Maverick who they wanted back. Spencer Dinwiddie signing with the Lakers.
Spencer Dinwiddie is, by the way, which we found out this morning, Spencer Dinwiddie is getting $1 million bonus if the Lakers win the NBA championship. Spencer Dinwiddie, he will not contribute $1 million to the Lakers' run to the title if they wind up winning, but good for him for having that in there.
I'm willing to put down some money, as a matter of fact.
That they win it all?
No. I thought this was a dollar bonus.
I thought I read 1 million. It had a 1 and the dollar sign, and then underneath it said million. There's zero chance it's a $1 bonus.
I thought it was a $1 bonus.
I will tell you right now.
Okay. You already messed up the Giannis pick, so why should we trust you with the numbers?
Andy messed up the Cowboys man-to-man percentages on defense.
What were they?
58%.
And what did you say?
I said it was like 45. I don't think that's right.
I mean, I got a text earlier from Vegas. Literally, Las Vegas texted me and said,
okay, well, Las Vegas, I'm going to look this up now just if we're going to circle back on things.
Spencer Dinwiddie was asked, listen to this.
It is a $1 bonus, by the way.
It's a $1 bonus.
$1? That doesn't make sense.
There you go.
How are you getting a $1 bonus?
Well, that's what we have the internet for. We'll read up on it after Dinwiddie tells us why he chose the Lakers instead of the Mavs.
I'll give y'all something funny that I told my people because I'm fairly candid. The two situations kind of felt like this, right? Let's say you were a kid, you got your ass whooped by the bully. Dallas would have been like your mama being like, it's okay, baby, don't worry about it. Lakers are like, your dad, now you better go out there and fight till you win. You feel me? And I just felt like that was what I needed at the time. You feel me? So I'm a big believer in kind of doing what you need to do at whatever time it is, and so that's how I felt about it.
Wow. We are the soft parent, allowing you to do whatever you want. We're the Dallas Cowboys, really. Just patting you on the back. It's fine. It's okay. Go ahead, do your podcast. Go ahead, get your deals. And Spencer Dinwiddie giving it to us.
Yeah, Mavs media, Mavs fans.
Wow.
Mavs players, Mavs teams. Basically called us all coddlers.
Yes.
Coddlers. Is he wrong?
Maybe not, but I don't know. Like, I mean, you're talking about coddling, and you're going to the effing LA Lakers with LeBron. Like, I think that there's it's like calling it's very much calling the pot and the kettle situation.
Very true. Very true. They will coddle a little bit from an organizational standpoint. I don't know if the fans will.
Is that an organizational shot or is that a Luca shot? Like, is that a shot directly at Luca?
No.
Like they let Luca get away with anything?
I'm just genuinely wondering, like, who else is he talking about?
I think he's talking about spotlight, limelight, criticism. I'll put up some money since Spencer Dinwiddie wants to insult all of us and he thinks he made the right decision.
Match his dollar.
I'll match his dollar that the Dallas Mavericks finish with a better record than the LA Lakers. I don't think that's a hot take. So go ahead, Spencer. A lot of talk. I'm going to be a scorned lover here. All right. I'm going to act like I didn't want anything to do with you.
Never wanted you in the first place.
And then when you pick someone else, I'm going to try to rip you apart and expose everything and release the photos. There's a lot of talk for a 12-point-a-game player. There's a lot of talk for someone who sucks this year and has fallen off a cliff.
This is going on the board.
Oh, yeah, Ernie with the TNT board. Here we go.
Mavs. So you're saying the Mavs will finish? Now, the Mavs currently have a 3-game lead.
Yeah, it's not a hot take.
On the Lakers. So we'll just take it from here. Will the Mavs finish with more or less than a 3-game lead, right? That's how you...
Well, just who's going to finish higher in the West? That'll make it easier.
Dallas.
The Dallas Mavericks will finish with a better record than the LA Lakers. So you can go ahead and not worry about getting your dollar bonus, which sounds like a dumb reason for the dollar bonus. This is Spencer's explanation. So on my last deal, there was a series of bonuses tied to winning and stuff like that. One of them being the dollar championship bonus. A lot of people thought it was kind of funny when I signed with the Wizards, but me and my agent basically made a deal that we were going to keep it in wherever I signed. Moving forward, it's kind of like a thing me and him bond over. Now that I'm actually on a team that has championship aspirations, people are like, why the hell would you do $1? But it has more to do with ties between me and my agent than anything monetary. That's so cute. That's so cute. Making dumbass business decisions because you and your agent, you guys are high five buddies.
That's
Five.
That's like kids use this term for it's cringe. That sounds cringe to me to talk like that. Yeah, it's a big ick. I'll tell you, man, he was on fire yesterday with his quotes because here was my favorite.
He is a great interview. I hate that we didn't. I would have loved to get a weekly with him while he was here. That was one of my big regrets.
Here's my favorite quote from him yesterday. Essentially talking about the Lakers, you're seeing a team that when everything is on the line, they rise to a level that no other team can get to. They won the in-season tournament. So he's pointing to the IST, as we call it. Us kids call it the IST. He's pointing to the IST, the in-season tournament. Is like, look, championship pedigree. It's like that Mike McCarthy quote. We got championship pedigree. We just haven't won a championship yet, even though they won the bubble one a couple years ago.
Speaking of that in-season tournament, with this Chiefs win over the Niners, somebody placed a bet at Caesars, $5. All right. Lakers in-season tournament win, Rangers World Series championship, and the Chiefs to beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. Had to be, everything was specific.
No way.
$5 turned into $12,745.
Wow. Lakers, Rangers, and Chiefs over San Fran.
Yeah, so Lakers in-season tournament win, which they were not a favorite in that, right?
Yeah.
The Rangers obviously were not a favorite to win, and then Chiefs over Niners. So
that was RJ Chappie tweeting us that.
Just lay down 20. Lay down 20. You could collect 40 grand. I just feel like 12,000 is not enough of a payoff for hitting something so unique.
The Mavs' new governor attending the game next to Cynthia Marshall and Nico Harrison. Bobby, what did you find out about him?
So he did his first interview the other day with the Dallas Morning News, and it's funny. I think we've all had this idea of like, oh, okay, he's going to be a Ray Davis type, right? Like he'll just be a bankroll. He's coming in here for business aspirations and everything else. Patrick Dumont. And that's part of it. That's definitely part of it. He talked about in this interview with the Dallas Morning News, like, hey, I've really wanted to get into the Dallas business scene for a while now. This is one that I've identified that I wanted to work around. But man, it does sound like he's going to be more involved than Ray Davis, less involved than Jerry Jones when it comes to actual decisions about this basketball team. That he said he's working really closely with Nico Harrison. He was being kept like up to date throughout the entire trade deadline process. Nico was walking in, explaining the process, what they were looking at, what they wanted to do, why they wanted to do it, and he still had to give his like rubber stamp. It was not like, well, Nico, you just do whatever's for your best. It's like, no, you got to come in here, step in here, explain this to me, why you want to do this, and then we'll figure it out, which I have respect for. I don't mind somebody having interest in how is my business operating? What are the ideas here? But he is very involved in this. Nico Harrison had said to the Dallas Morning News, he said, part of being a servant leader is that you empower your team to do the right thing within the guidelines that you set forth. Yes, he definitely asks the right questions. He's inquisitive, but also is empowering me to make the right decisions for the franchise. But he's a big Nico Harrison fan, said that Nico's very talented, says it's been a pleasure to work with him, and he likes how he's constantly involving him. So this sounds like a guy who's going to be more involved than Ray Davis is.
If you're staying in a hotel, there's a chance you may be swimming in RJ Choppy's body hair.
Ew.
And Bobby told his therapist about my number one criticism of old Roberto. Let's see if she thinks I'm a genius because of BetterHelp. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
The 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire program. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
Got you down.
And RJ Choppy with a lifestyle question and topic, and maybe possibly guilt.
Oh, no guilt at all. I just wanted to know. I was just posing this question, and I fully am in belief that it is not rude of me, but I just thought I'd ask, just in case my awareness is off, which oftentimes it can be. In the hotel in Vegas, I got out of the shower. I was getting into the shower and took it upon myself to look in the mirror and check myself out. Completely naked. And I was like, all right, little hairy. All over. And I don't like to do that at home because what happens at home, I do it at home, but I don't like to because what happens at home, you got to clean it up.
Yeah. I got in a big debate with Amanda about this.
Because you used to go in the backyard completely naked. With the train flying by and neighbors in the background. They seemed a bit put up by it.
Right. Sometimes, once or twice I've done it. I wouldn't say completely naked, but go out there and you just want to shave into the wind. You know what I mean? Because how do you guys, when your sink is... Do you shave? If you shave over the sink, hair's everywhere. Hair's everywhere. So I'm like, all right, let me shave. I'll shave in the shower. My face. Shave in the shower.
Got a mirror in there?
I do not. That's a pain in the butt. Then you got to go back and forth and back and forth. So where do you shave? And then when the hair all builds up, how do you clean the pipes?
Yeah, you got to unscrew the drain. You got to use a snake or you use the Drano, whatever, I guess.
But, buy the liquid.
Yeah, the liquid Drano. My face, she got me this like
beard catcher.
Yeah, it's like a cape but a front like what you'd use at a when you go get your haircut.
Barbershop or whatever. Yeah.
And it connects to the mirror, so it like catches everything.
Does it work?
Yeah, but then you still got to dispose of it. And then what am I doing? When I go outside? Dump it in the grass? Dump it down the toilet?
I know this is really gross, but like in the shower, when I shave in there and then take a shower, the hair like forms around.
Yeah.
So it doesn't go down the drain.
No, you got to waffle stomp it.
Pick it up. What's that?
Well, the drain looks like a waffle. You got to push it down.
Oh no, I take a paper towel and pick it all up and throw it in the trash.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I shave in the shower, I feel good that I'm not clogging the shower pipes. But the sink, when I do it in the sink, then all of a sudden, I got the water rising up.
Yeah.
I have a buddy of mine had
Peyton wishes he could participate in this discussion.
I know, yeah.
He's like that facial hair.
I shaved a little mustache yesterday.
So I have a buddy of mine had told me what he did, and I started doing this like a couple years ago, and it's been perfect ever since. You just go get one of those like Glad trash bags, like one of those white ones, and they tear right along the seam, and then you literally just lay it over the sink, and then you fold it over and throw it away.
That's an idea.
It's worked perfectly ever since I did it.
I don't think I'm willing to waste an entire trash bag for a shave.
Every time.
Every time.
It's like twice a week.
Broke boy behavior over here.
What's your cable bill again?
I can't walk outside naked to shave because the complex will call the cops on me.
You don't have an outside. You pull, baby.
So I was sitting there and I was like, all right, so I'm just gonna. I did my chest and below that.
But you made a conscious effort not to do it back here in your house.
Yeah, I didn't think of it before I left. And then while I was there, I was like, well, shoot, I got to do it anyway. So might as well do it here and not have to worry about cleaning it up. And yeah, okay. Is that a rude thing to do to make somebody else clean up your mess? Absolutely. And I'm comfortable with that.
No.
Because somebody else paid for the room. Not me.
No issue, no problem with it. There's been times when I've thought to myself, I'm going to shave in this hotel room. Yeah. I'm going to shave here. I don't have to worry about cleaning the sink, with every little microscopic hair, and I'll do it in the shower. Is that a rude move? You save the shave until you're on the road in a hotel somewhere else.
I don't think so. I think it's completely fine. I was going to take it up a notch. Kristen brought the clippers with us to Vegas. I was going to shave my head while we were out there.
Ooh.
And I just didn't end up doing it. I didn't have time, but I was going to full on shave my head while we were at the hotel.
Why? You wouldn't do it for Sandler's children's charity, and then you just decided
not
randomly you're going to do it?
Buzz it down like I tell. That's what I do. I usually buzz it down.
Shave it for charity.
As soon as I start seeing, whenever I wear the snapbacks, as soon as hair starts like sticking out of there, then I'm like, all right, it's time to shave it down again. And so I had noticed that last week and just didn't have time to do it while we were home.
You guys comfortable and fine? You've had your girl shave your back or body or
no?
Okay.
Never.
No.
And will never.
No.
No, that's weird.
Really? No.
Even now, if we're a decade in or whatever, no, wouldn't do it. Would you? You do it?
Let her shave me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she'll help me out now if I can't reach certain spots. If I can't see. Like, if I can't see under my arms without getting in front of a mirror, I'll just lift them up and she'll get there.
Pepe,
No problem with that.
what's your shaving technique and process?
So I'll shave over the sink. You know, when I need to trim I usually just shave whatever I have on my whatever I have on my chin. But I usually put like a paper towel down or a towel in general. That way it falls on it, and then I can dispose it of there.
Yeah, maybe an old used towel.
Yeah,
I would think.
I'm just telling you, the trash bag, you just try the trash bag once, and I think you go like, this is a worthy use of the money I've spent on trash bags. Because it's immediately just, you literally tear at the seams on the side, you just fold it over and throw it away, and it's done. It's such an easy cleanup.
How much are trash bags per box?
Oh, that's a good question.
Come on, she shops. I don't do that.
But you spend. Like, how much do you think? $7.99?
All right, so the ones we get the Kirkland ones.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're like, I don't know, $32 on Amazon.
Dang!
For 200 of them.
I honestly I was sitting there last night talking with Kristen about something with like meal prep or whatever, and I just kept having to ask her, I was like, how much are eggs? I was like, how much is a pound of ground turkey? How much is our broccoli florets? And I just like, I have no idea. I have no concept for how much because she always does it. And I just go like, okay, sure. I just noticed that my bank account gets smaller every week.
I was very, very excited for this week's Bobby therapy session after our trip to Vegas and the Super Bowl.
Because
I want to
Sean,
be validated.
Well, you love to be the star, and you were the star of my therapy session. And
Yes.
so it had come up that in fact, I'll let you reset what your criticism was last week of me.
All right, so my big number one criticism of Bobby was that he's desperate for attention in social settings. Like he has to let you know how much he drinks. He has to let you know he's going to be the most hammered. He has to stand up in front of everyone and chug it. He has to make a scene. He can't just sit and chill and sip. It's got to be, look at me. Oh my God, you hear my words? I can't speak. I'm slurring and stumbling. And I told him this after the Italian dinner that we had when I almost wanted to really Peyton choke him out. I was like, yeah, you just have a need for attention. In social settings, especially with drinking, you have to. My joke is the funniest. I said this, and I mind this and that.
My
and
jokes are the funniest.
Just be secure. And I said it's an insecurity. So that was my big Vegas message to Roberto.
So
I love dearly.
I presented this theory to her.
Now, what was your initial first reaction to that? Because you seem pretty stunned. You seem stunned because I think usually you're pretty self-aware.
How
about this?
Yeah.
I feel
he was
like
stunned in the car.
Yeah, because it was to me it's like, surely I would have thought you would have defaulted to like, I have a dependency on alcohol before a dependency on
No,
you don't have a
needing
dependency on
attention.
alcohol. You don't need
No,
alcohol.
but I'm saying,
If you never had another drink of alcohol the rest of your life, it would not surprise me at all. You do it to look cool.
If I never had another drink of alcohol the rest of my life, I don't know that I would go out in social settings. I think I would become Gavin Dawson. I think I would start to just be a recluse a little bit because the social settings naturally, and this is what came up in the discussion, I don't naturally feel comfortable in large social outings. So she had said she was like, well, can you, when I mentioned this to her, she's like, can you go out without having a drink? I was like, yes. I was like, but I need to have my Adderall prescription. And if I'm not taking my Adderall, probably not. I'd rather be at home is what I would do. I'd rather be in the hotel room watching Dateline in bed, cozy up with the air conditioner at 62. But she had said, what was interesting was she's like, yeah, I guess my takeaway here, this theme that I'm seeing with you is, she's like, it feels like she didn't use this exact term. This is the one that I used because she's different personas is what she said. But she essentially said, I'm a social chameleon. And she said that she's like, I think different people all meet a different you, and none of them are you, it sounds like, from the way you describe your interactions with people.
Man, she went deep there. They all need a different you, but you're not any of them.
No, that's honestly, and she said, so I think, she's like, I don't know. It sounds completely possible that version of you could, like, needs attention in that setting. She's like, it doesn't, like, she's like, there are other settings where when you've described your thought process or other things, it doesn't sound like you need attention. It sounds like you don't want it. She's like, but in that situation, it sounds like you might. And she's like, she's like, honestly, she's like, what I want to dig into more is figuring out why you feel the need to apply different personalities to different situations. She's like, we all adapt to certain social situations to an extent.
Yeah.
It's just a thing. She's like, but yours feels very much more like self-preservation.
Oh,
and I was
wow.
like, oh, okay. And so she did say, because we've talked about this before. I say it all the time. You've brought it up in meetings before, in our post-show meetings. You'll say, I love how little you care what people think about you, but care maybe just a little more.
Yeah.
Just a little more, please. She thinks that's the opposite is true. She told me, she's like, I think you care a whole lot what people think about you, and you just pretend like you don't. In fact, she said, I think you put out this bravado and this exterior. She's like, so that either you can just kind of...
The one thing that does back that is whenever I tell you, oh yeah, someone, said this about you or someone said that, you're dying to know. You won't leave me alone.
I just want to know who it is.
Okay, well that would speak to maybe caring about what other people think.
So she said, you put up a bravado. She's like, because then you can either behave whatever way you want and just say, hey, here's my fake persona. And then also, if people end up not liking you for it, she's like, then it's self-fulfilling prophecy. You can go, see, nobody likes me. Told you. That's her thought process.
What do you make of all this?
He's Kevin Wendell Crumb.
What?
The movie Split.
Never seen it.
The James McAvoy movie where we had like 87 personalities and one of them was the Beast.
Oh, is that what? I have not seen that movie. I need to see that movie.
See, I feel like your personality is pretty consistent with
That's
everyone.
what I thought, and that's why I was a little thrown off by it.
Yeah.
But she
look, she still doesn't really know you a ton.
No, but I also feel like, and I had mentioned this to her, I was like, I'm going to turn this around for a second. Do you feel like I've been dishonest at all or lied throughout that? And she's like, no. She's like, I think you've been pretty direct. And so I was like, okay, good. I just want to make sure you didn't feel like I've manipulated this. And I do feel like I've tried to work to like, hey, I'm going to be completely direct and honest and open about all of it.
Yeah, you can't lie to your therapist. You have to be honest. Otherwise, it's pointless.
Yeah, and so I think that, I think she does have we're 7 deep now. I think she's got a pretty good beat on, in general, like who I am, but obviously she's only hearing my retelling of it, of the social situation. So she may feel like, based on your retelling, this is the case.
Pepe, what do you think of all this? You know Bobby pretty well.
Well, Bobby, he has no secrets. He tells y'all everything. So it's like that's his personality. Like, he wants you to know everything. He doesn't hold anything back. So like you said before, it's like a pick me kind of guy. But I mean,
pick me.
Wow.
What?
A pick me,
let's
Bobby.
Let's hear his assessment.
Let's hear it. I love you, Bobby. You know? I think he is. He's
oh my God.
We got our turn for the rest of the show.
Pick me, Bobby.
Pick me. PMB.
Yeah. Boy, he did you worse than Dinwiddie.
Anything else?
No, I'll leave it at that.
The walk-off moment for Pepe.
Just for that, I'm gonna tell everybody on the air what you're doing for February. That's what I'm gonna tell people. What you told us last night.
Okay, don't say that.
A Cowboys insider says don't believe that they're going all in, and a Sean and RJ Super Bowl guest destroys the #1 pick in the NFL draft. Plus, changes coming to the most fun sports tournament and event there is in this country. That's all next on The Fan. But change is coming for you, fellas. Have you been feeling tired, grumpy?
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys, where yesterday Brian brought us amazing job reporting throughout this entire thing. My guys who texted me were correct about the Mike Zimmer delay, saying the deal was not done. Adam Schefter yesterday said the Cowboys even contacted Rex Ryan Super Bowl Sunday morning. Maybe that was to use Rex, know that he would run his mouth on TV and scare Mike Zimmer into taking whatever deal. Whatever it is, yesterday, the Mike Zimmer deal got officially completed.
Thank God, because if you would have botched your defensive coordinator choice after everything that's happened this offseason, and you were to botch your number one selection on just some petty stuff, then that would have just been a classic Cowboys move. I would have been fully prepared to come in here and go full Mike Bassick if that would have happened. And so I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad they got this straight. And by the way, my interesting thought here is, how annoyed does Adam Schefter have to be? Like, that he goes on McAfee and goes, hey, so here's the thing, they still reached out to it. Like, he stands up there, does his report, and then Rex follows right behind him, going like, Schefter doesn't know what he's talking about. You gotta feel like there's a little bit of how good of a teammate are you being right there, Rex? You're not even giving Adam a heads up that you're about to just completely discount his report. That's a little rough. But I'm glad that Dallas gets this done with Zimmer. I think Zimmer's going to be great for this team. I think that he's somebody who's going to work well with the scouting staff, the other coaches, and Broadus told us yesterday on Love the Star that he's going to get in this week, meet with the coaching staff, figure out who's coming back, who he needs to bring in, and kind of move forward from there.
Is Broadus a big fan of this?
Yeah, he loves Zimmer. Yeah, I mean they were in the trenches together in Dallas, and so they worked together for several years. And I mean, obviously, so Brian had said, he's like, I've obviously got some bias here. I like him a lot. He's like, but I've seen what he can do. I see how he adapts. I see the way that he coaches guys. And you just have to ask the guys that he's coached, and they'll tell you how good he is.
Look, if they got him and he comes in here with the same kind of personality that he has, like, the attention to detail should be higher. Will he be able to? Will he lose some players? I mean, who knows? Who knows if he's changed or not? You know, the personnel that he has. There's a lot of talented players in this defense. This guy can coach anybody. He can coach any scheme. He's a really good football coach. Very sound football coach. The fact that it took this long to get done makes me wonder what kind of changes are really in store for this team in the front office perspective. Dude, right? We're going all in. If you're going all in, why are you farting around with it?
If he's open to it, if he's open to the hard-nosed approach from the coaching staff, this is going to be great for Micah Parsons. The A-gap pressures that Mike Zimmer likes to bring, and we see how consistently Micah wins rushing up on the interior. I think that this will be absolutely huge for him if he's open to being coached the way that Mike Zimmer coaches.
Ryan had the statement and quote up from Mike Zimmer on the fan cam and Twitch, crushing it as always. Speaking of all in, Michael Gelkin, fine reporter from the Dallas Morning News, wrote an article about it. What are you making a face for?
The headline that Mike on his show here is debating who's the GOAT, Michael Jordan or Stephen Curry. I just think that caught me off guard when I saw it there. Wow. Michael Gelkin, yes, he wrote, and look, we always say when Gelkin writes something, just take notice, because Gelkin is not one to, he's not gonna, he doesn't write for FanSided. He's not just gonna sit here and throw out his,
shots fired.
Yeah,
FanSided.
Definitely shots fired at FanSided, which is an awful website. Michael Gelkin, Gelkin wrote yesterday about Jerry's all-in statements, and you're starting to get the sense that it's a whole lot of talk.
We'll be all
is
in.
What it is. Is that in fact, really? Michael says that, hey, there's a real chance that all-in proves to be all talk. That was his quote in this, and he said, The thought process is that all in means more like, yeah, we're all in on getting Lamb's deal done and getting Dak's deal done and getting Micah Parsons done. That's what we're all in on. And that it's less about we're going to go out there and spend like drunken sailors on the free agent market or whatever else. He said anyone hanging on to Jerry Jones's all-in comments may consider loosening that grip, only believe it if it happens. And so that sounds like Gelkin's feeling from the organization is, hey, all in was a little bit of a loose term.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily. He includes a quote from Will McClay here.
I don't think all in is a loose term. I think all in is pretty definitive on what it means.
Well, he said, he's got a quote from Will McClay here where he said, I think what he meant by all in was we're going to turn over the stones. We're going to do what we've got to do to give us an opportunity. It's like, okay, that sounds like definitely pulling back a little bit.
The quote from Steven in there where Steven was like, we've been all in. We've been all in. It's what you said about them re-signing their own guys.
Yeah, they re-signed
That's their you know what the Cowboys are to me right now? They're the family member that, like, you have to see once in a while, but, like, mentally in your mind, you're done with them. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to invite you to any family events. Maybe we'll see each other at someone's birthday. Like, we're connected. Like, we're the home of the Cowboys, so, like, that's the relationship. But, like, I'm so disgusted, done, and sick of them right now. Like, I don't want to fall for training camp hype and love and storyline. I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear any of it. I'm fed up of you. I'm sick of you. Keep your distance. Don't talk to me unless, we have to speak at a funeral or something. We're related. We are connected. We're related. We're distant family because we are the Dallas Cowboys flagship and we have the relationships and the shows. But I'm fed up and I don't want to hear from you. I'm sick of you. That's how I feel.
I give one of those funeral hellos.
Yeah. I mean, this season felt like a funeral at the end. So, I mean, that's kind of the time to talk about it. I do hope that we get more of the line that Steven gave at Senior Bowl, which is we have to prove it. Like, we have to prove it to you guys. At a certain point, you can't just keep saying we're doing the right thing 27 years into this, in this drought. So I hope that's more of the approach. Like I said yesterday, I think the big line from them this year, the big push this year, in the past, it's been physicality, toughness, offense, limiting interceptions. That's what we're doing. I think what you're going to get is player-driven leadership. I think that's the big thing. And it's funny, with that being an issue, Brian brought this up yesterday that I thought was interesting. The idea of McCarthy, you know how he does those weekly captains until the playoffs, that he's got weekly captains? Like, okay, if you want player-driven leadership, you might need to change that. You need to start at the beginning of the season and say, these are our guys. These are your leaders, and these are the guys that you need to look to as
you can't make a leader. You either, it's like Ahmad Rashad told MJ, you either are or you ain't. You can't just say, all right, we really want you to, like, become a leader.
Yeah.
If you have it, if that person you think has it within themselves and they're just keeping quiet because they're a rookie or second year, then, like, yo, man, it's time to vocalize it. You're a natural born leader. You can't make one. You can't create one. You either are or you aren't. So, like, focusing on, development from within, I don't care about that. You either acquire it or you have more of it from your coaches cracking down. That's the only way I see it happening.
Oh, I think you'll figure out quickly who's the hire of Zimmer. I think will be a quick indication of who you have and who you don't in that respect. I think they'll start to figure it out quickly. That's why I honestly love. I think that's the difference between.
By the way, any of this a Dak Prescott indictment, or is it unfair to, put all the leadership weight on his shoulders? Because that's the only thing we ever talked about with Dak every single year. Leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're talking about all the leadership problems. How much, how fair is it to say, yo, man, I thought you were like this great all-time psychologist?
That's a good question. I mean, if you think about it, like just take the Chiefs. I mean, they just won. They just win. All right, they had sideline blowups quite a bit this year, to the point against Buffalo they lose. They look like children. Just are bickering on the sideline. Kelsey blows up in his head. Doesn't matter because Mahomes just Mahomes it, right? So a lot of times your culture is your quarterback. That's what it is. Your culture is however good your quarterback is. If Patrick Mahomes doesn't win the Super Bowl for the Chiefs, a lot of us, they don't make the playoffs, we're talking about dysfunction within the family. But we don't say a word about it because Patrick Mahomes does Patrick Mahomes things.
It's like this Warriors story that Draymond got really upset about when Stephen A. kind of said, does any of this speak to Steph's leadership? That Draymond Green continues to act like this and get out of control, and you got Klay Thompson issues and Andrew Wiggins and coming in, like, I don't know. I just was wondering.
Yeah.
That.
I had asked somebody with the team once a couple years ago when we were, the line has always been there about Dak's leadership and stuff. And I just had asked them, like, I was cultivating opinions, and I was just asking somebody, like, hey, what do you think about Dak as a leader? Like, and they had told me, they said, the only thing you need to know about Dak as a leader is think back in 2020 that when Dak broke his ankle and was basically removed from the facility, he said it was about 3 weeks of him being gone before things started blowing up with leaked reports about how much everybody hated each other. Like, that's how important Dak is to keeping things stabilized.
And to answer my own question, like, yeah, I think it's unfair to, expect him to deal with Micah and everyone. I do think he's a fantastic leader. I do. But they need more of him because it's obviously, in my opinion, missing. Speaking of leadership and quarterbacks, Merrill Hodge, who we had on at the Super Bowl, was asked about Caleb Williams. Now, what do we say about Merrill Hodge's track record?
Let's see. He did not like Vince Young. He said he wouldn't take Vince Young in the first 3 rounds.
Yes, he also said Brian Braum was going to be a much better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Lie detector turned out to be that was a lie.
So
Manziel?
I don't remember.
He was out on Manziel.
I think he was out on Manziel. He's a very big, above the head. What kind of like personality do you have? Are you a high football IQ guy? Are you off the field issues? Manziel, there you go with that.
So this is Merrill Hodge being asked about his scouting report on Caleb Williams.
Oh, I've only watched Caleb Williams 3 games last year, 3 this year, so I'm only halfway done. Okay, the one thing that is clear, he is not special. He is not something unique like a Patrick Mahomes, and I hope the Bears don't think, well, let's try to make up for our mistake when we pass up Patrick Mahomes and go get the Patrick Mahomes. The kid is not Patrick Mahomes, ain't even remotely close to that. So it is unfair to Justin Fields. He has had new coordinator. There's no possible way you can know about your guy when you do that. It's the worst thing that can happen to any player, especially a quarterback. Now, when Justin came out, the one thing that I thought he had just an inexperience. He just needed more experience. He lacked that. But what I have seen in Justin Fields, from my evaluation, there's enough growth and hope there that I would not let him go because I see enough there.
Wow. I disagree with him on both fronts.
Look, here's the thing with evaluations of players. You can't this is what
makes it fascinating.
Yeah, I can't criticize anybody's evaluation. It's a subjective evaluation. If you think Drake May is going to be better than Caleb Williams, fine. I'm not going to argue with you at all. Like, history shows that you're probably going to be 50% right. But there's I get upset when they start making assumptions about players' character or whatever. Now, maybe it's more than assumptions with some guys. Maybe it is. I don't think Caleb Williams jumping into the stands to cry in his mom's arms is a big deal. I know there are football guys out there that think it's a big deal.
I think that there's only so much that we see, right? So, I think that there's I think that people around the league do have questions about his leadership traits and everything else. And it's just, that's what we see. And it's hard to, when you hear the bubbling up of that, it's hard to see. We didn't see a lot on the surface with Kelvin Joseph when he was coming out. And that's just a local example.
Super Bowl champion Kelvin Joseph.
Yeah, Super Bowl champion Kelvin Joseph. But they did, that was something that scouts around the league would tell you, he's got problems. He's got a lot of issues. And so he doesn't have Kelvin Joseph issues. I don't want to make it sound like that. But Caleb Williams does have people around the league saying there are questions about his leadership traits and who he is in terms of commanding.
But where I disagree the most with Hodge, you can still hold out hope for Fields. If you don't watch Caleb Williams and see special ability and talent,
sure,
then I don't you lose your football card with me. I mean, it's not hard to see. Freak throws, athleticism, ability, arm strength. It is Mahomes light in a lot of these plays. I would disagree and fight anyone over that. The maturity stuff, separate category.
Yeah, and even with Mahomes,
just look at it.
Yeah, even with Mahomes, what was destroyed about him coming out? I mean, his mechanics were destroyed because he's very different.
Yeah.
Even today, they're like, you would not put on a film of Patrick Mahomes and teach a high school quarterback how to play the position.
No, yeah, because of all the off-platform stuff.
First of all, you can't. He's a freak. You would not do that. His arm slot may not be where it needs to be. Who knows about footwork, all that stuff. So, and I think scouts sometimes miss that.
Where does Brock Purdy go from here? And RJ says the Cowboys will represent the NFC in New Orleans next year. Expressway, commercial free after this.
Let's get healthy, boys.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This is the Expressway. We are commercial free up until 8 o'clock when the voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, will join us to talk about the new additions. They won their 5th in a row last night over Gafford's former team in the Wizards. Ugly game throughout, kind of sloppy, disjointed, and then they turned it on in the fourth quarter, sparked by Jaden Hardy and then Luca after the blood on the floor. And we're going to have Ask Reddit here coming up in about 20 minutes with Bobby Belt, but first, RJ Choppy with a Cowboy proclamation. You wrote the nice strong tease, and then I read the email, and it was like them or maybe like 2 other teams could make it out of the NFC.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
That's true. But the Dallas Cowboys, I do believe, will represent the NFC in the Super Bowl next year.
Wow.
Or it could be, like you said, a couple of its other teams.
That is generally how it works, yeah.
So, I want to list to you the following quarterbacks. All right?
All right.
Brock Purdy.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts.
Heard of him.
Joe Burrow. Jimmy Garoppolo. Jared Goff. Matt Ryan. Cam Newton. Colin Kaepernick. Rex Grossman. Matt Hasselbeck. Donovan McNabb. Jake Delhomme. Rich Gannon. Kerry Collins. Steve McNair. Chris Chandler. Drew Bledsoe. Neil O'Donnell. Stan Humphries.
Stan Humphries.
Those are all the quarterbacks since 1993 who lost their first Super Bowl appearance. None of them ever made it back.
Wow.
Nobody. The last quarterback to lose their first Super Bowl and then make it back was Jim Kelly. Elway did it in the 80s, and he went back in the 80s, so Jim Kelly was the more recent one, even though Elway went again afterwards. None of them made it back. Ever. This is the teams will rise up, make a Super Bowl, and then fall apart. What do all these other guys have in common as well, with the exception of Matt Ryan, is that no, they all did it, for the most part, on their rookie contract. Okay? Very big deal. Very big deal to be to take advantage, and this is where the Cowboys messed up because they still had Romo on the books, to take advantage of the rookie contract. So, does it mean that it can't happen, that Brock Purdy can't go back? No, because he's only in year 2 of his deal. So he's still got, he's only going to be having a 4-year deal, right? So he would only have 2 more years, but there will be an extension thrown in there somewhere, I assume. So a minimum 1 more year of a good deal, and then from there you move on. It's just going to be incredibly difficult. These things don't happen. Quarterbacks don't lose their first Super Bowl and then ever go back.
Well, what would be the reason for that?
Well, a lot of the reason is a lot of them get paid. All right, and that's kind of where this is maybe a little bit different because he won't be paid, and he'll still have 2 more years of not being paid. But the rest of them, I mean, Jalen Hurts got paid the moment he got out. Joe Burrow got paid very, very quickly after he made his first Super Bowl. Again, it doesn't mean that it can happen, but Philadelphia has a quarterback that's on this list. Detroit has a quarterback that's on this list. And San Francisco has a quarterback that's on this list of guys who lost their first Super Bowl. And historically, that means they have 0% chance of making it back. So, either the Cowboys or the Green Bay Packers, and I guess you could say the Rams, because their quarterback is not in this, because he has won a Super Bowl.
Lions?
No, Goff lost. Goff lost in the Super Bowl in his first appearance, which means he's out. They can't make it back.
They can't make it back.
And you saw that 3 weeks ago when the football gods told him, no, sir, you're not doing it. So it's either the Cowboys or the Packers, maybe the Rams.
Let me ask you a serious question. Would Vegas apply any of that? I can already tell you lips.
Probably not. I assume not.
Right.
I assume not.
It's interesting. I'm not totally dismissing it. It's interesting.
And we're talking 30 years here of I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at.
You just threw me. Like, that's the thing that I like. Whenever I've heard the stat, I've always been like, oh yeah, kind of interesting. Like you running
what
down.
a dumb term. Like no one ever sneezes at anything to dismiss it. First off, you can't control a sneeze. Nothing to sneeze at.
That's fair.
It's a stupid saying.
Yeah, it's a very dumb saying.
It's like doing the hand like dismiss, like get out of here. That's not a sneeze. No one ever thinks a sneeze
No,
does
they
that.
don't. They don't.
Anyway, back to you.
I mean, just running through that list of quarterbacks there, I now understand why the list is what it is. You said Rex Grossman, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kerry Collins,
Neil O'Donnell.
Colin Kaepernick, Neil O'Donnell. I'm not stunned. Those guys could have been on rookie contracts for their entire careers, and they're not going back to the Super Bowl.
And some of them, some of them were.
They were like, to me.
Yeah.
I heard that list, and what I heard from that list is Dak is generally better than just about everybody you read. And so to me, it's
everybody.
And Burrow almost went back to the Super Bowl the year after. He went to the AFC title game, and then he got hurt the year after.
Yeah, and then Goff almost went back this year, but they didn't.
I don't know how consistent.
Listen, I'm trying to help out the good people of Dallas Fort Worth. Have a little bit of faith, because we know that all in doesn't mean a damn thing.
Right.
And this is what Jerry means by all in. He's going all in with this stat. And that's
Is that what it is?
That's what it is. This is hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
And that's what the Cowboys have. All they have is hopes and dreams.
I would love, and I mean this sincerely, I would love for RJ Choppy to be a team's general manager, because he would, I would love for him to do his state of the team address and be like, look, guys,
we got this.
Nobody's ever, as somebody who's lost a deal, our guy has not lost a Super Bowl yet, so he could still go back multiple times, guys. You got to understand that. Purdy's not going back. You can eliminate the 49ers. 49ers are not going back to the Super Bowl.
I'd be up there on the podium saying that exact thing. The exact thing. Hell, history shows he'll never make it back.
And you'd be doing it in your Trump voice.
Let's
Purdy will not go back. He's not good. He's from California.
Let's do some Super Bowl fallout on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I have another series of overreactions or not, true, false, whatever you want to call it. The Chiefs are a dynasty.
Oh, no, not an overreaction. They are.
They are.
Yep, they are.
I think, the way the NFL is, I mean, if they were in the NBA, I probably wouldn't call them a dynasty yet, but in the NFL, absolutely.
You win 3 in 5 years and you've been to 4 in 5 years. Yeah, you're a dynasty.
They have a chance of catching the Patriots.
Yes.
A chance. I don't think a good chance.
They went to 9. New England went to 9 in the 20 years.
Why not a good chance?
Because I think I
think Mahomes and Brady each had 3 at the age of 28.
So I think that it's not something that's impossible, but I think that the likelihood of being New England is just it's really difficult. It's not like a slight to him at all, but I mean he's like halfway there now.
The odds.
And so I don't think the odds are great that he's going to continue to maintain that into the future.
Yeah. The different, I think the issue with Mahomes is he probably won't age like Brady did. That's going to be the issue.
Eats too much sugar.
Well, it's
so his dad bod.
Because he ran. What we say? He ran the ball 9 times in that game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and he's very good with his feet. I just don't know, as he gets to 35, is he going to be able to run the way he does?
Mahomes is the second greatest quarterback of all time.
That is false. He is the best quarterback I've ever seen.
This is the way Orlovsky phrased it yesterday. He's like, he hasn't caught Tom,
right?
In terms of greatness, but he's the best player that Orlovsky has seen.
Yeah, I mean, and look, you could say you don't have to be
is Mahomes in a Tom discussion?
Tom's okay. So this is the same thing. Tom's had a better career than Pat. I don't know if there's Tom's had a better career than anybody.
Yeah,
but I mean, you could reasonably say that Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom, more talented, or Peyton Manning's more talented, but they didn't have the career. This is the same thing here. Patrick Mahomes has passed all those guys for me. Now, he's not had the career that Tom has, but I do believe he's a better player. If I was drafting them both, I would take Pat.
Yeah. I would.
Yeah, I think that when I think of some of I think Terrell Davis is one of the best running backs I ever saw in my life. He was incredible, but he played for 6 years and he got hurt, and so it's a limited scope. So imagine Mahomes' career ended tomorrow. Yeah, you could say that at his peak he was one of the best you'd ever seen. He's still, to me, not better than Tom. I understand skill-wise and everything else, but I think...
So you're drafting them tomorrow?
Tom's mentals are just so above everybody else that we've ever seen in the game, that I think that matters so much. And so I think that he does everything else really well. I think Mahomes has a lot of physical traits, but I just think what Tom has been able to do... Mahomes said it after the Super Bowl the other day. He's like, it's never going to sit right with me that I lost to Brady. I lost my Super Bowl to Brady, and lost convincingly. Like that does matter. 44-year-old Tom Brady schooled Mahomes in his prime.
Brock Purdy is a game manager. Can't put it on his shoulders to win. However you want to phrase it.
I don't think
playmaker versus more of he needs everything around him.
I don't think he's a game manager. I do think that okay, so like
where Orlovsky yesterday was dead wrong. He was talking about how great of a game Purdy played.
You're kidding. Orlovsky was wrong.
And Stephen A. and Shannon were like, what were you watching? He's like, he was their best offensive player. And they're like, no, McCaffrey. And he did not play great. And no, he did not play great.
No, I don't think
he's trying to cover up for calling him a game manager first. And then McAfee embarrassed him and called him out and caught him. Mina Kimes caught him too yesterday saying, no, Dan, you did say this in the past. And now he's trying to make up for it and go the other way. I know what he's doing.
Always trying to move the goalposts. That's what he does.
Yeah, I think
the end zone.
I think Purdy's issue is.
Please, Ryan, you're going to need to get a fan replay of Sean just spilling water all over himself.
Missed the water bottle.
Been there.
I need to get out of here.
All right, not well. He's unwell today. He is unwell. This is the same thing that any quarterback that doesn't have that's laser rocket arm. The moment that when Josh Allen's late with his timing, he can still fit the ball in there. So can Mahomes. Purdy may not be able to, and that's the problem in the playoffs. Like, you've got to be able to play off schedule, and you've got to be able to play late. And I don't know that he can play late when they're clicking. It's very difficult, and that's not a Shanahan thing. That's some things the other defenses do, and it could be a Shanahan thing too. But when he's late, it's going to have problems.
Is Purdy as good anywhere else other than San Francisco? Probably not, but I still think he's very talented, and I still think he makes their offense better than other guys do. I think it's just a hand meat glove type of scheme fit, but I do think Purdy's like top 10 quarterback comfortably. Like I think you can call him that. And so no, I don't think game manager is exactly true, but it is a perfect scheme fit. By the way, you mentioned Josh Allen there. I think that was one of Sean's big takeaways. Was we were walking around Radio Row in Vegas, and when Sean passed Josh Allen, Sean was just like, dear God, what a unit this guy is.
He is a monster. So you finally posted your Sam Hartman pick.
Yeah, I was trying. Sarah wanted to edit all my picks. She doesn't let me post them until I edit them. So she puts a nice little filter on them because I'm ugly.
I did the same thing with my kids.
Yeah, so I'm ugly. So yesterday I was like, all right.
Do you?
Yeah, monitor their social media posts.
No, but you edit. You edit.
No, he just monitors. She monitors.
I
just wanted to get all my photos in. You hadn't that time. I like to post them in one group thing instead of just throwing. I don't know.
I did love your lead photo in the group of pictures though. Was Sam Zaddy?
Of course it was. He is a zaddy.
He's beautiful.
He is a gorgeous man. Holy cow!
Travis Kelce is the greatest tight end of all time.
Not even the greatest tight end in that game we just played. That was George Kittle, bro. I'm
2 for 4, baby. 2 for 4.
I'm
George
kidding.
Kittle was a sale at 5 below. That's what his stat line was.
Man.
Probably.
Probably.
I mean, I like Gronk was incredible. Tony Gonzalez was incredible. So I mean, he's right there in that conversation. But I mean, he's what? It's that Mahomes to Kelce is now Montana to Rice of our generation.
I believe so.
My real question was, does it feel right and comfortable to put Travis Kelce in the same sentence as Jerry Rice? He passed him for the playoff marks, but I can't bring myself to do it.
It's hard because it's different positions. But yeah, I agree. It's hard to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're talking about perfect mismatch, what Kelce does to defenses, whereas Rice played in an era where they were allowed to mug you still at receiver.
Yeah, like if you had an opportunity, a choice, where you could take the best wide receiver in the game or the best tight end in the game, the way the game is played today, is the number one tight end not the bigger advantage?
It's just really difficult to cover an athletic, good tight end.
Because you got either a safety or a linebacker, and you're either going to have a size advantage or a speed advantage. If you gave me the choice, best receiving tight end or best receiver, I might take the best tight end.
It is a Tolo Tuesday, expressway, commercial free. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. Looks like people are back to work today by judging out here on the highways. Glad you're joining us. It's time for Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Truckwreck.com, fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Also on the Twitch and the YouTube. Give us your thoughts there. Thanks so much for checking us out there. We appreciate the YOLOs and the TWOLOs. We're doing Ask Reddit here. This is where we grab the most viral questions from Ask Reddit, the 45 million member forum, every week. And we're going to lead off with Sean Sharif because I know he loves it so much. But no, you are going to have an answer for this one, I feel like. I had already decided I was going to lead off with you at Ask Reddit because you made reference to sort of one of the questions earlier today.
All right.
Sean, you get $1 billion if you can start a massive argument at your family's Thanksgiving dinner. What's your game plan? How are you trying to start a massive argument at your family dinner?
I talk about my brother and my sister-in-law. And I win it. I win all the money.
Do you go in aggressively, or do you just bring up the topic and let it naturally happen? Do you try and poke the bear a little bit? What's your approach?
I don't know the approach, but it would not take much. It'd be a little spark of a match, and it would just go. All I would have to do is probably just say a word to her, and it would ignite.
Can you guys be in a room?
Yeah.
In silence?
Not next to each other.
I gave her a half hug. I did this all for my parents so they could see all their grandkids together for the first time.
Hang on.
I don't want to talk about this too much because things are smoothed over.
Yeah, there's not $1 billion actually on
my
the line.
mom and my aunt are listening. My brother could be listening. I don't want to restart stuff.
This is great, though, because this would be the first time in human history that the guy initiated the side hug.
I did.
That's
and
amazing.
It's got caught on video.
That's amazing.
She looked like she wanted her skin to fall off after I touched her. I touched her with a half hug, and then she looked physically ill. So I did it in part for that reason.
Chop, how you doing it?
Oh, this is simple. We're at a family dinner. I got my sisters, my parents there. Well, my mom, my dad's not there, and I would just simply just bring up the fact that to my mom, who is Miss January 6th, that my sister voted for Biden. That's the easiest way to go about it. And I would just do that.
Does your mom know she did? Or is it like a big secret?
No, she knows, but they refuse to talk about it with each other, and I would make damn sure.
Like, hey, let's clear the air, guys.
Let's clear the air. Yeah, I would make damn sure that got brought up.
Is your dad same political beliefs as your mom?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know. Can I vote for him now? Can he vote? How does that work? He doesn't have a vote anymore.
Oh. That's the new strategy.
Yeah, you got to get a demented old man dad to stack the bot bucks.
Yeah, I think I heard something about that in Arizona.
Yeah.
No, okay. So $1 billion is on the line, right? So I'm gonna give everybody a cut of this money to cover over the emotional damage that I'm gonna do to start this fight. At my family Thanksgiving, the way you start the fight is I just start aggressively somehow tying in old stuff about my mom, probably. Like, hey, remember how, what do you think, bro, over here with all your issues? How do you think mom would feel about that? Start one of those.
So it wouldn't be like a guilt, like tear fest. It would be anger and a fight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It'd start getting very defensive of like, wow, that kind of doesn't seem like what mom taught us while she was here, does it?
Have you ever done that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear.
And $1 billion wasn't even on the line, and that started a fight very quickly.
Wow.
Peyton, what would you do?
It depends which side of the...
Hey, you're the brother that no one thinks is related to us.
Oh, man. He would not
ask
like
Dad, what happened here?
Yeah.
What is this?
Is he really my brother? Answer the question. No, it depends.
Did he hear that, by the way, or respond or react?
No, he doesn't listen. So,
all right.
Wow.
Okay. And now he's definitely not going to listen.
Yeah.
Except for the payload. They all listen to the payload.
Yeah, go be on a front step.
So it depends what side of the family I'm hanging out with. If it's the mom side of the family, it's easy. It's politics. You get to bring up politics because they sway different ways. Depending on if
your mom and dad are different.
No. Like if I was hanging out with my mom's side of the family, like her dad and mom, and it could be different politics there. But on my dad's side, it's different. It's religion. You start bringing up religion because they're one kind of a religion. You bring up politics and they'll say, well, you vote who you vote for, whatever, it happens. But religion is something that throws them overboard.
Losers mentality. You vote who you vote for.
What was a lot of the reactions? Had to be politics or religion?
That's exactly what it is. Politics. Because everybody naturally has it's not typical that everybody sees things the same way. So that was a lot of the reaction was you just bring up politics and stuff like that. And
I opened up my phone here with such trepidation and anxiety
scared
to see if there's any message or any text. Thank goodness I don't have any.
I slept. That's from the 719. I slept in another room because I found out my wife voted for behind my back.
Gosh.
I asked my mother-in-law about the time she put her hands on my child.
Oh my gosh.
Bring up politics and then just disagree with everything that's said.
Yeah.
That's the easy one. You can gaslight the hell out of people.
Yeah, that one you can screw around with. And we're screwing around a lot here on Ask Reddit. RJ Choppy, what is something that is really popular right now that's going to be ridiculous in 5 years?
Oh man, how do I answer this without getting in trouble?
What's something non-political that'll be ridiculous in 5 years, Chop?
What? God, that's a great question. So I was thinking something along the social media lines, but I don't think that's going to actually take place. I will say, I'll say TikTok.
Ooh,
I think something else will be used. Something else will be used that will take its place. Now, Snapchat's
kind of.
There's still
need
some
the pictures though.
people
Pictures,
who
video.
randomly bring up Snapchat to me, and they're like, "Hang on, here, I'll send it on my Snap." And I was like, "You have Snapchat?" I thought that was just for like hornballs.
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah, you guys were like super like, you have Snapchat? When
Yeah.
you found out I have Snapchat.
That's
guys
like
were
a near cheating thing, like a little less than a dating app, I thought.
No, it started out as like just a fun, like, who do you have your Snap scores with, Peyton? Do you keep track of those still?
Oh, it's the Los Hombres and the McKenzie. That's it. That's all who I snap.
He's not snapping DPs to the Los Hombres.
It's more of a group thing now. If you get a group of people that snap back and forth, it's better than the one-on-one.
Well, I was expecting you to come up with a trend or a style or a saying, something that your kids do that goes away.
I mean, look, my kids, they wear Crocs everywhere they go with socks, Crocs and socks.
Dude, I hope that dies. I hope the slides with the socks. And that's it. Look, the thing I get killed for routinely by everybody is how I refuse to accept slides as something that people wear. I don't like them. I find them off-putting.
What do you mean slides? Like
like the slides, the little like flip-flop shoes, basically.
Yeah, what's wrong with them?
I don't like when people wear socks with them.
Oh, socks. I agree.
Yeah,
socks and Crocs.
I hate that. So no, that's what the one that I'll say, and I like them, and my child likes them, and so I'm going that way. But I don't feel like I feel like a year from now, not even 5 years from now, people are gonna be like, why the hell were we freaking out about the Stanley Cups? Like why did we need why did everybody need one
after everyone has lead poisoning?
Yeah, well, except that great one that we saw at Super Bowl. But no, I think that one is one that I think will be over pretty quickly. Everything is about. I am hoping we don't hear "On God" much longer, just because that one's just, especially typing it out ONG like we've talked about before. I don't like that one very much.
Pepe, you have a craze or something that will be gone in 5?
Stanley Cup is something I thought about, originally, but I'm going to go with pickleball. I think it's a hype right now, and I think it'll be gone in 5 years. We'll find another game that we, just make up and just come up with. So I'm going to go with pickleball.
Slam ball. You'll do slam ball next.
Great creative
We'll bring back dodgeball or something like that, which we need to, by the way.
My dude _10 on the Twitch says, hey, slides and socks are good. I'm already getting killed for the slides and socks perspective. A lot of people love that, think that that's good. Alex M on the YouTube just writes ONG, probably just to troll me. On God, baby. You got anything, Sean, or are you just too disconnected from society, from hip culture?
I'm definitely too disconnected from hip culture. I'm relying on the Tolos and the answers on here.
Peyton Russell, what's your comfort show? Like, what's a show that you just like?
This is a great question.
This is easy viewing, because we all have comfort foods and everything else. I've got an easy one for this, but Peyton, what is your comfort show to just have on as background noise?
In college, it was The Office. It was just, you could pick any episode and you could just roll. It's just a vibe.
That's what I've been watching on the flights.
Yep.
Just going down the free Southwest, 3 or 4 Office episodes.
Because there's not just a couple episodes where like, oh, I got to start here, or a season you have to start with. You can just watch any episode, any season. It's just a pick me kind of vibe, and then you just watch it. They can always be in the it can be in the background.
Well, let's retire Pick Me. Hopefully Pick Me something that's not going on in 5 years. Yeah, you're a D.
So
what's your comfort show, Sean?
I don't seek this out or watch it consistently, but when it was on the other day, I kept it on. And Amanda's like, why you even hit record on this? And I'm like, The Cosby Show.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's not comfortable. That's a trigger warning for some.
I have the ability to, separate some things. I still watch Seinfeld, even though Michael Richards did his thing. Ryan's nodding his head there in the back. He must be a big Seinfeld fan or Michael Richards fan.
Wow.
But no.
I don't know about that.
There's no chance of Ryan even knows who Michael Richards is. But no,
about.
Cosby Show, man. That felt comfortable. Whether it took me back to childhood, whether it was Heathcliff Huxtable, the whole family dynamic that they were going for, that was very comforting.
We got Gasol 247 on the YouTube says Seinfeld. That's an easy one, obviously, like you just mentioned there. Steve from Tyler on the Twitch says How It's Made is a great comfort show. This is probably says something about me. Kristen hates that this is the case, but honestly, my comfort show is like Dateline. They're on Dateline. Honestly, I told my therapist yesterday, I said, my perfect day, when we were talking about me going out and socializing, I was like, my perfect day, if the kids were not around and Kristen wasn't out and I just had the day to myself or the week to myself, said I would go to bed, would not get out of bed, I would just nap in and out, and I would turn on a YouTube playlist of Dateline episodes and just be able to, like, you know, wake up and watch a few.
Why you can't sleep.
Yeah. Fall back asleep. I also love Law and Order. John Mulaney's got a bit about Law and Order where he says, when did, like, murder descriptions become the soundtrack to our lives while we fold laundry? But it's true. It's just easy. You don't have to, episodes don't carry over. You can kind of check in and go, why did the millionaire wife kill her husband? What happened here? So Dateline's the one for me.
It's Seinfeld usually or Curb. Now, if I'm feeling like depressed, Swingers the movie.
Oh.
That's the one. That's my go-to.
Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau.
Because at no point, doesn't matter how bad life is, it will never be worse than when Mikey calls that girl 48 times at 2:30 in the morning. And that is all I need to feel better about myself.
A lot of answers here on the TrueCark.com fan text. 469 says Dateline 2020 or 48 hours.
Wow.
214, Everybody Loves Raymond. 580 says MASH. 214 says Fresh Prince. 903, Full House. That's Kristen. Kristen watches Full House or Fuller House. I
love Martin, too. I love just having Martin on. We die laughing to that. All right, Ask Reddit. Commercial-free Expressway every Tolo Tuesday here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby is smirking.
Because I saved the most viral one for you. And I didn't even include it in the prep questions that I sent over to you because I wanted you to think about it honestly, Sean. And I think it's a good one. It's a big question. It's a little wordy. This is the viral question. Anthony Bourdain once said, quote, "There's a guy in my head. All he wants to do is lay in bed all day long, smoke pot, and watch old movies and cartoons. My life is a series of strategies to avoid and outwit that guy." So who is that guy for you, and what do you do to avoid him? Who's the guy that you're constantly trying to put off from making you not achieve your goals, Sean Sharif?
I don't understand this at all.
It's very complex.
It is complex, but the idea being that Anthony Bourdain said that his natural instinct is, I want to be lazy and lay around all day and smoke weed and watch cartoons. That's what my life wants to be. And in order for me to have the life that I want to have, I have to do everything I can to put that guy off.
Right.
And that exists within him. So for me, for instance, I'll answer first because I know that is the guy that I have to put off. Is the guy that wants to lay in bed and watch Dateline and not have to be challenged by things.
Is this describing an actual person, or you're talking about traits within yourself?
The trait within yourself you're trying to defeat in order to achieve your success.
Like mine's intrusive thoughts. Like stuff that just comes in my head. I'm like, ooh, what if I just did this? Or it's something negative. Negative thoughts, really. But intrusive thoughts, what came to my mind first here.
That's a good answer. Mine is honestly, it's
intrusive thoughts like what?
Like if I'm texting a buddy and he's like, he said he's driving, and he's not texting me back or not calling me back. It's like, oh my goodness, he got in a wreck or something. Or like if Mackenzie's not calling me or texting me back, something happened to her. Just something like that immediately goes to my mind first.
Yeah. Mine is just in general, like there's comfort in not even trying something. Like you don't have to worry about failing, right? So that one who's just like comfortable, just like, hey, I can just coast and not have to, like, if I don't try, I don't have to fail. That's the guy that I have to push off internally and just say, like, all right, like I've got to do everything I can to fight that thought of, if you don't try, you don't fail. You don't have to worry about missing any shots that you don't take.
Generally, I don't have a whole lot of things going on in my mind.
This is too deep for us.
I don't think of things like, I'm generally pretty positive. I will say this, I do, and this is a blessing and a curse, I do get into a lot of fights in my own head about what I would say to somebody in a situation, or what I should have said to somebody, but I don't.
Like Walchuk?
For self-preservation. No, not Walchuk.
I think he said everything he wanted to say.
I think I said everything I wanted to say to him.
The buffet.
But no, like, just in general, like, I've, thought about, I'm going to go in here, I'm going to go in here, I'm going to demand this, I'm going to demand that, and I never do it. And there's a reason why I never do it. Because I don't want the aggravation of doing it.
I don't know how much this works against me. I'm sure it will or has, and I don't even know. I have like this big right, like if you, how do I describe this? It's like if you are on the opposite side, like you're like my enemy. It's a very you're with me or against me type of mentality.
Bunker mentality.
Yeah, it's like, and I like Jesse Holly once texted me, or he said to me, he's like, you're like Michael Jordan. And I was like, oh, thanks, I'm great and I'm awesome. He goes, no, you're petty. He goes, you take a little slight and like you magnify it and blow it up. And sure. I know that's part of me likes that I do it. I don't really know the part that I dislike, but like people who left this radio station and did not like, I thought we were friends and we didn't have real discussions about it, like real discussions.
Yeah.
I view those people as like my enemy now, and I root for their failure. And I'm like, we're not tight. Like the friendship to me, I like take very, very seriously. So if you do something that I wouldn't do to you, and you choose something over like that loyalty of it, I'm like, I'm just gonna write you off, and I can make friends easily. I can move on to other people. So I don't know how that holds me back because
probably in networking.
I don't really have any shame. Yeah,
probably in networking that holds you back a little bit.
Like I've torched so many people in other businesses on this show. When they fire me here or give me my 1% raise and I don't take it, I will have a hard time finding employment elsewhere.
My dad, who's worked in this industry for as long as I've been alive, even longer, he had told me, and I haven't followed it totally well, but my dad told me, he's like, this is an incredibly small business, radio.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, everybody knows everybody, or you know somebody, the connections exist everywhere. So he always told me, he's like, don't C4 any bridges. Do not just blow up bridges. Do your best to maintain relationships, even at just a professional level, because it's gonna burn you down the road at some point. And I didn't take it, and I should have.
Yeah,
it will.
Very deep. Good question to end. Spittle, I just saw this. Diners, drive-ins, and dives is great background.
Dude,
yes, it is.
I watched that on the plane. That was like the easy go to it. Like I can just mindlessly.
Was it with his kids in the car? I turned it off because they were annoying in the back. It was the first one. I tried diners, drive-ins, and dives on the plane, but the kid was in the car, and I was like, okay, that's enough.
No,
I'm going over to.
He was at some like New Orleans thing trying burgers. Was the one that I was watching.
All right, there it is. Very good edition of Ask Reddit during the Expressway. Let's talk about the new look, exciting Dallas Mavericks with the voice of the team, Chuck Cooperstein, next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Zerez and let's get that carpet clean the clean way. The green.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Koulibaly tries to knock it away. Inside, a swing pass. Washington to Hardy. Corner three. Hardy party is on. 1 point game.
Jaden Hardy with a spark to help the Dallas Mavericks end up beating the Washington Wizards for their 5th straight win, 112-104. That was the call on Bally. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station as we welcome in the radio voice of the Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan after last night's call. Good morning, Chuck. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing well. Your initial reaction when the Mavericks made these moves for P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford compared to what you've seen through 2 games?
It's about what I thought it would be. I mean, I think Gafford's actually been a little bit better, maybe even than I thought he'd be. I knew he was really good playing on a bad team, but I didn't realize that he could be this impactful this soon. Washington's career has been very up and down. When he's good, like he was on Saturday, he's really, really good. When he's not kind of in the game like he was last night, he's a work in progress. I mean, I think he was the far more controversial of the trades, even though he probably is the player that the Mavericks really need to be able to produce from. They gave up a first round pick, another pick, which is, okay. I really don't necessarily have a problem with that. I mean, there's everything about PJ Washington's attributes scream that he should be a roaring success, and especially in this system. We'll see if he ultimately is that player. There's certainly a chance that he will be. And if for no other reason than he's so happy to be home, that I think ultimately it's really going to help him and settle him down. But Gafford has just been out of sight here in 2 games.
Yeah, I'm sitting here watching him. I'm like, what was the cost again? And I was like, I know it's a first-round pick, Chuck, but why weren't more teams falling over themselves? He shoots pretty decent from the line. He seems to be a good dude. He talked about doing all the trash. He's athletic. He's big. He's blocking shots. Were you surprised there wasn't like even more interest?
In Gafford?
Yes.
Jason Gafford, not necessarily, because again, the center in many ways has been legislated out of the game.
Yeah.
But from the Mavericks standpoint, the Mavericks have been such a bad rebounding team, really for 2 years now, that Luca needed help there. Luca was the only real rebounder they had, and Gafford obviously gives them another guy along with Lively, and actually provides protection for Lively, because let's face it now. Lively's had 3 major injuries this year that's forced him to miss about 17, 18 games. That's a lot of games to miss. And if you go back to the Mavericks championship season of 2011, they had both Tyson Chandler and Brendan Haywood. I mean, they had 2 legitimate centers that they could always play 48 minutes with a big if they needed to, or if the game size is down like it did last night, and the Wizards took Marvin Bagley and Holmes out of the game, and they played Kuzma at the 5. Well, then you have Maxi Kleber there to be able to play the 5. So it certainly allows Jason Kidd a lot more versatility and a lot more rim protection. And basically, let's face it too. I mean, you've got 12 fouls to use from those 2 guys, and at least to this point, Gafford hasn't really been a foul issue. But there's no reason for either one of those guys, Gafford or Lively, to not be as aggressive as possible.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, joins us here 105.3 The Fan. How does this change their ceiling? And their ceiling, their chances to win the title or the West?
Well, I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I think let's put it this way: they're a better team now than they were before the trades. I mean, I think that's the best way to answer it. They won't be able to play the Clippers anymore this year. They don't play Minnesota anymore this year. That series is over. They got one more game with Phoenix coming up at the first game out of the All-Star break. They've got a couple of games up in Oklahoma City, including the last game of the year, which probably doesn't mean anything. So, what do we take from the series with Oklahoma City? They got down 30 in one game. They didn't play with Kyrie in that one, and then they almost won, probably should have won. And then they beat them by 35 the other day. What does that mean? Basically what it shows is that they're certainly capable of beating anyone. And they can do it maybe with more than just simply shock and awe of great 3-point shooting. Last night they were bad last night for a lot of that game. They shot under 45% for the game, and I haven't looked this up yet, but there have not been many games this year that the Mavericks have won when they shot below 45%. I know they've only won one game all year when they shot below 40. So their defense has improved. They're in a really good run right now in that area. So it's not like they need 120 points to win anymore. And to me, that's the most hopeful sign of all, because when you get to the playoffs, you're not going to be able to win, even in this souped-up NBA, just scoring 120 a night. That's just not going to happen.
What happened with Grant here? He seems to be doing all right in Charlotte already, 2 games in, but what was the main reason it didn't work?
Just think he lost his confidence. He just, he started out great. Listen, if we were having this conversation 15 games of the year, I mean, we wouldn't be having this conversation, because he looked like the player that the Mavericks made the big deal for. I mean, he shot the three-pointer great. He was guarding people. He was leading. He was active. He was, had a little edge to him, which the team definitely needed. And then he just started missing, and missing begets missing. Some people are able to overcome it. You look at a guy like Tim Hardaway. I mean, he was awful last night, but tomorrow night against San Antonio, he, instead of going whatever he went last night, what was he? He was 2 of 13 last night and 1 for 7. He might go 8 for 13 tomorrow night and 5 for 7. Right? I mean, that's just him. Other than a few games, the Sacramento game most notably, Grant just lost his confidence offensively, and I think it forced him to lose his confidence defensively. And he got to the point where it became very difficult for the coach to play him.
Chuck, speaking of confidence defensively, it seems like there's a lot of confidence right now from Luka Doncic, the way that he's playing defense. We've seen a bunch of different metrics that are saying he's been an improved defensive player. I know that Luka recently talked about that with JJ Redick. How big of a boost do you think it's been to get the improved defense from Luka this season?
Huge. I mean, the game is played at both ends of the floor. This is not like football. This is not 2 platoons or Iowa women's basketball where you never cross half court. Okay? I mean, you got to play both ends. And it's difficult for the superstar who's being asked to score as much as Luka has been asked to score to make an attempt at that end of the floor. But to his credit, he absolutely has. It points to his conditioning. In much better condition this year than probably at any time in his career. He has a whole team around him now, a nutritionist and strength and conditioning person, who work, with the Mavericks to make sure that everything is on the same page. And I just think it shows he wants to win. He's all about winning, and he'll do what he has to do. I mean, how many times has he gone to the floor, to try to make sure that, a possession is saved, or that the Mavericks actually, get a ball that maybe they wouldn't have gotten a year ago. It really is what superstars do. And I think ultimately it is going to have a major payoff. And I think we're starting to see that now, because the Mavericks finally have gone on a fairly significant winning streak, their longest winning streak of the year.
And, we talk about the defensive side, but offensively, obviously, that was the big thrust of the Kyrie Irving trade a year ago. We're a little past a year of that deal being made. What is your general thought on how this pairing has worked out on offense between Luka and Kyrie?
It's been great. Anybody want to say it's not great? Tell me. And if you want to say it's not great, tell me why it's not great. I mean, it takes tons of pressure off of Luka. He has somebody else to, bring up the ball and get them into their offense. And I mean, Kyrie, when he plays, and that's obviously been an issue through the years, and it's been an issue here for certainly this season. He's had a couple of pretty significant injuries, but when he plays, he is an offensive wizard. There is no little guy, 6'2" or under, that I've ever seen that has the ability to finish at the rim the way he does. Maybe Isaiah Thomas did back in the day for the Pistons, but he's just incredible in how he does it. He gets to where he wants. His handle is ridiculous, and he's been a really good teammate. I mean, I think he and Luka, they seem to get along really well, and I think they're both looking for the one thing that everybody wants. And obviously Kyrie had it once a long time ago now in 2016, but I think he wants to show that he can get another one. And obviously, I think we all believe, not just here in Dallas, but else throughout the NBA, that at some point Luca he's going to win an MVP and he's going to win a title. And, why not now? I mean, I don't see anything to suggest that this doesn't work, and that comes from the eye test, and that also comes from the metrics. I mean, they're really good together.
Coop, you mentioned there off the court how it's worked out well, among his teammates. Kyrie, why do you think it's worked out better here, or we haven't seen those same sort of issues, I guess, to this point for Kyrie that he has had in other spots?
Well, I think there are several things here. Number one, he's not playing with LeBron. He's not in fishbowl cities like Boston and New York. I mean, here in Dallas, the Mavericks are pretty well ignored. Personally, they don't get the fishbowl treatment. The Cowboys get the fishbowl treatment here. So really, with all due respect to what we're all doing here right now, and what happens during the course of the regular season, nobody really pays attention until the playoffs. Nobody does. It's not like the Cowboys where it's 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Right. So he can just go and do and be his thing and be him. I think he's got a great relationship with Jason Kidd. The fact that he admired Kidd as a kid, grew up a Nets fan in northern New Jersey when the Nets were good and Kidd was taking them to the NBA Finals. And he's had a long-term relationship with Nico Harrison, too. So I think the pieces are all in place for him to have a really successful run. And I know there will be the skeptics who are just waiting for the other shoe to drop, and who knows, maybe it will at some point, but there's nothing to suggest right now that it will.
Voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein here on 105.3 The Fan. Chuck, did you see or hear what Spencer Dinwiddie had to say and why he chose the Lakers over the Mavericks? And if you did hear it, what did you think of the comments?
I didn't hear it.
Peyton, let's play it for Chuck Cooperstein.
I'll give y'all something funny that I told my people because I'm fairly candid. The two situations kind of felt like this, right? Let's say you were a kid, you got your ass whooped by the bully. Dallas could have been like your mama being like, it's okay, baby, don't worry about it. Lakers are like, your dad, now you better go out there and fight till you win. You feel me? And I just felt like that was what I needed at the time. You feel me? So I'm a big believer in kind of doing what you need to do at whatever time it is, and so that's how I felt about it.
What do you think, Chuck?
I'm not sure I understand what the hell he's trying to say. Spencer was always a great interview when he was here. He's saying there's no accountability here? Is that what he's saying? I mean, I don't know. I mean, is there accountability with the Lakers right now? I mean, the Lakers have what? The Lakers have one title they won their last title a year before the Mavericks won their title. I mean, what's going on here? They got LeBron, and you got the fishbowl existence with LeBron and the passive aggressiveness of LeBron. He's from L.A. The bottom line is he wanted to go home. Yeah. All right, the Mavericks made a heck of a run to try to get him in here because Jason Kidd and Nico Harrison want a lineup that has three ball handlers and just make you really difficult to defend when you have the ball. But hey, he made the call. The Mavericks and Lakers don't play each other anymore this year. So from my standpoint, there's really nothing to worry about.
Chuck, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Looking forward to the second half of this season and having you on again. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
The voice of the Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. What does RJ Choppy have in common with Alyssa Milano? Love is dead, and are they going to ruin the most exciting sports event in the country? Next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
0-2, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging the ball, hit in the air to left field. That one's back. Alvarez turns, looks out of here. A grand slam for Marcus Semien. And the Rangers have opened this one up. Houston, we have liftoff. And the Rangers lead 6-0.
Style it back a little bit, Sandler. That's a little much. You're getting a little Gus Johnson-y, and you're going to be on TV now. Let's pull it back a little bit, Jared. We need more even.
Gus is great, and same with Harlan in a big game. That's the key. That's what you want to be.
Nolan Ryan fired Josh Lewin for that.
I don't feel
Pull it back,
pressure.
Jared.
Jared Sandler is going to be doing that play-by-play for some select. Oh, now you want to clap for him?
No, I do. Genuinely, I love Jared. Congratulations. I just troll Jared like all the time.
Jared
that's what I do.
Sandler is going to be doing some TV play-by-play when Dave Raymond is not. And our very own Mike Bassick is going to be doing about 45 games to help replace CJ Nikowski on Bally TV this upcoming year. That is awesome.
It's very cool for them. Them both. Listen, as much as Sandler has robbed me of my play-by-play opportunities.
When is yours again?
Oh, yes, February 22nd. That's 9 days from now. 9 days.
Have you prepared?
I mean, I watched a game of theirs.
Wow.
Of which one?
Yeah.
I don't remember who they played.
Which team did you watch, though?
Tarleton State. I watched the Tarleton game. It was on ESPN Plus or something like that. Or
I want you to know I'm going to this game. And I'm going to...
They told me, they said if Bobby wants to go, they will set him up directly behind me.
Do it.
Really?
I'm
Yes.
going now.
They will set you up.
From now on.
You going, Peyton? You coming with me? I know Sean's not. Sean's not going to do that. But Peyton will come with me, I bet.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
It's like 5 hours from where Peyton lives.
We're doing it, bro.
That's what he used to drive for dates.
Yeah, it's true. No, you guys more than welcome to come. You guys want to come? Come with. We got a call. I got a call with the coaches coming up next week.
Wow.
You got because they give you access, right? They give you an interview with both of the coaches. So we're gonna do a Zoom call
Thursday night.
I'm in.
Yeah,
Thursday.
Next Thursday night.
I'll take the next day off. I'll be fine.
It's whatchamacallit?
I'll run the board and co-host. It'll be good.
So what's that going to be broadcast on?
It'll be on ESPN Plus.
Wow.
So you'll be able to watch it on the app. I assume. But yeah, I got to get my suit clean, not dry cleaned, because it stinks. I got it dry cleaned last time. It still smelled like onions. So I got my cowboy hat ready.
Is this the wedding suit you wore?
You're gonna wear a cowboy hat?
Yeah, I'm wearing. I bought a felt cowboy hat, not felt like a it's a winter cowboy hat, right? It's a winter one. You got the straw one, and then you got the suede winter one. I call it felt, but it's suede.
So Jared Sandler and Mike Bassick will be doing some select television for Rangers on Bally. It's going to be another year on Bally TV. And, of course, we are your home your radio home of the World Series champs. So congratulations to the fellas.
I'm excited.
Bassick make it through all 45.
He does not. Nope. It'll be the first time that he calls he just calls somebody a fart knocker or just says, like you mentioned earlier, I heard you where you're like, he'll be like, I just take out his kneecap.
Yeah,
that's what I do. I destroy his knee.
The police are on their way, mofos.
Could you imagine?
I will say, and I mean this genuine. Like, I think Jared's great on play-by-play, and I think Mike made me realize Mike always makes me realize how little I understand baseball when he talks about it.
Yeah.
When he gets really in depth, when he starts talking about, when it's this count and you take this lead off and you move people around here, it's like, I don't understand half of what Bassick gets about this. Like, nowhere even close. And so I always really appreciate him, and I think this will be a good medium for him to show that off more.
Well, he's a baseball genius. Just ask him. So congratulations to Mikey B and Jared.
He has to be a baseball genius getting in the majors with his stuff. So
wow. Well done. Changes are coming to next year's Phoenix Open in the midst of the chaos.
Man, okay, so this is, first of all, they had to stop not only alcohol sales, but also admissions. Because there's a general admission walk-up that you can go through with this to get into the Waste Management Phoenix Open. But like I said, they were forced to stop all that alcohol, all the people coming in, and now the director of the organization that hosts the Phoenix Open told the Golf Channel the tournament is already fixing the issues that plagued the latest one. They're going to change how they allow the participants to get into the building. They're going to have to alter the alcohol availability. It was so bad. Players were fighting with the fans, or fans actually were heckling the players. Players were getting mad. The caddies were getting mad at them. We had guys sitting there on stools, and you could see them just urinating themselves all over these.
If you put it to a vote, do you think that the PGA Tour would vote to that they still like it or change it?
Oh, they like it. They
players.
Players generally, from what I've heard, like the Phoenix Open. They enjoy the atmosphere because it's different. It's very, very different than what they're normally used to. It does get out of hand. And when you try to facilitate, see, the PGA, the Waste Management Open doesn't like, they don't look the other way on these issues. They facilitate them. They want the party on the 16th hole. They want the party everywhere. They want this to be like, hey, we're different. This is not a regular golf event. And that's why it draws bigger crowds than anybody else. But they had 150,000 people. So they're going to find ways to change this up. They haven't announced exactly what they're going to do. But it's going to be with a reduction of availability of certain alcohol and events.
So Tolo Brian Stevens hit me up and said, I went on Saturday. It was definitely an S show. And I asked him, is there anything they can do to fix it, or do they need to? He said, I think a big problem was a large amount of tickets were not scanned at the gate. Not sure why, but that meant a lot of unexpected people got in. Just too many people, all drunk, of course. I'm thinking next year that gets fixed.
Yeah. There's a road that they have outside of it where they just kind of open the gate, right? And it's just a general admission. You want to get in, get in. That was the problem. That was the problem this year. For some reason, it did not get monitored, and you had all these people that were not planned to be there that were there, and they were completely wasted. Literally waste management.
I'll be honest. I did not have like a total awareness of the party atmosphere here until this story came out this past week. I now want to make it my mission to go to this next year. I want to go to this golf
would be
event.
perfect for you.
I want to tear it up. Look,
let's just make the one that we're going to a Tony Faye PR like this.
Yeah, we could do that.
I will.
We could do the Invited Classic. Absolutely.
I'll make it like that.
Do like that.
For sure.
That's
because
a celebrity one.
I need the attention.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it like that. Don't you worry. I got it.
So anyway, they're whatever change they're going to make, PGA Tour, it does, they'll have a say in this because they're gonna decide to go there or not go there, but they are going to continue to go. That's for sure. They do. The players do like the tournament, and it gets a good field. I mean, George, you had good players there. It wasn't like some of these tournaments where none of the top 10 guys show up. No, guys show up to this.
More Alyssa Milano fallout after the Super Bowl?
Well, yeah, there is some more Alyssa Milano fallout. Now, you remember a couple weeks back, she created a GoFundMe.
And I defended her.
Yes, I defended her as well. This is nothing to see here. But people were upset, and this is the tweet that she posted a couple weeks back on January 25th. My son's baseball team is raising money for their Cooperstown trip. We've taken the Cooperstown trip. It's not cheap. Each player is like $1,600 to $2,000. And then it's, for you and your family, you got to rent an Airbnb or Vrbo and fly up there. It is not easy to get to. It's in Cooperstown, New York. She goes, any amount would be greatly appreciated. Read more about it. And she creates a GoFundMe for this 12U team. And everybody drags her saying, hey, you're worth $10 million. Your husband owns CAA or is a big partner in CAA. You should be able to afford this. And why don't you pay for the team? Which to we were like, it's not her job to pay for everybody else.
Right.
Now they're dragging her. Why? Because she posted a photo with her son live from the Super Bowl. And the average ticket for the Super Bowl is around $8 to $10,000. And here she is at the Super Bowl. They're saying, well, why are you at the Super Bowl? Well, you could just take that money that you pay for the tickets and pay for your kid's baseball team. Again, not her job.
Probably because she took the GoFundMe money and used it to buy her Super Bowl tickets as well.
Or her agent husband got her tickets.
Yeah, CAA kind of does represent a lot of football players. That is one of the things that they have their hands in a little bit there. But I also understand, here's the thing, I wrestle with this. On the one hand, I absolutely agree with the general take. On the other hand, it is Alyssa Milano, and she has done nothing to build up goodwill or credibility in these sorts of disputes, and so I naturally tend towards thinking she's probably wrong.
Right.
So I'm at war with these two concepts.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line.
Now, more people are also going back and looking at her old stuff, and she said that, she, back in November of 22, she goes, I gave back my Tesla because of Elon Musk, yet she's putting this thing on Twitter, which he owns, to promote. And she's like, there you go. Like,
conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Or that, she bought other vehicles and they have she bought a Volkswagen. She said, well, the Volkswagen was, founded by the German Labor Front under the Nazi Party.
Yeah.
And people just have these complete lunatic comparisons to bring it up. And I look, Alyssa, dude, go ahead. Make it GoFundMe. It doesn't bother me. You're not responsible for the rest of your teammates.
Speaking of conflict, let's see if you have any internally over the news that O.J. Simpson underwent treatment for prostate cancer. The juice. Apparently dealing with this medical issue, diagnosed with prostate cancer, and was undergoing chemotherapy, according to TMZ. Let's do it.
That sounds like a killer.
God.
Jeez. You want to be a nice guy? You want to be a good guy here?
I don't want
You're the
anybody.
one who wants to take a picture with him.
I would. I don't want anybody. Listen, O.J. Simpson was found not guilty. That's all I go on. That's all I have to go on. He was found not guilty by a jury of his peers. And as far as I'm concerned, that's good enough for me. I don't want OJ to get cancer. I like OJ's posts on social media. I like it that he calls himself yours truly, and we're just supposed to know who that is. But so as far as I'm concerned, like OJ didn't do it. You know how I know he didn't do it? Because the court of law said he didn't do it. That's what I go by. Yeah,
that's how you know.
He's out there playing golf, looking for the killer every day.
Look, it's one thing. It's one thing to have the OJ case hanging over your head. I think everything else over the last several years, like, I'm gonna write a book. Like, if I did it, here's what I would have done, though. Like this is how I would have killed him and gotten away with it. I think it's just hard to feel sympathy for him when he's essentially taunted like that for the last 25 years.
Yeah.
So I don't want anybody to get sick or anything else. Oh my gosh, it's almost actually 30 years now. In fact, it is 30 years since the 94.
30 years, man.
Yeah. I just it's hard to conjure up a lot of sympathy for somebody who has been so in your face about something that felt like a pretty big injustice.
I have zero sympathy. I hope he suffers in every way possible. I would like him to suffer even more than this. He killed 2 people. He got away with it. And I don't care whether it's 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. They're dead. And their family members have to deal with that misery and not getting any justice for it. So he can get cancer. He can get AIDS. He can get whatever. All of it. And I hope it painfully takes him apart piece by piece because he killed 2 people and he got away with it and he's out there golfing. So there you go. No sympathy from me. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The one off-season move that each NFC team must make That's next. In Below, The Belt, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys. If you ever need them, it's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck lawyers in Dallas. They'll do everything in their
Chevrolet, relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Las Vegas has gone broke. Broke boy behavior thanks to Patty Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. More on that in just a second. First, the Dallas Cowboys have a new defensive coordinator. That's done. And I was starting to really panic yesterday when the Rex Ryan stuff was coming out. Not because the defense would have been awful with Rex Ryan. I don't know that that's the case. But it was really starting to feel like this organization was going to flub their number one choice, that they had made the selection and they were going to let logistics get in the way, like administrative details get in the way of finishing it up. Ultimately, it gets done. Gentlemen, your confidence level in Mike Zimmer as the defensive coordinator entering this job?
I mean, 8.
I felt
7, 8. I mean, it'd be fine.
I felt really good knowing that everybody we talked to at Radio Row, when we threw them the defensive coordinator names, they all universally pretty much were saying Zimmer's the guy. Like, that's the guy that would make the most sense for them.
Yeah, I'm at like 8.5. I'm hoping that there's attitude correction around here. Look, 2 or 3 years ago, a year ago, if we asked who would you rather have as defensive coordinator, Mike Zimmer or Dan Quinn, we all would have said Dan Quinn.
Sure.
You know, like, so let's not act like Mike Zimmer is this great, no doubt improvement. Dan Quinn did a very, very nice job here. And Mike Zimmer, after 2 or 3 years, if he's still here, he's going to have his faults that we all pick and point out, like we did Chris Richard, like we did Kellen Moore, like some people do with Mike McCarthy. I just like that he is a hard ass because I'm tired of these guys talking. And I'm tired of the lack of discipline. And I'm tired of the stupid penalties out there on the field. And if Mike McCarthy is not going to fix it, then hopefully Mike Zimmer does, at least on one side of the ball.
Do you think there is any chance, and this is just me throwing this question out there, so anybody who gets upset by this, you can throw the blame at me. Do you think there is any chance that Mike Zimmer is somebody that Mike McCarthy has to be concerned with this season, of just like, hey, got to watch over my shoulder in case I start struggling because this guy might be coming for my job?
I don't think Mike Zimmer's not coming for anybody's job.
I think he'd like the job. I think anybody would like the job.
I think everybody on the coaching staff would like the job. But Mike McCarthy it's a very clear situation that he is under. He needs to win or he is going to be fired. Now, what level of winning is up to Jerry Jones? Is it the NFC, getting the NFC Championship game, win the Super Bowl, winning 15 games in the year? Who knows? Whatever that number is in Jerry's mind. But it ain't for Mike Zimmer. If Mike Zimmer is the coach of this Cowboys team next year, I will lose my mind.
Well, here's what I'll say. I think
he's
got a pretty decent track record of success. I mean, he obviously hasn't won a Super Bowl, but I mean, his teams were generally competitive.
Well, considering that there'd be other guys out there, if you want Bill, if you want Vrabel, if you want, Mike Tomlin, if he's available. Like, I would not want Mike Zimmer as my head coach. That, to me, you want to talk about an uninspiring head coaching hire from my perspective, that's Mike Zimmer.
The only way that McCarthy needs to be worried, Mike Zimmer feels like an assistant. Mike Vrabel would not have felt like an assistant with the noise and all of us on the radio and in the media locally talking. The only way this gets really, really loud for Mike is if this defense allows like 10 points a game and the Cowboys offense is scoring like 13, 16 points a game. And Mike's offense...
Very possible with Mike's offense.
Not last year. Got your boy second MVP. So acknowledge it. But if McCarthy's offense struggles and they're winning games like 10-7 or losing games 13-10, then it will get louder for Zimmer. But I don't think he needs to worry about Zimmer sharpening the knife.
Here's what I think is... not sharpening the knife. I think that's a good distinction. Here's what I think is where there might be some level of discomfort. If Joe Witt Jr. would have gotten the job, if they would have just elevated him, he didn't get taken to Washington. I don't know that the Cowboys look at it as there's an obvious interim head coach if things go sideways.
Yeah.
I think they feel like, Zimmer could absolutely fill out the rest of the season.
Oh, for sure. The rest of the season is the interim.
I think that puts pressure on Mike to perform in season. He's not going to have a lot of opportunity, I don't think, to turn it around if they struggle out of the gate.
It should put zero additional pressure on. I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's more pressure than if it was Joe Witt. It is. But look, man, that is down the list. That should be down the list on what Mike McCarthy is worried about. This is get me anything you can. Broadus told me, he said, if I was Mike McCarthy, I'd be lighting up the front office. Go shopping. You better go shopping and spend a lot this offseason because this is survival mode. Although with Jerry Jones, who knows? You talking about you got to get to this, you got to get to that. All that stuff's out the window to me because all of it is talk. All of it is yap. All of it is hot air. Yeah, all in. All of it means nothing to me. He kept Jason Garrett around way longer than he should have, and it would not surprise me if they get embarrassed if they miss the playoffs. It would not shock me if Mike McCarthy stuck around too, because that seems to be the easy sailing that Jerry and Steven would take.
I did ask Broadus yesterday.
They have lost all argument with me, all debate when it comes to that teetering discussion of how bad do they really want to win? Does it burn them? Will they do everything possible to really go all in? All the benefit of the doubt for me, I've tried to hang on for 12, 13 years and fight Bassick on it and argue. And I'm not saying that they don't want to win, but I'm not going to fight it and say, I'm not going to argue and say they want to win like the Warriors owner, that they try to go all in all the time like Philadelphia does. I'm not going to fight that fight for them anymore. Not that they give a rat's ass or care, but I don't believe it. It's all hot air. It's all talk.
I mean, I'd love it. Look, if you want to get this fan base excited, if they are concerned about that at all, they didn't do any of that with the coaching staff, so they would have to do something in free agency. I don't know that they will. I don't necessarily.
You're going writing about Chris Jones last night.
I would look. I'd love to bring Chris Jones in here. You talk about like what they've wanted at defensive tackle for years. You can free up the money to do it. If they are going to give Dak an extension,
what's that going to cost?
Well, that's the thing. If you give Dak an extension,
well, that's a good thing. You can take advantage because Chris Jones, I don't think, knows what he's doing negotiating wise. When you saw what he came back to the Chiefs for that holdout, maybe you can get him on a sucker deal.
Maybe so. And look, he's been in the locker room with Dak Prescott, Hail State, Mississippi State Bulldogs, both of them. Maybe he's going to say, look, that's the type of competitor I want to be around. Screw Patrick Mahomes. I want this guy. I want to be right here.
Bassick is so good. Donovan Mitchell is leading a team to an NBA championship. That's NBA Dak in 2024. Wow. Donovan Mitchell. Wow.
See it happening?
That's pretty. See what happening?
I'm just asking Bobby.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Dak leading. I could see Dak winning multiple titles. He passes the confetti test, as they say. Can you envision confetti raining down on his head? And the answer is yes.
Is there anyone that fails that test?
Yeah. I think that like Andy Dalton, I could never see confetti.
Oh, you mean Troy Aikman?
Yeah, better numbers than Troy Aikman.
That meme was going around the other day.
I saw that. No, by the way, Below the Belt is brought to you by Johnson Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. I had asked Broadus yesterday, as a guy who worked for several years with Mike Zimmer, like, hey, we all know the Dan Quinn. Like, oh, the Seattle tall corners. Oh, they like this, they like that. I asked him, I was like, what is he like in players? Is there some specific like non-negotiable for him with players that we should be aware of? And Broadus said he is a guy who likes length at corner. He's like, he needs guys who can press. And so he likes long physical corners. He wants press man corners. He also said he thinks that there's very little chance he would use Marquise Bell the way Dan Quinn did. He doesn't think that he believes that Marquise Bell, like he's fine using short linebackers. He wants bulky linebackers though. He wants guys who have some pop to them. And so he said he'd be more likely, he thinks he'd like Marquise Bell, but he thinks he'd be more likely to use him. Hey, I want to use him in a safety role. I don't want him up here playing in the linebacker. So that is where things stand there. Vegas lost a ton of money on this Super Bowl, apparently. The Las Vegas Review-Journal has an article yesterday. Mahomes money for Super Bowl bettors. Books lose millions on the OT prop. So the vice president of Westgate Superbook said, we lost on the game itself. It was a big swing for us with the Chiefs winning. We needed the 49ers going into it. Caesar Sportsbook and BetMGM also needed the 49ers, despite each book taking $1 million wagers on San Francisco, and lost on the side and money line. Caesar's vice president said the game was good for the customers. The sharps were on the 49ers and the public was on the Chiefs. It was a great comeback by the public on the game, and they also lost a ton on this OT prop. It says books suffered a multi-million-dollar loss on the game going to overtime, a popular prop that paid out 9-1. Caesars lost 7 figures alone on the prop, though the average bet on it was $16. That was probably the biggest prop payout since I've been here, said the vice president of Caesars.
What was the prop? I'm sorry?
9-1 to go to overtime, and they lost on that.
And I bet the conspiracy theorists bet on it after Sean McManus, the CBS chairman, and ESPN sent this out. I don't know if you said this, Bobby. Forgive me. I was coughing. More than $185 million was bet on the game. The sports books took in 6.8. $7 million they took in, and 185 was bet. They got annihilated.
And that was at what casino you said?
I think it was just overall.
Oh, no, because there was $24 billion bet on this game.
Oh. It says
now that may be including offshore books as well.
Offshore doesn't count.
But I mean, look,
Nevada sports books. It says record 185 million bet.
All right, so this is I got a little beef with Vegas here. Vegas is
they have 182 sports books there in the state. 182 books. They squeaked out 6.8 mil.
There's 182 books, and they only got $185 million bet on the game. That seems really low.
Maybe nobody felt good about it. Nobody felt good about the bets.
Okay. So, but Vegas, I don't know what the hell they were doing this year. If Ed has brought this up, serves them right for, giving the best quarterback in the league points. But Mahomes was a dog to Allen, a dog to Lamar, a dog to Purdy. Goff was a dog to Purdy. Love was a dog to Purdy. You had the better quarterbacks being dogs to a lot in this postseason. And it bit them every single time. Well, whether they won the game or not, it still bit them because they didn't cover.
They got apparently crushed on the props because, like I said, it wasn't just the overtime one. Caesars also had to pay out 12-1 on a non-quarterback throwing a touchdown pass when Juwan Jennings threw the touchdown. Woo! And so Caesar said that was bad, but they said it was nothing compared to the overtime where they got a lot of money in on that, which I'm interested. Why would it have been 9-1 when it's such a coin flip game? Like, if you have it as a 2-point line, why wouldn't you hedge a little there, Chuck?
Good question. I don't know why they would go down that road. Probably because they wanted action. And they were taking the chance that it wasn't going to end in a tie. Because, think about it. There's not a tie game every week in the league.
This makes me happy. Like OJ getting cancer. That they're getting wrecked. I hope they get destroyed and wrecked. They take all of our money. They cheat us. It's a rigged game. So I love hearing stories like this. They get annihilated.
NFL.com had a story, the one offseason move for each NFC team, and they kind of roll through just some different options there. They think the Panthers, for the love of God, save Bryce Young, help him out, stockpile more weapons in Chicago, those different ones. The number one move for the Dallas Cowboys isn't even an acquisition. NFL.com says the top priority for the Dallas Cowboys, you need to get rid of Michael Gallup. They say cut Michael Gallup. It says if the Cowboys are to go all in, as Jerry Jones insisted, they'll need to find the ammo outside of redoing Dak Prescott's contract. Dallas can create $9.5 million in cap space by designating Gallup as a post-June 1 cut. Talks about that the wide receiver put up production that was not even replacement level and not worth a $13.85 million cap hit. The Cowboys love to hang on to their own players for far too long, but if Jerry Jones is going to make a splash this offseason, he'll have to make some tough decisions first, and that includes cutting Michael Gallup.
Newey Scruggs. Let me name names. Newey Scruggs, David Hellman, RJ Choppy, the Michael Gallup defenders. I think you lost this one. I think it's over for MG. What's the cut? What's the salary?
$9.5 million in cap savings if you post June 1 him. Pretty significant.
Oh, yeah, they're going to post for sure.
All right, final hour, Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. RJ says, man, it's not looking good next year for Darren Woodson either. And do we need to get back the Mavs first-round pick to get Bronny? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday after this. But let me go ahead and get you set up with DFW Security. When we decided to go ahead and move here in about a month, one of the first things on the list and the first calls, I hit up my guy, the head of DFW Security, and I said, man, can you do it? And here are all the angles. I need you to check out the wiring. I need you to coordinate with the security people, with the home builder, with the security system that they're trying to sell.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Luca has a triple-double. This rebound number 10 to go with 12 dimes and 19 points. Double on Luca. Kleba for three. Kleba from Kleba. The Mavericks have climbed the mountain. They lead the game.
Final hour fist pump time. Peyton is getting it live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What is that, Bob? It's like a T-Rex fist pump.
Yep, just pumping it.
Short stroking it. There you go.
Yeah, if I do quick short strokes, then I get more in of my fist pumps.
Okay. So that was the Mavericks victory last night. Daniel Gafford coming up big again. We talked to Chuck Cooperstein about it 1 hour ago. You were here for it.
Yep.
Voice of the Mavericks as Gafford last night, 16, 17, and 5 blocks. Choppy brought up Grant Williams to Cooperstein. Don't look. Who knows what Grant did last night? I assume you do.
21.
Thanks for
21.
You have Bobby guess.
That's what I was going to guess.
21, 4, and 3 for Grant Williams. So he is left here, scored 15 and then 21 for Charlotte, just like that.
Yeah, and now there are a couple things here. One is Mavs are saying, "Hey, listen, don't pay attention to the first 15 games. Look at the next 40." Because he was pretty good the first 15, but also he had made there was a little snide remark on Twitter's making the rounds that he said, it's just fun to play for the name in the front of your jersey and not the back.
Ooh,
and
that's got to be a Luca shot. No,
I mean, look, who knows how much longer you're going to be playing for the name Charlotte Hornets because they might move again because nobody goes to their games. So
yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think. There's been guys that left here and maybe have played better.
But who's he talking about? That's his quote.
That's kind of.
Who else could that be about? Kyrie or Luca?
It's got to be Luca, right? I would think so. That's why he started wearing the Tatums. That's the big reason why he started wearing the Tatum shoes.
Right.
It seems like there's obviously some bad blood. Here we go. I'll read the whole quote for you. It's great to win. It's great to get a win for the city and play for the jersey that's across your chest, on your back. Everybody touched the ball. We trusted one another. That's it, Luca.
Well, there you go. That is right at Luca. All right.
Boy. Well, Daniel Gafford is working out great here, gentlemen.
Oh, for sure. And I think every type center is going to work with Luca is going to work out really well.
I think it was Kuzma after the game last night said, Gafford's going to clean up there. Because Luka's just going to throw him lobs. It's going to be easy pickings for him. But you go over the last 8 games, not even just the 2 that he's been here in Dallas. You look over his last 8 games. This is what he's putting up right now. 14 points, 12 rebounds, 2.5 blocks, and 1.5 steals. That's Gafford over his last 8, even dating back to the games with Washington.
And because of that, we do not have a first-round pick, which we're all fine and happy about right now. But do we need to figure out how to get one back for Bronny?
Well, we may need to get something back for Bronny. According to Mark Stein, there are a pair of teams that have considered and are considering drafting Bronny James as a means to land his father. Now, Bobby, his father's LeBron James.
Heard of him?
Okay, he's a basketball player. Several NBA championships. And he says, this is in his newsletter, I know of at least 2 teams in the NBA map that believe LeBron would consider signing with them for far less than the $51 million that he would be known to get with his status. If Bronny is on the roster, there might be more than just the 2 that believe he would consider it. Now, he does not say who those 2 are, but speculation abound. And it points to the Knicks and Miami Heat. Now, I thought there was bad blood between LeBron and Pat Riley. No? I thought they did not leave on great terms.
I don't recall.
But this is where I would love to be able to secure a first-round draft pick, or maybe a second if he makes it. That'd be nice.
All right, multiple questions here. Number 1, do you still consider LeBron James a finishing piece to win a championship? My answer is yes. Everyone, yes? You would want LeBron on your team. Why are you so hesitant with it?
Because just LeBron.
Try to separate.
I know. It's very difficult. I'm working on this in therapy.
This is my new thing I've been trying to teach you now. I've already told you have an attention problem, and now you're smart enough to be able to separate things.
Is he? Adderall told me I had an attention problem about a decade ago.
Yeah, that's true. You get separate things. Is LeBron James as a player putting you over the top, if you're on the cusp of a championship, of course he is. He's 25, 7, and 7.
Yes, he's putting you over the top. He is not carrying you any longer.
Okay.
There is that.
Now, you do have to factor in, right? Let's just say he came here. Is LeBron really going to... They've tried, supposedly, to give the Lakers to Anthony Davis. He's too soft and cowardly to ever, and too hurt to ever accept that. LeBron James comes here to the Dallas Mavericks, hypothetically. Luca still Luca? I mean, how much is that changing? So you do have to factor in how he would fit and share the spotlight.
Yeah, look, I mean, does he make them better? Absolutely. How much longer does he really have, though, at the level that he's at? I mean, he's still shooting over 50%. He's still shooting 40% from three. Like you said, he's putting up 25, 7 and 7 or whatever the hell it is.
All right, so we all agree. Here's the second question that I find fascinating. Do you burn a first-round pick? What are we doing here, Mike? What are we doing?
He's playing football.
What's going on with this?
The Mavericks have a first-round pick this year. In the trade, they got Oklahoma City's first-round pick.
Pick swap? Is that what it was?
No, it's not a swap. It's the Oklahoma City has 7 million picks still.
Right.
They got one of the Mavericks. They swapped 2028. Oklahoma City gets the best pick in 2028 between the Mavericks and Oklahoma City. Whoever has the worst record, Oklahoma City gets that pick. In 2024, the Mavericks, according to Mark Stein at the trade deadline, picked up Oklahoma City's worst first-round pick this year. Right now, that's about 25.
Sweet.
So
because Tagathon says that's going to Utah.
Well, I just showed you the tweet. Literally on trade deadline day, unless Mark Stein is wrong, I have not seen him take that back.
Text Coop and ask just to confirm.
Here's what he says. League sources tell the Stein line that Dallas is also acquiring Oklahoma City's second least favorable first-round pick in 2024.
Oh.
To send Washington in the Rashawn Holmes for Daniel Gafford trade. So I know because you're like, well, they don't have one. According to Mark Stein, on trade deadline day, the Mavericks have pick. It'll be somewhere between pick 22 and 27. Probably they'll have.
All right. Well, I was on a couple of mock drafts looking to confirm.
I've done this too, and I'm like, why do they not have this? Is Mark Stein wrong? But I'm trusting Mark Stein report.
And it didn't get sent somewhere else in another.
Nope.
Maybe it's because it's behind a Substack
You
paywall
traded your
and nobody
2000.
can see it. I'm being dead serious.
Honest to God, that's probably why. But in 2027, we did give away that pick in the PJ Brown. So this year, you go to the Knicks. In 2027, it goes to Charlotte. In 2029, it goes to Brooklyn. In 2028 and 2030, the Mavericks have already done pick swaps. They get the worst pick possible out of certain situations. So you've traded a lot, but you do have a first-round pick, according to Mark Stein.
Trucker to come text line. The pick went to get PJ Washington. The OKC pick went to Washington. I don't know if that's PJ or Washington.
And the 2027 first-round pick. So we traded 2 first-round picks to get him? Because it said the 2027 first-round pick went to...
Coop just texted me. He goes, they will not have a first-round pick. It will be conveyed to the Knicks to complete the KP trade.
Focus on baseball, Mike.
Then what about our pick? Our pick is conveyed. The Mavericks pick is conveyed to the New York Knicks. What about this Mark Stein thing that we got Oklahoma City's? Ask Coop since he's live right now.
I thought Holmes and the number one went for it. I thought. I mean, it'd be even add to the topic.
But I mean, I literally just read what Mark Stein put on trade deadline day, that the Mavericks got Oklahoma City's worst first-round pick. And I'm just reading what he put on trade deadline day. This is what the Mavericks received.
Okay.
But to your point, Tankathon, NBADraft.net, all of these places I go to, it's confusing to me because I'm like, Stein is saying we have Oklahoma City's least favorable first-round pick this year.
Okay. Thank you, Mikey B. And you can join even the rest of the discussion if you want to make it an even better topic.
Talking about LeBron.
This is, so the second part of this is, would you be willing to burn, right now Bronny's numbers are not good.
Oh, no, not very good.
6-3-2, 35% from the field. Would you be willing as an organization to burn a first-round pick to get LeBron for a year or two? That's the second question.
Look,
you're the Mavericks at the end of the first, or you're the Mavericks picking lower.
You use the Mark Stein pick. Yes.
Let's just say it's the yes.
Let's rename it the Mark Stein
pick.
The
Mark Stein pick. Yeah, I would do that because for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, Coop said it was traded to Washington for Gafford, that OKC pick. So I would do it for the reason that, like, the chances is that you're not going to get a player better than LeBron, even though it's going to be in the 20s. Let's say it's in the 20s.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get a player better than LeBron, even at his advanced age. The chances are it's a wasted pick. Get yourself a chance to win a title.
Man, and this is the tough thing for me, because you're asking me to separate something that's really difficult for me to separate. There are only a handful of players that I feel like I have distaste for, that it's like, I don't care that they're going to help me win a title. I don't want to win it with them. Okay. And LeBron might be one of them. That I don't totally care. I don't want to win it with him. That's kind of how I feel about it. So if it means I'm going to take the Jerry Jones method. If it means winning in a way that's not my way, then I don't want to win. I don't want it. And so that's how I'm approaching LeBron.
There's huge collusion in the NBA through the players. So you'll know if Bron tells Kyrie, tells Mark Cuban, tells Luca, he's tight with all of those guys. He'll tell them, go get Bronny and I'll go play for you next year. If you get that guarantee, which is wrong, like you shouldn't be able to do that, but if he gives you that guarantee, I think that you'd be crazy not to do it, because from a financial standpoint.
How high up of a pick would you have to have in order to not do it? You know, we're drawing a line at a lottery prospect.
Top 15. I'd be like, I can't do it, man. He's not an NBA basketball player.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
But if I get to pick 20, and I know I'm getting LeBron James with this pick, because would you trade the 20th overall pick for LeBron James? Without a doubt, you would. Right. Even though he has...
Because like the Pelicans would pick at 20 right now.
Yeah, like if the Pelicans said, we get LeBron James with this pick, and we know that he's going to play with us for at least 2 years, I would make that trade. But if I'm picking 10, like would you trade Derek Lively today for LeBron James? I would say no, because I think Derek Lively has 15 years in this league.
And then my third question, and maybe as a broadcaster after last night, and my third question, and this is the big father discussion, maybe I'm just being naive, is LeBron, would he be doing a disservice to his son of signing up for this and making this known, because you're basically setting your son up as a joke? You're a laughing stock. You're only here because of daddy. You are being picked. You don't deserve anything.
Isn't Giannis's brothers in the league because of Giannis, not because they can play in this league?
Yeah, but he's signed at the end of a bench, right? Like different attention for being the number 8 selection, and you're averaging 6, 5, and 3. Like, are you doing your disservice to your son for everyone to mock and destroy and make fun of him?
Austin Rivers talked about this last week, where he was like, look, I just deal with it from the perspective of being Doc Rivers' son, and that was tough for me. He's like, I don't think Bronny wants that. He not like he knows it, but he's just saying, like, I'm telling you from my experience, I would not want to be Bronny and play with dad.
Like, shouldn't LeBron just let him be drafted or undrafted on his own instead of like trying to set up some deal?
You also get the Ken Griffey angle, though. Like, Ken Griffey Sr., that was like a big deal to him to play with Griffey Jr. I understand Bronny is not Ken Griffey Jr. as a prospect or anything else, but like that was an important thing. And LeBron has said consistently for 4 years now, like that's his dream. He'd love to play with Bronny. He wants to be on the same court with Bronny.
Think of it this way, like, you know, if he would not, let's say he would otherwise not be drafted at all.
Right.
You're facilitating your son to fulfill his dream, which is the ultimate job of a parent, is to help your child fulfill their dream.
Yeah, but
nobody cares how they got their job.
No,
their dream job.
No, but the rest of us care when we make fun of you for having a silver spoon. We all know people in our lives. Like, there has to be a certain amount of guilt from some people who are just giving it to them. And it's like, we all know you're not worth anything.
He may already be living it. I mean, he may be at USC because of his last name.
What do you think, Mike? What do you think about that question?
It's a great question. It's tough because LeBron James is a billionaire. So, in a way,
your boy is like, Dad, like, I don't want to go somewhere. I don't want to be. I'm not a top 5 player.
Yeah.
I'm not a top 10 player.
I would want, in a way, I understand what LeBron is doing. I'm not faulting him for this, but I would want my son to earn his NBA ticket. Now, can I help? I'm going to probably try to help, but to do it this way, to be like, if you draft my son in the first round and give him a 2-year guaranteed contract, I will go play for your team. That's too much help. That's manipulating tremendously a situation. If
LeBron's got to tell the teams, you take him in the second.
Yeah, but I'm not going to play for your team. I'm telling you he's going to develop or he's going to – and the Lakers are like, look, second-round picks they're not worthless in the NBA, but literally 5 guys out of the 30 guys picked end up being NBA basketball players for more than 2 years in their career. So a second-round pick, people take people that are overseas that never show up in the United States. Yeah, I mean, we took Bernard James. He was like a 45-year-old veteran from Florida State. Like
Chief.
Like,
whatever his nickname was.
Yeah.
It's Robert Parrish.
You can't say that.
No, it was literally his nickname. He was like a naval guy or something. I don't remember.
But, like, you know, you just look at it and you go, I understand what LeBron is doing. I don't want to fault LeBron for this, but I do think you can manipulate a situation too much with your power. But I think it's tough. LeBron has manipulated the NBA for so long in so many ways.
Yeah.
Like, he gets 5% of Tristan Thompson's contract when he's the agent of Tristan Thompson and gets him a big contract with the Cleveland, Cavaliers. It's weird. So LeBron does have a skewed view on how the NBA works, and he's the one guy who can do it this way.
Why RJ says and as it stands right now, we're thinking the Mavs do not have their first-round pick. Why RJ says it's not looking good for Darren Woodson next year either after this on The Fan. But it is looking good.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
More explanation from Kyle Shanahan on the overtime decision to to receive first. He said, we wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win. Again, I'm going to give props and cite Dan Orlovsky yesterday on NFL Live. And I was surprised that the analytics people, maybe they did take this into account. Again, this is speaking another language, so I'll turn it over to you, RJ. But a great point that I thought Orlovsky brought up was a mistake that Shanahan made was by the way, people are joking on the internet how hilarious would it have been for San Fran to score the first touchdown and then have them running around the whole field.
That's what I was excited for. I wish that would have happened.
That would have been amazing. But you essentially gave Mahomes 4 downs to play with.
Well,
you gave him 4 downs. Take that into account with the analytics because he knew that it was 4 down territory until he got in field goal range.
Field goal range. Yeah. Well, it would have been either way. Right. It would because they're now they would have.
No. San Fran doesn't score, and it's not 4 downs for Kansas City. A 4 down mentality.
Oh, you're talking about so outside of field goal range, yes, you absolutely gave him 4 downs outside of field goal range. That would have been, and anybody who gets the ball second is going to get that. I suspect that a majority and almost everybody would go for it though on a 4th and 1. If they have the ball first, because now it's a true sudden death game at that point. You're probably gonna, unless you're so backed up and you're in field goal range.
Yeah, but 4-3, 4-5, 6.
Yeah,
4 downs.
He would have to go for it until he gets to field goal range.
So you're giving Pat Mahomes 4 downs
until you get to field goal. And then once you get to field goal range, at that point it's probably not going to be 4 downs because they're going to try to tie it if it's in that 4th and short.
They will never do this, mainly, I would guess, because of the concussion issue and everything else. But I have said the entire time, like, the way I want overtime to be, I don't want to be the trade possessions, college, do this and that. You have to go for 2 starting here. I don't want to do anything like that. What I would rather them do is just say 15-minute quarter, you have to play the whole thing out. That's what I would prefer they do. And I know they won't, but in the Super Bowl or in the playoffs, I would just prefer they say, you have to play an extra period and get it to the end.
Yeah, my issue with that is the team that gets the ball first has a massive advantage. Whoever you put too much emphasis on the coin toss.
And don't lose the coin toss. I'm saying you get the whole period. How do you lose it? Nobody's going to run down 15 minutes on the clock. Everybody will get a possession.
No, I know, but then some teams might get 2 possessions, the other one gets 1. Sure. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not, and that's why I don't like this current rule. I think if you're going to do where both teams are guaranteed a possession regardless of the outcome of the first, then I think you just need to make it equal for both. Like, if the other team gets the 3rd one, then you got to get the 4th. Like, I think I do believe that is the only fair way to go.
By the way, for all you lunatics and you psychos out there with your conspiracy theories, Ryan, I should have given you a heads up, but when you can put up on the fan cam the New Orleans Super Bowl logo. And y'all tell me what it means. How would you describe this? And let's talk about who's going to be playing in the big game after it failed this year and after the double OT thing did not take place either.
Okay, so that is the Chiefs and Seattle Seahawks.
Yep, slam dunk. That's the Chiefs and the
Super
Seahawks.
Bowl next year.
That's Adam Dirty making a difference as the defensive coordinator in Seattle. Mike McDonald coming in, just really, doing a great job. And then the Chiefs, of course, because the Chiefs are the Chiefs. But we're going to get an upset next year. It's going to be the Seahawks over the Chiefs now. That's what that tells me right there.
Okay.
It's a purple background, which doesn't play in it. The logo itself.
Ryan's got it
the
up.
letters only is red, and that's a yellowish yellowish, greenish kind of Seahawks color.
Okay.
I've already made up my mind, by the way, gentlemen. I'm staying through to Saturday next year. I'm going to stay through. I'm going to party on Bourbon Street Friday night of the Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, you just pay for a hotel for one night.
I will.
And you drive back.
Dude, the hotels.
You gonna drive back or fly back? What's the drive versus flight?
It's like 7 hours.
7 and 9. It was 9 for us at the RV.
Yeah, because you guys drive like grannies.
It's like a 7-hour drive normally.
Not the way I drive. I go 90 whole way, like nothing.
Be likable. You're almost there. You got 30 more minutes.
Almost.
So would you drive or fly?
I would. I mean, renting a car and driving back would be cool. I like road trips actually. Like
Okay.
I like making stops. By the way,
Didn't
Chris,
you were insulting? I don't know if this was an off-air conversation, but you were crapping on the whole city of New Orleans yesterday, just like Choppy.
Yeah, it
usually
does smell. It does smell like creek water. I will say that on the air. It's like bougie Jacksonville. It's awful, but I mean the party atmosphere is great. It just all of your food will taste like
No, the food is
3-day-old
fantastic. You're gonna hate the food.
No, I've been to New Orleans a couple times. I like
eat seafood.
No, I won't do that. But
Okay.
I mean, I'll definitely try the city cuisine. They've got IHOPs there. I know they've got a walk-on sports bar and bistro.
Yes.
I really enjoy that. I like the McDonald's out there.
All right, Choppy. So you are forecasting next year Darren Woodson possibly getting into the Hall of Fame finally.
Yeah, I don't know. Next year's class is going to be tough to crack. So you've got your holdovers. These are the finalists that did not make it this year. Darren Woodson's one of them. Eric Allen, Jared Allen, Antonio Gates, Rodney Harrison, Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne.
The Torrey Holt, I mean, honestly, the ones that stand out to me there are Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne, Jared Allen, and Woodson as being Holt and Woodson are the robberies. I used to think Antonio Gates, but I know when we brought this up a couple of months ago and we actually looked at his numbers, we were like, oh, that dude was not as prolific as we all remembered him being.
But then you got the new ones. Well, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be a tough class.
Oh, I was hoping that you were done right there.
No.
First time eligibles.
Okay.
Eli Manning.
No,
but
he's getting in.
He's getting in.
I don't know. I've talked to a couple Hall of Fame voters who said they won't vote for him. So
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Luke Kuechly.
Ooh, that's the Patrick Willis discussion again, isn't it?
I got to look at how many years. I mean, he was fantastic. Look at his numbers compared to
Seven-time Pro Bowler, six-time All-Pro.
He's Patrick Willis. It's the same question essentially.
God, 6-time All-Pro. Defensive Player of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year. He made All-Pro 6 times in 8 seasons.
All-decade team as well, and that's usually a good indicator that they're going to put you on.
Did Woody make the All-Decade?
He did, I believe. Let me look.
Marshall Yonda.
Yonda was so good.
Marshall Yonda.
He was
he the
Baltimore
equivalent
Ravens
of Zach?
guard.
Yes.
He was like the Ravens. Yeah, he was.
How
was
many
fantastic.
All Pros did he make?
He made it. He was a Pro Bowler in each of his final 9 seasons.
8-time Pro Bowler.
All-Pro.
8-time Pro Bowler. 2-time All Pro. All-decade team.
Ugh.
2-time All Pro. Okay.
Marshawn Lynch.
No.
By the way, Yonda was 2-time first team All Pro. He did make the second team All Pro 5 times. So he had some other guys ahead of him.
Okay. Marshawn, no.
No.
Terrell Suggs.
No. Very good.
Suggs was a
No.
compiler.
Yeah, I would put Allen in over Suggs.
Yes.
Jared Allen.
Yes. The Anquan Bolton of defensive players. Kind of Terrell Suggs. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Oh, man, I didn't realize he had that many seasons of double-digit sacks. He had 7 seasons of double-digit sacks.
He was a beast.
Little Art Monk-like.
Joe Staley.
No.
The tackle.
No.
Aqib Talib. Demarius Thomas.
No.
No.
I can't put him in over Holt and
Wayne.
No. Let's see. Clay Matthews, Ryan Khalil, no. And that's it. That's it for the new guys.
All right, so Kuechly, Eli. Is that all we said for sure?
I don't
Are
know
the
that
new guys?
Eli's for sure.
Oh, Yonda.
Kuechly and Yonda, I think, are in.
Okay.
Eventually. Maybe not right away because they've been punishing people lately for some reason. They punished DeMarcus Ware, but...
Eli, Kuechly, Yonda, Reggie Wayne, Holt. I'm saying no to Rodney Harrison.
I'm saying no. He's not better than Darren Woodson.
Antonio Gates. Have we had a steroid question come up? Illegal substance, PEDs.
He did have a PED thing, and when we looked at Gates, we were stunned at how off his numbers were.
Yes, the number. I would say he's not a Hall of Famer based upon everything.
2,000-yard seasons for him.
Yeah, and then Jared Allen. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 guys without Woodson.
Yeah. Okay. So here is the selection committee. They meet obviously annually. There is no set number, but the committee's current bylaws stipulate between 4 and 9 will be selected each year.
Okay.
Now there was 3 times in the 70s where 3 were named, but there is no rule. It's kind of like a gentleman's agreement. They just say we're going to take at least 4, no more than 9. And some they try to make from the Veterans Committee. And if I'm wrong on that, that's just from the Pro Football Hall of Fame website.
Yeah, blame Bassick.
Yeah,
blame Mark Stein.
I could be. So you got to take a minimum 4. Let's just do 7, right? Because like they'll have the couple of the veterans guys. I think it's going to be hard to say no to whether we like him or not. Eli's getting in.
I agree.
I don't know that. I'm just telling you, there are influential people in that room who are not going to vote for him.
And what is their reasoning? Just that he wasn't that
compiler,
Hall of Fame
compiler who stepped up in big games but didn't have a Hall of Fame career.
I don't even think of him as a compiler at all. I just think of him as like just he won 2 Super Bowls, and I agree. I wouldn't put him in either, but I think enough old people will. So anyway, Eli, we said Kuechly. You said that, and then I was obviously Yanda, but there's 0 chance I could see that one of the 2 receivers doesn't get in Wayne or Holt again.
Holt to me has to get in before anybody else, even Woodson. I love Woodson, but I think Woodson and Holt are the 2 glaring omissions. Allen's pretty glaring. Jared Allen was really, really great, and I don't understand this, attempt to punish players lately that the NFL has gotten involved in. They were never the ones who just, you got to wait about. That used to be a Major League Baseball thing. Baseball's gotten better about that. I don't know why that's become a big thing in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
We feel like Reggie Wayne's a Hall of Famer.
I do off the top of my head, not without I haven't looked at it, but I feel like
how many blank yard seasons would he have to really impress you?
1,000-yard seasons?
1,000?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna give them to you.
7 is probably in my head.
12-10, count them for me. 12-10, 1,055, 13-10, 15-10, 1145. These are consecutive, by the way. 1264, 1355, and then he had 1355 again.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, so 8,000-yard seasons. Now, Torrey Holt to me is the one because Torrey Holt averaged over the course of 8 years, averaged 1,400 yards. I think he had, I'm trying to remember, over the first 8 years of a career, it's only Jerry Rice has more receiving yards than him. He was fantastic. Holt to me was a total difference maker, and I don't understand why he's getting dinged the way that he is. I think he was better than Isaac Bruce.
Well, him and Wayne were thought of as the 2s on those teams.
Which is silly because Holt was better than Isaac Bruce to me. I thought considerably. And I thought Reggie Wayne was pretty close to Harrison.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan. But let me talk to you about Trajan Wealth with
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning, sir. What's coming up?
Before we get into what's coming up, Sean, my apologies. We have a little bit of a problem with our producers at the moment.
I could tell something was happening. We thought you guys were going to miss Crosstalk right now.
Yesterday, Peyton forwarded an email to me from Alec.
A vile email.
The subject line said FUB, and then it said PAH, S my D, talk about my hair again, and I'll F your mom.
Oh my goodness!
That was from Alec to Peyton.
So this is a children's show.
Putting this out there,
and I was like,
Holy
"Wow!"
moly.
And then this
Almost died.
morning, Peyton, because we did discuss this a little bit yesterday on air.
Oh,
Peyton sent me an email that said, "Read this on air, you butthole."
I don't think you can say that.
I don't know if you can say that one.
And it's a picture of Ed Werder. And
You know what that makes you? That makes you a
Yeah.
so I don't know why I keep getting involved in this conversation here, but he felt the need to forward me the email from Alec. Like I'm supposed to come down on Alec about this, and now he's sending threats to me via my email. So
and Ed Werder.
Yeah, and so here we are.
Are you embarrassed?
In a weird producer situation. There's a feud between them, and I'm caught in the middle somehow.
Pepe, what's going on?
Look, Corey, you listen to the payload. I know you do. You wake up early on Thursdays.
Love
You
it.
know what happened to Alec when he was talking that mess about my segment, and now here you are bringing me up on air about an email that should not have been leaked on air, and now you're next on the payload, Corey Majors. So you'll be getting a phone call at 6:40 in the morning on Thursday.
On Thursday?
That's
Where
right.
is it? Let me set an alarm.
I might be awake.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll get up. Y'all know I'll get up. and
Where's
do something.
Alec?
He's back
He's
there.
back there. You can't see him over the computers.
oh.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Man, I'm gonna get another email that's directed to you. That's like, talk about
Alec-
my height again.
Alec claims Peyton sent the email on his own. Like went over to Alec's email and sent it to himself.
I'm producing. I can't be on other computers. I'm working on my own stuff. So
That's
it can't
right.
be me.
Corey, what is coming up on the program?
Right out of the gate, who's your preferred Mavs closing five as you're getting a chance to see what's going on there? And at 11:20, in honor of something that happened in the airport at Vegas, what's your favorite name in the history of sports? Because we found out a name that Mike uses is real.
A name?
Easy favorite name in sports of all time. Shigetoshi Hasegawa. That was my favorite.
So a person's like actual name or nickname? Like an athlete?
Their real name.
Their
Like,
real
Mike uses it all the time, and I don't think Mike knew this person was real.
I didn't until you thought that name was used at the airport as a real person needing to come to the whatever counter 20 or whatever it is. And then I decided there's no way this is a real name. I've just heard this before. And then I looked it up.
It is.
The
And it
NASCAR
is.
driver?
It's a tennis player. No.
Dick Trickle?
Yeah, Dick Trickle is who I was thinking.
It's always for the one of the guys who runs the IOC is Dick Pound.
Yeah.
And I always thought that was good. Like if
It's a
it
good
gets
name.
lost or something.
Michael, I would like to congratulate you in person on the
knuckleballs
Texas Rangers television.
Yes,
news.
sir.
Yeah.
You have such a big mouth. I can't. I'm so
goodness.
stunned you did not tell me or anyone else 24 hours ago. You kept it quiet to yourself.
Yeah.
We're getting text messages like announcement coming. I'm like, what is it? And someone told me what it was, and I'm like, Mike didn't make the phone call.
No.
Kept it quiet.
Yeah.
But congratulations.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be the Daves, Dave Valley, Dave Murphy, Mike Bassick, and then with Dave Raymond. And then Jared Sandler will fill in when Dave Raymond has days off. But yeah, we'll split them pretty much by a third, all three of us. working the Ranger games. Different nights, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know how this is if you guys have talked about this or not, or whether you
He's
can talk
fired.
about
I
it.
have no clue how this is going to work.
How's this going to affect radio?
How many times brought this up? How many times he's supposed to take a Comrex on the road with him? How many days does the Comrex just not work?
It's not working.
Doesn't
The
work in
internet-
this hotel.
Yeah, I
So
can't.
you're going to try to do it from the hotel then and not from the ballpark? You kick in the ballpark early and just do
I'm
it?
assuming when I'm in Oakland, I'm not going to that dump of a
Right.
place and trying to knock on the doors and be like, can you open this place up at 7:30 a.m. for your 7 p.m. baseball game that 1,500 people are going to be at?
I'd like
so
to
I can
hang
do a
out with the
radio
wall
show?
possum.
Well, not
for a
if you
little
say
while.
it like that. They're not going to let you in.
When's your contract up?
March 1st.
That's like 3 weeks away.
One of the
That's right around the
I just
corner.
want to know how it works. Okay, so what are you nervous? Are you doing like
Everything.
studying someone? What tips have you been given from people?
I've been listening a lot to Harry Doyle.
Love Harry Doyle.
Is that a real name?
One
Yes,
hit, one
GV hit.
I know.
Ball
I was
4,
joking.
ball
based
8,
Sons of the feather.
ball 12.
previous topic.
Yeah, how are they laying off pitches this close?
That man's got a family to feed.
What are you gonna do?
No, I know that we're going to spring training in 2 weeks. So I guess I'll let the cat out of the bag here. I'm going to go back to spring training. There's going to be a couple of broadcasts for Ranger spring training games that I'll do with Dave Raymond. So we'll get in a couple games there in spring training. Obviously, going to have meetings and I don't know, mock games. Is that what you'd call them?
Yeah.
Like when Tony Romo sat up in a box.
Ooh, are you going to predict like Romo? Or are you going to be like, I bet this is a changeup?
Oh,
Yes, I do that. When I got to do, I mean, honestly, last year was a dream. I got to do a Yankees-Rangers game on radio with Sandler, and then I got to do 2 games in DC with CJ. And you can tell there's an idea on the sequence a guy is using to, and you can be wrong because there's multiple things you can do off of something, but that's where honestly Sandler sent me this article that I still need to read. And this is the tough thing.
It's going to be good.
It's about pitching. And so you see a guy, and against his slider, they bat 111. Well, a lot of people that, I hate saying this, that never played say, well, then just throw your slider 100% of the time.
Right,
But it's like, no, it works because you set it up a certain
Changing
way.
eye levels.
20 rushing attempts.
You got to be punching tickets, baby.
Right, yeah. If Josh Howard scores 20 points, the Mavericks win every game. Well, then just give him the ball every time to start the game until he gets to 20 and it's on. It's if he scores 20 because it's a little bit rare, it usually leads to great things for the Dallas Mavericks. Not that you have to get him 20 points to win the game. So I think there's stuff like that where from a pitcher's eye, I can see, but it's fun.
What are you gonna say it and risk like being wrong?
Yeah,
I do remember because I did watch all the games that Mike did in DC. And there was a moment where he and CJ Nitkowski both said, Mike, I think you set it up. You were like, all right, he's gone fastball. Here's where I would go with whatever off-speed pitch. This guy, this. He set it up perfectly. And Cody Bradford, I believe, was pitching. He throws a fastball and it gets rocked. And they both kind of, CJ and Mike, just kind of giggled about it and were like, hey, what do 2 former left-handed pitchers know anyway? Because he didn't go with the pitch that they would have set up. And I just thought that was a funny way of approaching it, as well as still delivering good information.
Is there anyone you'd like to mimic or copy that you thought was a great baseball analyst?
I mean, for my lifetime, I've got to listen a lot to Norm Hitchcock, Steve Busby, Jim Sundberg, Tom Grieve, now CJ Nitkowski.
Did Norm break down the game?
Yeah, Norm was the analyst, color analyst for the Rangers for I'm going to guess a decade. I don't know the exact timeline of he was doing that and Mavericks. He was the color analyst for the Rangers and the Mavericks in the 80s through early 90s.
HSE, baby.
My mom hated his voice. She was just like, I can't stand it.
Oh, that's
Shoot, I'm about to be a color analyst on a college basketball game in a week and a half.
Yeah, for a game, but the season.
Dismissive.
Congratulations, Chop.
Good job, Choppy.
We've congratulated.
And I'm not in this job,
Screw you,
but
Corey.
to me, the greatest ever. I don't do this. This is more Dave Raymond, but to me, the greatest ever is Vin Scully listening to a baseball game.
He talked about sharks for 6 innings. And I just thought it was the most
so much
captivating stuff.
information. And when you go back in the history and you listen to like the 1986, like I talked about this yesterday, 86 was the year I fell in love with baseball and said, I'm going to be a Major League Baseball player. Watching Dwight Gooden, watching the Boston Red Sox, watching that is when I decided I love this so much. This is all I want to be in my life. And when you hear Vin Scully calling those World Series moments, I don't know. For me, he just sounds perfect to me in setting up the moment and then giving the moment. And I get it. He got older. Maybe he didn't have as much energy.
I'm just busting balls here.
But obviously, I love Smoltz. Now, Smoltz was tough. I couldn't believe how tough he was on the Rangers. I was defending him early on, like through Tampa and through Baltimore. I'm like, he's just doing his job. It sounds a little bit harsh on the Rangers, but look, they're going to the ALCS. He'll do this Houston series, and I'm like, dang, he really was like calling this game from a Houston perspective. And then you got to the World Series, and he's calling it from a Diamondback perspective. And I'd look at it and go, well, that's tough. Obviously, I will be calling it from a Rangers perspective because we always say when a guy hits a home run, Corey Seager hits a home run, we don't go, well, that was a bad pitch. Right? I mean, we say, what a great swing. But
oh, yeah, it's never a pitcher's mistake.
When let's say Andrew Heaney gives up 3 runs in an inning, we'll look at and go, well, he was just over the middle of the plate. He got behind in the count, and this is why he got hit. We don't go, well, the only reason the Rangers scored 3 runs in this inning is the dude was throwing the ball right down the middle on 2-0 counts.
So the first games or series, you know that exactly?
I do not know my regular season schedule yet.
All right.
But I do know in mid-March, I will most likely be going back to Arizona to do a couple games with Dave Raymond.
Do you know how many you're going to be doing during the regular season?
Well, the Rangers have about a dozen national games this year, whether it's on ESPN, Amazon, Fox. So they're going to have about 150 games televised on Bally's. I will do a third of them, so approximately 50.
Wow.
Give or take, right? Yeah. I mean, I could do 40, I could do 55.
Are you gonna, go suit shopping, or you feel good in that category?
Well, you're not on TV except for the first inning.
Don't wear pants.
Right before the game, they do the 3-minute hit of you setting up the game, and then literally they might show you one more time in the booth. Like, you get shown a lot more on pre and post than you do actually calling the game.
There's also a lot of like polos. Didn't they do like the fishing shirts last year?
They did last year, but we don't get to do
the Sunday powder blue coat. Are you going to get one of those?
I want one of those.
Get it.
Well, I'm just wondering how close CJ's fit is.
That's just
left
with him.
That's just left in the booth.
What?
Yeah,
his fit.
I think they'll make it work.
Yeah,
I think. Well, congratulations,
awesome.
Michael.
Thank you. I'm humbled. Like I'm growing up here and my dad playing for the Rangers and then this being my team. It's somewhat hard to believe. I'm excited. I'm getting prepared for it, but it's also hard to believe that, to me, I know, look, this is my thing, but it's hard to believe that God has given me this blessing to get to do something that I just didn't think was maybe accomplishable.
Yeah.
I'm just happy I have another ticket guy to go through.
That's right.
Get a pair of game, don't you? Yeah,
it's the KMC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, are we hugging?
No, we don't need to be hugging this morning.
I'm going to come hug.
It's me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, who's hugging me. What the hell is going on? And now Mike Vasek is hugging me for some reason. I don't love this. Along with Alec Medford. What was that for? I'm fine. This isn't last week. All right, look, I'll admit.
That's good.
Monday and Wednesday last week, perhaps not in the best mood.
1 out of 10
now.
How did that make you feel that we both initiated physical contact?
It's like a 7 or an 8. It's odd.
But you understand why, right?
I get it.
All right.
I don't know why.
I'm not a huggy person. Except with Noah.
You use Pampers instead of Huggies?
That's a good one.
Does Brandon complain? Why don't you hug me like Noah?
No, the kids, I will hug the kid. Okay, hold on. Now that is going to be taken out of context. My sons, I will hug my sons and my wife and my mom and sister. But other than that, I'm not usually a big hug person.
Can you take a picture with both of your sons, Noah, like in your right arm right here, and then Brandon in your left arm, but like, you know, it looks like you're holding both of them?
I feel like I saw, like, while we were working at the paper together, you always had a picture of you holding Brandon. I know I had a picture of me.
Yes.
Like, somebody printed out a picture of me holding Avery, but you had pictures of you and Brandon all over the place.
Okay.
I never see pictures of Noah up here.
Well, I don't have a cubicle up here. I'm also going to... I don't want to derail our opening segment, which...
You want to move it now?
Well, we were going to talk about the Mavs. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I regret this with all of my being.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you something that you're going to make fun of.
It says, you have a bracelet that says KEV. Kev. Oh, Kev. Yeah. Who made that?
One of my refugee kids.
Dude, that's awesome.
At the volunteer work.
Why would I laugh at that? That's cool.
I'm getting soft.
No, that's good.
Did you want a Y at the end?
No, I did not. But
so hold on, you're saying like the other Kevin would have thrown it back at the kid and been like, "Get out of here!
Yeah.
Go learn how to go grow a business or something."
Go grow a business.
Yeah, like is that like that's not soft, dude? That's awesome. He made something for you.
Did.
You were like, "I'm gonna represent that kid."
It was delightful. I appreciate it.
There you go, man. Good job, dude. Good job.
The 3, 2, 1. Kevin.
If you're getting too soft, Men's Tea Clinic can help out.
I hear those commercials all the time, so I see where you're going with that. Right?
All right, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 1 because for most of the night, it looked like the Mavs might be too soft.
Koulibaly tries to knock it away. Inside, a swing pass. Washington to Hardy. Corner 3. Hardy party is on. 1 point game.
All right.
They won.
They did. And look, I don't want to take away from that whatsoever. 112-104 win over the Wizards, one of the worst teams in the NBA. But the key is you keep the winning streak alive. It didn't look like the exact same effort as you saw from game 1 of the new look Mavericks, though obviously I realized Gafford was doing his part with 17 rebounds, but it didn't look exactly the same.
His effort was there. His effort was the same,
yeah.
Right? Like that dude was still doing same energy, and I wonder how long that stays because, you know, if he's playing that level all the time, we're going to be really good. If everybody else can get back up to where he is. He did miss it felt like his first 50 shots right next to the basket, but it was still fun. They'd still look, Mike, you're talking about chemistry yesterday. It's going to take time for them to understand spacing, understand where they're all supposed to be and what they're all supposed to be doing. But even Luca looked out of sorts a little bit last night.
To your point, Gafford didn't play the final 5 minutes of the game.
True.
When they ended up winning the game late in the game, they probably looked at their defensive rotations and everything and said, look, PJ Washington, one-on-one defender, but the guy that we want in the kind of paint, calling out, switches, calling out pick and roll defenses. We want Maxi Kleber doing that. And Maxi Kleber did a great job of that late in the game. So to your point, they're not there yet. I think Gafford is a better overall player than Maxi. They're different, but I think he's a better overall player. But right now, Gafford doesn't know the strengths and weaknesses of his teammates, doesn't know the defensive, rotations and assignments the way that the Mavericks want to do it yet. So I think it's going to be difficult for him right now to finish games because he just needs to learn more of what they want and their concepts of defense. As we saw Washington, their concept is lose at all cost when it comes to winning time.
That actually is probably fair.
Does it, I don't know if this is just, how you start, but Gafford, it does seem like get rebound, go right back up with it. He doesn't look to be trying to pass out or anything like that yet. And I don't know if that's just, hey, you go in there and just be big. And if you get the ball, put it back up. That's your reward.
I honestly can't tell you the last person that has been on the Dallas Mavericks that's been considered an offensive rebounder.
Yeah.
Christian Wood isn't. Dwight Powell isn't. Maxi Kleber isn't. So who have we had in the last 5 years? I can't think of a person that actually would attack the offensive boards and get it, because if it accidentally went to them, they were just like, Luca, here's the ball back. I don't know what to do. So
and now you might have two. Like, I realized one of them was injured last night or didn't play, but you might have two now in the fold.
Yeah, it's fun. I know the Jason Kidd even floated out the concept of those two at some point maybe being on the court together at the same time.
I think that could happen.
Which we discussed. I think it's a short spell thing, and definitely because think about this: you might have Gobert and Cat on the court at the same time in a playoff game, and you're just going to say, no, we're just going to put PJ Washington on one of them.
I watched Minnesota play last night. They were on NBA TV versus the Clippers, and before I fell asleep, they were dominating the Clippers. I'll still say this: the issue I have, if you play both of those guys, because it kind of makes sense defensively.
Yes.
Offensively, who sets the pick for Luca? I'm just going to ask this question. I'm asking, who do you want setting the pick for Luca and rolling to the basket?
Probably right now, Gafford.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where am I putting Lively on the court right now?
Double pick.
Probably in the corner. To be honest, probably in the corner.
And nobody's
So let's just say
threatened by that.
Karl Anthony Towns is guarding Lively. He just stands right next to the paint and goes, I don't care. Throw it to the corner.
That makes sense.
So when Luca beats his guy, Cat is just standing there. When Gafford rolls to the basket. So I'm not saying they won't do it, but until maybe Lively can develop a 33% corner three-pointer, it offensively, it scares me what happens to the paint when they're both on the court together. But defensively, it does make sense.
So finishing the game then, theoretically, because we were talking about the closing five. Everyone's like, oh, who started this game, blah, blah, blah. Who's in for the closing 5 minutes? And
obviously the two superstars.
Yes.
That's easy.
And then it
I
goes
do
from
think
there.
PJ will.
Okay.
And he was last night.
So if you go Luca, Kyrie for sure, probably PJ Washington, then we were just having a discussion, Lively versus Gafford, and then does it expand out to the other spot? Does it go Green, Jones, Exum?
And Kleber has to be part of this conversation too.
Okay.
I think Exum, are we overvaluing? I'm asking this as a question. He hasn't played a lot this year because he's been hurt quite a bit. Are we overvaluing the moments we've seen from him that he could really be one of your 5 best players?
Maybe.
Yeah.
You have to consider
He was kind
that.
of helping keep you afloat, and so maybe we're looking at him in a different way. Because
I'll
do we
compare
look
it
at
to
him
baseball.
over Derek Jones Jr. right now?
I don't know. I'm kind of looking at this baseball-wise. Are we kind of saying Ezekiel Duran should be in your lineup no matter what? You're like, wait a second. It was a really good 6
a hot
weeks
stretch, yeah.
When he filled in for Corey Seager, it was awesome. But are we sure? And I'm honestly, I'm going to talk about Ezekiel Duran in Baseball Nuggets. That's why he's on my mind right now. But I just when I think of Exum and I think of what you have now, I don't think he enters your thought. My opinion.
Okay.
I don't think he enters your thought as a finishing 5. He does in my rotation, in my 9-man rotation. He's in it. In my finishing 5, I don't think Exum is in it.
Okay, so let's kind of revisit last night then, because Josh Green was on the court. And when you have Josh Green and PJ and Maxi, now we're discussing all those guys, I think you're limiting yourself 3-wise. I mean, I know Hardaway's more of the scorer, but they did have the lead late in that game too. So maybe that was why Hardaway wasn't out there because defensively you're trying to hold that down. Josh Green's better at that.
And he was off.
But yeah, he was off. And Hardaway and Green were kind of off a little last night too. So I think for defensive purposes, your final five is Green. But then, like Mike just said, Maxi's got to be in that conversation. So I think it's Maxi over PJ Washington right now until PJ proves that he can hit a three, but he's great and athletic and young.
So you're going Luca, Kyrie, Green, Maxi, Gafford?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will go with, this is my answer, when it matters the most, I will go with your two superstars, the two guys you traded for, Gafford and PJ Washington, once they totally understand what they're supposed to be doing. And then I will lean towards Green right now, I think that's the spot where it can be played with by, this is where Jason Kidd has to be a very good coach, and I'll give him credit. In that run to the conference finals, he was a very good coach at pressing the right buttons and getting the right guy on the court at the right time to make it work. Because he did not have five guys he could rely upon. He had Brunson and Luca he could really rely upon, and then he had to work his tail off on the other three spots on what to do. And so I look at this one and go, if you get everything right, and PJ Washington ran into that PJ Washington I'm worried about last night. It's just one game, but it's like, hey, he just is running up and down the court. When is he going to affect this game? At least he wasn't affecting it negatively, but you're like, is he going to affect this game positively? And so I'm going to trust that PJ Washington gets better the more he plays with this team. Gafford is off to a great start. And then it's like, is it Kleba? Is it Green? Is it, if Hardaway's, he's going to take 14 shots by that point. If he's 8 of 14, maybe I'm leaving him on the court because of his offensive threat of just nailing threes.
But if you just put together your base five right now, you wouldn't put him in there because that feels like a game-by-game proposition.
Yeah, he's such a streaky guy.
If I'm having to catch up in a last 5 minutes, then I want him on the court.
It's depending on what he is that night. If he's 1 for 7,
Hardy
maybe
was
not.
the guy, right? He was such a bad shooter. Hardy played the Hardaway role, and I'll make all the threes late if you give them to me open, right? I mean, Hardy's not his own shot creator for the most part.
He did have that one really cool, like, behind the back dribble in the paint that I thought was really awesome. But yeah, other than that, you're right.
And he's getting better and better. I really like the development of him. But yeah, I think that'll be Jason Kidd's major coaching issue is if they make the real playoffs, which I think they will, is who's the fifth guy on the court.
And from the 682, I love this basketball talk so much. I think we have good problems, and that's what Mike just said. These are good problems for Jason Kidd, and not bad ones.
That is an interesting point because when it comes to usable depth, the two that we agree on, Luca and Kyrie, and then we kind of got into the spot, depending on how you feel about Exum, would it be Exum, Jones, Green? Would you consider Hardaway? Does it go PJ Washington or Maxi? You assume you go Gafford, which doesn't even factor in the person who you might think is the third best player on your team in Derek Lively or could become. And so I do like the idea of picking up Washington and Gafford because now you've expanded your usable depth to, what did we just rattle off, about 9 players right there?
Yeah, and let's just say it's Green. Let's just say Green is the fifth guy. That means you have 25-year-old Luca, 25-year-old PJ Washington, 25-year-old Daniel Gafford, I believe 24-year-old Josh Green. I think he's 24 if I have my years right. And then you do have a guy over 30 years old in Kyrie Irving.
Right.
That's good. And I didn't even name, just turned 20 years old yesterday, Derek Lively, who you're hoping jumps into that role as he keeps developing and getting better. So the great thing, too, about looking at this Maverick team now, all the credit in the world to Nico and his staff, is they've now developed a team that makes a lot more sense around Luca in the future.
Yes. Yeah, down the road, there's some guys that can grow along with him, and he can utilize better on the court. When you only have, pawns on the chessboard, you're screwed. But they have a little bit of everything now, and that's a huge benefit to them. Good job, Nico.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from the ratings to the rule book, the real winners and losers of Super Bowl 58. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Dana Carvey and David Spade here.
You might know our podcast Fly on the Wall, featuring guests from across the entertainment industry.
We decided to do a spin-off called Superfly, and it's fun. It's just two of us riffing on current events, pop culture, catching up, impressions.
Joe, Trump's trying to be a dictator. Yeah, she says, bump on the tater tots. Joe, no.
Listen to and follow Superfly on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a new year and time for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI. Already in IT, build cybersecurity.
are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I have some more notes about the Super Bowl, and I wanted to go through, outside of just the basic of the Chiefs and the 49ers, the real winners and losers of the Super Bowl. And in case you forgot how the Super Bowl ended, I'm going to go to cut number 6. It sounded a little something like this. That was the Korean broadcast of the Super Bowl, bringing the appropriate excitement that you need for the game-winning play.
So the Super Bowl, I'm assuming this. I'm taking Korea because we use their audio right there. Is it kind of like the World Cup finals to me? Like, I don't care. Now, they are countries representing each other.
Pretty hyped.
I know, but are Koreans like, I don't watch this sport? Like, as far as I know, there's not a whole bunch of Koreans playing football in Korea. They're playing baseball and they're playing a few other sports. It's not like it's a big thing. So it's like, we need to send a broadcast team over here. It's not like we have a Korean broadcast for Dallas Cowboys games.
Yes.
So
it's like in Canada, is hockey night in Canada the same as like Sunday night football? Like, do they love it the same way? I don't live in Canada, so I don't know.
I played in Buffalo in AAA, and they covered the off season of the Sabres. Now that's when they had, I believe, was it Dominic Hasek was there? They were really good, right? So they covered the Sabres like we cover the Cowboys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't know about.
I'll have to go investigate the.
So probably like in Ottawa,
habits of Korea.
They are senatoring it all the time.
That's
are they still
true.
alive? The Ottawa Senators.
Now, Mike, this one is just for you. Winners and losers. The real winners and losers of the Super Bowl is the loser. Hope. This was the worst Chief team of the Mahomes era, and they just won the Super Bowl. Is all hope dead for the rest of the NFL?
In a way, yes. I said this the other day. I kind of want to sell all my T-Laws, all my Justin Herberts, all my Joe Burrows, all my Lamar Jacksons.
Everybody in the AFC?
Everybody.
Okay.
The NFC doesn't have, I don't have Brock Purdy cards. They went way up too quick to get him.
What about Dak cards?
I sold all of those a long time ago. To be honest,
why did you even bother asking?
I sold those in 2021 when he couldn't beat Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's made a lot of sense to sell him ever since. I know that somebody else is going to win a championship. I get it. The Chiefs are not going to win the next 7 Super Bowls. They might win 2 of them. You know, realistically, like you would say, hey, probably the Chiefs in the next 7 years will probably win 2 more championships. I'd say that's a realistic number.
Sure.
But you just start looking at, we are in a Michael Jordan era of football where we have a dude who is just way better than everybody else. And it doesn't mean, to your point, it doesn't mean Patrick Ewing wasn't that good. That's where people get confused that weren't alive during Michael Jordan. They say, well, JJ Redick might say, well, the league wasn't as competitive as it is now. No, it was plenty competitive. The issue was Michael Jordan. And so the issue in the NFL now is a little bit of, how do you beat this team? This was, I'll give you, Steve Buchel's son, Shane, played for the Kansas City Chiefs for his first few years. This year he's with the Buffalo Bills, if you didn't know. And this was a reset year of their cap. They needed to look at their cap situation, because I was like, why aren't they even trying to get DeAndre Hopkins? That makes too much sense for this team. And it's like, they have to they've made a conscious effort to kind of reset the cap to get everything a little bit cleaner down the line, so they can. So this was a clean up the cap year, and they won the championship.
When Patrick Mahomes gets bored,
is he going to go play baseball?
Is whenever everybody else will have a chance.
Oh, okay.
Like he's when he gets bored,
like this
because he's a good motivator of the rest of the team. He goes into Vegas and he's like, guys. He tells the guys, I'll take care of it. I'll make sure that I take care of it whenever we come back here and party. But for this week, I need y'all to focus. Whenever he gets bored, or maybe if he, I know I'm not trying, Mike, but if he gets burned out on the game,
oh my
and
God.
I'm dead
Why
serious
would
about
you
this.
use that specific
That's the same thing as bored. Whenever he gets to a point where he's like, you know what, it's I don't want to anymore.
I hear you. I know Michael Jordan got. There's multiple things. I'm not going. There's multiple things that happened at the end of 1993 that made him stop playing basketball and go to baseball. I don't think Patrick Mahomes is as close to as popular as Michael Jordan was in 1993. So I don't think he's having to deal with all of the things that Michael Jordan was dealing with at that time. But I could see everybody gets burnt out of winning. It's really weird. Michael Jordan got burnt out of winning, or he would have kept playing. So the Dallas Cowboys, unfortunately, our Dallas Cowboys that we do love. I love Emmett. I love Michael. I love Troy. These guys actually were winners. They actually played the game to win, not to make money. They did make plenty of money, but their goal was to win. But they did get tired of winning. That's why we saw the lack of motivation 96 through about 99. Those guys were still on the team. It just, they had won 3 championships. They didn't have any leadership from the front office through their coaching staff, so it fell apart.
They also did a huge, and people that keep texting in saying we're underappreciating the defensive part, just stop.
I am not.
Like just because we haven't been talking about it enough yet.
I said yesterday I didn't think Mahomes should have been Super Bowl MVP.
San Francisco had a great defense with Joe Montana. New England had a great defense with Tom Brady. Like most teams that win a championship all have a very good defense.
Yes, I've said this Kevin, we finally came to the agreement. Defense and strong quarterback play wins championships. And that's what happened. They kept him, they gave him the plenty of opportunities to win the game.
Yes.
And they did it all season. But again, it goes to, they had to look at their team this year and say, what's going to be most important? If we have a good defense, if Steve Spagnuolo goes out there and puts that thing together, will we have a chance with Patrick Mahomes and a bunch of other guys? And they said, yeah, we will. So that was good enough. If they load up on offense, it'll be an offensive run.
Now, winner of the Super Bowl, this one's interesting. These two are tied together. Winner of the Super Bowl, Andy Reid. He has the second most postseason wins of all time. And I get it. They've expanded out.
Belichick, I'm assuming.
Yeah, exactly. And they've expanded out the playoffs. But here's the other part. Here's the list of coaches with more Super Bowl wins than Andy Reid. Chuck Noll, Bill Belichick. That's it.
Yeah, we'll discuss a little more of this in the C block for sure. But yeah, this is another feather in the cap for him. Add together what he did in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Like over his entire career, it's not just been, hey, him and Mahomes. Like he did really good coaching while he was in Philly.
Now, here's the flip side of it that is interesting to me. The real loser is Kyle Shanahan, the new Andy Reid. And now what I mean by that is not just that you lost, but take a look back at some of those Andy Reid losses. You had an 18-point lead at halftime against the Titans. You had a 28-point lead against the Colts in 2014. And you have these collapses.
You're talking about Andy Reid's crew?
Andy Reid's teams. You're talking about these collapses. And for the longest time, it was he can't manage the clock. And now along comes Patrick Mahomes.
When was his first year in Kansas City? You said in 2008 he lost?
18.
Oh, 2018. So, okay. So that's when Alex Smith was his quarterback, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I heard you wrong.
Then, but Kevin.
Oh, but
it's okay. You got CJ Stroud right, bro.
Okay, thank you. 2014 and 2018.
Okay.
Because he started in 13, I want to say, but they had a wild card round. They had an 18-point halftime lead. They had a 28-point lead against the Colts. They lost both of those games. For the longest time, wasn't it Andy Reid? He's a damn fine coach. He can't close games or manage the clock. Does that not kind of sound like Kyle Shanahan right now?
Yes. I think the thing that, just talking to Ryan Drees, they're most upset about is why did they go away from running the ball?
Yeah.
And that's what Broadus kind of said during the game on our group text is because I was like, why aren't they running the ball the way that they ran it on that first drive? And it was just they got a little bit away from what had happened. To your point yesterday, that fumble might have caused a lot of issues even in Shanahan's head of giving the ball to run a little bit more. So I can see that because I still think Shanahan's great. I think he has 2 more years of $1 million quarterback. I get that there's some issues that San Francisco has on their cap too, but literally he gets the next 2 years in a very weak NFC. Because, I mean, let's face it, I just don't think Green Bay, Detroit, Dallas, and Philadelphia are as competitive if you throw those teams in the AFC. And those are their main competitors in the NFC. And he has $1 million quarterback to use $50 million extra on the rest of his team. So I do think Shanahan's going to have the opportunity the next few years to get that championship, which takes all of the criticism away.
And there's 2 points of conversation on that too, because Jared Goff's a pretty good quarterback, right?
Yeah. Good.
And Jared Goff went to a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
And Sean McVay was like, not good enough.
Yeah.
Let me go get a guy that I think is a different quarterback, a better quarterback than you. I'm going to go win a Super Bowl. And then he does. And Brock Purdy's a pretty good quarterback. Got him to a Super Bowl. Shanahan might look at that situation the same way McVay did and say, hey, let's go ahead and move on from this guy, continue to do that, but can he find that quarterback? Can he find a guy? Does he have to go into the draft to get that guy and continue having such a great team around him? Or does he say, we got to go for the big name and we got to make sure he's here?
Serious question. What's the heat level on Shanahan? Not like that he's going to get fired today or anything like that, but he's been to 3 Super Bowls, 2 as a head coach, 1 as a coordinator. We talked about this yesterday. He's had a double-digit lead in every single one of them, never closed.
He's in his 7th year now with San Francisco, and I mean they're in and around the conversation all the time.
Yeah.
And if I'm an owner, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I am too. I think you can say he's in the Tom Landry category in like the late 60s, early 70s. It's next year's team, right? So
Every
I think
year.
that
You just said that he has the same Andy Reid stuff. What happens if he lands the quarterback and he's like in that Andy Reid era where he's got all his problems out of the way?
Goes to another team.
Yeah, and he's just like, hey guys, by the way, I figured it all out and I got the quarterback to go along with it. Y'all are all screwed.
Now, winner and loser from the Super Bowl. Winner, field goals. Loser, extra points. Obviously, the blocked extra point, perhaps. I don't think it necessarily changed the outcome of the game, but it changed the strategy down the stretch in that game. And it was a field goal palooza, if you love that. But my favorite one, let's go to cut number 7 right here, if we can. The biggest winner of the Super Bowl, Dora the Explorer, rules expert.
False start is when an offensive player illegally moves after lining up for, but prior to the snap. Where are we going? Back 5 yards! Why? Because it's a penalty!
Now, that is how you learn the intricacies of football.
And then did she talk about Jalen Smith as being swiper? Oh, Swiper swiping again.
Swiper swiping.
He made so anytime a guy made a tackle after the guy got a first down, it was like, and Swiper, tell us what happens. Well, there was a linebacker for the Cowboys with one leg.
That didn't happen,
and they paid him
Mike.
a lot of money.
You know that didn't happen.
To swipe every time he tackled a guy after 8 to 12 yards past the line of scrimmage. Swiper swiping.
And if it wasn't Dora, the biggest winners of the Super Bowl were CBS and Taylor Swift, because the records were set across the board. Now, look, I realize there's more people in the country every single year, so it makes logical sense that the ratings would go up. But that is not what has always happened with the Super Bowl until the last couple of years when it's been back on the upswing. But even still, CBS claiming the record for the most watched program in America ever, 123.4 million viewers. More than 200 million people watched all or part of the game across Nickelodeon, Paramount Plus, CBS. It's an uptick of, I believe, about 7.5% from last year. What do you attribute it to?
I don't know. Are you going to say Taylor Swift?
I think that. I honestly do think that has something to do with it.
I think it was big because I was changing to CNN at halftime, and Bob Costas was on CNN as the woman. She's the main person for CNN. I'm sorry, I don't know her name, but she's like, football's my favorite sport. Bob, tell me how football works. And I was like, what the hell's happening right now? And I watched it for 5 minutes as she had. I'm like, don't say football's your favorite. I guess like if you're saying I watch it once a year at a party for the Super Bowl, and that's the only sports I ever watch.
Then
that
it's
is
your favorite. Yeah,
your
okay.
favorite because you literally never watch any sports. But it was literally watching like Bob Costas explain football to a kindergartner on CNN, which was really like interesting. I was like, I wish I was recording this to see her questions and like. It would be like me asking real political questions. Like, I'm going to look like a moron.
What's up with these politics?
Yeah, like, hey, tell me how voting works.
I get the appeal of the Chiefs being back in there and the dynasty, but
Bob Costas, my main point was saying this is America's team with Patrick Mahomes, with Taylor Swift, with the dynasty, with all these things. He said, all due respect to the Cowboys, I get they have the moniker of America's team, but right now the team that everybody's following in America is is Kansas City Chiefs.
Maybe.
Ice Spice was also up in that booth, so a lot of people were trying to check out Ice Spice and her upside down cross and her satanic horn.
What?
Oh, have you not heard all the?
I don't know who that
is. And then Joe Biden posted the picture right afterwards that said just like we drew it up with the laser eyes. Have you not seen the laser eyes? Look at the laser eye picture, Kevin.
Is she a Spice Girl?
No,
Joe Biden has laser eyes?
I just typed in Joe Spice.
What if they have Val Spices now? Like, I know that there used to be Posh Spice and all them, but now they have A-E-I-O and U Spice?
He posted this picture right after
What the crap
Super
in
Bowl.
hell?
And it's like him as Homelander.
Oh my goodness gracious!
And I don't know what it means, but yeah, man. There's I think there was just a lot of stuff going on.
That's who they might have to send up there for the debate.
Okay, good Lord. So whether you watch the Chiefs because you love them in greatness, you want to cheer against them, you added more people because of Taylor Swift, or apparently the Ice Spice thing, which I need to go read.
Psyops, bro.
Read more
Psyops just kind of
about that.
You know what they call TV, right? Programming.
Oh my God.
Why do you think they call it that, Kevin?
How much time are you spending on the internet reading things like this?
Don't worry about my time.
Too much.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully we've powered through our technical difficulties. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, during the break, I'm going to find out who Ice Spice is. And I want to talk about the role of Ezekiel Duran next on 105.3 The Fan. Are you ready for a real transfer?
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so let's talk about Ezekiel Duran. What a player last year in the first half for the Texas Rangers. And without him, you don't make the playoffs. Remember when Corey Seager, it might have been against the Royals, if I'm remembering correctly, he's running to second base for a double, possibly a triple, but more likely a double, and his hamstring goes out on him. And it was like, oh no, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
And the answer was Josh Smith. If you guys remember, the answer was, well, Josh Smith is going to play shortstop every day.
No, that's not the answer.
And about 8 to 10 days into that process, it was obvious that Ezekiel Duran, even though not as good defensively as Josh Smith, was way more of an answer offensively than Josh Smith. And to be honest, when I break down these numbers, if I look at May and June where he was playing a lot, in the month of May, he batted .301 with a .922 OPS in 19 games. And in June, in 23 games, he batted .349 with a 1.021 OPS for those months. So he was, let's face it, those are all-star numbers. Like, he was one of the 5 or 6 best middle infielders offensively in the game in May and June. Why do I bring up Ezekiel Duran? I find this interesting on multiple levels, but I want to talk about the DH role for the Rangers. MLB.com has projected the lineups and the rotations for all 30 teams in Major League Baseball. Here's the projected lineup for the Rangers, and I'm not 100% sure this will be the lineup, but this is what they project. Simeon and Seager, 1 and 2, so keeping the exact same 1 and 2 guys, which is interesting to me. Evan Carter batting third. Now, there's not a lot of pop from Evan Carter. When you look at his minor league history, he's more of a doubles guy than he is a homers guy, which I'm not saying, oh, you have to have a 35 home run guy batting third, but it is interesting that they have more of an on-base percentage guy batting third than a guy who maybe is going to clean. If Simeon and Seager are getting on base, let's say we're hoping up to 40% on average, both of them combined, that's maybe a little high, but if they're getting on base quite a bit, Evan Carter isn't a guy to just bam, the ball's out of the ballpark. It would be like he's going to be another guy getting on base. Adolis Garcia batting fourth, Josh Young fifth, Nathaniel Lowe sixth, Jonah Heim seventh. That's exactly like last year, right? I mean, that's
a heck of a top seven, too.
Justin Foscue, opening day designated hitter, Leody Taveras, who batted ninth all year, batting ninth, playing center field. So I asked the question, as it says, Foscue, the club's number 6 prospect, could make his big league debut on opening day as the designated hitter, replacing Mitch Garver. How much of a percentage do you want to put on, as pitchers and catchers report tomorrow for the Texas Rangers? How much of a percentage do you want to put that Justin Foscue is your opening day designated hitter?
79%. And here's why. He needs a chance, like he needs a shot before they can move on from him. And Wyatt Langford, like, we're all excited about him right now, and that could be the solution. Maybe spring shows that Wyatt Langford is everything. There's no way that you can keep him out of this thing, but they need value in Foscue, so I could totally see them saying, hey, look, we got to give him this chance. But after a month or so, if he isn't taking a hold of it and run on with it, we're moving on from him.
My bold and potentially crazy prediction is I think Foscue and Langford can both work here at the same time. I think they're going to use Langford as a kind of a platoon, like once, twice a week. He'll get in the outfield. Once, twice a week, he'll get DH. They'll have him in the lineup half the time, maybe more than half the time, and Foscue will get plenty of time as well. I think Langford's breaking camp.
I'm not saying that's not going to happen. I'm going to be honest. I do not like that for Wyatt Langford. I think that's a bad idea.
Do you want to go all or nothing?
He either plays every day or he's in the minor leagues. One or the other for me right now. Foscue's different just because I don't think they're projecting Foscue as an everyday major leaguer right now. Here's what I wonder with Foscue, and I'm not saying trade him. What I'm just throwing out there is he reminds me a little bit. They're different hitters. I think he has more power. He reminds me a little bit of the Nick Solak situation when you traded for him from Tampa Bay. And the more... Now, they were in a rebuilding phase. They were not in we're trying to win a championship phase when Nick Solak came up to the majors. But Nick Solak lost value the more he played. So I hear what you're saying, Corey. You need to see if he can or can't. But if he can't, he probably loses all value, as in, like, he's not tradable. You're not.
But you got to make a decision on him at some point.
He's your 14th overall pick in a draft. He has done enough offensively in the minor leagues to deserve an opportunity to show if he can hit at the major league level. But this is where I bring up Ezekiel Duran. Yes, he struggled. In the second half, he batted .226 with a .610 OPS. Totally different player from what I just brought up in May and June, especially when he was an everyday player for the most part for the Texas Rangers. I think Ezekiel Duran deserves the DH role to start the year more than Justin Foscue does. I'm trying to leave Wyatt Langford out of this conversation for now. I like Ezekiel Duran. Ezekiel Duran proved last year he can be very successful because I'll be honest with you, I would be shocked, and hopefully I am, if Justin Foscue's your everyday DH and he bats .308 with an .870 OPS.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh. That's what Ezekiel Duran did.
Yeah.
Like, he did it. To me, there's a little bit more proof in the pudding in Ezekiel Duran, and I feel like, you guys give me your opinion on this. I feel like in a lot of these articles, Ezekiel Duran is being written off.
Yeah, odd man out. I don't know why. Other than the drop-off was so extreme, and some people might believe, well, now he just regressed to the mean.
You know who had an extreme drop-off at 28 years old, 29 years old? Adolis Garcia.
Oh.
Yeah.
Adolis Garcia made the All-Star team, and then probably I need to go back and look.
That
in
second half was horrid.
In 21, I bet he had an OPS under 700, and he figured it out. And I'm not saying, look, right, this is the great thing about playing on bad teams when you are a younger guy.
Yes.
So what? Play him again tomorrow night.
Right.
So what? Play him again next year. This is a different time.
Yeah.
The Rangers are defending a World Series championship and are going to try to win 90-plus games to make the playoffs again. So I get that they're maybe saying, we can't let Ezekiel Duran sit around and try to figure this out the way we let Adolis try to figure it out. And look at the value of letting Adolis figure it out.
Yes. No, yeah, you got a really good point.
Because maybe if Adolis does 2021 in 2023, Adolis Garcia obviously isn't getting what he got in a 2-year contract and is probably out of the Rangers lineup for good. And maybe that's right. Maybe that's what Ezekiel Duran should be. Because the second half was a struggle, he shouldn't be considered the designated hitter for this team, but I think he should be.
When you're trying to make the kind of run the Rangers were making last year, though, and we talked with Bochy about it many times, we asked about Duran, and he said kind of the same thing every time about his approach at the plate. When you keep telling him to do something and he keeps not doing it, at some point you got to say, well, we can't, you're not learning anything, so we're going to have to set you aside and you're going to have to figure out why. John Gray kind of had the same situation, then got his opportunity in the World Series and delivered. You know, he finally was like, okay, I'm overthinking things. So I think that's where you kind of say, well, we'll work on stuff in the offseason and hopefully you'll have something. But the way it looked was he wasn't on the roster for the World Series. He wasn't on playoff rosters. He's useless to us. So I think from the outside, people are looking at it and saying it's just not there.
And maybe I'm wrong about this. I honestly have not asked anybody. I just wonder if you should have two lineups against a right-handed starting pitcher lineup and against a left.
Yeah.
So I know Evan Carter, it says here, batting third. And to be honest, I don't know who the opening day starter is going to be for. I believe it's the Chicago Cubs, right? So I maybe need to look up who their defined number one is. But I look at it and go, hey, against righties, can't we go Evan Carter 1, Semien 2, Seager 3? Give Seager more RBI opportunities. Yeah. And then when it's a left-handed starting pitcher, we go Semien 1, Seager 2, Adolis 3, Young 4, Lowe 5, Jonah Heim 6, Evan Carter 7, and then go DH Leote 8, 9, if whoever the DH is on that given day. But I don't know. That's me, and maybe that's going to be the interesting thing about this year, is I know we need to get to break here, is last year 1 and 2 was 162 games as long as they were healthy. I'm just thinking maybe this year there's more to play with in a good way.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Super Bowl. Did the Chiefs winning change your idea of team building at all? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Well, yesterday I talked about
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to go back to the Super Bowl because something I keep thinking about, and it was based off a tweet from David Hellman, Hollywood David Hellman, if you like, on Sunday. This is after the game. Demoralizing night for teams that don't have a dude at quarterback. It's not just that Mahomes won again with a mid-offense. He beat the picture-perfect example of building a mega roster around a cheap quarterback. If the Niners can't do it, who can hope to? Now,
nobody.
And that's what I keep thinking about. This doesn't even take into factor that the Cowboys can't build a mega roster because they don't have a cheap quarterback. But you talked about it with, I think it was Dan Hunt, who said you need to have a top 8 quarterback in the league. And I keep thinking about it more and more. And I was like, man, do I even want to shorten up that number? But
it's probably you have to feel like they're in the conversation for top 5. So you add 3 extra guys to like go, hey, this number 5, 6, 7, and 8 could be considered a top 5 quarterback.
And so I keep thinking about that from Sunday night and I realize Patrick Mahomes is a special player. It's just that San Francisco had built up a monster team around a player whose salary cap hit was $900,000.
Yeah.
And they still couldn't win the Super Bowl.
And he went to Buffalo against arguably the second best quarterback in the NFL.
With a really good team around him as well.
Yes.
He went to Baltimore,
who might have had the best defense in the league and
a very
MVP
unique
quarterback.
Yeah, a very unique quarterback. So he goes to 2 different places, destroys them. Well, I didn't say destroys them. He destroyed Tua T. And that was a weird game because of the. But even Tua T, a younger quarterback still on a rookie deal, a first-round quarterback on a rookie deal, destroyed them, then goes to Buffalo, goes to Baltimore, and then beats the San Francisco 49ers in the Super Bowl. When you look at it, you're like, what can a team do? I'm with David Hellman. At this point, what can a team do to beat Patrick Mahomes? Well, he's lost to Tom Brady twice. One of them because he didn't have an offensive line in the Super Bowl. Like, he literally was playing with nothing against the UFL. He pretty much had a UFL offensive line in the Super Bowl. And then he lost to Joe Burrow. And I give Joe Burrow a lot of credit. So he lost on a coin flip in the playoffs because they lost the coin flip when if you scored a touchdown, you don't get the ball back. He loses because he has no offensive line in the Super Bowl. And then I give Joe Burrow a lot of credit. He outplayed Patrick Mahomes and beat him. That's the only 3 times he's lost in his life.
And I do think Joe Burrow's a dude.
Yes.
Like, if you tell me, if you're the Bengals and you're like, we can win with Joe Burrow, I'm like, I believe that. I really do.
We've seen it happen.
But this is his last year on his rookie deal.
And that's, I think it doesn't bother me as much if you think you have like one of the elite of the elite that you have to pay.
Yeah.
And
interesting.
And I do see, I will point this out. I do see multiple people saying, well, if Greenlaw wouldn't have got hurt, maybe the game would have been different. Fair enough. Maybe.
Yeah.
But here we are.
We have to go on the facts of who won these games, and he won all of them.
As far as that goes, it's not like it was an offensive slugfest. So, and I don't, that last play, Greenlaw's not stopping that last play. That was leverage on the cornerback there. But I understand there could have been different plays. Kevin, we saw the numbers the other day. The history over like the last 5 years, the last rookie quarterback to have it, the guy on his rookie contract to do it was Mahomes. Every other time it's been one of these star quarterbacks. And I know we're trying to build the Russell Wilson thing over and over again where you do that, but that's just not consistently hitting right now.
And I want to read this text because it seems like they disagree with us, but I'm like, no, really, I think you do agree with this logic. From the 469, his defense helps. Getting stops helps. Give me a break. But that's my point, is if, like, to what David Hellman started with, he said it. Kansas City had a mid-offense. But they had the dude that you knew you could depend on and you could allocate. We talked about this last week.
To his point, if Patrick Mahomes was on the Carolina Panthers this year, they wouldn't have won the Super Bowl.
Agreed.
So if you want to say, can I put Prescott? You can't put him on any team. It doesn't matter. But if you put Patrick Mahomes on the worst team in the NFL, he's not going to win the Super Bowl if that's your point you're trying to make. But if you put him on a good team with holes, he will cover up those holes and win the championship.
And that is exactly the concerning thing for me, if I'm just building a team in general, but maybe especially if I'm building a team for the Cowboys, is I don't think you have the dude in Dak. And I'm not saying you have to be Mahomes. That's an unfair standard. But I'm saying whether you think it's Mahomes, Burrow, and you think it ends at that too, or whoever you think it extends to, is in Dak Prescott, they're going to probably redo it. They'll figure it out. They'll pay him like $40 million. Okay, fair enough. The 49ers built a better roster with a quarterback that was making $900,000. So you essentially have $39 extra million to build your roster with compared to the Cowboys, and they couldn't get the job done. And I know they made it to the Super Bowl, but they couldn't get the job done. And so now I'm starting to think more and more is maybe it doesn't, like, if you have the dude at quarterback, you can fill in the spaces a little bit less with a little bit less talent.
Yes. I completely agree with you. Now, finding the dude is hard. It's not an easy task to say, we found the dude that's going to win the next 10 Super Bowls. But
and how many teams have died on the way to thinking that?
Mike,
most.
You've brought this up, and we've had this discussion, I think, on varying levels. Every time that defense stepped out onto the field, they knew that if they gave the ball back to Patrick Mahomes, they had a chance. They believed that if they got the ball back or just kept them from scoring, we have a chance because we have Patrick Mahomes.
That was a 2-minute warning.
A real belief. Very similar to the way we felt about Dirk in that finals run. We got Dirk. We know that we're going to be able to do this because we got Dirk. We got Corey Seager. We're going to be fine, guys. Yeah. We got Nathan Eovaldi coming back to the... You believe that your teammate is going to do it for you as long as you do your job to its best. Not everybody has that. And right now, honestly, I wonder how many Cowboys defensive players look across the field and go, I believe that dude's going to win it whenever it's time. I don't know.
I'm with you on everything you said. I do think this. I'm not trying to pick on you 469. I do think that's a younger football fan. So just to get you where I'm going here. I used to watch football where there was no such thing as fantasy football. We did not care. Literally watching Troy Aikman play football from 1989 to about 1999. Fantasy football started becoming, to me, a big deal in about 1998.
Okay.
Like when computers could start tracking it and you didn't have to manually write everything down. Because, yes, fantasy football is happening in the 90s at a very little eclipse as people would literally write down and add up the information themselves off of getting the newspaper. But I think when people look at Patrick Mahomes this year, they don't see the number one fantasy quarterback. They don't see 6,000 yards, 50 touchdowns, historic season. But I'm not saying I understand football anywhere close to Brian Broaddus or anything like that. But I do think the younger football fan who's been playing fantasy football, like my son, I'm saying you're older than 15 years old, but he's growing up in fantasy football world. So you struggle with what real football is. You start going into, well, he only threw for 237 yards and a touchdown. And you're like, that's not good. Troy Aikman was a piece of trash. He was Andy Dalton. And you're like, you don't understand football because you're growing up in a fantasy world of football and not in how does a quarterback dictate the game of football. And Patrick Mahomes' growth into that is now Michael Jordan.
He very scarcely put his defense in that game specifically in a bad situation. One time he throws that interception for the most part. He's doing his thing and saying, you know what, I got a punter that can punt the hell out of this football.
I agree with you. But to your point that you made earlier, at the 2-minute warning, when San Francisco, if they get the first down, they win the game because then they don't, with 2 timeouts, it's going to be very tough to get the ball back. Now, maybe Patrick Mahomes, we've seen him with 17 seconds against Buffalo with no timeouts. That's plenty of time to get his guy in field goal range. But I think looking at it, that team knew at the 2-minute warning They said, if we get the stop here, we're winning the game. Now, they ended up tying the game and going to overtime, but that's the belief, Corey, you're talking about. I know if I have Patrick Mahomes, if I can get off the field at the 2-minute warning and we're still losing, he's going to win the game for us.
And that's why I disagree with this point of view so much. I think this is a different 4-6-9. Mahomes doesn't win a Super Bowl this year in Dallas. I disagree with that so much. No running game, no defense. That is just factually inaccurate.
Yeah.
Take a look at
that. Might be Dak.
Let's just look at the regular season. I realize everything changes in the playoffs, and that's a problem for the Cowboys. The Cowboys averaged 8 yards per game rushing more than the Chiefs. So they're saying the Chiefs excel because they have a better run game. On the defensive side, the Cowboys gave up 1.2 points more per game than the Chiefs. That's more, but that's not like break your heart more or anything like that. There were some similarities. The issue is that running game and passing game work in cooperation. They're saying you can't have we didn't have the run game, so it hurts the pass game. I would argue very much that your run game is inherently helped if the defense is terrified of what the quarterback is going to be able to do.
And your quarterback's actually pretty good at making the run game out of a short passing game as well. That's beneficial to him as well.
I'll be honest. I don't know how to have a conversation with a person who has that opinion. I just walk away from the conversation, Kevin. Nothing against the guy. Everybody can have their own opinion and have a strong belief in it. If somebody tells me that Patrick Mahomes wouldn't have taken this team further, the Dallas Cowboys, and most likely won the Super Bowl, I can't have a conversation with that person. They're not smart. To me, they're not smart enough to have that conversation with.
I guess the other point of this, because you said Joe Burrow.
I think Joe Burrow is in that group too.
And I think Aaron Rodgers has it here to do it. I don't know if physically he still has the ability to do that. We'll see next year. But I guess what you're asking, what you're really trying to dive into is, there's no hope for anybody else. Well, what are the qualities of finding that guy? And that's where, whenever you talk with Broadus, whenever you talk with the scouts, it's difficult because you think you found a dude that has the arm, and then you find out he's Ryan Leaf and he has all these other problems, and then you think you got a guy that can make really good decisions like Brock Purdy, but a couple more situations like this where a loss happens, that team won't believe in him. Like all these things to create this one guy. And Brady was that guy for a long time. Joe Montana had that mystique about him. Troy Aikman had that mystique about him, that everybody on the team believed that they would win because they got that guy. What are the identifying things? I think CJ Stroud, Kevin, definitely does have a lot of the qualities that you're looking for the future. That was just a very young team going up against a really good team.
And he doesn't make a lot of money. And I'm sure, look, if I'm a 49ers fan, I'm not saying you need to give up hope because you still have 2 years of cheap Brock Purdy. Right. But in the best possible situation where you have the most loaded roster, a quality quarterback who costs nothing.
McCaffrey, who's injury prone, wasn't hurt.
And he was MVP caliber, is they still lost. So it still seems clear to me that, sure, you have Patrick Mahomes, then you can win a Super Bowl. But outside of that, have like a quarterback who you think could be the dude. And I keep saying Burrow because I don't know if I think the category extends too far beyond that yet. Josh Allen ebbs and flows. Aaron Rodgers got hurt. CJ Stroud too young. Dak not as good in the playoffs. And so I don't know how big I think that category is. And so you either have to have an uber cheap quarterback who's good enough, like the 49ers did, to get you close, or have the dude. And right now, if you're building a roster, let's just talk about this roster right here. You have neither. I realize he finished second in the MVP race. I'm not belittling that regular season. But when it comes to the playoffs, you don't have the dude. And he ain't cheap. That's a double whammy against building your Super Bowl roster.
People got so mad at me when I tweeted that out, 2 years ago, that Dak isn't that dude. And, oh my, how can you even say that? And I was like, I just watched the game. It's pretty clear.
It's the hope inside of people that, like, this is
and I hope I'm wrong.
Like 4-6-9. I'm sorry I'm picking on you because you're like, this dude's a D, and I'm sorry for being one to you. I'm just trying to have this conversation with you. You should never draft a quarterback in the first 3 rounds. You should always just draft a quarterback if the quarterback means this little to you, if Patrick Mahomes means that little to you, then you should always try to Brock Purdy your situation. Now, it's very tough to do, saying I'm not going to take what is considered by scouts a top 5 quarterback in the draft. I'm just going to take a guy because the quarterback doesn't matter. I want defense. I want running game. I just need a quarterback to toss the ball to somebody. And look, Brock Purdy's good. He's a good quarterback. He's just not close to Patrick Mahomes. There's very few people that are, but to your point, Joe Burrow is. I think Josh Allen at times can be,
goes in and out of that
but he's
conversation,
like you're saying, very wavy in that. It's just really tough now when you look at it around the NFL. Somebody's going to win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years besides Patrick Mahomes. I get it,
God,
but
hope so.
But it just looks really tough. Just like the New York Knicks are like, how can we get better than what we have around Patrick Ewing? People don't understand. Patrick Ewing was unfreaking believable. But there was Michael Jordan. Dominique Wilkins was unfreaking believable. But there was Larry Bird in Boston and there was Michael Jordan in Chicago. There's times in people's careers and lives that they just run up against the guy.
And a coaching staff and team that can be flexible to everything.
Yeah.
They can adapt to any situation. All right, we don't have this, we'll do it, we'll compensate with this. We don't have this, we'll do this instead. They were adaptable, and you have to be, if you're good at one thing and you're like, this is what we hang our hat on, that's great. But if somebody knows how to stop it, you have to adapt and overcome at some point.
What if they get A.J. Brown in the offseason? I'm not saying they will, but what if
Good luck.
he ran with a horrible wide receiver crew?
And here's the thing, I realize how sideways it could go. Just look at this last draft, and it's only 1 year, so it's probably it's way too early to just judge the finished product. But if you're Carolina, based off of 1 year, you took a swing with Bryce Young, and it looks like maybe it's not going to work. And if you're Houston, you took a swing with C.J. Stroud, and that could have just made you relevant for the next 12 years. And that's why people are jockeying for position in terms of Caleb or Drake, or if you think Daniels is the guy, because you make the right pick. Welcome to relevancy for the next decade.
And I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong. Trevor Lawrence looks wrong. He looks like he's not going to get to that category. Yeah. After 3 years, it's tough to say Trevor Lawrence is going to be able to compete against Patrick Mahomes in playoff games. It doesn't look like he can.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm really excited to see how this segment goes. In honor of something that actually happened in the Vegas airport, what's your favorite name in the history of sports? And one of the ones that Bassick uses is a real name, actually. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Sports.
Drillers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I can already tell you from the 682, if you texted in, yes, that name is going to come up. So what is your favorite name in the history of sports? Because Friday at the Las Vegas airport, we're all there in plenty of time, and maybe somebody's running to get lunch or whatever. I'm sitting over by the counter, and they're like, we're still waiting for 2 customers. It's like, Steve Owens or whatever, and then Shlomo, and it felt like the world moved in slow motion to me.
In slow motion?
In slow motion, because I realized that's a real name, but in my mind, the only possible last name could have been Glickstein. Okay. And so I took out my earbud, and they're like, Leibovitz or whatever. And I was so disappointed because in my heart of hearts, I just knew they were about to say Shlomo Glickstein, which is what Mike always uses as a derogatory replacement for some scrub that's playing in whatever. And so it wasn't that, and I was really sad. And then, gentlemen, I'm going to let you guys take over because y'all started a research project that ended up in a place that I did not expect.
So you tell me this story, and I start smiling and laughing, and I'm thinking, this is the first time in my life I thought, is there a person actually named? Right. First of all, Shlomo doesn't sound like a real name to me.
It's definitely a real name.
And it's a real name. And then I was like, Glickstein. So I'm like, for the first time in my life, I'm going to Google this because I feel like I've heard Elf, who used to work up here, and I've heard other people use this name as like, oh, who is it? Shlomo Glickstein? Just filling in like John Doe, pretty much. And so I Google it, and I Google it up, and first I don't spell it right. Guess what? Mike can't spell. I can't. And so it says, well, this term means like slow motion. And I'm like, oh, well, being a slow-mo. Yeah. Right? Like, they're just like, it's just a short term for slow motion. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Maybe that's why people use it. Like, slow motion came into effect in like the 70s or whatever when you're watching Monday Night Football. So then they came up with Shlomo Glickstein. Then I look down a little bit further, and it says, Shlomo Glickstein, professional tennis player.
I was shocked.
And I'm like,
this information.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're our tennis expert. You never knew that.
I was like, wait a second.
No idea. Honestly, I did not believe you guys.
He is 66 years old, and he is still alive. He qualified for the Davis Cup in 1987. And in fact, I believe in the 80s, at one point, he was ranked number 22 in the world.
He beat number 1 Yvonne Lendl at one point.
So Shlomo Glickstein's a real person.
I was shocked.
I couldn't believe it either. I was like, wait a second. I just thought this was like a funny way of filling in the word John Doe.
And so then we got to discussing our favorite names in the history of sport.
And it's obviously Steve DeBerg.
No, I do not acknowledge that name unless he's on the show.
Steve DeBerg!
No, I will not do it.
It does say that Shlomo Glickstein here is the greatest tennis player Israel has ever produced.
Wow. Oh, I was not aware of that either. Now, for me, it was World Be Free. Because when I got the 1986-87 Fleer basketball cards, which of course is a very storied set in the history of basketball with rookies of pretty much every great player of the 80s.
Do you know what his name was before he changed it?
It was Lloyd, right?
Yeah.
And so, but when I got that card,
Lloyd,
I had no idea. I thought his name really was and always had been World Be Free. And of course, at that time, I thought, what a cool parent.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for a good message for everyone, and they named their kid World Be Free. Now,
I realized, Meta World Peace.
Yes.
Like one of my kids' names should be Captain or Corporal.
Yes, or President.
Yeah, President Majors.
I always think that should have been. And so I always
thought... What a great name for Spud Webb.
Yes, I always thought World Be Free was the most amazing name in sports for years and years and years and years until we started talking more and more about the Olympics. And you found out that the chairman of Olympic Broadcasting Services is Dick Pound. And then I was like, well, that is my new favorite name in sports.
So I do believe the day that I learned his name
was it not registered?
Was a COVID day, like when all the world started shutting down because the Olympics then had conversations, and me and Mike were in here, and I was like, I was trying to not laugh about his name, but it's a fun name. It really is a fun name to have a conversation
And
about.
it's also weird if you're just like, hello, is this Mr. Pound?
Hi, Mr. Pound. How's it
Like,
going?
that's-
And he's like, it's Richard. And you're like, okay, appreciate your...
Yeah,
He's like, never
yeah.
call me Mr. Pound again. Kevin, as you would expect, I have a top 5 list.
Oh.
Of everybody loves a list, I've been told. Thank you, CA.
It is.
Number 5 is Dick Butkus.
That's a good one.
It's a fantastic name. There's a lot of emphasis on the in that name. Lots of it going on. Number 4, Stubby Clapp. That's a really fun name.
Texas Tech.
Thank you very much.
You just that's really
well. When I went on
really impressive.
When I went on my recruiting trip, he was one of their better players at the time at Texas Tech. He was a second baseman at Texas Tech in the early mid '90s.
Yep, there you go. Number 3,
and he did have a decent MLB career. He coached a long time too in MLB.
professional bowler Mike Lemongello. Is that
shut
His name's Mike Lemongello.
Awesome.
Number 2, Peekaboo Street. I just always
Yes.
loved her name. And I thought she was the world's greatest skier just because I heard her name all the time.
Yeah.
I really don't know how great she was. I should probably go look that up some more. But I always just thought she's amazing. Her name's Peekaboo Street. And this one is like a personal one. I always wanted to make a shirt that said I Heart Banga because of DJ Banga. I thought that was a really fun name to say.
And it wasn't spelt DJ,
It's
right?
It was
MBENGA, and I just wanted an I Heart Banga shirt. I thought that would be fun, but it never happened.
I saw him at Best Buy, like off of 75.
Like
I saw
2 days
DJ
ago?
Banga. No, like 2 days after they won the championship. So like maybe or a couple days after the parade, right around the week after they beat not the Miami Heat. Yeah, Miami Heat. After they beat the Miami Heat, because then I started thinking of the bad Miami Heat when we lost. But yeah, I saw him there right after the championship.
Kind of like the next day I saw Rolando Blackman.
And I was like, dude, congratulations. I love you.
And what did he
made
say?
it. He's like, oh, it's great. Because he'll always be remembered for me for kind of making an elbow jumper at the end of the third quarter.
Was it General Booty?
General Booty's a good name.
Quarterback for Allen for a while.
Well, Josh Booty, right? I've interviewed him because he follows the SEC.
Is it John?
I think there's
Josh?
2. I think there's multiple.
There's lots of booties out there.
Is the one I always thought was really cool, especially when I was a little bit younger, is Coco Crisp. I just
Coco
thought
Crisp
that
is
was
great.
And Milton Bradley, Coco Crisp and Milton Bradley, I thought were super cool names. And then
I played with Milton Bradley.
Was he a super nice guy?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I won't say super nice, but
he was nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Apollo Ono. If you're
He
going
had
to
an
say
edge to him.
Okay.
Which isn't bad.
Not at
you know?
all.
I mean, he couldn't play for the Cowboys.
That is true. That is very true. Is the other one is God Sham God?
God Sham God's a great name.
I just always thought that
Coach of the Mavs.
I always thought that sounded like the coolest name. Alec or Mike, do you have a particular standout sports name?
Shlomo Glickstein.
Who we've now learned is a real person. Do you count this? Somebody brought up Oil Can Boyd. And
It's a cool name.
I
That is
thought
a
about
really
that.
cool nickname.
Does that count
'Cause it's a
as the
nickname.
nickname? But I mean, I used World Be Free, and that was, I guess, maybe
But
he changed his name.
He went to court and changed, just like Meta World Peace, Ron Artest. I believe he went to court and legally changed his name to Meta World Peace.
Wonderful, terrific Mons the Third.
What?
I just saw that name. He was a Braves outfielder, and I guess the story goes that his grandfather, when he first found out that he was going to have a grandchild, he said, "Wonderful, just terrific." And so he found out it was going to be a boy, so he said that, and that's what they named him. Wonderful, terrific Mons the Third.
That's nice. I looked this up. This is a lacrosse player, Brickman House.
That's awesome. Brickman House.
So
That is an awesome name.
Did you collect baseball cards in 1989?
Yeah.
One of the prospects, I believe, for Cleveland at the time was Louis Medina. And just because at that time Funky Cole Medina was such
awesome.
a like big time song, like I loved when I pulled a 1989 Donruss rookie of Luis Medina, who was I should say a nobody. He made the major leagues, but like not a reputable player at all. But every time I pulled him, I could just hear Tone Loc saying Funky Cole Medina.
And the 469 O.B. McDowell is definitely, for us as Rangers kids, that was a name we all knew. Like, we all knew that one immediately.
I like this one because there should be more names that just fit with your sport. There is a driver named Scott Speed.
Yes.
And I know he wasn't the best, but wouldn't you think that? It was like, hello, I'm Kevin Hagelin. And he's like, hello, I'm Scott Speed. And I'd be like, crap, I'm going to lose. Like I would just think that.
Like you're going up to the plate against Bob Walk, and you're immediately thinking, I'm either I'm walking today. I'm not going to have to worry about hitting. I'm going to be fine.
Yes. Or if I was pitching to Steven leadoff double, then I'd be like, well, crap. That's not
a real name. Kevin.
There was also, real quick, my dad would always have this joke about there is a player that is named this, but he didn't shorten his name to this, and he's a Hall of Famer, is Richard Seymour, because then in the program it would say Seymour Richard. And that was always a joke of my dad's, except his name wasn't Richard, it was shortened.
Shortened to what?
To what, Mike?
Like Dick Bavetta was a basketball referee. So
Seymour.
Yeah.
He went by Seymour Dick Bavetta?
Yeah. But that was always my dad, too. Like, he'd scream.
How about that D, baby?
Every time Dick Bavetta was the referee, and we were about 8 rows behind at Reunion Arena,
laugh.
my dad would scream out, first possession on our side of the court, hey, Bavetta, you're a D.
My gosh. Lots of votes. I believe he's going to be in this NFL draft is Kool-Aid McKinstry, from the cornerback from Alabama. That
Nicknames
is an awesome
are awesome, right?
I agree.
There's no way his real name's Kool-Aid, right? Because like Spud Webb's name's Anthony, but
Well,
Spud
is
is
Dick
awesome.
Trickle that guy's real name?
I do think it's Richard Trickle, but you're just shortening it. Like it's Michael.
It's like
Bassick.
Wang Juju.
It's like Kev Hagelin.
We would all, anytime he would get the ball and he's on the perimeter, we'd all rise for the Wang. It was amazing to see what
I have 2 Wang jerseys. Number 16.
Doesn't your wife think they're stupid and wants to
She
get rid of
always
them?
is like, and I'm like, they still have the tag. One of them still has the tags on.
For
like
what, resale value?
Yes. I think a Wang Mavericks jersey is a huge collectible.
Do you?
Yes.
Why are you
right now? Text in if you would love a number 16 Wang 1999-2000 Mavericks jersey.
Are you considering selling it
for the right price?
Oh, it's priceless, bro.
Everybody's got a price. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How much do you believe in this big time prediction? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Attention, men who
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Goff looking. St. Brown. End zone. Touchdown Detroit. St. Brown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I hate you guys for that because I have an NFL overreaction to reality for tomorrow or Thursday that's going to be kind of based around that. And I'm like, why even ask that question?
So burnt out.
All right.
This NFL season.
Shut up. I got it. Aiden Hutchinson says Dan Campbell made a bold vow after their playoff exit and said, "We are going to the Super Bowl next year." Do you believe that the Lions, who I believe are now the only NFC team that has never made the Super Bowl, will be in the Super Bowl next year as Dan Campbell promised?
Strong opinion on this, Corey.
Is it no?
Maybe.
Oh, that's not a strong opinion. That's like your dragon opinion.
We'll find out.
I do think that they have the right mindset to accomplish that task. Because they have a coach that doesn't let up. He's not, and I know like we've been talking about the burnout part. Are still I need to understand what they were worn out from or whatever.
Yeah.
But like that coach, it's very difficult. He said it. It's difficult to do everything you did to get you to the point where you were almost at the biggest game. And now you got to go do it again. Every year you kind of have to reboot, refresh Mahomes again. His decision that, you know what, this year I'm going to do it again. I have a goal of accomplishing this, and we're all going to do it together. I'm going to do all the work that it takes, plus drink all the beers while I'm doing it. Like that's the mentality of being able to go back at this task. Dan Campbell already, right after they lost, was getting them prepared for it. And they're young, and they're hungry. So I do believe that they have the right mentality. Now, I can't, dude, we're so far away from it. I can't guarantee yes or no. So I'll go with maybe.
Who's your guys?
I'll go with maybe.
Soft.
If you made me bet right now today,
I would say no.
This isn't a good bet. I would bet on San Francisco. The reason I say it's not a good bet is it seems like the team that loses the Super Bowl has a major issue the next year. Look at Philadelphia this year. So I would bet on San Francisco. That would be where my money would go to if all the odds were exactly the same for all NFC teams. But I think Detroit does have a good chance with Green Bay. And I don't know, not with Dallas. They have to play in the playoffs, and that's way too much football.
Yeah, that's going to really kill in a couple of days. Is another record set. We talked about the record high audience. A record $185.6 million was bet on the Super Bowl with the Nevada State Sportsbooks.
I bet $40.
And what was your final? How did you come out?
I got
even?
$40 back. I came out even Steven. I lost my Brock Purdy MVP vote. That was $20. And I won $40 on a $20 bet that the game would be within 6 points.
Now, we talk about this all the time. They keep building new casinos in Vegas for a reason. Check this out.
Because I lost $70.
Maybe. I mean, that's part of it. Is the sport? Well, the other part of it is the thing that you told me about. If you had a winning ticket that was like $1.50, you're like, who cares? I'm not getting that cashed in. Is there's probably tons of tickets like that they just keep and they don't ever get the money. They kept as a souvenir. You have one for 6 cents and one for $1.66. So
yep, here it is, guys. Take a picture. You can renew it or whatever if you want.
Renew it. Is the state's 182 sports books, here's what it said, squeaked out a $6.8 million profit. Just on the Super Bowl, Las Vegas made $6.8 million. That was squeaking it out. Last year, they won $4.4 million. That's down, though, because the 4 years before that, Vegas averaged a profit in gambling of $13.2 million on the Super Bowl. So when we talk about fading the public, that is why you fade the public.
Well, didn't Carragher say that they just got destroyed on the overtime stuff? Like
Yes.
all the books are like with
I'm
overtime
sure.
stuff screwed us over.
Yeah, and if they would have kicked that extra point, it would have hurt even more because then you would have hit the over, and that people historically like to bet the over.
The bet that I thought I was going to lose is when it went to overtime, I thought, oh no, whoever gets the ball is going to score a touchdown, kick the extra point to go up by 7.
And then you lose by 7.
That other team is going to be desperate because they have to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
And so if it's 4th and 6, they're going to be like, we have to go for it. They don't get it. And then I lose. This close game all game long is going to end up being a 7-point game.
Luckily that did not happen for you. Now, since 2019, you might be tired of hearing about how great the Chiefs are.
I'm not.
Well, I know that. Well, this isn't going to change.
If I bought you a championship Chiefs hat, would you wear it?
No.
Dang it. Corey?
I wouldn't be angry about
Mike,
it.
I told you this the other day. I only
jumping on.
wear the champion. Look, I'm wearing my Rangers hoodie, my Rangers World Series championship hoodie.
You'll have it for the
I
next
have
12
a
years.
Mavericks t-shirt. I only buy things for teams that I root for that win championships.
What if I told you Pat Mahomes rooted for all those teams when he was a kid?
Doesn't change anything for me, Mike.
Well, I tried.
Since 2019, when trailing by 10-plus points in any playoff game, the rest of the NFL is 6-48. 6-48. The Chiefs are 5-1. When trailing by 10 points or more in a playoff game, the Chiefs are 5-1 since 2019. That's bananas.
Why?
It is BANANAS.
That's right.
Is I would say that it makes Dak Prescott average, right? It makes him like all the other. This is what we do.
Why? Why?
This is what we do with Tony Romo and Dak Prescott. Isn't this what we do, Corey? We go, oh look, they're 1-47.
Yep.
So they're better than all of the quarterbacks because maybe they got one of those wins, which they didn't. But who's the other guy who got the one other win? Is it they were down 24-7? Was it Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I think it's 5-1 just for the Chiefs, and then the rest of the NFL is 1-6 combined.
Oh,
you
okay.
see what I'm
I
saying?
thought you meant
No, 5-1 for the Chiefs, 6-48 for all the rest of the NFL.
6-48 total, and the
There's
Chiefs
only
have
one.
5 out of
No.
6.
But I mean,
Okay.
that's still astonishing. We talked about how kicking was a big winner in the Super Bowl. Super Bowl records tied in this past Super Bowl. Most field goals attempted, 7. However, they broke the record for most field goals made, also with 7.
Impressive.
Fewest,
Not extra points made.
yeah, that one didn't work out as much. And Kansas City tied the record for most made field goals with 4. But this just shows you, and we've been trending in this direction for a while, fewest kickoff returns for both teams, 0. Fewest kickoff return yards for both teams, 0. Both Super Bowl records that I imagine would be tied plenty in future years.
So I thought about this. These are bets where, when we're talking about betting, there was a bet on the MGM app that said the kickoff, will it be returned plus 250, I think it was, or will it be a touchback minus 300? And I thought, this is an easy bet.
Yeah.
Both guys have big legs. But then I just thought, that's like gambling-aholic type of situation. I got this app, and I'm going to bet on touchback versus return a kickoff. But I thought, you obviously have to bet $30 to win $10. And so I thought, how much money do I want to bet on something that I think is a for sure thing to feel like I'm getting a return on this? But I guess I should have bet my whole life.
I mean, not that, but
I would've won.
Yeah, I don't think they're...
Should have bet $600.
Yeah, I like that a lot better than betting your life. Your life is worth far more than $600.
But
I know. That's why I'm saying. That's why I would have won more money.
Yeah.
What kind of collateral? Never mind. Don't do it.
Okay, I won't put money on my life.
It's your life.
If you would have taken, I have no clue what you have saved up for Brandon, and probably not much for Noah yet.
$1 billion.
Like, would you have taken all the college fund money you have and bet that it's going to be a touchback? Because it felt, but then I was like, he's going to slip on the grass or something, or he's going to kick it high and it's going to end up at the goal line. The guy's going to get too excited and return it out of the end zone.
Like a little too soon. I got what you're saying. I think the only scenario where that would happen is if I was in like some sort of movie and it was like tuition was due the next day. and you had to pay all 4 years or else Brandon couldn't go to this college. And I was like, this is the only shot we got to get all the tuition. Otherwise, even if I thought it was like a really good bet, I do not believe I would bet all.
And your
his
collateral's
tuition money.
Jess if it doesn't work out.
She's worth way more than I am. We're the K&C masterpiece.
Not her life. You just have to give her to Robert Redford.
No, I'm not giving anybody to Robert Redford.
The more I think about
natural.
this, like Mike, never mind.
Yeah, and then I'm going to stab him too.
With
no,
the bat.
you don't stab him.
Isn't that what happened? He got stabbed?
In the natural.
Yeah.
By a woman. You going to be a
probably
woman?
because she was pissed because her husband gave her away to him.
She was trying to help out Babe Ruth. I think that's who that was.
Those aren't the same characters, though. I realize they're all played by Robert Redford. He played Death in a Twilight Zone episode.
The better thing to do is you buy your Jess, you buy her a hippo in some sort of auction, and then everything works out for the best. And it doesn't have to be a hippo per se, just an animal, I think. One that's in a zoo that you don't have to take care of.
He was in Charlotte's Web?
Oh, my God.
Woody? Or Robert?
Robert
Redford's the man.
Yeah, dude. He's a good actor.
I think he's like sexiest man alive at some point in his career.
He was in
Probably
Avengers
multiple times.
Endgame?
Oh, yeah, I
he's
remember
one of
that.
the
He's a
business
bad guy.
people.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
He's part of like that red-faced
He
guy.
was in Inside Daisy Clover?
What are they called?
Red Skull. We're the K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Hey, guys. The pitching conundrum the Rangers must solve in 2024.
The
Let's
Horse Whisperer.
do that next right here on The Fan.
The Fan. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 3 The Fan, where, Corey, I forgot to also tell you that the Cincinnati Bengals are expected to franchise tag T. Higgins.
Oh, good. That's I saw that part of the conversation where they were kind of concerned as to whether or not they'd spend that money. I think they have like $65 million to work with this offseason, which is crazy.
Are you serious?
Something. Let me go revisit the story, but yeah, it's a pretty significant number.
He was drafted in 20. I'm talking about Joe Burrow. I'm just trying to think. Obviously, T. Higgins was too. I'm just trying to think of when his big contract kicks in. That's when that quarterback has to be on a Patrick Mahomes level, because you are taking from even a first overall pick, you're taking $30+ million away from the rest of your team, because that's what the good quarterbacks make, $50 to $60 million a year.
Yeah, roughly $60 million in cap space to work with, and I think it says they're projected to be the sixth most in the offseason.
Let's bet on the Bengals.
Let's freaking go.
Well, if their people go spend money, I mean, they might just be like, we'll roll it over till next year.
Now, we got caught up in, obviously,
that's a shot at the Cowboys.
I know. Super Bowl fever last week while we were in Las Vegas, but pitchers and catchers report for the Texas Rangers, the world champion Texas Rangers, tomorrow. That is happening. And I wanted to run back through something that we had talked about a couple of weeks ago and see what your belief level is in this. We talked about things that the Rangers need to have another successful season, or best case scenario, hopefully start to build their own little dynasty here. Not little dynasty, you won 2 in a row. You're starting, you're on your way. Is one of the things that we talked about from an article from Evan Grant was at least one of Jack Leiter, Owen White, or Zach Kent proves capable of making more than half a dozen starts by the end of the season. And so I was kind of looking at their minor league careers and everything like that, and I wanted to know, how confident are y'all that this can happen? And do you have a candidate that's more likely than the rest? Because I realized when the draft happened, it was all Jack Leiter all the time. And I was absolutely on board with that train.
We all three were so pumped that Jack Leiter was the second pick.
Right now, is he the third most likely to complete this for you?
I don't know. Owen White last year struggled tremendously after getting called up.
He did.
And when he went back down, they thought, well, hey, give him another month. He kind of saw what a major league game is like. It's not like you got a taste. You don't know exactly how it would go game in and game out, but you got an idea of the competitive nature of a major league lineup in a major league environment. I'm scared. I honestly am scared of the high ranking, and I shouldn't say that, the pitchers at AA and AAA levels, the guys that are a good 3 starts away from making your major league team, where if you're an A-ball, you have a good month, they'll move you up to AA and see if you can handle that level. But when you're in AA, AAA, you get hot, you get called up to the majors. I am worried. I would put a lower percentage, like a 33% chance that one of these guys makes it as a everyday 5-man rotation pitcher.
Agreed on all that what Mike just said, but I did have a dream last night that Jack Leiter made the opening day rotation.
Oh my Lord.
So if my dreams
oh wow, that is,
I hope you're right in a way. I hope he's so awesome, not that you have so many injuries that you have to, because that can happen too, where you're just, man, we are so hurt right now. We just have to take our shots.
But I'm with Mike.
Dodgers had that last year.
I'm with Mike in that I've never seen the Rangers develop pitching. So I can't believe that they can do it this offseason yet. But I'm hopeful. Very hopeful.
All right. So I guess I'm going to say Owen White is I'm going to go Owen White, then Zach Kent, then Jack Leiter. Just because, look, I hope, as Mike said, I hope your dream is correct. And
me too.
That, I mean, there are other dreams that I hope come true all the way a little bit quicker. But I hope your less famous dream is accomplished as well. I think Jack Leiter he feels more and more like a major league bullpen piece. And so I would think your hope would go Owen White, then Zach Kent, then Jack Leiter.
It's not like we're watching AA and AAA baseball games, but I'm asking this question. why do you feel Owen White is your best shot?
It seems like we don't always, I think a lot about what you told me a long time ago, Mike, about, when we discussed meritocracy and how it doesn't always work quite like that. It seems like they have just been waiting to pull the trigger on Owen White longer, just like you were talking about with Foscue before. So it just sort of feels like they're like, hey, we need pitching.
Yeah.
We're going to give this kid a shot at some point, a real shot.
I did see the Major League invite list. You guys probably got the email too. Like Cole Winn is on that list. And I know now a year ago, you would still go, it's not going good at all, but it would be probably Leiter, Winn, and White in that order. And now Winn he is going to Major League camp. I can't even see them really giving him a chance to compete for a job. Like, he needs to show that he can get AAA hitters out. But, like, that's the tough thing right now, to Corey's point. And it's like, why is it for some reason, and we're talking about from the 70s to now, not just John Daniels or not just Chris Young, is this organization has just seemed to really struggle to develop pitchers that help out the Texas Rangers.
And that can be starting or otherwise, because one of the other things I wanted to break down with you guys, and I know there's a seemingly simple explanation to this, is you have to get better in one-run games. In the last 2 years, the Rangers are 29-59.
Wow.
Think about that. And I realize the easiest explanation for this route is because your bullpen's been some junk.
So, okay, we got Josh Spores and Leclerc. We're going to be fine.
They did help lead you
to
the
David
World
Robertson
Series last year.
Yeah, and David Robertson.
The Admiral.
Kirby Yates.
That is a different person. You got to improve with the bullpen, but I do think starting pitching has something to do with this as well. But the Rangers are going to have to improve. Just think about if you could even get to 500. I'm not even asking you to be really good in one-run games.
Wasn't it like
get to 500?
Was it a playoff game last year where the Rangers, trailing after 8, hadn't won a game in 2000? Like, they won the World Series, and I think in the regular season, help me, I might be wrong here.
They hadn't won one after 7 until past the midway point of the season.
It was like trailing after 8. They had never won a game, but then they had a big comeback win. Well, I think it was game 1 of the World Series, wasn't it?
Yes, they did make that comeback in the ninth.
When Seager hit the 2-run homer to tie it, and then they won it in extra innings with the Adolis Garcia home run. I could be wrong here. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But that might have been their first comeback going into the 9th inning.
And so that's another big part of it as well. So better bats in the 8th and 9th. Better bullpen, better starting pitching. A lot of these things are obviously tied together. And then the other, I know people are asking about Kumar Rocker. He's
not going to pitch this year.
It's not going to happen.
Like I would say Brock Porter's closer by far than Kumar Rocker at this point.
They're probably on maybe the same path of when they get to the majors, because if you look at Porter, high school pick, he's going to start the year in high A ball.
Yes.
He's going to pitch the whole year in the minors this year. He's going to pitch the whole year in the minors in 2025. And then the hope is in 2026, if he develops quickly and well, he'll be ready to maybe pitch for you in 2026. Kumar Rocker, Tommy John surgery in June. He is missing this year of pitching. He'll pitch some in like Arizona Fall League type, not the big time one, but like go to Arizona in the fall with the Rangers and work on bullpens and everything. And then in 2025, pitch in the minor leagues, make sure his arm is okay. And then in 2026, hopefully be a competitive pitcher for you in the major leagues.
And then to add it all to this, as we're talking at least somewhat about pitching, is you continue to see this every day, every other day. A national writer who says, no, Jordan Montgomery is going to go back to the Rangers. MLB.com.
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Today's Tuesday.
MLB.com.
Tomorrow's Wednesday, Kevin.
Just thank you.
So it'll be the day after tomorrow.
Oh, no. Better get Jake Gyllenhaal on the horn.
We'll be all right.
Is another article saying Jordan Montgomery back to the Rangers. I'm curious.
Come on.
More and more, this disconnect between the national feeling that he's coming back and maybe a little bit more pessimistic feeling here.
My theory is this. The national writers are talking to Montgomery's agent and talking to other teams' general managers, and they cannot find a team offering Montgomery a contract.
You think Boston will dip back in?
I don't know. I just think right now the national writers, my theory is that they can't find the team that they thought had interest in November, December that has any interest in February, and they're just going, well, then it makes logic sense that he's going back to the Rangers if I can't find San Francisco, New York, Boston, all these teams supposedly interested in Montgomery in November and December. They seem to have no interest in February. So I think they're just connecting it like, then he has to be going back to the Rangers because I can't find a team talking to Jordan Montgomery right now.
And then the other thing is, I feel like we've addressed this several times, but we have new audience all the time. Why not sign Trevor Bauer for the league minimum? So there's a few things there. Has Trevor Bauer?
I heard he would do it for the league minimum.
But has
Kevin.
Trevor Bauer himself come out and said that? I know Gary Sheffield Jr. said it on his behalf.
I will believe Gary Sheffield Jr., Kevin.
Okay.
That's how you should do it. Never believe anybody else.
He's the son of Gary Sheffield. If
That
you know.
makes sense.
No, I don't. I agree with you. I want to hear it from him.
Yeah.
I want to hear it from his agent.
And then also Gary Sheffield Jr. said, don't believe the noise. He's well liked by his teammates. We have multiple people who have played with him in the past is like, that is not true. And so for people asking, why not take a chance on that?
Yeah.
I think they just think he's a bad culture guy for the room.
You have Corey Seager, who was with him for that last half season he was in the major leagues. So I'm not saying Corey Seager's the end all be all.
But if he signed off on it.
But if he said, dude, I had no problem with Trevor Bauer, then maybe that would help out the Rangers in that case. But it looks like, to be honest, it looks like the teams have gotten together and said, screw this guy, keep him out of baseball.
By the way, on Trevor Bauer, my feeling on that, like the mindset always, and especially with people that bring that up, can he pitch? Yeah, the dude can pitch.
He's really good in Japan.
I do wonder if like what he learns from it, and if he even thinks he didn't needed to learn anything other than maybe I just need to make sure that the people I'm with are, good quality people. But like that's part of being kind of if people are like, you're a bad teammate, does he learn anything from it if he gets re-signed with the Rangers or signed with the Rangers or re-signed with another team?
And that's the thing. Some people are saying on his podcast, he said he would sign for the minimum with incentives. And I'm just telling you,
check it out.
We've heard from multiple people inside the organization that it just doesn't sound like the interest level is there from everything I understand. So whenever people ask why, that's my default answer.
How many dudes on this team were a distraction this year? Yep, exactly.
You have to really think about it.
They didn't have any distractions on this team. DeGrom was
they had guys that went in and out of losing confidence. I brought up Ezekiel Duran, probably not a distraction.
But you didn't feel like he was a distraction.
He was trying his best to help the team at all times. It was just that he couldn't just get out of that funk that he found himself in kind of late July and August. But to your point, everybody, from what we understand, on that plane in the clubhouse, even when they thought, well, what about bringing in Aroldis Chapman because he's kind of this superstar type of guy. But they're like, got along great, quiet guy.
Yeah.
But no issue like, I deserve this or I want this. It was just, no, man, he's kind of quiet in the clubhouse, doesn't really say much, has a few guys that he talks to, but he gets along with the bullpen guys. He's just a quiet guy.
Yeah, all those dudes were team committed. Like none of them had that outside thing that was going to bring any of the hoopla in. And while Jerry loves to bring the hoopla in, the Rangers this year, they were like, no, we're keeping it this way.
Let me tell you something. If this was a football player who had the very similar
resume,
yeah, I absolutely believe
he play?
The Cowboys would make that sign.
He can play.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's ridiculously early, but do you think we'll see a historic Chiefs three-peat? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or somebody you know, you got in a wreck, you saw it coming from a reckless driver that you encountered, that's when you need to reach out to the Frankels at 817 or 214-333-3333. My wife and I have both used the Frankels in the last year as we were in car accidents with our baby in the car. The cars were totaled, and it was due to a reckless driver. The Frankels, they will guide you through everything in the process. They're going to ease your burden, answer any questions you might have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. They've been doing this for more than 25 years in the DFW. So look, you or a loved one get injured in an accident or a wreck just like this, you contact Frankel and Frankel first. It's a free consultation, and you don't pay anything until they win your case. So go to truckwreck.com or pick up the phone. Call those Frankels at 817 or 214-333-3333. Frankel and Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Totalmente. And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan.
the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Chiefs have never led in this game. They fumbled at the 8, or they could have led. Mahomes firing for the end zone, wide open, touchdown! Kansas City! Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 16 yards on a seam up the numbers, and Kansas City has its first lead of Super Bowl 58.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I bet they win. It's ridiculously early, but do you believe we will see Kansas City Chiefs historic three-peat next season?
How could I bet against the dude? I've tried because it doesn't work. I mean, I'm wearing a Chiefs hat, but I just thought watching this season, anybody watching this season couldn't have thought that looks like the world champs.
Yes, agreed.
They at no point in the season looked like the best team in football, and yet at the end, they were still the best team in football.
Did you see Andy Reid send the shout out to the Raiders for his like, hey, thanks for kicking our ass out of complacency? Like,
yeah, that's
because we needed it.
Yeah, that's it. It never looked right for the whole season, and you just didn't think, oh, you know when they're going to figure it out? On the road in the playoffs.
No chance. No chance.
They have just over $24 million in breathing room, cap room, Kevin. Their effective cap space, however, because of rookie signings and filling out their roster, is a bit lower than $15.75 million. So I don't know, and obviously they could probably pull some levers and create some more space if they want to. But I don't know if they're going to be able to bring Chris Jones back. And I really do seriously think like he is a massive factor on what they were able to do defensively because he's so good at what he does. So if they don't get him back, like more weight's gonna fall on the shoulders of Mahomes unless they find somebody that can fill his shoes, which it's difficult. It's not easy to find a guy that can be Chris Jones on a defense.
The other thing too, didn't they? I agree with 100% of what you're saying, and I'm hoping they sign him back. It's funny how Cowboy fans are like, go get Chris Jones. It's like they have a way better salary cap situation than the Cowboys do. The Cowboys have to pull more strings to get the money for Chris Jones than the Chiefs do, and the Chiefs know the success they've had with Chris Jones. But it's interesting, for the Super Bowl, weren't they missing their second best defensive lineman? Didn't he get hurt against the Ravens? So literally, like, sometimes we come up with excuses here in Dallas on why it didn't work.
Yeah.
Well, in the Super Bowl, what if DeMarcus Lawrence was missing from the playoff game? We'd all say, well, they would have won if they'd had DeMarcus Lawrence. Well, I don't know. Kansas City Chiefs didn't have their second best defensive lineman, and they still won.
How many times, I'm sure you're all aware, in the Super Bowl era, no team's ever won 3 straight Super Bowls. How many times in the history of the NFL do you think a team has won 3 straight titles?
Oh, dude.
NFC titles?
No, he's talking about like going back to when there were 3 teams in the NFL and 1 team was left
like
out
at
of the
least
Super.
4.
Twice.
I'll say 5 times. I'm just throwing out a number.
It was, in fact, twice.
The Packers.
And?
Cowboys in 1994.
No.
Browns? Lions or Browns?
The answer is the Packers and the Packers.
Oh, okay.
So the Packers did it back when, there might not have been a lot of teams in the league. I accept that. 1929 to 1931. But remember, before they won the first 2 Super Bowls, the Packers also won the last strictly NFL championship game in 1965. So the Packers also won in 65, 66, and 67. So while it is true no team has ever won 3 straight Super Bowls, I have a pretty good idea that the Packers would have gotten it done if you'd have started a year
The tough one was in the first one. Some of the guys were like, wait, we have to play in a championship game? I got to go to war? Or I got to go build some Ford TO 463s or whatever?
That part is still crazy to me. How many times then do you guys, how often does this happen? How many times do you think a team has won consecutive Super Bowls?
Cowboys.
That is true. That is 1.
Niners.
Broncos.
Okay. I didn't know you guys were going to name all. You're on a roll.
Patriots.
Correct?
Did the Steelers win back-to-back? I think they did.
They did it 2 different times.
The Packers, obviously. You said them already, the first 2.
Then the Chiefs just did it. There's one more.
Ooh,
This one's tough.
not the Bears, because they only won that one.
No, it's definitely not the Bears.
The Skins never did it. They have 3 or 4 championships, but not Giants. No.
Packers, didn't they win the first 2?
Yeah, we already mentioned that.
Okay, all right. Kevin, I can see.
I have no idea.
The Dolphins won
72?
Super Bowl 7 and 8. And
Who was alive for that?
Larry Zonka.
Okay,
He
well,
was
I
at the
didn't
Super Bowl.
guarantee you were alive for all of them.
I think the Grease Man's still alive.
So this shot has
Bob Greasy?
Yeah.
Okay.
His son Brian's alive. I see him do college football.
No, his son, he's like a coach somewhere.
Oh, he is? He stopped doing football?
My point
Yeah,
is,
he's a football coach.
Well, the game's on TV.
this is going to be the 9th opportunity for a team to three-peat in the Super Bowl. Is the Packers, the Dolphins, the Steelers again, the 49ers, the Cowboys, Broncos, the Patriots, and now the Chiefs.
Brian Greasy is the quarterback coach for the Niners.
Hey.
I feel like we should have. I saw it like 2 weeks ago. Or
He
3
had
weeks
the
ago.
impossible job of coming in when a superstar quarterback retires from a team. Like, he was drafted. He was second round. I just remember thinking, he's going to be good. They're not going to have that much of a drop-off from John Elway. And they dropped off. And then they had to go get Jake Plummer.
Yeah.
Things got better, but not to where it went. And then they're like, let's go get Peyton Manning. And then they won.
So I understand all the reasons. Obviously, Kansas City's flying high right now. All the reasons I would think they would win again. They are installed as the favorites ahead of the 49ers, Lions, the Ravens, the Bills. But it's just never happened in the Super Bowl era for one reason or another.
Have they not moved the line because we got Mike Zimmer?
No, the Cowboys are 8th on this list, also behind the Bengals and the Packers.
I can't believe it.
You know, one of the other things, Kevin, in regards to that,
I can't believe they're 8th.
I know you're talking about the not in either era, the salary cap era or not, but in the non-salary cap era, a lot of times in those situations, a team would get good, and they had somebody that was really good too. You mentioned the other day, yes, you had to beat better teams back then too.
Yeah.
Well, then they would say, well, we're going to add this one player, and it doesn't matter because we can financially go do it and still have the same team together and be able to finally, get over the top on you. Well, then that team comes back the next year and still pretty good. Like, that's what happens. Now, by the time you realize, oh, hey, we're this player away, let's go get him, the rest of your team the next year or two will probably fall apart. Like, so, but that was a factor back then, was you could build teams for a strong period of time, and the ones that are able to do it quickly, draft well, add free agents for a few seasons, those are the ones that get to this place.
And you see top-notch quarterback play as one of the reasons this carries over. Like, obviously the Cowboys almost got back to their 3rd straight in 94, where they clearly would have won. They had Troy Aikman. The 49ers almost got to their 3rd straight until Joe Montana got freaking destroyed in a play by the Giants, and they lost on a field goal at the end of that game to
Was that
prevent
Leonard
them.
Marshall who killed him?
Yeah, and that prevented them from winning the Super Bowl for 1990. So I guess I'll go with, and I don't have a replacement. I'm not going to say they're not going to win because it's going to have to be this team.
There's
I guess I'll go
31
with
other
history.
Yeah, there's 31 other teams. Most likely something will happen. I'm not saying there's no, I always hate luck. I'm going to use that word here, but there could be something that happens that's just a little bit of bad luck to the Chiefs. Whether it's in that game, if you want to just go with like Patrick Mahomes isn't very good, 4'6" guy. Well, yeah, I mean, if the ball doesn't hit the guy's foot on the punt and just San Francisco lets that ball bounce and it doesn't hit the guy's foot, they don't recover the ball on whatever it was, the 15-yard line, next play touchdown that we played the highlight of. Like, there's multiple things where you go, wow, if that doesn't happen, heck, 2-minute warning. I was sitting there with my son. I'm like, if San Francisco gets this first down, they win the game, Jake. I'm like, they're going to be able to now run the ball, timeout, Kansas City, run the ball, timeout, Kansas City. And then if they can run this clock down so much that it's going to be close to impossible for Kansas City. Like, I was thinking, does Kansas City allow them to try to run the ball into the end zone here, which is a long run, and if they're smart, they'll kneel it at the 1, and then the game's really over, so you can't allow them to do that. So they were in jeopardy at the 2-minute warning of never touching the ball again.
You take Kansas City or every other team in the league?
At this point, I do feel like it's taking the Chicago Bulls in 1998. Like, you're like, somebody can do this, right?
Yeah.
Somebody can beat Michael Jordan. Somebody can beat this team.
I'll take every other team, even though I realize that could end up being.
Yeah, I mean, for betting
I took
purposes.
Buffalo, I took Baltimore, and I took San Francisco. I literally, even though I'm wearing this Chiefs hat, I thought in my heart of hearts, I think these teams are going to beat this Kansas City Chiefs team. And they went 3-0 in that situation.
I still remember Chris Jones sitting up in that booth with his agents. And
The first game?
Yeah, he looked like so uncomfortable in that sweet seat. And immediately after they lose to the Lions, they're like, hey, we got to sign that guy. We got to get him back. Now, he didn't sign a monster deal or anything, but they immediately were like, we need him on this field right now.
They gave him a crap ton of money. Yeah.
But I'll take the field. I mean, that's the smart bet. Now, when it comes to playoff time, whenever the playoffs start rolling around, you will not find me betting against the Chiefs. If Mahomes is healthy and on the field, you will. You know what? If Mahomes is hopping around on one leg, you will
He's
not
done that
find
before.
me. You won't find me
Last
betting
year, he won the
against him.
championship on one leg.
And then he was like, let's do it again.
He freaking swiped him last year.
Don't say Jalen Smith.
You said it.
I know, but
Why
I
would you
know
say
where this
Jalen
was
Smith?
going to go.
Why would you do that?
They both give up 8 yards per play. One gets it, the other gives it.
You can fire off cut number 2, please, so I can get out of this conversation. That would be fantastic.
Luca has a triple-double. There's rebound number 10 to go with 12 dimes and 19 points. Double on Luca. Cleveland for 3. Cleveland from Cleveland. The Mavericks have climbed the mountain. They lead the game.
Now, Mavericks victorious over the Wizards last night, 112-104. But I want to focus in on something specifically. You just heard Followell. 26 points, 15 assists, 11 rebounds for Luca. Where do you think right now he should sit in the NBA MVP hierarchy?
Top 5.
Okay.
So we're both in that. I mean, I'm just going off the top of my head. Jokic is 1.
Yep. And by the way, when I say yep, Tim Bontemps from ESPN.
Well, that's a fun name to say.
It is. He took a straw poll of 100 NBA players 100 people involved in the NBA. So it could have been players and everything like that to determine where the NBA race sits right now for MVP. And so Jokic is number 1.
I'm going to be homerish here. The record doesn't explain it, but I think I'd put Luka 2.
Where's Shea?
I understand where their record is. I want to put Giannis 3, even though they're playing crappy with Doc.
Shocker.
I need to give Shea more credit. You bring up a name that I need to give more credit.
I don't think any of us give him enough
Here's
credit.
the deal. Here's another person that I'm not giving credit to anymore.
Kawhi.
Jason Tatum.
Oh yeah.
That dude has the best record. They're blowing everybody out, like record wise. Like the West is 4 or 5 losses worse than what Boston is. But Tatum has kind of disappointed us enough in the playoffs. And I'm like, can I put Tatum at number 2, even though like a dude that is on pace to possibly win 60 games this year as the best player, and I don't have him as the front runner at MVP?
Are you calling him Dak right now?
Not even close.
Are you saying that because
Dak can't even sniff Tatum's jock?
I do wonder where Kawhi is in this, with the Clippers being third.
So Jokic is first, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander second.
I disagree with that, but I understand.
Followed by Giannis, who's third. Luca is fourth, and Kawhi is
How about that?
fifth. There's a
Tatum not even in this conversation.
By the way, just to really hammer that home, check this out. Tatum is sixth, but Jalen Brunson, who's seventh, and Anthony Edwards, who is ninth, also got first place votes. No first place votes for Jason Tatum, but it's a pretty big drop off between Jokic and Shea, and then there's a big drop off to Giannis and Luca.
Is there, in y'all's mind, is there anything that Luca can do to topple the next 3 guys in front of him? Like, is it an 18-game win streak here? Or?
Yes, I think at this point, if they go after this trade deadline, they're 2-0. After the, I guess they're 3-0, right? Because they had the trade and then they beat the Knicks, so they're 3-0. There's 28 games left in the season. If they go 25-6 after the trade deadline, so 22-6 the rest of the way, and he plays Pippen style all of the games.
Pippen style.
He can sit out. He can be pimping, spending cheese. Yes. So if they win 22 of their next 28 games, I do think. I don't know, Kevin. Is that? Like he keeps doing what he's doing. He's averaging pretty much a 30-point triple-double, and they go 22-6 the rest of the way. I think he has a legitimate chance of winning this MVP.
Yes, I agree with that. Now, that would be dependent on what some of the other people did. But you ask what it would take to get him into that mix. I think that's what it would take. Now, did you see
the way they played early in the season? Yeah.
Do you want to pivot to Wemby or go to Dinwiddie?
You can go to Wemby real quick.
Okay.
That's fine. He did something good.
It was amazing last night. 27 points, 14 rebounds, 10 blocks for his triple-double in 29 minutes. Absolutely astonishing. He's been very impressive this year. I know his team sucks. Is 20 points a game, 10 rebounds a game, more than 3 assists, and more than 3 blocks a game.
Remember, I said this. It'll be next year he gets a free pass too.
For sure.
It'll be in year 3 where it doesn't matter his teammates. This is what happened to Luca. It happens to every player. All right, fine. Triple-double, 10 blocks. Shlomo Glickstein it. Win more than 4 games a year. Right now they're 11-43. And nobody cares, and I totally get it. Nobody was predicting, well, I shouldn't say nobody. Most people weren't predicting the Spurs to make the playoffs this year.
Yes.
But this year, they're going to lose 60 games easily. And so now you start going, okay, at some point, the narrative's going to change on Wemby. And I feel like the history of us watching sports is in year 3, you better start making the playoffs. We don't want to hear the excuse of your teammates.
Yeah, I do wonder if they're lining it up, man. If they're lining up and they're going to be able to draft the next talent to be next to him, to be in that position to do it again. And if Pop has this plan and this vision that he's been kind of working with the Spurs for a while, because if that dude can be that guy, and they also draft young, Kevin, that's another what feels like 8-10 years of domination and sadness.
I hope not. And then let's go ahead and fire off cut number 9. Just in case you haven't heard it, Spencer Dinwiddie talking about why he picked the Lakers over the Mavs, and this is a little bit hurtful.
I'll give y'all something funny that I told my people because I'm fairly candid. The two situations kind of felt like this, right? Let's say you were a kid, you got your ass whooped by the bully. Dallas would have been like your mama being like, it's okay, baby, don't worry about it. Lakers are like, your dad, now you better go out there and fight till you win. You feel me? And I just felt like that was what I needed at the time. You feel me? So I'm a big believer in kind of doing what you need to do at whatever time it is. And so that's how I felt about it.
I don't understand it.
We're too soft.
So he's saying the organization is soft and the Lakers are hard?
I took it as this. The standard of the Lakers is a championship standard.
Yeah.
The standard of the Mavericks is they're just another team in the NBA. That's my team, but they're just another team. The Rangers are the world champs. The Rangers, though, are just another team in baseball. There's the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Red Sox that get the national attention. And if you don't win, what's your deal? What's your problem? I'm not taking too much offense to this. He's saying that I'm going to a team that if you don't win it all, what's your problem?
Okay.
And with the Mavericks, it's like, oh, they didn't win. Who cares? Nationally.
Yeah, I was sitting there trying to, in my mind, I was like, I don't understand exactly what this metaphor is trying to say. But it is, I guess, I've been with the Mavericks. It would be easy. It would be comfortable. It would be comforting to go back to the Mavericks. Going this direction puts a little more stress on me, and to be great.
I'm going to be honest. I did this the other day. Remember, I said I was looking at minutes. I had Dinwiddie on this team. I found 16 minutes for him on this team if they're healthy. Just to give you an idea, like playoff Mavs. I had Kyrie at 34 to 36 minutes, Luca at 38 to 40 minutes. Green, I went down. I was trying to find extra minutes, to be honest. I had Green at 24, but I even moved him down to if he's only a 20-minute player. PJ Washington at 32. Lively and Gafford both at 24, so I that's kind of the easy one for me. Just share the 48 minutes at center, and I understand there'll be times where both of them aren't on the court. There might be a couple minutes where they're both on the court. But then when I got to the bench, I was like, all right, I just gave Gafford 24 minutes. I give Hardaway 24 minutes. I gave Exum and Maxey both 12 minutes, and I might be short on those minutes. I only had 20 minutes left in the game, and I was like, I have Dinwiddie and Jones Jr. And I was like, if I eliminate Jones Jr. from the playoff rotation, I have about 16 minutes for Dinwiddie. So I'm going to be honest. I think Dinwiddie, without saying it, I think your agent starts looking at it and going, this isn't the 2021-22 Dallas Mavericks. With Kyrie and Luca, and Hardaway's healthy. Remember, Hardaway got hurt. And so he wasn't on the team anymore for that playoff run. I'm like, crap, I'm not sure Dinwiddie can find more than 20 minutes on this team. And he's not playing. I don't think he would have been. He's not playing the final 5 minutes on this team.
Makes sense.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay, so Mike Likes It is going to be non-sports today.
What?
Saturday, we get back Friday night from Las Vegas. So Saturday, there was supposed to be, my son was all excited. He's the starting pitcher for JV Bishop Lynch baseball, but we got back here Saturday and it rained all day Saturday. So that got rained out. It kind of started opening up things for Saturday and Saturday afternoon in our household. So Sue and I rarely are able to sit down and watch TV together. But
because she falls asleep.
At nighttime, 100%. Last night, we literally watched something for maybe 3 minutes. Like, it was like, she's like, yeah, I'm good. And then like 3 minutes later, she turned on her side and I was like, so you done? She's like, yeah, I'm done. I was like, all right, turn off the TV, get on my phone. And I should have just turned off my phone and gone to sleep, but I don't go to sleep as easy as doctors do. I found out, I thought it was women, but it's not women. It's doctors.
Adrian's not a doctor. She just falls asleep.
Well,
I guess she's the family doctor a lot of times. I think it's women.
Yeah.
But doctors probably fall asleep a lot faster, too. Well, I think he's got a point because doctors work. Dude, think about all the stuff they deal with.
But my friends that are married to doctors, they seem to find that their doctors just go to sleep really easily. Maybe that's part of like their rotations and residency and stuff where they have to work 74 straight hours, which is a really weird deal. It's really not that, weird. But it's like 36 hours. Yeah. They'll work 36 hours straight.
I'm on a hour 36. Now let's cut you open. You're like, no.
Yeah.
Where's the other doctor at?
All right. So we watched BitConned on Netflix. So BitConned is a new documentary on the explosion of cryptocurrency in, 2012-ish to 2018-ish, right? There's a huge, there's different times where it takes off, but there's these scammers all in this world going, oh my gosh, this isn't regulated. So one, scammers love non-regulated products. They loved cryptocurrency. Then they moved to NFTs. They've also moved into the sports card world. They'll move into the art world. So the biggest criminals and scammers to want to steal your money are usually in these industries. After watching this, and by the way, it only has a 6.5 out of 10 IMDb rating. I liked it.
Okay.
I thought it was good. I would recommend this. And it just really talks about all the horrible people in this world and how they're trying to take all of your money through scams.
Sure.
So these two young guys, they're in their early 20s. They started a car rental company in Miami, but they're getting high on drugs and alcohol all the time. So even though they actually have a decent company making decent money, they are drugging it up and gambling it up. So they're actually taking on massive debt from their lifestyle, even though this company is making like $30,000 a month. Can you imagine $30,000 a month and you're spending like $60K a month? as these two guys were. And just because they're like, dude, we were just into, we were going out all the time, and going out cost money, and drugs cost money, and women cost money, and they were just like, we are spending it all. So
recovery costs money.
Yeah, and this dude has been in rehab 14 times.
What?
Yeah, and he's like in his mid-20s. His name is Ray Trapani, I believe, if I'm saying his last name right, or Trapani. He is one of the major scammers in this. And then Sam Sorby, who I'll just give you this. I'm not trying to ruin this for you. It's a documentary, but I mean, he's in prison right now for what they did. They were able to raise over $30 million easily. I get confused on the documentary if it might have got to $100 million.
Wow.
They never had a real company. They made it all up. What they did is there was this card called, or there's the company that they made up was called Centratech. And this is amazing. And this is just, if you're into NFTs and stuff, watch out. Like, the majority of people are just scamming you on NFTs. They're not a real deal. It's all kind of fake. I'm not saying cryptocurrency is fake, but a lot of companies that work off of cryptocurrency are fake companies just stealing your money. Not all, but the majority, like over 80% in this documentary, are like, you're going to lose all of your money when you invest in companies like this. This was called Centratech. What their goal was, they created a scam of, we're going to create a fake card that we're never going to distribute or give out, but it's going to be a fake Visa card where you take your Bitcoin. Let's just say you have $100,000 in Bitcoin. You got in really early and it says you are worth $100,000 in Bitcoin. Well, that's not real money. Just like if I could have a Trevor Lawrence card that's worth $2,000, it's only worth $2,000 once I sell it to somebody for $2,000 real dollars. It's not, I can't go use that at a hotel and say, oh, my bill's $2,000. Here's a Trevor Lawrence rookie card. Just
that
like,
would be awesome.
Just like you can't use Bitcoin in a lot of places. You can use them in some places, but the majority of places are like, no, I want real money. I'm not taking Bitcoin. Well, this card was, this is your debit Bitcoin card. You're going to use this Bitcoin card. So when you go out to dinner, this card is going to just deduct Bitcoin from your Bitcoin so you can use it as a debit card from your Bitcoin earnings. It was all fake. It was never real. And in fact, the crazy thing was, on Centratech, these guys are such scammers that they were like, look, we can't be the major people on this. We are in our 20s. Let's go get some really nice suits and take pictures of ourselves. Makeup, we're all from Harvard Business on their website, that they're from Harvard. And then let's Google old white guy. And they Googled old white guy and they found a picture.
They, like, actually Googled old white guy?
Found a picture of an old white guy that looked like, this'll be our CEO. He is a real person.
Wow.
But he had nothing to do with the company. So when things start going down the wrong way, by the way, Floyd Mayweather Jr. was part of this company. DJ Khaled was part of this company. I believe Jamie Foxx. Now, they were paid endorsers of this company. They actually had to pay back some money, this and that, because they were like, Centratech, do this. I think this is where Mark Cuban has ran into a lot of issues with cryptocurrency and NFTs, is they put their name on something. They might not be the sole owner of it, but they have stock in it. And then they tell a lot of people, this is a great company. You got to do this company. And that's where, Mark Cuban, he's getting sued. I don't know if those lawsuits are settled or not, but there's a lot of people getting sued for stuff like this. But as I come to the close on this, I'd say watch it, get all the information. I started going down rabbit holes, and I'll tell you this. They're like, dude, why would you? Let's go look at Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s education. Do not trust Floyd Mayweather's Jr.'s or DJ Khaled's information on, hey, this is where you should invest your money. And I'm not trying to take a shot at Des Bryant. Des Bryant is huge into NFTs. Are you sure you want to follow Des Bryant's, his background in finance and go, man, if Des Bryant is investing in this, I should too? They're just saying, watch out from celebrities or athletes on them telling you how to invest your money. They have no business background. They might end up being successful off of their careers and then invest some money that's pretty good. But when people are trying to tell you they can turn this money into tenfold in a short amount of time or whatever, it's probably a scam. And they said, A lot of people are going to lose a lot of money. They've already lost a lot of money and will lose a lot of money in these fake cryptocurrency companies and these fake NFT companies because they're not FCC regulated. I think some of it is becoming, but they're just watch out for this. Obviously, look, I got scammed. I'm going to court on Tuesday. I'm not going to be on the show because I'm going to be in court Tuesday because of people that hurt me. I don't know what's going to happen in that case, but like I'm having to miss a day of work because of trusting, people that do things that might not be of high regard. And these people, one of the guys ratted on everybody. He didn't have to go to jail. And they owed $2.9 million. They never paid a single soul back. They took $30+ million of people's money for a fake company, and they just live extravagant lifestyles, and they hid all their money. So even the dude serving 8 years,
offshore and stuff.
Yeah, even the dude serving 8 years is like, dude, I'm set. I don't care. I'll go to jail for 8 years. I'm not happy I'm going to jail for 8 years, but I got $20 million hidden that they can't find.
Man.
And that's what these scammers, it's just a good lesson on, to me, scammers, how bad people really are inside their hearts when they go down this path. This dude, Ray Trapani, at one point, the guy accidentally, instead of sending his passcode for Centratech, he accidentally sent his password for his bank, which had $100,000 in it. He transferred all $100,000 into his account. Didn't care at all. He was just like, he made the mistake. He gave me his password instead of his passcode for his bank account instead of his Centratech account. So I just drained his whole account and put it into I transferred it right to my account.
So it is Bitcon on Netflix. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I do believe it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, I pranked my kid and that thing that was in my pool, plus other stuff. Next on The Fan.
Now that we have a Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Potentially a little bit of bad news. Stars forward Yevgeny Dodonov will miss extended time with a lower body fracture. The Stars announced today he took just 3 shifts in the third period of Saturday's game. So it looks like he's going to miss an extended amount of time. I don't know if that means Bork, Stankoven. We'll see what develops next there. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
When you put that news into the world just now, I saw Mike's soul leave his body. He's so
We're
upset
all right.
right now.
First place in the Central,
Yeah. What's your deal?
Darren Rovell tweeted.
As long as they don't get burnt out, you know what I'm saying?
Liquid,
Which they can. They play on ice. It's easy to get burnt out on ice because it's cold and wet.
Yeah, your feet start hurting from standing on a blade.
Well, and if there's fire on a cold, wet surface, won't it go out?
I don't know. The
Like,
Calgary
you can't
Flames
start
play
a
all the time.
fire on an ice rink.
Yeah, that's a good point. How do you explain the Calgary Flames?
Yeah, the Flames
They play
are out there
every
night.
game.
There's at least 5.
Are you sure that's about fire?
There's at least 6 Flames out there every night. Mike,
golly.
All right, Darren Rovell tweeted out that Liquid Death just sold the rights to have another company's ad on 500,000 cases of their Liquid Death drink. Distributed throughout the country for $355,500 on eBay. So they're not even taking this into stores. They're saying, hey, we're selling this through eBay, and it's another company's logo on our can. I think this is pretty brilliant. Like, I don't know. Have you ever seen some other company's logo on another company's can?
I don't think so.
Like maybe the NFL with Super Bowl stuff, and like my grandfather has the Stars championship Pepsi cup and all that. So we have all our bottle. We have all these.
How about Wrangler? Their logo's on another guy's can.
Okay.
My God.
Anyway, I thought that was
right. Isn't that what you're saying?
If you loved that joke.
You can't say you hate some of these other jokes.
Email
if you
Kevin
love that
at
joke.
kevin.hagelin at odyssey.com.
Please do not.
And tell Kevin how much you love Mike's joke.
Majestic was on my can when I played baseball. Their logo. Now it's Nike.
The hell's the matter?
I never
with you?
look at a dude's butt and go, God, look at the can on that one. You know?
Oh, I do.
Really? You're always using can as...
No, I might not say can, but sometimes. But I look at guys' butts. Grant Williams, big butt.
Do you look at guys' butts in a non-athletic competition setting?
I don't think so.
Okay.
A little bit. Because I noticed a lot of saggy butts on Radio Row. Like jeans that weren't... I'm like, get jeans that fit. I get you don't have a butt, but I think that you should just buy some newer jeans that fit on your waist. They weren't sagging like for a fashion style. They were just sagging and dragging.
Yep.
5 key off-season storylines,
okay,
according to CBS. Number
I guarantee he's going to bring this back to butts somehow.
Number one.
Let's see if I can.
What do the Bears do with the number 1 overall pick? I think we've kind of discussed that as far as we can right now. They sound like they're keeping it, taking Caleb Williams, moving on from Justin Fields.
Sounds like they're sitting on their cans right now.
And you guys, it sounded like y'all were only, I guess, a second and maybe a fourth to get Justin Fields.
Yeah. I think that's reasonable.
Which is wild, I guess, because still so unproven. But like when we started talking quarterbacks, when we were talking about Dak back in the day, we were like, man, it's like maybe a couple seconds, a first and a second, maybe 2 firsts. The conversation just seemed higher, but I guess there's been so little success from Fields that the value is so low.
Yeah, I mean, because they wanted him to be the dude, and he hasn't been able to be the dude, and so I think that's why it doesn't cost more, but I still think a second and fourth is a pretty solid return.
I'm not saying this is the best trade, but if Atlanta traded the 43rd pick and their 4th rounder, and if you're gonna take Caleb Williams, if you already know we are going with Caleb Williams, there's no reason to bring Justin Fields back to that team. You'd want to bring in a veteran guy who's not a threat, who's not upset about his position. I'm just throwing out a team that maybe at 8 doesn't feel comfortable at taking a quarterback, but feels better at at 8 we can help out our defense or offensive line. And then at 43, we take a quarterback who has 3 years of experience who we think we can get more out of.
Okay.
I think that's a very fair way to put it.
Topic number 2 for the offseason. Does Stephon Diggs request a trade?
I think they have to release him. They're $60 million over the cap. I think that they have to work a way to get off of that contract. They have to cut money, and I think Stephon Diggs is not a bill next year.
Yikes. And even if you cut him post June 1st, well, I mean, that would save you about $12 million either way. If they can figure out a way to trade him, they might be able to clear out a little bit more room. But to your point, it is hard at this moment to see how he stays with the Bills.
Yeah, and the request of the trade's another factor. Him saying not like that it changes everything, but him saying, "Hey, I want out of here. I'm done with this." What is that relationship within the organization? That's a problem.
This is the scary part of Jerry and Steven that they don't want to do. Buffalo went all in for this year and last year. They thought they were going to, they said, screw it.
Yeah.
Sell out. We're going to be $60 million over the cap going into the 2024 season, but we're going to get a championship out of this damn thing. And they didn't. They didn't even make it to a Super Bowl. That's why Steven and Jerry won't sell out, because they're afraid of this situation of going into an offseason $60 million over a cap.
Where do the veteran quarterbacks land? Kirk Cousins. I saw somebody text in earlier, and they were like, he's going to San Francisco because Shanahan has always wanted Kirk Cousins.
Really?
I don't think he's better than.
I would think somewhere there's a more
Brock
direct
Purdy.
path to start, but interesting. And doesn't he want a lot of money?
He wants that guaranteed stuff like he did with the last one.
I'm throwing out teams here: the Raiders or the Steelers.
Dude, Mike, that's really funny that you bring up the Raiders, because as we were exiting the Mandalay Bay on Friday, there was a Raiders fan standing posing for a picture and a San Francisco 49ers fan taking the picture for him. And he said, "Sorry we gave you our SE quarterback." And it was the most hilarious thing because Jimmy Garoppolo's bad.
I don't think this would happen because they're so invested in Deshaun Watson, but Cleveland is in a quarterback situation.
All right, what about Baker Mayfield? He's not going to Cleveland.
He's going to stay.
I think he goes back to Tampa.
Right?
Tannehill. Is he done quarterbacking?
No, I think he's done starting quarterbacking.
But he's
is it
for the
Malik
rest of his
Willis?
career?
Do I have the name right?
Yeah.
Willis or Levis?
Levis.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Levis, because
Sorry, I
they're
messed up.
They're done with Willis.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson. You think? Was it Kay Adams whenever Sean Payton said, "I want to fall in love with a quarterback in the draft"?
Yeah, and he definitely didn't fall in love with
In
Russell
this mock
Wilson
draft, they have Denver at 12 taking J.J. McCarthy.
Oh my God! You want to burn the internet to the ground? Take J.J. McCarthy at pick number 12 and see how people react.
There's one person I know who will like that and say "in your face," and that's Derek Holland. As I said, he's not an NFL starting quarterback.
What about, is Mac Jones done?
Yes,
as a starting quarterback.
His coach wouldn't talk to him. When his new coach shows up, everybody goes after him for showing up to his new coach's press conference, and they're like, "What are you doing, brown noser? Showing up to your..." Because my other coach wouldn't talk to me. We're just trying to get in here.
It sounds like you've decided Mac Jones is done.
I think at 3 they're taking a quarterback, or they're trading up to 1.
That's what I think they're going to try.
I think that no matter what, the first pick for the New England Patriots is a quarterback. So I don't see how Mac Jones lasts more than maybe playing 4 games until that guy is ready, and I don't think that's going to happen either. But Mac Jones seems to be like a guy who would be, in a weird way, a good soldier as a backup quarterback. Like, I'll do it. What the heck?
Yeah.
I played 1 year at Alabama and got that into this situation.
Really?
I was never a Mac Jones guy. So I I never saw. In fact, I'll put J.J. McCarthy in the same situation. All right, you played on a great team. I don't care. I never saw anything special from you besides a guy who takes advantage of. And congratulations, I'm not Michigan quarterback, Alabama quarterback. Take advantage of all the talent around you, but I just don't see anything special. I never saw anything special from Mac Jones, and I don't see anything special from J.J. McCarthy.
Mac Jones was a junk kicker, in my opinion. That's what he'll always be.
Oh, my gosh.
By the way, tonight, Rangers Hot Stove, Andrew Heaney at 7 and Cody Bradford at 7:20 with Jared Sandler.
Woo! That's very left-handed.
Is that usually like the first thing you think is lefties because you're a left-hander?
They should have Sam Perkins on this thing, too. James Donaldson.
Put in a note.
So before I left for Vegas, now we'll get to more storylines tomorrow, Kevin, because I have a very important one.
Oh,
but
I was enjoying that.
Before I left for Vegas, I checked the skimmers in my pool, and there was nothing there. When I got back from Vegas, I checked the skimmers from my pool because maybe some leaves fell. Maybe there was a storm. And there was a foot-long rat in my skimmer.
Oh, my God. It's not.
No, and I say foot-long from tail to nose. From the tip of tail to nose, not the whole body.
And you're
was
talking about a real rat,
This is
not
a
like
rat.
somebody who told.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it wasn't just
I mean, I watch a lot of movies, like dead
Told
people
all the
in pools
secrets.
sometimes are rats.
It's a rat.
And now I'm like, what do I have to do to the pool? Like, do I have to just drain all the water and burn it? Like, what do I do to my pool now? There was a rat
I
in
think
it.
you should try that.
Drain all the water out and burn it down. Just fill it
No,
up.
try to burn the water.
Oh, burn the water like with the hockey flames.
You have a lot of fascinating ideas about how fire and water-based things go.
They don't work. That's why I'm telling them to do it, because I think it'd be funny.
They don't mix, Kevin.
Yeah.
Even if you were to light a fire on top of the water, it's oil.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's burning, not the water.
Yeah.
So I got the rat out of the pool, and now I'm just trying to figure out, do I have to clean, like, do I dump all the filter out and all that stuff? Anybody out there who has good pooling advice, let me know. But this morning,
You shocked it.
not yet. Nobody's swimming in it yet. I'll wait.
No. What I'm saying is you should do what you said at the airport and shock the pool. Or you said it yesterday. And you should.
So that's two in the drink.
Yeah, go get
and
my can
one-
of shock. Yeah, my can of shock.
It's chemicals. It kills all the bacteria of dead rats.
And then this morning, Avery took the car. Adrian's flying to Cleveland with Lucy.
I'm sorry, are we done with the rat story?
Yeah,
Is
take
that-
my advice.
I asked
During
for
the
advice.
wintertime, hire an alligator, throw an alligator in the pool, and the rats will not jump in there.
They'll never get in there. What about me? When I
It's
get in the pool, now I
wintertime.
got to fight an alligator.
Take them out. Yeah.
Or,
Hire
and hear
somebody.
me out, just don't go in the pool. Feels like the better
But
way to go.
I want to be in the pool.
Well, then don't get an alligator.
Do you think your kids would think it'd be fun if you had a pet alligator?
Yes, they would love it. I saw Kevin sit on an alligator once.
That's true. After I beat Sean in leg wrestling.
Did you kiss it too?
Yep.
And kissed it. He sat on its back and kissed it on the nose.
Was that at that crazy circus thing or whatever that we did one time? What was it? Where? Because I feel like Kavanaugh did this too.
That was the same time the squirrel, Ziggy the squirrel, was there. And I have some audio that I don't know if I can play on air, but really funny, the squirrel. Guys, it looks like I've run out of time.
Tell your damn story.
I'll have to get to my practical joke story in tomorrow's C Block, where we will do
Would it have
storylines from
been
the
funnier
NFL.
than the cans when I talked about, you said, can like other logos be on other cans?
Mike, that's all I got. Back to you, Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are we playing that? We're playing the. What's that song in the background?
You can ask once we go to break, Mike.
The 917, this mofo said hire an alligator.
Coming up next.
What do you pay the alligator?
Nothing. Rats. They eat the rats. I don't know if alligators like rats. They like dead chickens.
Stop talking. Why are so many NFL QBs playing checkers when they need to be playing chess? Plus an update on Jerry Jones. plus whatever random nonsense comes out of Mike's mouth.
Are you done teasing?
I told you. Next on the fan.
All right. Well, I'm going to now talk about the trustedlab.com. They are a Texas company with the highest quality CBD products. I took some CBD this morning. They're my happy gummies. And then at night, I take the ones with melatonin in them with CBD. Look, people can say, and they do say this, that it can help with muscle and joint pain. It can be delivered right to your door. The best way to do this is to go to thetrustedlab.com and see the products that you think could help you out and order those products. Right now, you get 20% off your first purchase at thetrustedlab.com by using code FAN, F-A-N. CBD is not addictive, and it is all natural. CBD, after, I just said it's all natural. You can use it for sleep. You can use it for tight joints or muscles. I use it for sleep, and then I use it in the morning to help out with my mood. The code FAN gets you an extra 20% off your first purchase at thetrustedlab.com. CBD you can trust.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get
B84522E.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I'm really interested to see how this segment goes because this segment is from the mind of Mike. But will Mike still try to derail his own segment? We'll have to wait to find out.
During his segment, Kevin.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
I could actually see that as well. All right. In the meantime,
you guys nailed it.
As we definitely are not trying to stall to give Mike some more time. I was just going to throw out one or two other things for you. I don't know if you want to talk about this more long form another time. Are you familiar with the NHL player Patrick Lane?
No.
Okay. So Patrick Lane took a leave of absence from the Columbus Blue Jackets to focus on mental health and well-being. So there's this podcast, B&B's Roundtable Podcast, nowhere near as good as the Spits and Suds podcast, which you should definitely go download. But on the B&B Roundtable Podcast, they talk about the Blue Jackets. And one of the hosts said, quote, Lane's out because he was contemplating a Remington retirement, which drew some laughs from the rest. Remington in reference to the gun. And it's not too difficult to put together that he was making a suicide joke. And Patrick Lane, he took the audio, quote tweeted, and said, this is just not okay. And I agree. I know it's as simple as that. We don't have to
And they're
debate.
teammates?
No. These are just podcast people. If it was one of his teammates, you need to get rid of that player. Or you need to figure out a way to deal with this situation. No, it's just people doing, because there's a group of 5 on the B&B Roundtable, and they were doing it looks like via Zoom. One of the hosts has already come out and claimed that they didn't understand what that reference was, and that's why they didn't react to it, which I could kind of see. I don't know if that's true or not, but if you have no reaction because you're like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
But there are some other people who are laughing, and clearly they're trying to figure out a way to get out of this. Some of the clips have been deleted. Some of them was like, no, one of the hosts said I was laughing because I felt uncomfortable. And
yeah, I mean,
you know how it goes.
Yeah, definitely. Have they apologized to him? Is there a conversation about that? And
man, I need to double check on that.
And more importantly, to add to that, have the discussion with him, or have discussions with people who've had that moment. I mean, Drew Robinson is a perfect example of somebody that could definitely talk about that with people and say, this my experience is different, but my experience is where I was, and I almost did that. I was almost there. So that's.
I mean, he did do that.
I mean, I was almost there. I was almost gone.
It didn't kill him.
Yeah. So I have that conversation because some people might think it's funny, and again, a lot of times, Kevin, I'm like, it doesn't affect you, so you don't care. And a lot of times, people are like, it doesn't affect me in my life. I haven't run into it. I've never met anybody that has this disorder or this. So it doesn't really matter to me. But then all of a sudden you're faced with it and it hits you differently. And there are lots of people faced with this discussion.
And I do apologize. I didn't listen to the statement, but they have pinned up at the top of their Twitter their official statement about this. And it says, I would like to personally apologize, but I'll go listen to the rest of the statement. I'm guessing offhand, maybe the statement is not going over well because it has 41 likes, 68 quote tweets, and 268 comments. So usually that is not...
It's called ratio?
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, usually that is not a great sign. Now, on a lighter note, I will agree, clearly I talked some trash about Tom Brady. But let's go to cut number 8. This is Tom Brady and Steve Young. And he's kind of talking about some of the issues in the current climate for quarterbacks. And I obviously will admit, I thought this breakdown was very fascinating.
The only problem I see in today's quarterbacking, a lot of it is the coach is trying to play chess, but the quarterbacks aren't. The quarterbacks are snapping the ball, and then they're going, okay, how do I react to what happened? And a lot of times, there's no perfect play that can be called from the sideline on a consistent basis because they're just calling probabilities. Okay, there's a probability on third down. In short, they're going to play man-to-man coverage. So therefore, on my call sheet, I'm going to call my man-to-man beaters. Oh, they didn't call man-to-man. Looks like, a simple cover 2 zone. This play isn't really working for that. Okay, in my mind, it would be like, okay, let me get to my best cover 2 play against this look, as opposed to now we get the ball. Okay, we've got a bunch of crossing routes into cover 2. That's not good. Let me hold the ball and go run it. And then people on TV go, oh, great play, way to run. And in my mind, I'm going, why did you snap the ball? I mean, you clearly knew no one's going to be open because, I don't know, in all my years of playing, in 20 years, that wasn't going to be open. But how do we continue to say, all right, quarterbacks, you got to see the whole picture?
It's in front of the data or behind it.
Exactly.
If you're in front of it, you own it. It's reflexive. What you
Let's
just
pause it right
described,
there before they go too much further. I would just say the first thing is, and I know in TV it's tough to get like that longer time to do a soundbite like that, but that is one of the reasons that I understand anybody who thinks he's going to be a great analyst.
Because of the way he just broke all that down?
That was top notch. Tremendous.
Yeah, it's just, the time that you don't have that time to say all those things in between plays. You have about 10 seconds at most to get in your information you want to get in. But what's interesting about this is I wonder this. Tom Brady's last year, he was 44, 45 years old. When did he know all of this? Because he didn't know all this coming into the NFL. It takes time to defensive coordinators are there to deceive you on if they're playing man-to-man or zone. I know that people will say, just run a guy in motion, and they'll tell you. No, they don't. I watch enough NFL Network and enough ESPN. At times, defenses are able to disguise still their zone or man coverage, even though you put a man in motion. You send a guy from left to right at times. They will send a guy with them, disguising that they are still in zone. Now, a lot of times it does tell you what they're in, but there are defenses that still do a good job of disguising that. But I'm wondering...
When he turned 30?
Like, that's what I'm wondering. At what point do you... And I'm sure everybody's a little bit different. My guy, Trevor Lawrence, he struggles with this.
When he turned 30, he had 4,800 yards, 50 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. I think at that point, he started seeing the matrix.
Yeah.
He started seeing the game differently. And that doesn't say that he didn't have good seasons after that. But before, you could see 24-12, 26-14, 28-14. Yeah. The numbers were kind of skewed because he was still kind of in this box, and then it all opened up.
Yeah, it's like I don't need an offensive coordinator. I need him, but all they're doing is giving me a suggestion. They're not making my decision. And so I'm just wondering, at what point is that about average for quarterbacks? Is it around 30? So like year 7 or 8 of being a starting quarterback, you now know that the offensive coordinator is only giving me suggestions. I make the decision on what play we're going to run. And I wonder this from Dak. I don't know this. Obviously, he gets very confused against good teams. He plays at his worst against good teams most of the time. There are some great games he has against good teams, but most of the time he plays at his worst and struggles the most in do-or-die situations. Is this part of the issue? Is he snapping the ball with a man-to-man play in man-to-man coverage? What I'm saying? Like,
he's suggesting a lot of quarterbacks right now are going with whatever the first person is they see in their read. And I got to go there. If it's not there, then I have to escape.
And what have we heard about Dak Prescott in these playoff games?
He doesn't like to go to the second option. He panics after number 1's gone.
So I don't know. I don't think he's specifically talking about Dak. I think he's using generalities.
Yeah.
Like, I think you can talk about this. Watching Trevor Lawrence, he seems to struggle with this. To be honest, I thought he was smarter than this. I'm not saying that Trevor Lawrence can't figure it out, but right now, 3 years into his career, I think Trevor Lawrence snaps the ball and then tries to read the defense, and he's like, oh, they're in zone. I don't have a zone play called. Nobody's going to be open. Let me see if I can force it into this area here. And guys are just watching where he's throwing, and that leads to interceptions, which he has to stop. I think Dak, in playoff games, I think teams really concentrate on this is a do-or-die game. We're not preparing for anybody else. We're literally preparing for this. There's no other game the rest of our lives this year unless we beat the Dallas Cowboys. And they try to make the game as tough as possible on Dak, and they do. They win. Dak can't win the mental battle of disguising things. And then when the game gets out of hand, guess what happens? All right, they go to basic, we're playing 3 deep. Don't let them beat you deep. We kind of won this game, and Dak starts eating up the easy situations like that. And hey, give credit. He's going to make $500 million eating up the easy teams and the easy situations. But when it's a tough situation, I'm wondering, when Tom Brady says this, I'm wondering is this Dak's issue?
It's a combination, Kevin, of we talked with Rod Woodson the other day.
Yeah.
I asked him, is it complex? And he was like, no.
Football's easy.
Football, and not that it's easy, because you still have to execute the throw. You still have to hit the guy and take him down. That other guy's trying to run too. But there are a lot of things that are like, the lines are what they are. You have so much you can do within them. And then every once in a while, somebody comes up with some creative. And it might not work for everybody, but it works for them for a little bit, and somebody figures out and stops it. And these quarterbacks their job is to line up there, see it all. What Kansas City blitzed 9 times, something like that, 9 or 10 times. And the one that I refer back to the most, and I think it was McDuffie that has the corner blitz. What's Romo saying? He never showed. The entire time. You're looking at this guy, he never looks like he's going to blitz, and then at the last second, you're like, okay, I know what my read is. I know what I'm supposed to do. You drop back, he's in your face. And you're like, whoa, hold on, what just happened here? Well, Brock Purdy's kind of a similar situation with Shanahan in that he knows what his first read should be. He knows what his place is going to be, especially like Ayuk in a crossing pattern somewhere downfield. He knows that's it, but he has to wait for the window to open.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, I just remember this. This is something that stuck with me. Remember the last game at Texas Stadium, Baltimore beat the Cowboys? Well,
yes.
That's what happened.
It was around Christmas time.
And so I remember Ray Lewis and Ed Reed in the postgame talking about that game. And they said it was very simple. All we did was disguise our boxes. Tony Romo at that point in his career, if he saw a box of 7 or less, he ran the ball. If he saw a box of 8 or more, he passed the ball.
Yeah.
We would show him a heavy box, and as soon as he'd snap the ball, we'd drop out of it knowing he was passing. I just remember they made it sound so simple on why they made the game so tough on Tony Romo. They're like, all we had to do was show him a light box, and we knew he was running. So then as the ball was snapped, bam, 9 guys were in the area. We would show him a heavy box and go, oh, guess what? He's going to pass the ball. As soon as the ball was snapped, bam, 5 guys dropped into coverage, and you're screwed. So they were like, it was easy to disguise against Tony Romo and Jason Garrett because they couldn't figure out. We were just showing them fake boxes.
Yeah, and at that point, then he's made decisions already, And, I mean, if you listen to Romo talk, how often does he talk about, look, if this is this – If it's open outside of the hashes, you go outside of the hashes on this. If this is open here, you're going in the middle of the field. Those are your 2 options there. And he says it like that, like it's the only thing. And for the most part, it's probably rules that are passed around the league.
Yeah. And to me,
help guys get by through their careers.
I do feel like this does help with pitching because the catcher's giving me suggestions. I make the decision. They've never pulled out a catcher for calling the wrong plays or calling the wrong pitches. And so they will fire offensive coordinators because they're saying, well, they're just calling the wrong plays. It's not the quarterback. It's like, no, the quarterback to me should ultimately, like Tom Brady, you make the decision. All the offensive coordinator doing is giving you a suggestion on what the play should be. I have to make the ultimate decision. And when you go back and you watch a sequence of pitches and you go, how stupid was I to fall into that deception right there against whoever? And it's really easy after it's over to go, that was a stupid decision. It's really hard, and this was what makes Greg Maddux one of the best ever, because he didn't have the greatest stuff. He had great movement and great location, but he was so freaking smart. He was always 2 or 3 steps ahead of every hitter, and he made it seem so easy, but it's not so easy as the quarterback or as the pitcher, as Tom Brady's making it sound, to make those easy decisions.
A couple other things I wanted to throw out for you guys real quick is Tom Brady. They did get all the minutia figured out so he can still become a Raiders minority owner, even with moving back into the broadcast booth. And then this is more serious, just something to keep an eye on since we've talked about this. It feels like for many, many years now, is Jerry Jones lawyers have asked for the sexual assault lawsuit trial to be delayed. Remember, we talked about this was supposed to go to jury trial next month, March 18th, but the Jones attorneys have asked it to be push back so they can have more time for formal discovery to a date no later than March 3rd of 2025. And I'm sure this happens all of the time, especially with companies or richer people, is like, let's drag this process out as much as possible. But I just, like, as a really simplistic view, that seems like a shocking amount of time to say, hey, we need more time to investigate things. So will you push it back from March 18th to March 3rd of the following year?
Yeah, that's too far. That is too far.
We will see what the ruling is on that and if it will continue to trial next month or they will, in fact, get it pushed back. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I think I already said that. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Just wanted to throw this update out there. Police did arrest the douchebag who tore down the Jackie Robinson statue. He's 45 years old, and luckily a GoFundMe was started to get hopefully another statue and even more upgrades to that area and the baseball field and everything like that. But that
what field was that at?
I know it was in Kansas.
Was it like a Monarchs place?
It was at McAdams Park, where 600 children play in a baseball league, a youth league called League 42.
Okay.
So it's like the Jackie Robinson League and park and everything like that. So that idiot hopefully will serve some time.
Can I tell a quick long story real quick?
Oh.
Long.
Can I just say this story brought to you and Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing?
Yes.
All right.
Well done. Apparently you can.
Go for it.
I was at my favorite ice cream place around the corner from the house the other day.
Henry's?
No, it's Churn and Bake. And
what?
Yeah, it's Churn and Bake. It's right around the corner. Yeah, check it out. That being said, I had my Hurtado hat on, and the guy goes, "Hey, are you into the barbecue scene?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Did you hear what happened to Panther City's Smoker?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." I said, "Wasn't it like destroyed the field?" And he goes, "No, that was the Jackie Robinson statue. I heard that on the Fan." And I was like, "Nice," and then left. I didn't even say anything about being on the Fan, but I liked hearing that there's people out there.
Do you think he knew?
Listening
And that's
to the
why
station.
he dropped the Fan?
Maybe
like,
so.
Maybe
he's
is that you?
This guy, yeah, it's got to be him.
Got to be right.
You would think that connection happens more often. I got my oil changed once, and I was like handing over my credit card. No.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
And the guy was like, "That's funny. Did you know that there's a guy who does sports radio that has your same name?" And I was like, "Yes."
No way.
I did know that.
No
That guy is
way.
me. And he goes, "No, I'll get the F out of here." And I was like, yeah, really?
Better.
Sometimes people hand me a 1977 Topps card and say, "Can you sign your card?" And I'm like, "I'm not that old."
Now, we didn't get a chance to hit
great.
this. You should go with that and be like,
The only thing different is your middle name. Be honest, okay?
True, that is James to Joseph.
Yeah, as your dad told me at the parade, the nut doesn't fall far from the tree.
Hold on. If it's James to Joseph, does that make you not a junior?
Extra nutty.
I'm technically not a junior, but I don't mind.
That press release was a lie.
I don't care at all. Like, it doesn't bug me at all. Like, Mike Bassick Jr., fine. It's not like, oh, I'm offended. We do have the same 2 out of 3 names.
Do you have Junior on your birth certificate?
No.
No.
All right.
Does
he cool with
Ken
being called-
Griffey
Got a
have
different middle name.
Does Ken Griffey Jr. have Junior on his birth certificate,
I don't know
or
what
does
his
it just
middle name
go
is.
with like if you have the same name as your?
Changes everything.
Watch Heggie look it up in a matter of
I know.
moments.
This is a quality question.
Isn't Derek Lively the second? Like, he doesn't go by Junior, he goes by the second. Am I correct about that? But I don't think the second is on his birth certificate.
Between if
The
you go by
second
the
and
second
junior?
as opposed to junior?
I don't. There is
think
none.
it's
I
choice.
just don't know. Like, if you just choose it, right? You
The
either
jersey.
choose to be a junior or you choose to be the second,
I don't know.
or you choose to be Trey.
I think it's. I don't
I'm
think you
honestly
choose it.
not.
I think it's a fact, and I think if it's your first and last name are the same, then you
Okay.
could be a junior or a senior.
Yeah.
Second, third. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I just assume
I
technically
support it.
you're not a junior if you have a different middle name.
I don't know. I'm just going by what the rules would be in my mind.
Yeah.
Like I would call your dad Mike Bassick Sr.
And a lot of people do, and he
Yeah.
doesn't. He's not offended by that. I want to call my next kid Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
You're gonna have another
Jr.
kid?
Michael Jeffrey.
Man, that'd be some hot breaking news right there. Mike Bassick's having another kid.
Yeah. Didn't you get that thing done?
Nope.
All right.
I can still have kids.
No, that was
That was you. That's right.
Not me,
Yeah.
but women can from me
What women?
They can what?
have a child.
Is that women
Sue
plural?
is the only woman.
But he said women.
They can have a child from you.
That better be correct.
Larsa Pippen might be down. She's available now.
Yeah, I heard so.
Scottie Pippins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Is that
Her
his-
and Marcus Jordan split.
Remember, she was hooking up with Michael Jordan's kid. So look out, Bill Wennington's kid.
Like, is she like 55 or 60 years old?
He's probably around 50.
Yeah.
55.
And Michael Jordan's kid's around what, 25?
He was
I
like
don't know.
28,
Like
30. Yeah.
All right.
Now, I don't know if you guys talked about this. I meant to get to it last week. It was amusing to no end, but we were busy with the Super Bowl and stuff. Do you like the combination that you can get hooked up with Pizza Hut to send the breakup pizza? Please tell me you've seen this story.
No.
Oh, my good night.
A breakup pizza?
All right. So
Happy Valentine's Day, honey.
Pizza Hut
It's in a heart.
is working along with this company called Goodbye Pies, excuse me. And you get a Pizza Hut pizza, but on the top of the box it says Goodbye Pie and it has a broken heart. And so I guess the idea is that this pizza will help ease the transition that you just got welcomed to Dumpsville, USA.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the midst of like a pizza party when you get the bad news.
Yeah.
Are you scared now if you get Pizza Hut on February 14th tomorrow?
Oh,
Yeah.
Because if you get Papa John's, don't they just make heart-shaped pizzas at
Yeah.
Papa John's? So if you
Pizza
get a
Hut's
Papa John's,
providing
you're
an
like, somebody
alternative.
loves me. If you get Pizza Hut, you're afraid it's over?
Yeah.
If you didn't order it and it was arriving, I would assume the worst.
Is there
To
any
answer your question,
bright
Mike.
side that you probably didn't want to be with this person that's breaking up with you via pizza, but you did get a pizza? So it's like a nice little consolation gift
I think
on
that's
your
a
way.
win. 'cause you
I don't
got
think
the
I'd
pizza.
want to eat.
You lose your appetite a little bit
on
in
how,
those moments.
maybe that's why you got broken up with, but it would also depend on how long you've been together. You know what I'm saying?
Like how
long
much
you've been
did you like
together.
this person?
Like if you just been dating him a couple of weeks and she's like, well, it's not working out, but here's a pizza. You'd be like, cool.
Well, they do
Great.
this pizza. They do this
You
for
know?
divorces or just breakups?
Oh, for sure. I think the
Well, are you the
implications there. But then you couldn't eat the pizza
papers
because
are
the
underneath the
paperwork's
crust.
underneath it. Like instead of that little table to keep the box from smashing it, you have a divorce decree in there.
That's right.
I just always remember Dawson. You're like, because Dawson did get married a long, long time ago, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason was she didn't keep herself well.
Yeah, she kind of let herself go.
Kind of.
Did you send the pizza?
Kind of eyeballing my current situation. Same way.
Oh my God, dude.
Same way.
That is so wrong.
History repeats
Oh my
itself.
gosh. Hey, Dawson. What else is coming up on the program today? What other ill-advised things will you say
Look,
today?
a liposuction doctor.
God.
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. More uncomfortable truths about relationships from various members of this cast.
In the next 2 days, we all please do a segment called Uncomfortable Truths About Relationships, where Dawson just spits fire and he doesn't care who hears it or whatever.
We will have Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, talking hoops with us at 4 and how fun this story is as we pull into the break.
All right.
High five.
Looking forward to it. Good luck on your way home. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
You can hear Kevin, Corey. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And welcome into the show. Salute to the 903 here on the text. Let me know about those L-card women. Yeah, I might regret that. General at your service, Addies. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander was in the pimp cap at Master Control. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And you can follow us all. Just go to @GBagNation on X, and we're right there in the bio. Okay, we're transitioning out of football into 2 very exciting stories here. We do have some Mike Zimmer audio coming up at 3:20. I want to tease that. Zim with Pelissero a couple of months back. You're going to want this audio, and that's coming up at 3:20. But obviously the Rangers opening up their World Series defense starting tomorrow. I'm sure there are individuals already there in Surprise, Arizona, and they're getting to work. But that's going to be really exciting, and we can't wait to get there. I believe we fly out in 12 days. So boom, right out there, and it's going to be the greatest spring training of our lives. If you don't have plans to get there yet, you need to rethink things. Okay, if you've ever thought, well, I need to go to spring training, now's the day. Let your boss know. You know, you got late February and for most of March. You need to get out there to Surprise. It's not that long of a drive.
No.
You could jump in the truck and head out there for a weekend. You know, maybe just one extra day off. But you need to do this because it's going to be freaking lit, Zach.
It is. I can't wait. We also have Rangers Hot Stove tonight with Jared Sandler. He's going to have Andrew Heaney and Cody Bradford on, Alito's own Cody Bradford, who stepped up in a big, big way. I know we'll have around the bases later. We'll look at some players that need to step up and surprise Arizona. But this is going to be fun. You can go out there and check out Justin Foscue, who's going to be trying to get that DH spot opening day. You got Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter. I mean, it's a who's who out there. Jack Leiter, has he carried over some of the tweaks that they made last year? It's going to be amazing. The buzz is going to be fantastic. And the beautiful thing about Arizona is all of these stadiums are pretty close together. So even if the Rangers aren't playing at their home park, they'll probably be within a 30-minute drive if you want to go catch them and check out some other parks in the area of Surprise.
Indeed. Stars are playing great hockey, first place in the division, and they'll entertain Carolina tonight. And the Mavs are looking more and more like a team that could make a run in the West. I think that's the top local story because the shift to playing great basketball has been sudden and convincing, Eric.
Yes, it absolutely has. The trade has worked out very, very nicely through the first couple of games here. And last night and over the course of this winning streak, they're doing it a little bit more with defense. Which is really, really nice to see because, you know, even last night the offense struggles early on, but it can get going at some point. But seeing them being able to win with a little bit of defense, it's not like you have guys like Tim Hardaway Jr. just on these heaters where they're just shooting out of their mind and you know they're going to come back to earth. Like he's actually been struggling a little bit. So I think the defense and just the quick implementation of 2 guys, especially Gafford, just immediately hitting the ground running, I think is beautiful.
Daniel Gafford.
Are we already there?
Gafford. Dude, the guy's been unbelievable. I mean, he has blown me away with how good he's been. 19 points, 9 boards, and a block in his first game. Then 16 points, 17 boards, 5 blocks in 24 minutes last night. The dude's been unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, he might be better in Washington. You know, at least so far, it's looked like he's in a conversation for third best player on any given night. And that's huge. You know, I feel like reevaluating how good they are relative to being a contender in the West already. You know, I'm upgrading them significantly, and, you know, we'll see how they come out of the All-Star break. Their schedule is going to be a little bit more difficult, and they'll face a number of contenders. And, you know, at that time, I think we're maybe 5 or 6 games away from saying, hey, this West is wide open, and the Mavs are a piece of that picture.
Well, we were all talking about that they had to do something, and I think we weren't really sure what they were going to try and do. But it looks like it's kind of paid off for him, though. And there's some people in the organization that felt like, and I'm circling back now, and like they feel like, yeah, we're going to be okay. You know, and I didn't get the sense of the enthusiasm for the moves they made. You know, so now I wonder how they really do feel about it. You know, it's very small sample size, but it clearly is better. You know, that I think that Oklahoma City game, got everybody's attention. The game last night they described as a nasty one. It ended well. It ended well for them, but
Didn't start great.
No, sloppy turnovers.
Yeah, they say
three
nasty,
balls not dropping.
Nasty, but ended up well. So that's cool. You get the win. But I wonder now how they do feel about what the additions that they made. Is it better? Is it better than what
I would
you thought
think so.
now? I mean, initially it was kind of like, well, we'll see.
It is.
We'll see.
Because, I don't think a lot of us really knew the impact that Daniel Gafford would have. And granted, right, we're stressing the sample size. It's 2 games, but you are so much deeper now. And the issue with Lively, when he's on the floor, he's been incredible. But this team has been a shell of themselves without him because they don't have another legitimate big man. Now you do. Now you're able to kind of withstand some of these injuries now, which you weren't able to do. I mean, they filled some of their holes on their roster. I still don't think it's a finished product yet. Nico's still got work to do this offseason, but he added 2 additions that were big-time needs for this team. And P.J. Washington's versatility. I mean, the different positions that he can play and defend. I mean, both of these have just been home run ads so far.
Yeah, Gafford gives you a different kind of big man. And, Lively's great. He's definitely a good young athlete, little light. Gafford is a real brute in there, and he can score with his strength as well. He's not just one of these old school guys who's super strong to rebound and defend. He gives you a matchup against the bigs. And you look at Denver and Minnesota, you're going to have to play that kind of basketball if you want to win multiple playoff series in this West. So I just think it's really exciting to think about what might come into focus here in the not too distant future. I like the new look Mavs. If Maxey can stay healthy and get his rhythm back, watch out NBA.
Yeah, I mean, that adds to the versatility, man. Like having Maxey being as close to back to himself as possible defensively is huge. I mean, the way they close that game out where it's him and PJ as your power forward and your center, I mean, that is an opportunity to be one of your closing lineups in certain matchups, So I think the versatility and the depth that were added with PJ and with Gafford, and then getting a healthy Maxey, and that's really going to be the main thing. Like when they made the moves, it's like, okay, I think you have enough talent here to be like, yes, we are a team that should feel good about. We can go compete and maybe win a playoff series, and as long as they can stay healthy, I firmly believe that.
Me too. Okay, here we go. The game Sunday was kind of a dud in the first half, but did you guys see it? Ended up being the most watched program ever on television.
It's insane.
Connected device, I guess, more available than ever, but the Taylor Swift factor, overtime.
Yeah, I think so.
A 7% increase over last year's shootout.
Yeah.
So apparently people found it just as thrilling as we did here. Buried right in the sports world's bosom.
Yeah,
good matchup.
It was a very good matchup, but I do feel like that you had a bunch of followers that were locked in on Taylor Swift.
Yep, I think you're right. I don't
think you can turn away from that. There were clearly, when you saw people going into the game, there were people with Taylor Swift jerseys on and stuff like that. So she obviously has some type of influence in what goes on in not only social media, but also things are, entertainment, things around the world.
You add that in with Mahomes, best player in the league, and then the team that a lot of people thought was the best, and the 49ers that also have a big fan base. And then I wonder how much the host city of Vegas added to kind of just the hoopla and the pageantry of it all. I think Vegas was a tremendous host city. I expect the Super Bowl to be back there very, very soon.
Yeah. I think the Mavs kind of did their best impression of the Chiefs going down 10 late in the game, and just putting their foot down as an elite team and saying we're just going to execute and play great defense, get stops, find good shots, and kind of made it look easy there at the end.
Is it wrong to feel good about the fact that San Francisco lost because now we didn't have to see on social media all those ladies, the wives and girlfriends of the 49ers that seem to take over our timelines on stuff? Those ladies post a lot of stuff.
That wasn't high on my list.
Is that an
algorithm?
That might be a personal timeline.
That's a TikTok thing for you.
You might have just told on yourself.
Your OnlyFans?
I don't. Yeah, it went an OnlyFans thing. It honestly, that these ladies, it's like, we're girlfriends of 49ers. We're going to be at the Super Bowl. I didn't see one bit of their posts at the end of that thing. And in a way, I kind of appreciated it because before that, they were getting a little bothersome.
Yeah, Cal use check. Her wife or his wife.
The wife is very talented. She makes really cool clothes. But the other girlfriends, wags, what they call them,
the wags,
whatever.
Yeah. Oh, they're riding the coattails.
They were literally. They were literally. Their content was so much It was over. It was
So
over one.
much.
But
Yeah.
after that game, I had not seen one post from those ladies. So
Well,
front
sorry
runners,
about,
man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your plight there, ladies.
I think there's a lot to appreciate about what the Chiefs did for us, denying the 49ers number 6 again, denying the Eagles last year.
Yeah.
They're doing great work
The problem
out there
is
for
now
us.
we got to look at the Chiefs and think, holy crap, they're about to be at 5.
They are.
Fine.
Next thing you know, they'll be at 8.
I feel like
we'll
they're
blink, and holy crap, Mahomes has how many Super Bowls now? This is unbelievable.
Until they beat the Cowboys in one, they're like a cousin team.
You know what I would do?
They're family.
If I was Clark Hunt, he lives over in Jerry's neighborhood over here.
Oh.
I would take those Super Bowl trophies and I would drive by his house, convertible, just lay on the horn, just drive by. Got another one.
I'd love it if he did. Maybe that'll add some fire and passion back.
Just Clark over there and taunt him. In the same neighborhood,
Yeah.
Somebody's in this neighborhood's a champion, I think Clark needs to. I think Clark needs to stir it up a little bit over there in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I think Broadus needs to settle down on watchdogging these wags, though. He's doing a little too much
I'm just telling you
wags.
what. My timeline is not pretty. I'm just going to admit that.
It sounds like it's very pretty.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's a lot that goes on in my timeline.
Are you saying the
we
Niner
know.
wives are dogs? Wow.
No,
After what happened last year, Brian?
He saw Hotter at the RuPaul show that he couldn't get him out of in Vegas.
Oh, by the way, I had to explain
What's
that.
Broadus doing again?
I had to explain that to my mom. By the way,
Me too.
What the drag queen you took home?
Yeah, the
Just how
drag queen.
progressive you are.
Yeah, but I'm just open minded in a lot of ways.
You are.
But these ladies, they were all over my timeline, all over it, and now they're not on my timeline.
I like how you're doing the air quotes every time you say ladies.
Yeah, they are ladies. They're super proud about.
Hell of an Adam's apple there.
They were. What, you guys. I'm talking about those 49er gals. I'm not talking about the Vegas gals.
We looped you in, and you got stuck in a whirlwind of RuPaul stuff. So it's all right. But
wait till we go to New Orleans next year, right? Is that what we got to look forward to?
Is there a lot of that going on over there?
Oh, a lot of that. Ask Wolchuk about that. Didn't you
that was inside Rick's Cabaret. They got my phone, and it was a bad situation. That's why I no longer have Cash App.
Oh, I thought you saddled up with one.
No, I did not.
Okay.
No. Like I got in and I got out.
Not that time.
Maybe a questionable one. Yeah.
No questionable over here.
Sometimes you could get fooled.
So, speak for yourself, bud. That's a personal problem.
No, it's Fat Tuesday. You have a lot to drink. You never know. You never know what's going to happen.
You never know. Happy Fat Tuesday.
Happy Fat Tuesday. Hopefully, you don't. Okay, I can't say that on air.
No.
You're on a roll already.
Yeah,
don't let us stop you.
I love you.
Nice work, Broadus.
Yeah.
Okay, where are the Cowboys in the Super Bowl odds for next year? We'll check.
Oh gosh.
How big would they have
Do
to
you guys
be
want to have a laugh at this?
From one joke to another.
First Super Bowl odds are out.
They're going to have them in the top 5 or something stupid.
I think the biggest joke here is that
plus 1,500.
Kansas City
probably right
is not number 1.
Should be number 1. San Francisco is there, but you got the Cowboys at plus 1,800. I think they've got the 8th best odds. Green Bay's ahead of them. Cincinnati's ahead of them. Buffalo, Baltimore, Detroit, then San Fran and Kansas City. But at plus 1,800, they're tied with Miami and Philadelphia.
Hey, you need Mozzie and Scooney to show up good in camp and ace a draft. You need like 4 guys who would be on the all-rookie team, and I could see it.
They're due to ace the draft after last year. I think this is going to be a hell of a class.
Or go spend a bunch of money.
Well,
they can do that too.
We're really making jokes today.
Huh. Okay. Hassan Reddick saying he never requested to be traded by the Eagles days after a source confirmed to ESPN that the team granted the edge rusher permission to seek a trade. Never asked, he said, posting on X, reacting to comments he made to Bleacher Report expressing the same sentiment. However, I do understand it's a business, and I'm preparing for whatever is next. Speaking of teams that are up against it now, I think that is the cost. I think we're about to see the cost for Philadelphia of making their all-in move to try to win a Super Bowl. And we glorify the job Howie Roseman has done. There's a downside to it, And the Cowboys don't want to be here where it's like, crap, we're not going to be good. We got to trade some of our best players. We got to bite the bullet here and try to regroup. Maybe 25, 26, we'll make another run at this thing.
They can try and extend him, I think, is the thing here if they want to save some cap space. It's just they got to decide. Do they want to do that? Maybe it's a bad deal, and then they end up hating it in a few years from now, but I don't know. Hassan Reddick, that's an interesting deal. That's their best pass rusher.
Yeah, I think maybe right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing out there or something. It is. It's an interesting story. Maybe his agent's trying to work back channels or something, and he's not letting Hassan know exactly everything that he's working on or try to secure a future. Who knows? End of an era in the golf world. You saw Jordan Spieth annoyed with fans over the weekend of the Phoenix Open. unruly crowds. They had to halt beer sales and general admission.
Yeah.
The event turned into a money grab, and it turned into a drunk fest, and there were less golf fans getting drunk and more just like unruly partiers than ever. So they're talking about where it goes from here, Brian.
Yeah, and there's
people can't go out and get blotto in public.
And now Liv is acting, well, can we take your blueprint for our tournaments, please? Liv would love to have
They'll call it the wasted management, and they'll just lean all the way into it.
Totally lean all the way.
No drinking in our country, but by God, we'll throw a hell of a rager in yours.
That's what I'm saying. Liv is trying to create what they have at the Waste Management at 16. That's what they're trying to create.
I got a good idea.
But yeah, they had over 100,000 people on the course at one time.
The videos and some of the comments and everything is pretty hilarious.
It was straight out of a Happy Gilmore movie.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, dude. I got some comments from some of the golfers where I just went in on it. We'll hit that in the hodgepodge.
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We'll jump into some Cowboys and then get you the best audio coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
DFW's number one Cowboys.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Here's the Woolly Bully with some Cowboys content.
What do you think are the Cowboys' biggest roster needs? Let's rank them for you, and let's see if you agree with these rankings, courtesy of Blogging the Boys. They always do phenomenal work. It was cool seeing RJ Ochoa out there at Radio Row last week in Las Vegas. He was crushing it. He sure was. But if you look at the roster needs, I was just talking about this with Eric, and I know, Brian, we've been doing the draft. You guys did a great job today, the draft show.
Thank you.
Doing it again on Thursday as well, but you can check that out. But I think one of the big roster needs we've talked about and is ranked number one would be center. Tyler Biadasz is a free agent, and this is a draft class where there are a couple of good centers that we've been eyeing. One might be Powers Johnson, who is a center from Oregon, played next to TJ Bass, who the Cowboys currently have.
So is this guy first name Powers, last name Johnson?
Jackson Powers Johnson.
Okay, Jackson.
Yeah.
So he's a hyphenated last name guy.
Powers Johnson, hyphenated. So you know he's a badass. But he really is. I mean, the tape doesn't lie. Dude's very athletic, has some versatility, can play guard or center. Problem is now, when you look at all these mock drafts, I don't know if he's even going to make it there to 24.
Yeah, I think you do have to worry about the Dolphins ahead of you. They're looking for a center, too.
I know it won't get past Jerry.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't.
No.
I hope he does not. But there's also Graham Barton from Duke, who's an option. And then left tackle. Like, what do you guys think about the Tyron Smith situation? I was actually listening earlier to Get Up this morning, and I think it was Jeff Saturday was trying to float out the idea, what if the Kansas City Chiefs tried to pry Tyron Smith in free agency? They're like, dude, come win a Super Bowl with us. Start a year with Patrick Mahomes at left tackle. Because every single year Mahomes has been in a Super Bowl, he's had a different starting left tackle. And their guy this year, Donovan Smith, was not very good. So maybe Tyron Smith, and we've heard the rumors of if the Cowboys were to even trade him, he would retire. I don't know that he even wants to leave Dallas, but you got to think if you kind of float that carrot out there, that could be enticing for a player like Tyron.
Yeah, what you're hearing, I think, is right. Now, things might change. After Tyron Smith, but you got to know if you sign Tyron Smith, you can't practice him.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know. I mean, and that's him leaving Dallas would be very, very hard, just for the reason of they understand how to get him to the games now. You're going to have some coaches that, it's having Tyron Smith, and you're going to miss him for 3 games, but he didn't practice. Okay,
and you're going to need that 24-hour hyperbaric chamber suit on his body.
But if I'm Tyron, that's the one opportunity I might listen to.
For sure.
No, there's no question. That's the one opportunity you would listen to. If you're chasing a ring, absolutely you would. But I've been told by people that know him well, and this is something that probably can go way wrong. Exactly what you said. You trade him, he's going to retire, or he's going to step away from this. Because he understands. They understand him. And, he understands them.
And he played at a very high level last year. I believe he played 14 games, which is the most he's played in several years. So they did kind of find out a way to get him to game day.
Yeah.
And he's not going to play all 17. But if you can get, 80% of the season from Tyron, you're feeling pretty good about that. I still think, I would look at addressing left tackle. And this is a draft class specifically. You can nail one of these guys in the first round. The last time they picked 24, they got Tyler Smith. And now you're looking at an all-pro player. So that's definitely an area to look at. You've also got running back, defensive tackle, linebacker, and corner. So with those positions in mind, is there a group there that you're like, damn, this is priority number one for me?
I think priority number one is a center, upgrading the offensive line with youth and athleticism and the ability to open gaping holes and get to the next level, Brian.
Yeah.
That's what you taught me. Cut that defense in half, right?
I appreciate you. Yeah. I think it's either up the middle on both sides. When you start to talk about up the middle, like include the running back, include the center, include the defensive tackles, include the linebackers. That's where this thing. I'm interested to see when Mike comes in, and I know
Zimmer.
Yeah, and I know that he's looked at this team. I'm interested to see when he meets with the coaches. Keep an eye on that because he might be able to add some coaches once he meets with the staff.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the thought. So keep an eye on that. But I guarantee you, he's looking at that defense. He's going, man, what did you guys do with this Mozzie Smith guy?
Yeah.
What was the plan there? And why were you guys playing with safeties at linebacker 70% of the time? You know, and Will's going to tell him because we got banged up, we got injured. I don't think Zimmer wants to do anything like that.
But there was a great article from Todd Archer today in ESPN, and he was talking with Bill Parcells, Darren Woodson, several other players, and Woody, and who we got to talk with at Radio Row last week on Mike Zimmer as the coach. He said, I would say, man, give him time. He's going to be callous when he comes in. Don't be sensitive. The guy wants to win. He wants to win at all costs. He's the most competitive I've ever met. Give him time, and you'll get it. You'll understand. You're going to have to be ready, and you're going to bite him too. He's looking for the fight too. Don't back down because he's okay with it.
Is this Parcells saying this?
Thick skin. That was Darren Woodson.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Another quote. Here's what I love, and a lot of people wouldn't have done this, but we're the Super Bowl champs, and I'm like at the height of my career, and he's showing me all my bad plays. Darren Woodson said, "I'm like holy S," but it's all what can I work on, and he's breaking it all down with me. That brought us that much closer because I wanted to be better. Again, it wasn't all cuddly. It was, this is who you are. Let's figure out how to get better. The players in that locker room that want to achieve greatness are going to love Mike Zimmer. The ones that are there to collect their paychecks are probably not going to have a fun time.
Here's my February prediction for the year. This hire might save his job, might save Mike McCarthy's job. This hire by Mike Zimmer being here might save his job. I think Mike's going to come in. I think he's going to do some things with his defense that's similar to what Steve Spagnuolo has been able to do with Kansas City's defense. I think he's going to make that kind of he just needs the buy-in. That's the whole thing. They just need the buy-in. Micah Parsons and Tank and Osa, those guys, and they just need the buy-in there.
Diggs.
Yeah. I mean, we could talk about the whole thing with Dan Quinn. Dan didn't coach these guys hard. You listen to some guys over there, Wanye Thomas. Wanye Thomas is talking to people and saying, man, I'm ready to be coached hard. This thing I think could go the right way. I think this might save his job.
It might be a home run type of hire where they were able to get maybe the one guy out there that could be an upgrade over what Dan Quinn was bringing you.
Yeah.
Because DQ was doing a hell of a job statistically, the turnovers. This Cowboys defense has been up there. But I think Mike Zimmer is a perfect shift in just the way and the approach and the toughness and some of the things that we were talking about after that Green Bay game. You need a different voice sometimes. Someone that can rattle the cage. Zim seems like he might be the perfect fit.
He's that guy.
I think you have to find a way to inspire players to want to be great. And I think sometimes the laissez-faire approach, whether it's Wade or whether it was Dan Quinn or Pete Carroll, it can create too of a relaxed environment. And a guy like Mike Zimmer just knows how to make sure it's not relaxed, and maybe Mike McCarthy doesn't prefer that style, but they both can really, really work. And I know Mike Zimmer's will work more consistently because he's impatient, he's urgent. And those are traits that will make some modern, people nervous, but it gets results, Brian.
I think you're onto something right there. Totally with you on that.
It is time now for the G Bag of the day. In the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
C'est passé. Happy Fat Tuesday.
Yes,
sir.
Ordered a couple pizzas later. We're going to get Fat Tuesday properly.
Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Broadus for he's a jolly good fellow.
Yes. Always jolly.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, man.
Beans and rice.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, that was good.
Thank you.
Smacking.
Got some extra, Lucius, so take it on home with you. I'll box it up for you.
Yeah, I can do that. It was smacking. It was smacking because food don't slap.
Does it bust?
It does bust, though.
That's bussin'.
It do be bussin', though. It do be bussin', though.
Yeah, that was good.
It do be bussin'. All right, let's get into this. Our winner and champion so far is a very toxic pastor on a Toxic Tuesday. Tells a woman in church, in the house of God, why she is single. I don't think this is the reason.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
It's your fault. A woman should just shut up and look cute and nod your head.
Jeez.
It's your fault. Who want me to critique them right now on the spot?
I do.
You do it? Come here, right here. Come right here. Now she said she gonna do this, didn't she? Did I call her out? Did she come on herself?
Whoa.
All right, so you need to lose weight. Find a good bra. You need to go to Intimates. It's called intimates. I took my wife. My wife knew nothing about anything.
No.
My wife knew nothing because she came from a family who didn't know anything about it. I took my wife to a place that they had. We don't buy bras at Victoria. Not black women that got large breasts. So you need to get your bra made.
Why you say it like
and
that?
And it's not that expensive.
You need to get your bra made.
No, baby, you get a good bra. It's almost like having a breast lift.
Why you say it like that? Large breasts.
We're not going to Victoria's Secret. It's custom made ones.
He held that follow through on breast for a little while.
Clearly directly channeling Jesus there in that sermon.
You don't have a bra on. That's why you don't have a man.
Yeah. Part of the Bible
It's that
says.
easy. Put the bra on.
He called his wife out, for not having a clue, and then he blamed it on his her family, the in-laws.
Which I'm pretty sure there's some family members in there. If you're running a church, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah.
My Lord. Hey, Fat Tuesday. Hey. It was Super Bowl. Now it's Mardi Gras. And Valentine's Day tomorrow, baby, y'all. They say they energy harvesting out here. They energy harvesting, so be careful. How about this one? Let's go to Culver City to a city council meeting.
California.
Where Chad and JT have a gripe.
What up, council? My name is Chad Kroger. Let's cut the BS, guys. The Super Bowl is America's holiday, a day where we honor the two sacred C's, contact sports and capitalism. And it's filled with other C's too, camaraderie, commercials, and brews. However, there's one issue. The Super Bowl is on a Sunday, and the next day is Monday. I mean, how are we supposed to enjoy our national birthright when we know we have to work the next day? And this Super Bowl for me, honestly, total disaster. I couldn't enter into full party mode because I knew I had to clock into my job at Petco the next day. And I was having this conversation with my crush, Tina, and I totally blew it because I couldn't remember my rising astrological sign. Like, that conversation had the potential to be epic, but ended up only leading to a makeout. So that's why I'm requesting, council, that you make the day after the Super Bowl a national holiday, a day of rest and redemption so that we can friggin' honor those who emptied the tank. Let's make our founding fathers proud.
Those who emptied the tank.
Chad's always on to something.
We really want to be able to leave it all on the field, man. Give us a chance.
Hey.
I don't want to play with any regrets.
I think that's just what we need to push us over the top on this campaign, though. Now that they're on it.
Josephine Johnny. Hey, Josephine Johnny. From one city council to a school board meeting right here.
Toxic.
Yo, it's super toxic. Grandpa went scorched earth. He went scorched earth. He's had about enough of this. Oh, boy.
Good evening, cowards. Nice to see a bunch of...
Hold on. It's about to get hot, bro.
Did you hit the right button there?
I did. Good evening, cowards is how he started it all. Oh, my God.
Good evening, cowards. Nice to see a bunch of fat, ugly women.
Oh,
What?
excuse you.
What?
Can we skip the agenda?
No.
Please continue.
No. I'm speaking. They're fat, ugly women is what they are. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk
You don't
about
have
it.
to. Bye. It's called free speech. Bye. That's insulting. Bye. That's good. Shut up.
Okay, everybody.
And we wonder why children are retarded stupid today. We wonder why. We wonder why when we have these pathetic people here called teachers rape the children's mind. And if you people are too stupid to know what rape is, it's called control.
Wow. You sound like that Canadian cowboy guy from last year.
Hey, you guys don't know what we do out there. You scum of earth, you ain't never seen a day of hard work. Your hands are soft as tissue paper. I'm sure of it. I've seen men die out there.
Held 9 in my arms one day.
And I took his wife right after there.
Yeah,
I wanted her to be
exactly.
lonely. What else we got?
I thought he was going down a path of insisting on pretty women to teach. Which I would support, by
He
the way.
was scorched to earth, bro. It's just like all three of y'all up there. Y'all are fat. And these teachers behind me are dumb. Come on, bro.
Kids are pretty smart these days, by the way, I found. Too dang smart.
Yeah,
Arguing
they
with
are.
him is tough starting at about 9 years old. He makes some good points.
Yeah, as long as they ask the right questions and they have the right curiosity.
Yeah.
I don't like all this internet out here with all these answers. You don't have curiosity to even go look the stuff up. It kind of bothers me. That's in my crawl. Hey! Lucius, you sound like a Jamaican, not from. Hey, I feel you, bro. Wagwan. It's all kind of the same. It's a different boat ride. Hey. Let's go ahead and vote.
Is it our one-time G-Bag Today champion, the Toxic Pastor? Is it the Culver City Council with Chad and JT? Or is it the school board meeting? I'm going to go with the Bros, Chief. How about you? I'm
going to go with the champ.
Lucius?
Passer, giving honor to passer.
We're at 2-1, Wolchuk.
You know, the old Canadian grandpa.
Yeah, Brian?
How about Chad and those guys?
We're tied at 2. Jump on to @GBagNation's Twitter account. We'll create an Insta poll. You can vote at the break. And then we're coming back with Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking that today, sir?
Yeah, I've got some Cowboy free agent stuff I want to get through with these guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone. Why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Congrats to the Toxic Pastor. Won a very close vote off at G-Bag Nation. Follow us when you get there. You can follow all of us in the bio. Here's Brian, Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. After the show today, if you like, please give it a listen. Bobby and I had a Love of the Star podcast back on schedule here after our week in Las Vegas. Did a lot of work on Mike Zimmer, some thoughts there, just general things that we might think going forward with the hire and stuff. So you can find it on your Odyssey podcast, wherever you get that stuff. So appreciate if you give a listen after our show today. Happy Fat Tuesday to everybody too out there. Be safe out there, as Lucius likes to always tell you. Enjoy that day. And what I'm going to talk about here are a couple different things. The fan side came out with something of 3 Cowboy free agents that the team cannot afford to let hit the market.
Ooh, okay.
I'll be the judge of that, Brian.
Yeah, you want to be the judge of that?
I'm one of them.
But before I get to that, though, there's another group put out a top 40 list of all free agents in the league. The Cowboys only had 2 on that list. At number 40 was Stephon Gilmore, and number 31 was Tyron Smith. And it was a prediction of where they were going to sign, is what they put out.
I think they're both going to be back.
I hope you're right about that. But the Stephon Gilmore one, they've got him going to another team.
Oh, crap.
But what's interesting is they're both identical deals for Gilmore and for Tyron Smith. For Gilmore, they've got him going to the Houston Texans. And if you go through that top 40 list, man, the Texans are spending some money on that prediction. They got the Texans picking up Chris Jones, who's the number 1 guy, as the number 1 free agent out there, like $115 million deal, 4-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Gilmore, they've got predicted going to sign a 1-year, $12 million deal with the Houston Texans, and then they've got Tyron Smith. The prediction for him is that he is going to sign a 1-year, $12 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. So $12 million. Do we feel good about Tyron Smith?
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I would hope that a lot of it is incentive laden. So if he gets hurt in camp, you're not on the hook for all of that. I don't think Tyron has to do that. I think he's earned a contract on the open market, and another team would be willing to take that risk to get him. So it'll be really interesting to see what he and his representation have to say. But I do expect the Cowboys to try to make it, per game bonuses. I know that might have got sensitive this year as far as them keeping him out of games, and maybe he won't want to go for that this time around. We'll have to see.
I think that's exactly what it needs to be, though. And it needs to be based on, time played, snaps, whatever it is. That there's got to be a contingency in there. But I also I'm for bringing back Tyron. He played very, very well. But I don't think that should be any reason why you wouldn't draft a tackle, especially in the first round, if one of these guys that you like is available at 24.
You can't use a first-round pick for a guy you don't think is going to start, though.
He's going to end up starting a lot of games. And Tyron Smith could end up missing an entire season. I don't think that would shock anybody. I think that's an important position to where you go ahead and plug and play that guy, and I'm fine with it.
Better be clearly the best player.
Man, you're going to get crucified for doing that.
I don't care. There's nothing more important than the offensive line. And
I understand.
And Cowboy fans should know that more than anybody.
I think, if you told me that it was a center, I would totally agree with you on that.
I'm fine with the center, but we just talked about the best center in the draft maybe not being on the board.
No, and I totally understand what you're saying there. The thing that would worry me is I think you need to make the Tyron Smith decision before you even get to the draft.
Yeah.
I think either because if that's the case, when you sign him, I'm not interested in drafting.
What happened to position flex guys? He there? Is that who you're talking about? Maybe being gone.
There could be a guy that can play left or right, but if you're telling me you think Adoga is going to be your swing tackle, I'd rather have the rookie that I take at 24 be that guy.
I'm banking on. I'm going to bank on Awesome Richards here.
Okay.
I'm going to and I knew that was going to happen. It's like, oh, way to go, Broadus. That's why you're doing radio. I get it because it's hey, we haven't seen it, and you're thinking that second year is there going to be a jump, but there's just too many. Maybe I shouldn't even think about drafting for need though either too.
No, I think that if I'm not moving away from a tackle because of Tyron Smith on a 1-year deal. I think that would be foolish.
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if they. I think I'd be a little bit surprised if they went that route. To me, I would just say, man, if you want to get one in the first round, you just need to move on from Tyron.
That's what I was thinking.
I think just make. Maybe a team like the Chiefs swoop in, and it could be a little bit of a bummer because you'd like for him to be a lifer, sure, whatever. I understand he played at a high level when he played last year, but I think you just got the best version of Tyron Smith. Are you going to get back-to-back years of the best version of him? I think the best thing that could happen for this team is they're forced into, we got to do something here, because they're going to half-ass the contingency plan behind him, and it's going to be some level of a Doga or whatever, something stupid, and those are games. I mean, that lost you the Dolphins game. Tyron Smith plays in the Dolphins game, or just somebody who is NFL quality, and that is not a Doga, you probably win that game. So I just think that they've messed around too much with the Tyron stuff. He probably should have been gone a couple of years ago. Last year, what he gave us this past season, great, thank you. Way more than I expected. I'd be dumb to think I'm going to get lucky on that again, because that's what that is. That's getting lucky last year. He's probably going to miss many more games next year than what he did this year.
I think you also have to consider, though, the name of the game in the NFL, especially with roster building, is getting something for a discount compared to what market value is. And, Tyron played at an $18, $20 million level. If you get that for 12, you're 65%, you're saving $6 million you can spend elsewhere on the roster. Or you got to use a first-round pick that you could use for a stud linebacker, or maybe the center is there, or another corner, right? It's the opportunity cost of what you'd be using that on. And I just think if you're going to win the championship, it looks to me like you're going to bring Tyron Smith back on a team-friendly deal and use that first-round pick to address another gaping hole on your roster.
Then I would just say, then you can't be scared of putting Tyler Smith at left tackle inevitably when Tyron gets hurt, and you got to have somebody better than a Doga guard to take Tyler Smith's spot.
Or
you just
24 is your contingency right there, and he's your future tackle.
And I understand that y'all's trepidation on having Tyron Smith and using a first-round pick at left tackle for a team that depends so much on the draft and needing immediate contributions, something they didn't get really at all from this previous draft.
Right.
Like, we know the pressure's on for this draft. These guys need to come in day one and contribute. And I get what you're saying, Walchuk, where if you have a left tackle there as a rookie, Tyron Smith's going to miss some time.
He's going to play. And at the end of his rookie contract, when he starts 4 years for you, you're not going to care that he didn't start the entire rookie season. That's how I feel about that.
Do you think that's more of a need than center?
No, I think center is your most glaring need right now. But I do think that this is a very talented tackle draft, which is unique. And if they evaluate that, man, our best player on the board is one of these tackles, I trust them to hit on that player.
Can you stretch this thing to 56?
For one of the centers?
Or no, for one of the tackles.
I don't think so.
The BYU kid?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Okay. But I don't love him. I think he's a right tackle. I wouldn't want to take that guy.
Okay. I just was curious what you thought about that. All right. Okay, since we really dove into Tyron Smith there, they said this next story was guys they can't lose. Stephon Gilmore, they said he can't hit the free agent market because Cowboys were a top 5 team against the pass in 2023. Stephon Gilmore played a huge role in that success. 2019's Defensive Player of the Year, appeared in all 17 games, 54 tackles, 13 pass defense. That's the most he's had since 2019. 2 interceptions, 1 forced fumble. He only allowed 55% completion rate and an 82.7 passer rating on 95 targets, too.
Does Gilmore fit the Mike Zimmer way of doing things?
I think Mike really wants to play with guys that can play press man.
Yeah, physical.
And play up on the line, jam you, run with you, have that kind of ability.
Yeah. Is that Gilmore? Is that Diggs?
I think that's Diggs. I'm not so sure it's Gilmore anymore.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I'm worried about. I think it's Bland.
I think it's absolutely Bland.
It's Bland.
But Bland's got to be your nickel. You got to either have Gilmore on the boundary or somebody else there. I mean, my gosh, if you could get L'Jarius Sneed out of Kansas City.
Yeah, he's the Houston Texans, I think, were another team that were.
They're not going to pay for L'Jarius Sneed, and
I know
I'd
won't
be shocked if the Chiefs let him go.
What Gilmore said to us and on Radio Row last week, it sounds like he really wants to come back. I mean, he's still using the we. He feels like there's unfinished business. His bros are here. He's made quick friends with a lot of the guys.
Yeah.
And I think this is where he wants to be. So I don't think the Cowboys are going to screw this up. And I don't think Gilmore's going to command so much on the open market that they would get priced out if the agent's trying to maximize.
We talked about Tyron Smith, as I mentioned. The one that might be a surprise here is they said they can't let Dorrance Armstrong hit free agency. And they said that it would be wise for the Cowboys to resign Armstrong considering the state of their defensive line's contracts. In addition to Armstrong, Dante Fowler, Jonathan Hankins, Neville Gallimore also free agents this offseason. Furthermore, DeMarcus Lawrence, Oso Digizua, and Chauncey Golston are all projected to hit the open market in 2025. If Dallas wants to ensure that the D-line remains the best next year and beyond, finding a way to lock down Armstrong before free agency opens is a must. I would rather have Fowler than him, if you ask me.
I think this is what smart teams do is they let players like this move on and they draft guys or they find cheaper veterans. But I just don't think you can spend a significant amount of money there considering you're already good there. And you need to be good in the middle of your defensive line. You need to be good at linebacker. You need to improve your running game. There's just it's too much of a priority. And I think Dorrance Armstrong is going to make around $8 million.
Right.
I can't see how the Cowboys are going to make that fit in their budget anymore. He's just too good of a player. Somebody else going to see him as a starter?
Maybe you mean the Commanders always, because of Dan
the Commanders
Quinn.
could. I think that's a good link. He is a tremendous special teams player. You look at the punts that he's blocked.
Sure.
He fits, but end is a sneaky need for this football team.
It is.
I think Dorrance Armstrong is a glue guy on a championship team.
All right.
I like
But
that.
this isn't a championship team.
Great first
It's a
hour,
division
gentlemen. You're right about
championship.
that. It's time now for the NFL news of the day. Wolchuk, what you got?
Yeah, who called in sick yesterday? And Andy Reid loves something other than cheeseburgers. I'll tell you what that is next on The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Time now for the NFL News of the Day with Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. Who all called in sick yesterday on the Monday after the Super Bowl? You weren't alone if you did. About 16 million people called in sick to work this year after the big day. And eventually we will maybe get this thing a national holiday when they decide to add the 18th game, then everything's pushed back a week because next Monday we've got President's Day. Most people get off for President's Day, so you won't have to worry about that. Instead of just making the Super Bowl Monday a national holiday, you'll kind of have one built in to where you don't have to call in. But that's incredible. Across the entire country, 16 million people skipping out of work. We did not, but we don't have to. We get to come in and just talk about the game. It's an absolute dream. But I wonder, 877-881-1053, were you one of the 16 million that said, I'm calling in sick? Maybe you planned this. Maybe you already put in the slip and requested the off day after the Super Bowl. That's a pro move.
I had big respects to the Australian NFL reporters that we came to know in Vegas, because they have to take the day off because they're watching the Super Bowl Monday morning in Australia
3 a.m.
at like whatever weird time it was, and so they're cracking coldies early in the morning. It's a breakfast Super Bowl in Australia. So if you're a football guy in Australia, you have to take the day off because it's in the middle of sort of your work day there on a Monday.
Yeah.
So kudos to the Australian dudes, man. They were great guys out there.
Yeah, that's sacrifice right there. I wonder if you just take all Mondays off or if you have a career change. You know, is this something you negotiate with your boss? I'm not sure how you would handle that, but that's commitment, you know. And those Aussies are known for their love of football.
They
so
sure
I'm not
are.
surprised.
Aussie, aye. Shout out to Antonio Pierce. Andy Reid telling Peter King from NBC Sports, I reached out. I texted Antonio Pierce. I texted him. I said, hey, beautiful facility, first of all, and I appreciate you kicking our tail because you taught us a lesson. You get complacent in this business, the margin between winning and losing is tiny. You better step up. And there's a time and a place for these players that have been here before. You know what it takes if you're the veteran that's dropping the ball. You're the veteran getting the penalties. You better figure it out quick. This season's going to go down. And he did. They were left for dead after Christmas Day. Antonio Pierce and the Raiders beat the Chiefs. It was embarrassing. It was a humbling moment. They did not lose a game after that loss. And Andy Reid credits Antonio Pierce for knocking them out of their complacent mindset.
It's 2 sports champions in a row, the Rangers and now the Chiefs, that I have considered left for dead at some point in the season and late in the season as well. Just a heck of a job, you know, and I don't know what a season has to look like now for me to consider them, you know, not the team. But I do believe we saw this often in basketball once the Phil Jackson Lakers got so good that they would have a hard time being focused during the regular season. It just doesn't get the best out of them. And some of these guys are fighting for jobs or they're fighting for playoff lives and they're fired up to take on the Chiefs, and you're getting these incredible, and you're like, dude, just get us to the playoffs and then I'll be back to playing at 100%.
Man. That's awesome. And we'll see how Antonio Pierce and the Raiders do this coming year. They got to get a quarterback, but I liked that hire. Then there was an article from The Athletic. And we know about Andy Reid's love of cheeseburgers. We played the audio yesterday of him at the ESPN set. Brian, did you know that he also has quite the affinity for Haagen-Dazs ice cream?
Andy likes all food.
Man, that is also apparently an obsession for him. One of the assistant coaches says that the head of travel operations for the Chiefs is tasked with ensuring that every hotel the team stays at during road trips is stocked with Haagen-Dazs. And Kansas City fullback Anthony Sherman actually recalled one trip where Reid was able to determine if it was actually Haagen-Dazs or not. So there was one time in Baltimore where for some reason they didn't put it out right away. Andy comes in, he looks at it, and he knew right away that it wasn't Haagen-Dazs. I look at the travel ops, Mitch Reynolds, and I said, dude, that's not Haagen-Dazs. He goes, no, it is. I go, I'm telling you right now, it's not. Look at him. He was just staring at it in just disbelief that he didn't have the actual, and he can tell. I mean, look, he knows his ice cream. He would stand there with a spoon and a scooper waiting for them to go change it to Haagen-Dazs or get a delivery of Haagen-Dazs. He would not eat it if it was like Bluebell or something. Right. He would tell people, you go ahead. If you're going to get it, I'm waiting on the real ice cream. This isn't ice cream.
You ought to see the travel manual those guys have. Seriously, you ought to see all the things. There is a 3-ring binder of all the things that have to be in like Coach's suite.
It's incredible.
You know, like a certain amount of ginger ale, a certain amount of tonic water, a certain amount of like you have to have
specific colored M&Ms.
Yeah, it's almost like what we deal with performers, like
your rock stars.
Rock stars, yeah. Like they literally there is a manual, and they got this from Bill Walsh at the 49ers, and they like Andy. Like
the Haagen-Dazs manual?
Well,
that's from Bill Walsh?
They've added stuff to it.
What a legend. He was a genius. Ahead of his time.
There are certain things that you absolutely have to have. And it's part of, and they send this manual to the hotels before they go. Like during the summertime. Like, this is what we require.
Gosh, man, you do not want to be the guy who dropped the Haagen-Dazs ball on a freaking game day on the road when Andy Reid and the Chiefs are trying to go get a victory. How do you expect him to dial up corn dog with ketchup and mustard in a moment where it's needed most for his team if he's out of his routine? Obviously, Haagen-Dazs is a huge part of his life and his game day routine, and probably a top 3 or 4 reason why he's as great as he is today.
How can you tell?
We should all be taking notes here.
How can you tell that he's the Haagen-Dazs guy? How can you tell?
It's the eye test.
I don't know.
Is the eye test?
I've been watchdogging this thing.
You watchdogging this?
Okay, I am impressed though. So are you telling me
he looks and he knows?
He's walking into whatever the room is, the ice cream room here,
yeah,
and he without it being the container, he can just look at the ice cream sort of in a bowl and eyeball and tell you it's not Haagen-Dazs?
That's Dreyer's. I'm going to wait for the real ice cream. You eat that.
Breyers with a B.
I thought it was with a D.
No, it's not Dreyer's ice cream.
I
it's
never
Breyers.
get that. I'm a Bluebell guy through and through.
That is quite the skill set. Like we talk about it with the ketchup, with the
same ice cream,
with the Heinz and the Hunts.
Yeah, it's the same ice cream every week.
It is
the
Dreyer's.
Same one.
Dreyer's? I thought it was Breyers ice cream.
Ice cream
There's
and
two different.
There's two
Breyers and
Breyers.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know there was
Look at
Dreyer's
us
ice cream
over here. We're creating ice creams.
Well, I don't know. I think that's impressive. Like, I don't think, but I think with a taste test, I could tell a couple of different things here, but I don't know that I could eyeball in a bowl of ice cream and just be able to tell you that it's Bluebell or Haagen-Dazs or whatever.
It's a hell of a talent. I don't think I could do it either.
No, that's
we need to do an experiment.
Legitimate skill.
Could you tell that this is not the Haagen-Dazs chocolate? Maybe it just has a different color to it. It's darker, richer looking.
Well, it's like I don't know what kind of ice cream. Does it say what kind of ice cream he likes?
Haagen-Dazs.
I know, but the flavor.
Chocolate. Chocolate was listed in this Athletic article.
Okay, there might be in the Haagen-Dazs, they might have a little more chunks.
Could be some chunks.
Yeah, he's probably looking at it and going, I don't see enough chunks in that thing.
No chunkies.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I wonder if I could take like cookies and cream that we had like the other day at that buffet and have two different and see if you could tell the difference of what.
The cookies and cream, I think, would be a little easier than just chocolate because I think there you're nailing it with the chunks. Like some of these ice creams have more of the cookie in it.
Yeah. But like two just run-of-the-mill chocolates, like the Haagen-Dazs chocolate and the Bluebell chocolate, you can eyeball that in a bowl. I think, Andy Reid, you are sort of one of one. Mm-hmm. You are in the top 1% of ice cream knowers.
Hell of a talent.
It is.
Like vanilla, I think that Bluebell was like a little bit more yellow. The color.
The homemade vanilla.
The homemade vanillas are
color, texture.
Yeah, a little bit more.
How it's melting.
I think you could look at it and say that's Bluebell, the French vanilla or whatever it is.
I was a little bit offended, like when he called the Bluebell out in this article.
Yeah, it's
He's like,
offensive.
I'm not going to eat the Bluebell. It's like, dude, come on. What's wrong with the Bluebell?
Andy likes to eat, but yeah, I guess.
I love that he's sitting there just sort of pouting with his bowl and his spoon, but he refuses to eat any ice cream.
Wait for the real
Somebody's door dashing it. Somebody's going on a run here. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to tap my foot.
That's a nightmare.
I will tap my foot. Yes, no, we can't get any more game planning done.
Imagine him tapping the foot. Tap, tapping here. I'm tapping.
Yeah. Just bowl and spoon, waiting for real ice cream.
We had that red beans and rice today, and it reminded me so much. Andy would sit there, and he would keep coming back. Like I'd have a little left, and then he would get the final bowl.
We should have taken a picture and tagged him.
But it might have been like 5 bowls of it before he got out of there.
Absolute
but he would let everybody have some, and then he would keep circling back.
Keep
circling back.
Yeah, 817 is saying Haagen-Dazs is a little darker standard chocolate compared to the rest. Maybe we need to do a test.
We need to do a test.
I'm down for an ice cream test.
Do want to give Brock Purdy some love. Steve Spagnuolo told SI that he had to change his defensive game plan because Brock Purdy was so darn good in zone coverage. Like whenever they land up in zone, Purdy just read it and was making the right reads. Spagnuolo said he was blown away. The zones, I just think their wideouts and quarterback are so good at their timing routes. And Brock Purdy is really good. He knew when we were in certain things and he found the seams. So then he switched up to the man, and that's when you were able to see Trent McDuffie making tremendous plays in coverage against Debo. But, I mean, credit to Spags, obviously. But I know we spent a lot of time kind of picking on Brock Purdy. I don't think Purdy was terrible in that game at all, but he definitely was doing a good job eating up some of the zone coverage to where Spags was like, okay, tip of the cap, but now I'm going to change this up on you, and he wasn't able to quite correct that.
Yeah, having corners with the ability to just get up and say, I can get in your face and I can just go mano a mano on what everybody describes as the Avengers with the different type of playmakers that they have there. It's like, I can lock down Ayuk, I can lock down Kittle, we can contain Christian McCaffrey, no problem on Deebo Samuel. Like, you got to have guys for that. Like, kudos to you, Steve Spagnuolo, but also the guy that's pulling the strings in the draft room. And he's like, yeah, L'Jarius Sneed, you can just run with anybody here. You can get in their face. You can play man-to-man. McDuffie, you guys. Like, you got to have dudes.
Yep. And they got him, and they've hit on their draft picks. I think we probably underrated just all-time great how good this defense was in their run.
There's no question.
That defense was absolutely phenomenal. I know Mahomes gets a lot of the love and the credit, rightly so. But that defense in a lot of those games where Mahomes and the offense was struggling stepped up, kept him in it, and allowed him to be in position in the fourth quarter to do what he does best, and that's go win it for you. Bruce Arians thinks that the Bucs are going to have both Baker and Mike Evans back next year. He said he thinks that Baker loves it here. The job that Todd Bowles has done with new coordinator Dave Canales, who's now gone in Carolina, he was applauding their job, but he also loves Michael Penix Jr., gave him a lot of love in this draft prospect. So, maybe Michael Penix Jr. could be one of those guys that slips to the top of the second round. Could look at the Bucs as a team that is interested in the Washington Husky.
Would you sell your spot at 24 if somebody came from the top of the second round and give you back some stuff? Maybe pick up a 3 and a 4?
Yeah, I think that they need to add some middle picks. So it depends obviously on the stack, who's there, but I would be very open to doing that.
Yeah, I would. I think you might want to. You're kind of a spot where if one of those two quarterbacks fall, that maybe you could be in a good position to trade that thing out.
Okay, speaking of quarterbacks, Josh Allen on Radio Row, we saw him there last week. Tried to say hello. He was busy. Kind of Heisman me a little bit, but it's okay.
Really? I didn't know about that. He big timed you?
I mean, he was in the middle of something. I just tried to be aggressive, and he was doing an interview. So,
oh my gosh, okay.
Kind of like looked my way.
This might have been user error on Wolchuk's part.
I mean, it was the only time. I didn't want to just waste the opportunity.
Is he like talking to Kay Adams and you just kind of walked up?
I think it was one of those podcasters. I had no idea who he was talking to, but I was just kind of like, Josh, and he just kind of looked over. But he made.
Did you really go Josh and wave?
Yeah.
Did you?
Just Josh and wave.
Should have gone J-Dog.
J-Dog.
Did you lose a bet?
Pat Mahomes. No, I just tried to say hello to Josh Allen, man. Sue me. But he built his perfect quarterback. Arm strength.
Josh Allen.
He didn't pick himself. He actually did for one of these.
Okay.
Arm strength, Justin Herbert. Accuracy, C.J. Stroud.
Ooh.
Rushing ability, Lamar Jackson.
Not Tua.
Size, he's going himself, Josh Allen. Oh. Toughness, he's going Matthew Stafford. And leadership, he's taking Patrick Mahomes. Do we like his built quarterback?
What was the one before Patrick Mahomes there?
Toughness, Matthew Stafford. Mm-hmm. That's a tough one to argue.
Yeah. Man, I don't know how you can't just go with every aspect of Mahomes. I mean, I guess other than maybe just size,
Mahomes.
Maybe I'll take Josh Allen's just complete physical build here, but every other attribute just make it Mahomes's, and we're good.
I'll take Mahomes.
Even
Accuracy.
running. I don't need Lamar Jackson's running. I need Mahomes's running. He knows when to do it. He knows how to do it. He knows exactly what he needs. Is it fourth down? Sure. He's getting the first down. When he's scrambling, there is a reason for it, and good things are going to happen, and never is it going to result in him getting his face taken off. He knows how to avoid the contact.
It's unbelievable how he has ball security and the ability to get down like he does, because it's not like he is a coward as he's running.
No.
And it's not like he's a moose, but he's in charge out there somehow. I do think his leadership is he's just a good player. I don't think he's the rah-rah guy. I don't think he's getting guys squared away or anything like that. So I'd probably take Dak's leadership. Yeah,
he had no Joe
I think
Burrow
leadership.
part, right?
Leadership is
There was no Joe Burrow. No,
leadership is rising to the occasion. Leadership is being the guy in the moment. That's what Mahomes is. And I mean, I'm pretty impressed with him. Like in like he's rallying in the troops and stuff like that. Like
that's just being good. That's not leadership.
I think there's some aspect to leadership where you're the guy who's leading the team all throughout the season, but
You're
also
leading with the wins?
we know what we're going to get from you. We know our leader. We can depend on him. I can't call you a leader, but in the playoffs, I don't even know if you're going to show up. What type of leadership is that?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, you can't lead the team if you're not even leading yourself.
That's fair.
So I think there's a huge part of leadership, which is, hey, no matter the moment, you know what to expect from me. And from Mahomes, it's even the best version of me is when you need it the most. And that has been proven to be the complete opposite with our quarterback.
7 for 7 in game-winning situations in the postseason for him. He's been absolutely brilliant.
Wow.
And then Rasheed
Just put him in the
Rice.
Hall of Fame right now.
No, yeah, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer right now.
Yeah.
If he retired today, he doesn't have to do anything else, and he's in the conversation for greatest quarterback of all time. And the only reason he wouldn't get it is because Brady has 7 bleeping Super Bowls. So I guess and he beat him twice in the playoffs. So it's like, okay, I understand that argument, but he's at worst the second best quarterback of all time if he retired today. Shout out to SMU and Richland's own Rasheed Rice, 26 catches in the postseason. That is the most by a rookie.
Did a hell of a job
in NFL history. He really did.
He became a veteran right there in the postseason, didn't he?
Stepped up, man. And there's your NFL News of the Day.
Sports Hodgepodge coming up at 3:40. How much would this idea impact your draft day decision going into round 1 for the Cowboys? The C Note is next right here. G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Right. No better way to say I love you than with a heart-shaped pizza from Papa John's. Now just $11.99. Get yours today, and happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. We have some Mike Zimmer audio. What has he been up to? This should be really interesting for you if you're still trying to figure out, are you happy about this? Are you bummed about Mike Zimmer? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. This is Mike Zimmer with Tom Pelissero a couple of months back. First cut, Mike Zimmer, what have you been up to? Here we go.
Well, I've got about 270 acres in Kentucky, so that keeps me a little bit busy. But I built a little office building that I go over there and I watch tape and study analytics and all the different things that you kind of do. So just stay on top of the game.
Gosh, I hope he was understanding what the overtime rules were going into the Super Bowl. I hope his analytics team was better than Kyle Shanahan's in San Francisco. Does it sound like he took the same page out of the McCarthy playbook? Like, go get on a farm somewhere, build you a little, some little sort of shed thing and a barnyard house? And
I think he actually did the work.
Well, and he didn't say there, I watched every single offensive snap.
Yeah.
We'll give him time. We have another
Cowboys,
we have another clip here, man. Maybe.
I hope to God he doesn't say that.
Yeah, what football studying have you done, Mike?
Well, I get a lot of the game tapes. I go through a lot of the third and fourth down situations, a lot of the red zone, all the little game management things that you try to do. And then, the other things you do, Tom, is you kind of look at, what you've done good over the last 8 years, what you could have done better, what, things that you would have changed or done differently over the course of the time.
Yeah, so this seems like a pretty standard evaluation self-scout that you would hope that, anybody in his situation is going through. I think it's pretty in vogue. And, Mike McCarthy was part of popularizing it to, do this kind of a national interview with somebody as you're trying to get a job and get your name out there. I don't think this interview is like super mind-blowing or compelling, and maybe that's why we haven't heard about it until now.
Right.
So I don't know what kind of conclusions he was coming to. I wouldn't expect to have him share all of that with us, but I am encouraged to know that, he's looking at analytics and he's trying to figure out what the trends are. And I think with his attention to detail, I would bet on him to have some answers for what the trends are when he shows up and starts coaching. That'd be my expectation right now.
Yeah, I'd be the same way. And this was around Christmas time. During the season when he was still trying to perhaps get his name in some of the head coaching opportunities that were out there. But I do think it is encouraging. I mean, him saying looking back at his entire tenure in Minnesota, what could he have done differently? Looking at red zone, looking at third down, looking at the important stuff there. But he didn't go as far as to say, like Walchuk said, that he's watched every single thing about every single team and he knows it all. But I do expect him, like his deep dive now, if you talk to him, he could probably tell you a ton about the Cowboys over the last year or two defensively for sure.
Yeah, this is a guy who has made a career out of the attention to the details. And I think no matter what era you are from, if you're attention to detail guy, it is still football. And you're very used to adapting and taking in new trends and figuring out an answer to it. I think most importantly, though, from Zimmer, to me, the thing I'm excited about is him convincing the Joneses that you can't just decide to skip trying to find great players at positions. These teams have great players everywhere, and you saw what happened to the 49ers defense when you took just one of them away. So be tireless in your pursuit of talent.
There's a story that came out about, you mentioned about not knowing the rules. And did you see the thing about Andy giving his credit to his analytics guys about knowing the rules? And
for overtime?
Yeah. But see if he really did know the rules. Because, he gives credit to a guy named Mike Frazier. He's their analytics chief. And he does all the work on it, is what Reed said. He said, the mindset knowing both teams will have a possession of the ball was critical to the decision regarding the coin flip. Reed also leaned on the officials for certain potential scenario decisions in the extra session. He says, quote, we would have kicked the ball off the officials actually are on top of it right away. There were still a couple of seconds on the clock, and we had the extra official on the sideline asking me what we would do. I said, we'll kick it off. Patrick Mahomes was on the field, and he was the one who had to do it, and then Dave Tube, who was the coordinator, the special teams coordinator. Was that a mistake? Did he do it the right way?
He kicked.
He did kick.
Yeah.
So the whole time he was going to kick.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, because Chris Jones and Pat Mahomes have come out since the game and said that they worked on this in the 2 weeks leading up to it, and their strategy was that they would go for two, knowing that they would get the second possession if they won the toss and would kick.
See, that's okay. That's because I was sitting there thinking like that he maybe. Okay, I had it.
Maybe he messed up.
He had messed up, and the officials corrected him. Said, "You sure you want to kick?" kind of a thing. But,
okay, all right. Next piece of coaching content here for you. Mike Zimmer was the subject of a study from Dan Rogers, blogging the boys here. Wolchuk.
Yeah, so Cowboy Stats and Graphic does a great job. They put out a little graphic about Mike Zimmer, specifically against the Shanahan coach tree, which, and we talked about Dan Quinn, the one thing that he really had an issue with during his time with the Cowboys was against LaFleur. McVay, they got the best of this year, certainly, but against the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. But based on, completion over expected, yards after catch, EPA per dropback, just a multitude of different ways that they evaluate defense, Zimmer has had more success since 2017 against the Shanahan tree than basically every defensive coordinator not named Bill Belichick.
Badass.
So he's done a fantastic job, but he does note that when you look at the history of Mike Zimmer when he takes over a place, the first year there can be a learning curve. And by the middle of the season, they're often a playoff caliber defense. But by year two, that's when you start to see an elite level of defense under Mike Zimmer, because there is a different way in teaching. His peak defenses in Minnesota, they had 4 straight seasons where they never fell out of the top quartile and underlying strength against the pass. So their pass defenses are always very good. And his background, I believe, is a defensive backs coach, right? So, that's an area that he's always succeeded in. His numbers in Cincinnati were even better. So reasonable expectations for Zim. The first, say half of the season, there might be a little bit of, this isn't, maybe it's a little shaky, but second half of the season, this thing should be kicking into gear, and we should see really some of the drastic changes that he's made compared to what we were seeing defensively under Dan Quinn.
Timelining expectations in another tweet, playoff caliber by the end of the first regular season, by mid-season 2, arriving as the NFL's elite. And this, over the last 2 decades, significantly farther ahead of schedule than a Ron Rivera coach team. I think it makes sense. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't take longer for defenses to get installed, finding the kind of players that, really that you need. And then specifically for Zimmer, teaching all of the, the details that Greg Ellis talked about.
Yeah.
This is what all the players talk about. I think it is different. It's like, okay, there's being coached by a football guy who's asking me to play defense, and I do these things, but there's some coaches who are so precise in what they're looking for and how it all combines to benefit one another that, half a season, a full season, that's great information. Maybe we just need to be patient with this a little bit.
Yeah, I liked what Cowboys Stats also noted about the Quinn's pass defense being very dependent on turnover production, which obviously is an unreliable source of value, because we talk about, especially like in a 1-game sample, we know the turnovers, it's not a guarantee year to year. Oftentimes, if you led the league in turnovers forced, it's not necessarily that it's just going to duplicate itself. That can be kind of all over the place, high volatility there. So Quinn's defense has got to a point where, yes, it is an ode to him over the course of his time here. They were one of the best, obviously, or the best at forcing turnovers. But in games where you don't do that, can your defense just be fundamentally sound and win football games, or do you have to get the turnovers? And he says that Zimmer's success is grounded in top-notch fundamentals, especially limiting the kind of damaging yards after catch that Quinn's group routinely gave up.
That is huge, man.
Yeah, that goes with the debate of what's more important, the turnovers or the explosive plays that we talked about during the season. I think both, obviously, but if you're getting the turnovers, maybe it doesn't matter as much if you're also giving up a couple of massive explosive plays for touchdowns in the back end as well.
I think their secondary balances it well. I think it's more their linemen and their linebackers who find themselves out of position, and that's where the problem happens. So I think you can get the best of both worlds in that department. Then I wanted to ask you guys, this is sort of picking up on a conversation we were having a little bit earlier, like under what circumstances would you draft a tackle in round one? Very interesting article here. We go back to Blogging the Boys, actually pointing out how the Cowboys have been so successful over the years drafting offensive players. And they really get into trouble when they're drafting defensive players. This is the first round. You know, I feel like if you draft an offensive lineman, it's going to be a really good player, maybe a perennial Pro Bowler, an All-Pro dude. Like that is their history in the first round if they're locked into one. And on defense, it's a crapshoot. I would feel weird if I'm evaluating my scouting department, my front office. Like, do we have a blind spot here? But I would start considering it at this point. Like, guys, don't be sure if you think we got the right corner that we need to be taking or the right linebacker that we need to be taking. Especially if there's an offensive lineman on the board, we can trust our evaluation of them much more. You know, and maybe you extend that to wide receiver. I don't know how many positions are in this group, but it certainly seems like whoever has been advising them on which offensive lineman to take is really good at his job. Much better than the guys who were advocating for other positions there in the first round.
Yeah, and that's why I think you have to lean into your strengths in the draft and understand that let's approach free agency with the understanding of what we miss on when it comes to the draft. Let's go buy a couple of pieces that we don't feel good about in terms of drafting high because our hit rate's a little bit low here. So we'll supplement that with free agency. We might not be able to just go bargain shopping the way we've done for the last decade. Maybe we got to up the ante a little bit. But it's worth it so that we go to the draft and we know, hey, the positions that we now need to secure are things that we nail. And offensive line is certainly right there.
And that's good team building, right? We are going to fill our holes to where we go into the draft and we can take best available player, which is why at 24, no matter if Tyron Smith is on this roster or not, and an offensive tackle is there that you like, I am team take that offensive tackle.
If he's the best player.
Yeah, because eventually he's going to end up having to play for you this year as well because Tyron's not staying healthy. But then also now you have your starter, and you don't have to worry about Tyler.
He could easily be better than Steele. If you're taking a tackle in the first round.
100%.
If he can play both spots as well. I thought you were telling us about a guy who has played all three positions, center, tackle. Is he going to be gone?
That's a guy from Duke.
Yeah, Graham Barton. And so he could be there. Brian got me a little scared because I think he might have some medical issues.
Yeah. Oh.
So he's a guy that you're going to have to make sure is cleared and you're comfortable with the medical grade there.
Okay, very interesting. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, it'll feature some weekend leftovers, the wasted management, and a scorching movie review I cannot wait to share next year in the nation.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg. 26, thanks to Sonic, on-time experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. How awesome are the Mavs? We'll ask Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, that here coming up in about 15 minutes. Here's Eric with a Sports Hodgepodge.
All right, fellas, we got some weekend leftovers we need to hit here. I'm excited about some of this stuff, but I first need to let you know that it looks like college football is on the verge of a nice little rule change, and I think we can maybe officially, here in the coming days or weeks, welcome college football into the 21st century. And we can thank Michigan and the sign stealing for it. We might finally be getting helmet communication between coach and quarterback, coach and linebacker, whatever. Instead of doing all the signs and then you got the dummy, there's 12 guys. I mean, a couple of these guys on staff might be losing gigs here because they're just there to throw up dummy signs and hand signals to distract from whoever the real guy is giving the actual information to the quarterback for play calls. So it looks as though they're going to try and welcome in. They got to vote on it or whatever, but it looks like they're trending in the right direction to get college football up to the speed of the NFL when it comes to communication with the players on sideline. And it'll be a little bit more, less constraints, because right now in the NFL, they have the iPads and stuff, but those are just the freeze frames. Those are just still shots. They're not watching actual video. You're not watching a full play on those iPads. That's NFL ruling. Yeah, I didn't know that either, but they're just watching still shots on those tablets. And the other thing too in the NFL is communication goes away between coach and quarterback with 15 seconds left on the play clock. Yeah. Those two things would probably not be a part of this. So in theory, you could have your coach talking to your quarterback a second before the ball snapped. Wow. And they would potentially be able to actually on the tablets on the sidelines, which college football hasn't welcomed in yet. I guess they'd be able to maybe rewatch full plays that happen instead of just getting the still shots. So nonetheless, I think we're all for this, and it's really about time, college football.
Yeah, and I think it's going to result in more big plays. That's what Sean McVay liked to do with Goff, is get as much of an opportunity that the coach can walk you through what you're seeing at the line of scrimmage. And I do think quarterback play in college leaves a lot to be desired. If you can have more aware quarterbacks that can make more plays, hopefully it'll increase the entertainment value.
Yeah, and you had a couple of teams in the bowl games do some trial runs on this. So there were some bowl games where teams got to experience it, Texas Tech being one of them. Joey McGuire saying we practiced with it 4 times going into the game. It was probably one of our cleanest operations when it comes to the sideline and general communication. So that's Texas Tech's viewpoint on it. Every coach that's quoted here that I see is pretty much just saying, yeah, it was great. It helped us out. We were able to do a little bit more offensively because we can get more motions, more shifts in there because we know everybody's going to be more so on the same page. So that's good news for college football moving forward. No question about it. Bad news moving forward, the waste management. I don't know if how much longer we're going to be getting this one. Because over the weekend, we saw tons of videos and stuff of just general debauchery. It is basically, if you didn't know any better, you would think it was just all the big fraternities across college America coming together at a golf course and just doing the drunken debauchery that you would expect from those type of folks. And I think the big complaint is, the one rule, of course, in golf is when someone in the middle of a backswing, let's not be hollering, you know? And I think that is, for the most part, fair. But otherwise, it's dude, it's the waste management. You got to know what you're getting into here.
This is kind of the point of the waste. That's why it's so popular.
Zach Johnson says, this tournament has been inappropriate and crossed the line since I've been on tour. You have people falling out of the rafters. You have fights in the stands. How do you reel it in? I think the Thunderbirds probably need to do something about it. I'm assuming they're ashamed.
Wow. The Thunderbirds!
At some point, somebody's either going to really, really get hurt or worse. If I were to say if I'm going to come back, I'd probably say no. I'm done. I'm done with it.
Yeah, I think we perfected it pretty good at the Byron, where you're there to have a party, but you stay in the tents. Yeah, and we were respectful. And I think for the long time at the Phoenix Open, it's been some real golf fanatics who also love drinking, and it was their one of the year where they were out there getting hammered. But those golf purists knew that even when they were hammered, it was time to be quiet. Now you got people with no couth about them, we had at the Byron, and you don't have the golf, purists that know when it's time to be quiet. So
it's falling from the rafters. I thought was a funny line.
The problem with him to be honest with you, is that he lost the Ryder Cup, and he couldn't take the ribbing of when, hey, Urban Meyer lasted longer or was a better coach than you.
Yeah, he had a huge freak out there. I saw that video as well.
He got a little upset that they were needling him the whole time about losing the Ryder Cup. And so he went over to the ropes to confront people about it. And everybody's like, oh, it wasn't me, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But he just could not. He's played in that thing, I think, 12 consecutive times.
And now he's got the issue with it.
And now all of a sudden he
knows what to expect.
Yeah, he knows exactly what that thing's all about. He just couldn't take the fact that people were getting on his ass about losing the Ryder Cup as bad as he did. That was the real reason why he was so upset.
The context.
A little bit of underlying stuff there, a little build up.
A real and inside story once again from Brian Broaddus.
That's right. Gang of 7, always bringing it strong.
You know, he like I say, he's played it in a lot of years. I mean, consecutive years. He knows exactly what's going on here.
Amen.
He just could not take the fans getting on him about that. And, you know, he doesn't go anywhere else where they do that.
Yeah.
He's not, you know, you're not conditioning yourself to, like, you show up. Usually, like, everybody's super nice to you on the other side of the ropes, except when they've had about 17 drinks.
Very true.
In golf, in an individual sport, you can just not go to tournaments.
Yeah.
You know, doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't be surprised if he bails on it.
Well, elsewhere in the weekend leftovers, here's some sound. UFC fighter Sean Strickland, who's really making a name for himself for being outspoken, very, very caveman-like. But I admired his self-control here as you had an Instagram or whatever influencer roaming around. I think this was some sort of Super Bowl, UFC, converging Vegas.
Sneeko guy that's been all over TikTok. I think they sparred and Sean Strickland kicked his ass.
No, this is a different dude.
Is it different
This
dude?
is a different dude, yeah. But listen to Sean Strickland here. He gets run up on by an Instagram influencer with a microphone. It's like UFC's version of Radio Row. I don't even know, but this back and forth I thought was pretty good.
Can I get a chew, papi muñeño?
I don't know who the f*** you are, but in a different setting, I might hit you.
Okay.
Okay. Guy's lucky he didn't hit him.
I don't know who the F you are, but in a different setting, I might hit you. And I would take him at his word on that one.
What the hell did he say?
I have no idea.
Ooh, Poppy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what exactly that was.
Was that one of those Boston things? That
I don't
people
know.
Like, give me a
chalupa? That's
No.
what I heard.
I don't know.
Can I get a chalupa?
That's a quality dish.
Major League Baseball is getting crushed right now by its own players. We're gonna have to really figure this thing out when we get to Surprise and we get into that clubhouse and we start making more relationships, because it seems like you have players that are not excited about these new uniforms. You have Nike and you have Fanatics, and they're sort of coming together to create these new baseball, these Major League Baseball uniforms. And apparently it's like more so Fanatics. It goes from like Nike really controlling it to this year, it's more so Fanatics that's running this thing. And apparently they've cut some serious corners, and they're being told that they look super, super cheap by the players. And you can see some side-by-sides of like last year's jerseys compared to this year's. Less stitching involved and more just like pressing, like a heated press. Like for last names and stuff, you don't have.
I feel like Fanatics has made some improvements to the quality of their apparel recently.
Okay, have they?
I think so.
Anything that I had gotten from Fanatics, that stuff fades pretty quick.
Okay, it looks good new these days.
But you put it in the wash a couple of times. Next thing you know, it's like the lettering's gone.
So they're controlling overhead costs with the cheapest manufacturing techniques and supplies, and now it's made its way to the uniforms.
Yeah, it seems as though. So we'll have to get the Rangers players' thoughts on these new baseball uniforms, because you have a couple of guys throughout the league and like jersey sort of snob expert guys that are like pointing out all the different corner cutting involved, from the Nike only sort of uniforms that MLB has been using to now Fanatics being more in control. But I think the best thing going right now is what I just saw about the Madame Web movie.
Madam Web?
Madam Web.
What did you say?
Madame.
Yeah, it's Madam Web.
More of a Charlotte's Web guy myself.
Yeah.
It looks terrible.
I think the rest of the world is as well. It's scoring 23% on the Rotten Tomatoes. Some are calling it one of the worst movies ever made. And this particular review I thought was phenomenal. Well, having now seen this tangled up IP gossamer firsthand, we can say that Madam Web isn't as bad as its somewhat botched promotional campaign might suggest. It is, in fact, way worse. A genuine Chernobyl-level disaster that seems to get exponentially more radioactive as it goes along. This detour to one of the dustier corners of Marvel's content farm is a dead end from start to finish. It is The Cats, the movie of superhero movies.
Oh, not Cats.
Yeah, it was a good dig. Not a single decision seems of sound mind. Not a single performance feels in sync with the material. Not a single line reading feels as if it hasn't somehow been magically auto-tuned to subtract emotion and or inflection. The sole amazing factor of this Spider spinoff is that someone, somewhere, signed off on actually releasing it.
Wow.
Yeah, everything that I've read about it, it sounds terrible.
And which Spider one is this?
It's Madam Web.
Okay.
Spider-Man, I don't think, is actually even in this movie.
I believe to me this has to be the same reviewer, but it was a food reviewer in Ratatouille. I imagine the guy who's doing the food reviewing in that movie is the same guy who reviewed this one here.
Yeah.
Because I was so out on the old Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire pathetic loser era of Spider-Man.
Not for you.
Wasn't for me. They fixed it recently with the Spider-Verse.
Mm-hmm.
It's like sci-fi style and it's cool, and they're not making the lead character nearly as pathetic as Spider-Man from the past. I'd be heartbroken if the genre takes a turn for the worst again.
Yeah, this is.
I just got in for the first time in my life.
I don't think this is going to ruin it for you. I don't think that it's tied in together.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, is going to join us to tell us how amazing these Mavs are, rolling on a 5-game winning streak as they get set to play one more before the All-Star break. We'll talk to Bobby next in the Nation.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know.
Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, joining us now here to talk about this basketball team. Had a great come-from-behind victory last night against Washington. They'll play one more, then hit the All-Star break. Bobby, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
Gentlemen, I'm pretty good. Hope y'all are doing well, too. Of course, that fourth quarter saved some things last night, but they won the game, so all is well.
Yes, and certainly there's going to be challenges, but I'm finding myself right now, Bobby, thinking, how much better is this team than what we saw in the first half of the season?
I think they're a lot better. I mean, they're much bigger. They're more athletic. They're stronger. They're a little more tenacious after the additions of P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford at the trade deadline. But last night showed another reason why they're better, which is they could not buy a bucket for like 3.5 quarters, and yet they still won the game. And now a cynic would say, okay, well, I mean, Washington is not very good, but Washington was shooting it pretty well from 2. Washington was forcing a bunch of Mavs turnovers, but Dallas was able to win the game with their defense primarily, which is something that they have not done this season. If you follow Istok Franco, one of the great Mavs minds on Twitter, he said earlier today, I think this was only their 4th or 5th win all season whenever they scored a below-average rate on offense. And so, and that just goes to show how much they've relied on offense to this point in the year. But now all of a sudden with more size, with more rebounding, with more of a presence, more versatility on defense, they can win that way too. And that's what you need to do in order to go on a playoff run.
Obviously, it'll be matchup dependent, but assuming health, what do you think? Because they closed it out with Washington and Kleba playing the 4 and 5 last night. What do you think is their ideal closing 5-man lineup?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it's primarily matchup dependent. Washington was going with, I don't know who you want to call the 5. Kyle Kuzma was kind of the tallest guy, or Denny Avdia. They were going pretty small, and the Mavs were, for the most part, trying to come back from a deficit. And so they really prioritized spacing offensively to open some things up, and it worked. If they're protecting the lead, I still think they're probably going to want to go with Lively or Daniel Gafford if like Lively's hurt or in foul trouble or whatever. But against some teams, especially in a playoff situation, whenever you're going up against teams that have a lot of wings and those wings can all put the ball on the floor, you need guys that can step out and switch and guard those guys in space one-on-one, and Kleba can do that. And I mean, him coming back from injury and filling in at the 5 the way he has before they got Gafford and without Lively has been a huge driving force behind their winning right now. And if they can keep that dude healthy and playing confident like this, then all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere, they go from needing bigs desperately to now they almost like have too many bigs. It's a pretty good problem to have.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. And you talked about the defense. What have you seen from Luca? It seems like he has taken his game to another level on that side of the floor. Saw Mavs Muse put out something like he's top 10 in 3 different personal defensive categories.
Yeah, teams are really hunting him this year. Really kind of, it doesn't matter who he's guarding to begin the possession. That guy is going to go set a screen for the other team's superstar. And more often than not, Luke is going to end up one-on-one against those guys. And it hasn't always been super pretty. I mean, Jaylen Brown got him pretty good in that Celtics game. But, Luka has done really, really well in isolation this season. And I think the main reason why he's taken a big step forward, more than just like digging in and like really locking in and trying, is he's using his really, really high basketball IQ to help him make plays. Like he's gotten very good at anticipating when a guy is going to pull off like a spin move and he can reach around and use his length to poke the ball away. Or he's really good at jumping passing lanes, just forcing mistakes. Luka can see things before they happen on offense, but he can use that trick too on defense. And when he does, he's able to make plays to help the team and get him out in transition, go the other way. So, whenever he really dials in and moves his feet, he can be an effective defender. He's so big and strong. But also whenever he uses his mind, he can see things before they happen and make plays too. And I think, one thing that's enabled that, by the way, is just trusting Kyrie, playing through him more. It's just less on-ball time for Luka, which allows him to catch his breath out on offense and apply a little more energy to defense. So there's really like this symbiotic effect happening that's helping him on both ends of the floor.
Bobby, was there a game that kind of led them to make this trade to try and change everything out, or was this something that was this was coming all throughout the whole season?
I think it's been a long time coming, honestly. I mean, I've how many times have I said to y'all, I mean, of course, everybody wants more centers, more effective size around here, but how many times have I said the Mavs need more long, switchable athletes that can defend 1 through 4, or at least 2 through 4, and in PJ Washington's case, sometimes even some centers. I mean, you need size up and down the lineup, not just at the center spot. Now, I think, understanding and really discovering just how good Derek Lively has been might have pushed down center down their list of priorities a little bit, but, he's missed quite a bit of time this season. And of course, without him, they've really struggled, at both ends of the floor at various times, especially against good teams. And so, I think maybe losing some games that they did the way they did, unable to really control the defensive glass kind of put a little more pressure on them to make a deal for a big. But I think they were going to try and add a wing no matter what. I mean, I don't think losing to Boston or the Nuggets or, watching Siakam score 35 or whatever he did on them really made that need any more glaring. I mean, I think they were going to go for it no matter what. And it seems to be working out so far because Washington's been really good.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. All right, you're in that building. Who do you think, if you polled everybody from top to bottom in that organization, who do you think they would find more annoying, Christian Wood or Grant Williams?
Oh man, I don't want to speak ill of my former comrades, but there's a little bit of a war of words going on right now, isn't there?
Feels that way. Yes. Yeah. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to speak for anybody, but I mean, it seemed like the annoyance level got extremely high with Grant Williams. I know it did last year with Christian Wood.
Yeah, vibes are sometimes vibes are tough to gauge. Sometimes they are not tough to gauge, and it really felt like there's just. Some guys go through it, whether it's playing time or role on the team or just individual form, like are my shots going in or not? And there can only be so much, so many off vibes, I guess, is what I could say. And, hopefully everybody's in a better situation now.
Well, Bobby, I'm really proud of the way you handled that question, by the way, Bobby. I'll put you in a bad spot there.
It is a Toxic Tuesday. And so Spencer Dinwiddie's comments, did you see what he had to say? Why picking the Mavs over the Lakers? How did you read into that?
I did, man. A very violent metaphor. I mean, I don't know. I felt like there could be better examples. It's Valentine's Day. I feel like you could make it kind of romancy instead of about a fist fight. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty spicy. People are really willing to speak their minds. I don't necessarily think that Dinwiddie meant anything like, negative toward the Mavs. I think he just wanted kind of a challenge. And I think also, the way he sees it, he's definitely going to get more minutes than he would have in Dallas. He's probably not closing games here, whereas with the Lakers, I would say he almost certainly is, as long as he's healthy and not in foul trouble or whatever. And that leads to opportunities to get more money on your next contract or whatever. So, I think maybe the metaphor that he used was a little confusing for me, but I wouldn't. If I'm a Mavs fan, I'm not really getting in my feels over that because, I kind of understand where Spencer's coming from there.
When they acquired him a couple of years ago, I was in my feels. I did not believe that the Mavericks were a front office that was really pursuing a championship. They seemed to fall in love with their guys and moved away from their favorites really, really difficultly. They clung to the past and what they had. I think since then, or maybe that move changed things, they have become, I think, much more convincing that they have what it takes to build a championship roster from my perspective, Bobby.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, some of that is recognizing, like, first off, just how good Luca is. He is the guy that can take you there. And then also, furthermore, getting a better feel on not only like Nico Harrison's vision for the roster and kind of what he wants, which is in many ways different than the previous regime. The previous regime wanted more shooting specialists, more spacing around Luca. It feels like Nico wants, guys that can shoot the ball, but he wants more positional size, more, I guess, for lack of a better word, just dogs, guys that are just tough and going to go out there and scrap and fight for everything. In addition to being skilled, of course, but, we're seeing sort of a different approach. And within that, is kind of that relationship aspect. Spencer Dinwiddie really likes Jason Kidd and Nico Harrison and came here at the trade deadline a couple years ago and really rehabilitated his league image, had an incredible playoff run. And I wouldn't say salvaged his career because he's an incredible player, but obviously he was playing in the conference finals, playing a huge role for the Mavs. So, they can definitely identify talent. They're starting to figure out what kind of guys they need around Luca, and they're really not afraid to pull the trigger on deals to help get those guys in here.
Do you think they'll have to do more this summer? Are they going to be aggressive, or do you think they've acquired enough that now it's piece for piece type of maybe at a mid-level exception, or where we got enough? Let's see how the cake ends up baking.
I think they're going to keep being aggressive. If all goes according to plan, meaning they don't just fall completely off the wagon and hang on to their top 10 pick this year, they'll have 2 first-round picks and 4 second-round picks available for trade this summer. And they still have some interesting contracts. And, if they don't win the championship this year, of course, like if they do, you want to keep it together. But if they come up short, especially if they don't even make it out of the first round, or God forbid, they don't even, make it to the first round to begin with, they're definitely going to be aggressive. I think they want to win a championship and put themselves in position to win a championship as soon as possible. And so, we'll see if they can pull it off, of course. There's going to be a whole lot more competition, including the Lakers and some other teams are going to have more picks to trade as well. But, we know the Mavs are not afraid of making a deal.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Jason Kidd takes plenty of heat, and oftentimes deservedly so. I saw that after timeouts, the Mavs point per possession is pretty high, some of the best in the league. And I think that's a tip of the cap to Jason Kidd there. What do you feel like is the best quality when it comes to Jason Kidd? What does he do best here, other than making sure that Kyrie and Luca are happy?
I mean, in today's day and age, that's a very important aspect of coaching. So I would say that is probably the number one thing, is that he has the respect and trust, I think, of the 2 best players here, which matters a lot. Now, I think, the thing that I feel like J. Kidd has really intentionally tried to do since becoming the head coach here is also the same thing that kind of drives some fans nuts during games, especially when things feel like they're going sideways. He really trusts his players to figure it out. I think part of that is kind of maybe like a bit of an overcorrection from when Rick Carlisle was the head coach. For as genius as Rick was, he was very liberal with his timeout usage. The other team goes on a 4-0 run, it's a timeout. Hey, let's figure it out. J. Kidd has really kind of gone the other way and just really trusted the players to figure that out. And also, I think part of that is kind of implicitly encouraging Luca to embrace more of a leadership role. You don't need to hear it from the coach. You need to hear it from Luca. Hey, Luca, if something's going on, you're out there. Speak up. Say it. Put it in action. Kyrie, same thing. And other experienced players on the roster, same thing. So, it's definitely an interesting choice. I think it's been intentional by him. And sometimes that means the other team scores 12 points in a minute and a half. They go bang, 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 just a couple threes in a row. And he's not going to call a timeout. He trusts the players to figure it out. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know how y'all feel about momentum. I don't really believe momentum is real. That might be a controversial opinion, but
you and Reg.
But you have to psych yourself out of believing in the boogeyman. Teams go on runs all the time in the NBA, and so I appreciate that he doesn't call panic timeouts. Not only because I don't think momentum is real, but also it does sometimes make the games go faster, and I'm never going to complain about that.
You brought up Valentine's Day. I know it's been 2 games, but I am smitten with Daniel Gafford. Is this a butt crack or basketball type of statement here? But Daniel Gafford is the best Mavs center since Tyson Chandler.
Wow. What was that scale? Butt crack or
butt
basketball?
Crack or basketball? Butt crack meaning it's a terrible statement. Basketball meaning you agree.
Okay, I'm glad that you specified that for me or clarified.
You were thinking butt crack was the good thing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You never know. It can be
confusing. We can go ball sack if
case
you
by case.
I mean, who doesn't love a good, I think he's really good. He's just tenacious, man. He's tenacious and tough and big, and he's fast. I mean, he gets up and down the floor. He plays hard. He's got the motor of Dwight Powell, but the body of obviously a much bigger, stronger dude. And that's what the Mavs have needed. It feels like over the years, especially in the Luca era, they've had guys that are really tall. They've had guys that are really big, but they just maybe haven't been able to click in the pick and roll, or they haven't been cool with what their role was or whatever. Gafford totally is. He knows exactly already, kind of knows exactly where Luca wants him. Still working out the kinks a little bit, but I mean, he's really, really good. And, you know, the prospect of being able to roll out him and Lively for 48 minutes a game is really, really cool. And it doesn't hurt whenever you have a stretch five that can play if you need to space the floor instead of those guys. And I think the best part about Gafford is that he's not going to complain if he is only playing 20 minutes a game off the bench. Last night, he only played about 20 minutes, and he had like 16 and 17 and 5. So, I mean, the dude is going to fill it up whenever he's out there.
Thank you, Bobby. Outstanding stuff. I did hear you say championship a couple of times a few minutes ago, and I'm right there with you. I think it's on the cards. It's possible. Let's go.
Hope so. We'll see. They still have to get into the top 6 first, so one step at a time. But, hey, I mean, it's always good to have reason to be optimistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Bobby, and if you could do some recon on Gafford, I'm not sure if you're familiar with his nickname. It's allegedly the landlord. And if you could just do some back channeling on that for us.
Yeah, stay tuned to the Mavs YouTube channel because we have an interview coming out with him either tomorrow or the next day where we ask him that very question. So we will get the truth out soon.
Did you ever find out about Luca? Is he a loofah guy, or what's the deal with that?
Unfortunately, I've never been in the right moment with him. Okay. Never been the right time. But I'm holding out hope. He's still got another few years under contract, and then hopefully 10 more after that. So I will learn that truth one day as well.
We have to know once and for all if we can call him, in good conscience, Luka Doncic.
I hope so. Maybe just manifest it. If you call him that, he'll buy loofahs. Like, it's going to happen. Maybe you can make it true.
I'll do my part. I know you will too, Bobby. That's where you're the best in the business.
I love you, buddy.
Cheers. There he goes, Bobby Carella. Hell of a Mavs insider here with you in the G-Bag Nation, reporter, analyst. Commanders are hiring Sharif Floyd as their assistant defensive line coach.
Yeah. Dang it.
Former Vikings player. It will continue his career there with Dan Quinn. Commanders now in Washington. Yeah. So another man down there, and hopefully an opportunity for Mike Zimmer to add somebody to his staff that maybe could be a difference maker because they've lost a number of them already. Okay, top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Woolchuck, where are you taking us?
Man, I was toloing earlier, and I love the KNC segment talking about unique sports names in the history of sports. I've got the top 10 most unfortunate names in sports history. What are some of your favorites? That's next on The Fan.
Okay, Twin Peaks. G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Segments brought to you by Soda, the state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333, goodertruckwreck.com. We're going to get some baseball coming up at 4:40, a proper round tripper. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What are some of the craziest, most unfortunate names that you've ever heard of in sports history? I know all of you can probably come up with some good ones. We got some text in, of course, 817 Scrody the Nads, which is the Rhode Island School of Design mascot. Rizdy. Love Scrody.
You know, it's overlooked often, but maybe the original was Magic Johnson.
Ah, Magic Johnson's a good one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
That
Joe
is-
Johnson.
And Joe Johnson.
You know.
I got a lot of Cocoa Crisps in the mention. Cocoa Crisp, definitely a good one.
It's phenomenal.
It's very good. Mookie Blaylock. Matt Steele on Twitter went ahead and hit me with that one.
Original name of the band Pearl Jam, by the way, was Mookie Blaylock.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good. 877-881-1053. Go ahead and test those in. Of course, we got General Booty, Boof Bosner, and Pokey Reese are some of the other ones that I got hit up with on Twitter. Going around the horn here, Lucius, do you have any names?
Yeah, so John Connor, I always thought that was a cool name,
John
though.
Connor's a good name.
And Milton Bradley.
Yeah, okay.
Because when you tell people your name, they're going to be like, oh, like the game guy. Did you make the games?
Yeah.
You know, type of thing. Like, no, I didn't make the game. I'm 32.
Yep.
Milton Bradley's good.
Yeah.
Milton Bradley is
Milton
on this
Bradley
list.
is a crazy name.
Yeah, it is. It is. Do you guys have any that come to mind for you? Rowan Gardner from the 214. Henry Rowan Gardner.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. I think
Wolfgang Wolf.
the names that are also sentences, like the former defensive coordinator for the Titans, Dean Pease.
Yeah, Dean Pease is great.
Dick Trickle.
Dick Trickle is,
yeah, that was the one.
that will make the top 10.
Raleigh Fingers.
Boots Day, former Major League Baseball
Montreal
player.
Expo.
Yeah, man, that's pretty good. Yinka Dare, former pro basketball player with the Pistons. Dick Pole from the Red Sox.
Yes, pitcher.
Oh yeah, we have another. There was a trade in baseball just in this offseason where there was a Richard Fitz going from one team to the next.
Richard Fitz, he's throwing the fits.
You know, I thought one of the great names in basketball, assistant coach here with the Mavs for a long time, was God Shamgod.
God Shamgod's very good. Mike Lemongello, a pro bowler. That's an honorable mention on here. Otto Addo. Credence Clearwater Quoto, who was also a pro soccer player. Shooty Babbitt is another name that's on here. How about Your Highness Morgan? That is a real name of a former college football player. College football is getting very creative with some of their games. I mean, every year we get the all-name team.
You got Kool-Aid McKinstry, right?
Kool-Aid McKinstry, he's coming out in the draft. Pretty good player. That's a good one. We've got Urban Shocker, former pro baseball player. Stubby Clapp is another one.
Yeah, I think you could go back into like these early 1900s baseball rosters and find some pretty incredible names.
Everybody had a nickname back then.
Everybody's got a nickname.
Yeah.
Young Waku got texted from the 214. Bol, that's a good one. Catfish Hunter getting texted as well.
Blue Moon Odom.
Mike Ballsack. Yeah, Blue Moon Odom. That's a good one. Doug Fister. DeColdis Crawford. That's fantastic. Haha Clinton Dix from the 817. Yes, that's very good. Spud Webb. That's a good one. Sure. Dick Butkus, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, Dick Butkus is a legendary one. Oh, Booger McFarlane. Booger McFarlane's a great name. Sonny Six Killer.
University of Washington quarterback.
Yep. Maybe a relative of our buddy Gary Six Killer.
Possibly.
Professional poker player.
It's not a common last name.
Not at all. We've also got, oh man, I don't know that I can say that one. Earthwind Moreland is another one, former New England Patriot, won a Super Bowl. This guy's name was Neville, pro cricket player. Neville, your first and last name. What are we doing? Come on.
214 says a good friend of mine in college, his actual real name was Space Allen Roach.
That's different.
First name Space, middle name Allen, last name Roach.
I knew a Ben Roach as a kid. They were
Ben
cool.
Roach?
Yeah, he had a twin brother.
What about Guy Wimper? Offensive lineman for the Giants.
Giants, yeah. He was
Guy
not very
Wimper.
good. Not very good.
Man, that would not be a good name. Oh, Captain Munnerlin. That was an all-time good
Captain
name.
Munnerlin was a good one.
Captain Munnerlin's a
Was
good
he
one.
South Carolina?
I think
he was a Carolina
he
Panther.
played with the Carolina Panthers.
I don't know if he was a Gamecock. I know he was a
idea where he went to
Panther.
college. Oh, Little Jordan Humphrey. That's a great name. Former South Lake Carroll running back, then turned receiver at the University of Texas, still in the league now. Napoleon Outlaw, Michigan State wide receiver.
Yeah.
From 92 to 95. Majestic Map. That's another one. Dracus Duplessis, of course, the South African UFC fighter, actually just beat Sean Strickland to win that title. We've got Will Barrow, like wheelbarrow. There's some Dick Butkus is legendary. Oh, Chris Fuamatu Matafala. That's a good one. That's a throwback one.
What about Brandon Mani Malayuna?
Yeah. Mani Malayuni. Pops Mensa Bonsu. Played with the Mavs.
Yeah.
Misty
Legendary
Hyman.
International.
Vander Blue. That's a badass name. Marquette guard. We've got wonderful, terrific Mons Jr., pro baseball and NFL player. Some of the names there. But here's
World Be Free was great.
World Be Free's a good one.
Peace was cool.
Plaxico Burris, Priest Holmes, the Brickishaw Ferguson. Great names being texted in now. Boomer Esiason's a good nickname. Devin, I don't know. We're going to stay away from that one. TJ Hushmanzada, absolutely, from the 214. I love that. Detlef Shrimp, yeah, that's a great one. We've got Chase Cox, Willie Gay. That's a free agent. Maybe the Cowboys could go after. Top 10 here. Top 10 unfortunate names in sports. Number 10, Jumbo Cummings.
Wow.
What did
Boxer.
he play?
It's uncomfortable.
15-6-1 as a pro boxer. Entered the ring at 29 years of age.
Heard he was a volume puncher.
Yeah, he sure was.
High volume.
How about
I wasn't sure if he had that much stamina, though.
Taco Charlton's a good one, too. Yeah, that's a good one. Number 9, the former footballer, Kaká.
Oh, yeah. Kaká was good, man.
Kaká was good.
Was he just a one-name guy?
Kaká.
Yeah, Brazilian dude.
Brazilian, yeah.
Real Madrid. AC
Number
Milan.
8, Chubby Cox.
That's a baseball guy, isn't it?
2016
Girthy
Venezuelan National Olympic Team member. I think he played in basketball. He was an NBA. He was a basketball player.
I think it was Chubby.
I think it was Chubby Cox. Maybe it was Chubby.
Yeah, I remember in the Olympics there was I can't remember which country it came from, but there was a Yoshi Takashita.
Yes,
and it was spelled like take an S.
They also they thought about putting Pete Lecoq on here.
Yeah.
How did Lecoq miss the boat on this one?
I don't know. There's also Scott Tancock.
His
and
dad,
Jack Glasscock.
His dad was like a TV game show host.
Oh, okay.
Whose dad?
Pete Lecoq was known as Peter Marshall.
Oh,
like
Peter Marshall.
on the Hollywood Squares.
Yeah, that's good.
He was a game show host.
Number 7, Dick Butkus.
We've said that, yeah.
It's fantastic. Number 6, Albert Pujols. Yeah. I feel like we could have gone with Lecoq over Pujols.
Do you think the people back in the day just didn't imagine what they were naming it, or they just their minds weren't in the gutter at all?
I do think people are doing bits these days with some.
They're
of the
doing
names.
bits these days, but like
then,
in the 1920s when Dick Butkus is coming out, Grandma and Grandpa are sitting there.
Richard,
it's a family name,
What are you thinking, honey? This is obviously you can't name a kid this.
Number 9, former NFL player Harry Colon.
Harry Colon, Detroit Lions.
Good old Harry.
You've got to be kidding me.
Seriously.
Very rare condition.
Are we sure? Are we sure?
Yes.
Are we sure this isn't a colon?
No.
This is a colon.
It's a colon.
This is like because it's Bartolo, what looks to be colon, but it's cologne.
No.
Spelled the same. But
Wow.
This one's
Harry
going full on
Colon.
colon. Number 4, this might be a personal favorite of mine. Steve Schartz, former MLB player.
No way.
Yep, Steve Schartz.
He
actually had a clean pitching record at AAA.
Clean
in 1990.
I'd like to see that Shart family tree.
Yeah, Steve
The
Schartz.
other day, Abby dropped something and she just went, "Oh, Shart," and I was like, I don't know if that's okay or not, but it's funny.
I think we can let that one go. Chad Ochocinco getting texted in. Number 3,
Tim Biakabatuka.
This one's a tricky one. How to dance around this. Name is actually Lucius. Shout out to Lucius Alexander. Lucius Puzzi.
Can you spell that for me?
P-U-S-E-Y. And his nickname was Smile. He was an NFL player. Number 2 is Dick Trickle.
Yeah.
Sure is.
From Wisconsin.
Shout out to Ron Tugnut as well, who
He's
just
a
missed
goalie.
the list.
He's a goalie.
List.
Yeah.
Phyllis
More of a Ron
Mangina.
Rex tall guy though.
Yeah.
Angina.
Destiny Hooker as well was an honorable mention. Kyle Sackrider. That's a real name too.
Having the sack riders over for dinner tonight.
There's a Blunt Rollins from the 469. That's good. Sir Parker, A&M wide receiver.
Yeah, Sir
got
Parker.
texted in.
SIRR.
Did you bring
Blunt
up the
Rollins.
Fukudomis?
The Fukudomis, no.
The Fukudomis. That's a hell of a name right there. The St. Browns, Equinemius and Amon Ra got texted in. Hippo Vaughn, Tank Carter, former TCU linebacker,
Yeah.
Sauce Gardner getting texted in. World Meta Peace.
World Meta Peace.
World Meta Peace.
Legend.
It's actually Meta World Peace. And then number one, though. And this got texted in quite a bit. And people are on it. Oh, Popeye Jones.
Jim Bob Cooter.
Jim Bob Cooter's a good one. Bud Grant. Number one, though, Rusty Kuntz.
That's going to get the job done.
There were several good names, and a lot of them texted one that's been popular lately. I didn't want to touch that one.
Which one?
Think we know.
So you were down to touch Rusty Kuntz, but you weren't down. There was something else out there that you were not down to touch.
Clark?
Not Griswold.
Owner guy?
Maybe Jack.
Man, I mean that. No disrespect to that royal family of American sport.
Not
but
at all.
You should have had a little bit of more awareness there, as your ending first name with a K and last name begins with Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it doesn't get quite the attention that maybe Mike does, because
For sure.
Michael is there's another word play on top of that makes it even more hilarious.
Needed
but,
a little bit more awareness.
you know, I thought Clark was in the ballpark.
No doubt.
You just gotta give it like a 2-second pause or so between Clark and Hunt.
That's right. And that's it. The top 10 at 420 every afternoon. At about 422 there with your main man, Zach Wolchuk.
T-Sizzle.
Okay, football's finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll go around the bases, get the latest on the Rangers on a Hot Stove Tuesday here in the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing with you, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, all you need to do right now is call D&M Leasing and place your order like it's a pizza. It is a Fat Tuesday. Why don't you order some cookies, too, and then a nice maybe sedan, a coupe?
By Papa John's.
Hey, happy Valentine's Day from Papa John's. We got a great special just for you. It's a large pizza in the shape of a heart. That's right. No better way to say I love you than with a heart-shaped pizza from Papa John's. Now just $11.99. Get yours today and happy Valentine's Day.
Now that we have a Super Bowl champion, it's time to focus on our champions.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions.
Rangers spring training baseball all weekend long, beginning Friday evening, February 23rd, followed by a week of broadcasts from the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation from Surprise. Your world champion Rangers play here on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings out here, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We're going to have a press conference for the Cowboys tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Mike Zimmer and Mike McCarthy will meet with reporters and should have a batch of audio and topics coming out of that to discuss tomorrow. Right here, right now, it is time for a proper round tripper. Here's our baseball expert, Wolchuk.
Oh, man, big-time expert over here. Jared Sandler in the building as well, getting ready for Rangers Hot Stove tonight. Andrew Raheny, Cody Bradford will be joining him starting off at 7 o'clock. Look forward to that as we're just... Man, we are right there. Rangers spring training. We're going to be out there in Arizona in just a couple of weeks. Can't wait for that. And a very happy birthday to World Series champion Nathan Eovaldi. He turned 34 today.
Happy birthday, Nasty.
Happy birthday, Nasty.
It was the Jungle Cat's birthday yesterday.
It was. We just got all the World Series champ birthdays today.
How about that when we were in there at that game against Baltimore where they were chanting his name?
It's one of the coolest moments.
Curtain call? Yeah, it was one of the great. Yes, it was one of the great Dallas sports moments that I, my going to a lot of games in my life. That one sent chills. How the crowd responded. And the Rangers crowd all year was really good for that.
It was awesome. Yeah, it really was. I mean, starting with Section 133, which I know they're going to be doing.
Oh, Jarrett was a big
as well.
part of that, getting that thing going.
It was awesome, dude.
Yeah.
It was really, really exciting. I think there were times, and Jared can attest to this, and we were going, and yeah, they would draw, but I mean, it was kind of somewhat. We're looking at the start of the game, like how many people do you think are here? It's a little bit lifeless, but the energy. I mean, look, you win, it's going to help. But the Ranger fans definitely they showed up and showed out there in the postseason.
That moment right there was a solid, probably 9.6 out of 10.
It was amazing.
It was.
I tell you what, the Seager game 1 home run though, maybe a 15 out of 10.
Yeah, that's probably It's close. 1A, 1B.
In context, you know what both those were like, so I just wanted to give you a good reference.
Just an amazing moment.
I was trying to avoid that one.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Ooh. That's the...
Was that the game that brought us left early?
Yeah. Well, I went to listen to the game, hoping that it would help.
He was listening to you.
Yeah.
He wanted to hear you.
But
I wasn't talking, so that's BS.
Yeah, every once in a while you give an update.
I took
that aces, man.
I took
the analytics.
I took a man out of the game.
Yeah, Wolchuk was collateral damage.
He was.
That's all right.
It's time to go.
No, it's not.
Rangers hadn't come back in that circumstance, but one time all year, bro.
I was listening to you guys talk about it on the radio. And I'm thinking, I just got to go out in the parking lot and listen to this game.
You're just supporting the station.
I was trying.
Yeah.
I listen to more games, and I'm not going to lie about this.
I know. You tell me this all the time.
When you were calling all those games, I listen to far more of those games. I just do.
Yeah. You clearly like bad broadcasters if you like listening to me.
Yeah. No, it was actually a really fun. It was a fun broadcast. I think you and Hicksy had a really good relationship.
I thought you did a great job.
Hey, Eric's a Hall of Famer. Don't get me wrong.
Everything okay, Sands?
I love the...
What's that?
Everything okay?
No, I'm just I prefer self-deprecation. I listen to people who are like, "Yeah, of course you listen to me. I'm the best." Like, and you get like, "What an idiot! Why would you ever say that?"
When Bassick was talking, were you really running a bag of chips?
I got to give Corey credit. He was like, it'd be really funny if you did that. So I went and got a few bags of popcorners.
Yeah.
You guys familiar with popcorn? I'm a big fan. And I was just
you're constantly
ruffling it.
eating. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Of course
Are you nervous about Bally ratings dipping in games that you are filling in for David Raymond?
That's kind of funny because, I don't know that I've ever considered that our ratings here change one way or the other. I don't know. I mean,
can I ask a question?
Are you going to be wearing makeup?
I'm curious. What I'm curious about, Eric, is if they have the inning by inning ratings, get like a spike in the first inning. Oh, what's this?
Oh, this is
short
cool.
guys,
Are you the?
And then in the second inning, they're all gone.
Once they get a taste of what Sandler's got to offer on television, they're like,
Let's see.
I'll pivot to the radio.
Holy smokes! Would you be the shortest broadcaster on television?
No, I would not.
Oh no,
Who's
Andrew
shorter?
Siciliano.
Yeah,
NFL Network.
You talking about? Yeah. Well,
no. For baseball.
No, there are a few. Adam Amin for sure. I mean, Adam Amin goes up to my pecs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm taller than Jason Benetti.
How about the lady broadcaster with the Oakland A's?
Jenny Kavner. I think we're the same height. Maybe I'm a little taller than she is.
What's her background?
She's been with the Rockies for a long time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then does stuff for MLB Network Radio. I love Jenny. She's great. I'm happy for her.
Looking forward to hearing it.
Yeah.
There's no chance that we could get you standing on some level of a box when you're next to David Murphy doing hits. I got to get that photo.
It's not like Murph's 6'5" or anything.
I thought Murph. I mean, when I'm around him, he feels like he's a tall guy.
He's taller than I am, but everyone is.
Is it uncomfortable to interview CY?
I mean, my arm hurts because I have to hold it up or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel badly for him. When he.
Does he
he's
lean
like
over?
a partial hugger sometimes.
Oh.
And
or like a side hug guy.
Well, or he'll go full hug, postseason, he's happy. And I mean, that's a lot of work to hug a 5'7" guy.
Just eye to eye with his navel.
Yeah.
Just facing the belly button.
I mean, I feel bad. Just you can tap me on the head.
I felt
You're an attaboy.
I did feel bad at the parade when I kind of just pushed you aside and gave him the high five.
I don't remember that.
You and I were hugging outside the when you were coming out to sit in the chairs for the stage. You and I were kind of we were rolling around. And all of a sudden, I saw him, and I just kind of pushed you aside, went for the high.
I'm surprised you remember that because I've seen some videos of Broadus from that day, and
you and I were both.
Must have been early.
It was tough.
Yeah,
man, it was fun.
That was a great day.
Fun. That was a great.
I wish
day.
we can do it again. Hopefully, we will be able to.
Why couldn't we?
We can do it again.
What a hater!
Yeah.
Am I hating?
Yeah, you just you said it. Oh, we'll never do it again. But that was fun.
There was no never. Said wish we could do it again.
Man.
You know
what I heard? Did you hear that?
I'm having trouble hearing today.
He's still drunk, Broadus.
Yeah.
I did push
That's
you
our favorite
aside.
kind of Broadus.
I don't remember that.
I saw CY and I wanted to give him the high five. He and I made eye contact.
That's a better career move for you. I don't blame you.
You just kind of stumbled over to your seat.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
All right. I did see this morning news put this.
Hey, good
out.
baseball segment, Wolchuk.
I'm trying
way
to
take charge.
Trying to segue into that.
Way to drive the segment.
Top 5 players who need to step up and surprise Arizona. Number 1 is listed as Owen White, and we have heard that the Rangers are really wanting to. Evan Grant, I think, was pointing this out with the Montgomery stuff, thinking, no, Jordan Montgomery probably won't come back, but you never know. Still unsigned. Maybe the price ends up dropping, and the Rangers are able to make that happen, but they need some of these young arms to develop and eventually, like Cody Bradford did, who will be on the show tonight, step up and give you some innings. Do we think Owen White can be that guy?
Well, the path was there for him to do it last year, and he just didn't. I mean, not only did he didn't get called back up in a role that would suggest the Rangers were excited about his progress. And that can go one of two ways. That means, maybe the arrow continues to not go in the right direction, or maybe that's a kick in the butt. And, this offseason was a big one for him, and he comes, back to camp ready to go because whether it's in the bullpen or in the rotation, certainly more so in the rotation with the need for depth, there's a huge opportunity for Owen White. This is, I would say this is the best opportunity that he has had to really make an impact on this team.
What about Yuri Rodriguez? I kind of forgot a little bit about Yuri.
Well, he's out of options, so it's kind of now or never for him. You can go the Josh Spores route where maybe he gets hurt at the end of camp, buy him some time to get right. But, the Rangers, their bullpen's not set. He throws hard and velocity plays, but that's not the only thing you need. And he's got to He's got a better command of stuff, but he throws hard. He's got a good breaking ball, and he's one of these guys where he's proven he can get outs in AAA. He's got to now do it at the major league level, and with this organization, because he's out of options, he could be on the roster on opening day, or he could be in a different organization.
And then Jack Leiter, reasonable expectations after they made some tweaks last year. Just see how it goes.
I would just like to see Jack have a good first 2 months in AAA and go from there. I'm not going to overreact to a good first month. I need to see it over a good 2 months, and then if things are going well, all right, maybe if there's an opportunity. But he did have a little bit of success towards the end of last year. But I want this guy to experience success consistently over an extended stretch. And if he does that, then I'm sure he'll get some big league innings this year. I think he'll probably pitch in the big leagues no matter what. You'd feel a lot better about it if you looked at his numbers in AAA and the reports, were equal to that. And it's like, hey, these are pretty good numbers.
Is there a lot of pressure on him?
Yes and no. I think he's kind of drifted towards the back of the room in a way. It's not like Leiter mania is as fervent as it was. But yeah, he was the 3rd overall pick.
He was talking about the future, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And now they win the World Series, win the championship, he kind of becomes something in like you said, the back burner.
Yeah. And, listen, he's only 23 years old. And
it's Jordan year.
And I said 3rd overall, 2nd overall pick. I'm sorry. What was that? Jordan year. It's his Jordan year. Right. It's his Jordan year. He'll turn 24 in April.
It's Kobe year.
If I told you, hey, big time prospect A is making his major league debut when he's 24, you're not going to bat an eye and be like, wow, he's late. So he's not, the trajectory just hasn't been what you'd like. It's not like he's grossly behind schedule, but it definitely has been a little bumpier than maybe what you would have projected for a college pitcher.
Yeah, a guy that pitched on Friday nights, right?
Yeah.
Guy right out of he pitched too much at Vanderbilt?
Well, I don't know that he pitched too much because his problems here have been the same as at Vanderbilt. The fastball command just hasn't really gotten better. He got away with it a little bit more at Vandy than he can at the professional level.
Sure.
Thank you, Sans. Look forward to seeing you out there in Surprise. Hot stove tonight. What you got cooking for that?
Cody Bradford at 7:20 and the newest member of Creed, Andrew Heaney, at 7 o'clock.
Let's go.
Freaking go. Thank you, sir. Okay, football's finest is on deck, Chief.
The Cowboys are not the only team with family drama next year in the nation.
But let me tell you about soda. Almost 8,500.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 4 of the nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. The Expressway's coming up at 5:20. Recap you on everything that's been developing. Did lose Sharif Floyd. He's going to go join Dan Quinn there and coach with the Commanders. And the two Mikes are going to have a presser tomorrow about 2 o'clock right at the top of the show, Brian.
Yeah, and the Giants have blocked Andre Patterson. That was a name that we had kind of talked about a little bit. Andre had been a defensive line coach with Mike at a couple of different spots. Really got to start here with the Cowboys with Mike, and then kind of bounced around the league. But the Giants blocked him from interviewing for the defensive line coach job here. So Mike's going to have to do a little bit of kind of searching around to figure those things out.
Got to be jamming him up, you know.
Yeah.
Got to call another team and ask for permission and wait for their answer. He's got a presser tomorrow. This guy's in off-season to attend to. You know, some rest and relaxation. So hopefully the work can be done until August for Mike here before too long.
We don't have time for coach blocking.
Oh, no. I thought you were talking about Mike Zimmer. Zimmer's not. He is wearing somebody's ass out right now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, Mike Zimmer's probably on it.
Wear
He's
him
probably
out,
chomping
Jim.
at the bit.
Yeah, he's walking around the building like harassing people right now as we speak.
Here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of football's finest.
Is losing Sharif Floyd that big a deal, though?
Well, it is because you lost, AD to the defensive coordinator at, to Seattle. Been nice to kind of have him, but and the fact that you can't get Patterson now, you got to figure out some things.
We'll see. I think it's an opportunity to hopefully get better, find the next rock star.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Paul Gunther, another name I see, with connections to Zimmer. He's got some linebacker coaching, defensive coordinating. Yes, he could be a guy that maybe he wants to bring back in.
Right.
But what is, because we've gotten this text a couple of times today, how would you describe, like, comparing and contrasting, what do you think would be the biggest difference or two outside of the
accountability?
Okay, but what about schematically? Like differences between Quinn and now Zimmer coming in?
Maybe more press man.
I think that's music to everybody's ears.
More cover 2 probably, and a little bit more with attack in the middle of the defense. Or
he loves that double A gap pressure.
Yeah, that's his bag. Will be interesting to see as we kind of have a dossier, as they would say, about him of the kind of the things he likes with the long corners, the guys that can play press on the outside. We'll be interested to see that the time off, did that influence him? Was he looking at somebody else? Much like what Dan Quinn did.
Yeah.
Mike's got some things he believes in, but maybe there's some things that he's kind of willing to let ride now.
Well, I do think like he's on when it comes to the most successful defenses. Like right now, having these press man corners, in your face corners, aggressive style defense with the blitzing and jamming up these wide receivers, throwing off the timing, and all these new age offenses are so. It's so important to be on the same page, and disrupting that, I think, is big time. The Chiefs led the league this year in terms of the percentages of how often they use press coverage. So I think that, and Baltimore was another team that used it. So I think that is a great attribute that fits perfectly into what the good defenses are doing now.
Yeah, somebody, we on the draft show today, we were talking about what position group benefits the most, maybe from Mike Zimmer being here. And, Aisha, myself, everybody was talking about the secondary.
Yeah.
We all feel like that Mike's influence with the secondary will those guys will benefit from his coaching.
I think
He's
specifically
very hands-on guy.
Donovan Wilson's a guy that I have big question marks in coverage, but he did an excellent job when it came to blitzing Harrison Smith in Minnesota.
Sure.
Donovan Smith is another guy that I think could be a fun chess piece for him, and I'm kind of excited to see how he utilizes Marquise Bell moving back to safety from that linebacker spot.
Yeah, there's attributes to like about Donovan Wilson. There's attributes to like about even a Wanye Thomas. You have something there with these guys.
Yeah, the problem with for Mike though is he's going to watch the tape and they're going to see the busts that they had and the communication issues, and he's going to try and shore that up. But if you're not a smart football player, Mike doesn't play you. He's not going to have guys go out there and make mistakes. And so we've seen some of these guys, some of these plays where all of a sudden they've dropped coverage or they've gone with the wrong man, or So if you're a football player that lacks that football intelligence and understanding schemes and assignments, Mike's not going to play.
Well, it looks like the front runners are not the only team in the NFL that have to deal with the family drama. Now, it's been hot and heavy this offseason with our team here. I mean, between Micah's brother, Dak's brother, and CeeDee Lamb's mom, everybody's getting in the mix here, calling some folks out. But in San Francisco, your NFC champions.
Oh, Brandon Ayuk's family, huh?
Brandon Ayuk, best friend, apparently. And then I believe like his fiance or something has gone on a bit of a rant.
I did see a video of the fiance being unhappy.
But it says, this is the exact reason why we're leaving San Francisco, says the best friend, with the big eye emojis. Thank you, 49ers, for drafting my brother. We are forever grateful. Bye to Vegas. And why does your all-pro 1,300-yard receiver have 3 catches in the Super Bowl? So a little bit frustrated with the Brandon Ayuk usage there. And he was like, hey, if it's the right move, he met with the media today, like, hey, if it's the right move for me to be back, then so be it. But it's not like he's a free agent. He's like on his fifth year option there, still on his rookie deal. So it's not as though he is an unrestricted free agent and he's just going to walk away here. I don't know if he's going to put up a stink and try and demand some level of trade, but you have some unhappy campers there in San Fran.
Debo did this a couple of years ago when he was coming up and he had just had an awesome run and he was like, no, I don't even want to be with the 49ers. I don't like them. I think that's a new agent thing where we're going to be like, no, you're not going to give us what we want. Then that's fine. We're going scorched earth here on socials. I think the frustration of recently losing the Super Bowl probably gives that a little bit extra fuel. But yeah, 3 catches against a good defense. That's what happens to number 2 wide receivers. You know, I think maybe there's just not enough appreciation for how good that Kansas City defense is.
I think that's it. I mean, it's difficult to get open against Trent McDuffie and L'Jarius Sneed. I think you got to give Kansas City credit for that and their pass rush. I mean, the second half they had 18 pressures on Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
wow,
dude had no time.
Do you guys think the NFL is going to try and scrub the sound from Kelsey pushing his coach? Or do you think we're going to actually get that mic'd up moment? Do you think they're going to give us that?
I think we'll get the mic'd up moment.
You think we'll get it?
Yeah.
If it exonerates Trav, we will. If it's bad, we won't.
Okay.
Scrub.
You think it's a scrub?
Scrub. Yeah.
Don't want to get anybody in trouble there.
Nope.
Probably just don't want to rehash it again and again is the deal.
It's kind of a violent attack on a coach.
Oh, I mean, don't tell that to Walchuk.
Yeah, I think that you guys made way too big of a deal about that personally. But
Andy.
But maybe if we heard the sound, I mean, maybe you feel differently.
Maybe if we heard the sound.
I don't know, man.
What if he was body shaming him in that moment,
there was some
Walchuk?
anger in that facial
There was some
expression.
anger.
Yeah.
It's the Super Bowl.
Andy luckily had his headset on where he couldn't really hear him, I guess.
A famous lip reader, like a professional lip reader, is alleging that Kelsey just repeatedly, while trying to say, like, I'm the guy, put me in, give me the ball kind of thing, was calling Andy Reid in that moment mother bleeper. Put me, give me the ball, mother bleeper, have me mother bleeper, this mother bleeper.
Ooh, okay.
So apparently that word got dropped a bunch. But yeah, I didn't know if there was... I didn't know if the NFL is actually going to run with it. We'll see.
They should.
I mean,
it was mic'd up.
It was a story for the telecast. They were rehashing CD like giving fart face back to Dak. I mean, you ran up on your coach and pushed him.
I mean, Dez got crucified for that on the sideline against Detroit. Didn't do anything wrong. Yeah. So yeah, they should keep that same energy.
Do you like this move from the Kansas City?
When did Dez push the coach?
Dez didn't push the coach, but he was yelling and being emotional, and apparently that's not allowed in the NFL or in sports, according to you guys.
It is. I just don't think. I mean, maybe you would like people just running up on you and pushing you while you're trying to broadcast.
The push has been a little overrated. If you go back and look at it, he kind of bumps him, and then he's trying to like catch him. As Andy said, he was already off balance, so it made it look a little bit worse.
Of course he had to catch him because he knocked him off balance, and it's hard to do that to a 400-pounder. Delivered a blow that might have left me or you in the hospital that day.
Oh, really? That would have left you in the hospital?
It might have.
Man.
That Kelsey money.
I do think Andy, because that's usually Andy's move, probably, to put the belly on somebody, and get him, and all of a sudden he's getting the belly bump and he's getting a taste of his own medicine here.
Yeah,
got him on the roller skates.
Can't wait next year you get to interview fake Andy Reid and ask him about it.
Oh yeah, they'll be back in the Super Bowl.
You should run up and bump him is what you should do.
No, I have more couth and respect than that.
Oh my God.
Do you guys like this move here from the city manager of Kansas City, hinting that he has already told Taylor Swift's representatives that the city is not equipped to handle the extra traffic for this mega pop star to attend? So he's sort of saying without saying, like, I can't confirm or deny, but we're going to go ahead and we've already back channeled. We're going to make sure Taylor Swift is not here for the parade festivities because what she would bring to the parade is through the roof. But I'm like, is that really going to stop the Swifties? There's still a chance, in their mind, they're thinking there's still a chance. You're not going to like hear that Taylor Swift was there and then start going. I think these people are going to take the shot in the dark that maybe she's there and they're going to go anyways. I don't think this is a problem that you can really get ahead of here, city manager. You might as well, you're going to have to deal with the nightmare anyways. You might as well have the Swift satisfaction there at the end to like fully make it worth it.
They're double-decker buses, right?
Yes, they know what they're doing there.
Yeah,
it's a been there, done that approach.
No, I'm just saying though that I just want somebody to throw a beer up to her. That's what I want.
I don't think she might not get that opportunity.
They need to put her on the float.
That video is impressive of her just chugging that beer.
Yeah,
I was like, hell yeah, okay.
I want to see a drunk interview of her after the parade. That's what I want.
I think she'll be there. I don't think she'll be denied. I think they're taking the opportunity to say she won't be there in hopes of containing the crowd. But those folks are going to go anyway, just like Chief said. If not, just to see Taylor's boyfriend. They're just crazy over this story.
100%, dude. This is as rabid a fan base as there is anywhere in the world, not just sports. I think you're going to be dealing with the Swift nightmare, so you might as well just get her a spot there and enjoy this thing.
I'm telling you, put her on the bus.
Since Pat Mahomes has taken over in 2018 for the Kansas City Chiefs, they have 90 victories accounted for. Yeah. The second most. Would you guys like to guess who the team is who's won the second most amount of games since 2018? Like who's been most consistent outside of Kansas City over the last 5-6 seasons?
Cowboys.
Not the Cowboys. They are in the top 8 range or so. But you have the
Baltimore Ravens,
the Saints, the Packers, the Niners, the Rams, the Ravens, all ahead of the Cowboys. But number 2, directly behind the Chiefs at 69 wins. The Bills.
Nice.
So but I mean, you're talking about a 21 game difference over the last 5 years from Kansas City and the second best team. Wow. It's been amazing. And Troy Aikman, I know I was trying to get to this, mention this yesterday, but did you guys see the resurfacing of the Troy Aikman stuff from a couple of years ago?
Which, when he's on the sideline playing with the Cowboys, or
no, of the tweet. So back in 2019,
did you say that Mahomes is not good?
No, in 2019, someone like the Athletic Kansas City or whatever tweeted out Patrick Mahomes has thrown 36% of Troy Aikman's career touchdowns in about 8% of the games. And Troy Aikman famously quote tweeted it and said, in case you missed it, talk to me when he has 33% of my Super Bowl titles, which at the time was a fantastic response. Yeah. Unfortunately, the goatness of Mahomes has since rendered that good point now useless, and it's being thrown back in Aikman's face because, as we've discovered now, Pat Mahomes has thrown 132% of Troy Aikman's passing touchdowns and won 100% of his Super Bowls in about 58% of his career games.
Did the Chiefs do that, or just the fans? Did the Chiefs put that out?
The original?
No. Did the Chiefs?
No. The Chiefs' social media was not involved in the making of this film. But I did think that's a tough one. And kudos to Aikman. He came out on Super Bowl night and congratulated everyone in the Chiefs, including name dropping Pat Mahomes. As congratulations there. The Chiefs trailed for 42 minutes and 5 seconds of game time in the Super Bowl. That's the second most game time trailed in a Super Bowl win in NFL history, behind the 1982 Washington squad in Super Bowl XVII. You guys don't know what number that is.
I've never been good with the
I've lost the ability.
Super Bowl 17. Super Bowl 17.
Okay, Mr. Math guy over there.
It's 17.
Settle down, Broadus.
At this point,
right?
I don't know why you're watchdogging these Roman numerals like that.
It was easy when all you were dealing with was X's, V's, and 1s.
Now I got the L's.
It's too much.
I'm out on it too.
Did I get that right? Is that 17?
I have no idea. I'll take your word for it, though.
Did I get that right?
It's 10, 5.
I just threw out a number and I said, yes.
No,
right,
it's
19.
10, 5, and 2 1s. That's 17, right?
I got some numbers for you here. We all want to know.
I hate this game you're playing.
We all want to know how much these folks are making when it comes to
$480 million.
The celebrities in the Super Bowl commercials, right? Because the commercials are so expensive. You know, it's $7 million for 30 seconds, $14 million just for the allotment of 60 seconds. Let alone how much you're paying in production. And when you have Jennifer Lopez or Tom Brady or Christopher Walken or Ben Affleck, right? We all want to know this. I think we got it figured out. It seems to be the going rate for the most part for like the superstar dudes is $10 million. So like Larry David in a 2022 Super Bowl ad made $10 million for his. You've seen last year, it wasn't this year's Dunkin' commercial, but last year Ben Affleck was in the Dunkin' commercial and he made $10 million as well.
Wow.
But also Dunkin' apparently after last year's Super Bowl, the day after, they had their highest donut sales or whatever in the history of their franchise the day after last year's Super Bowl. So it was clearly a good investment. And then they doubled down on it this year and they brought in Matt Damon and they still had Affleck and J-Lo and then here's Tom Brady. So I did also see that Beyonce for her commercial that she was in where she also got to announce her new album. So it was great marketing on her end. She was paid by Verizon there $30 million. For the 60 seconds that she was in that bad boy. So $30 million for Beyonce. Now it can get as low as like $25,000 if you're just kind of, if you're not some megastar or whatever. But it seems like the going rate for the superstar dudes or ladies is about $10 million, unless of course you're Beyonce, in which case it's triple that. And it's well deserved. And she's going with like a country sort of album. So I'm excited to hear that one.
I am too.
Every time they showed her on the camera, like I would like to get the numbers there because they kept showing Taylor Swift, but I think it was more aesthetically pleasing every time they went to Beyonce. And then you got to the counteract the fact that Jay-Z's sitting behind her and you're just shaking your head like, what the heck? Now I know guys like Jared Sandler were more on the blonde curls of Blake Lively.
Blake Lively was
understandable
definitely stunning as always.
That red and white jumpsuit was getting it done. But Beyonce remains the one seed, $30 million for 60 seconds in the Super Bowl commercial.
We need to get Beyonce that Grammy of the Year.
Thank you so much, Chief. A wonderful report once again. Football's finest most nights, 5 o'clock. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll take you commercial-free to the top, and we'll recap everything that's been breaking throughout a very busy afternoon in sports next in the G-Bag Nation. Valentine's Day tomorrow. Are you ready to make it?